Let's get to it. And Rexall will give you whatever you need. Welcome everybody. This is the Battlesy Boy tournament, and this is going to be with special guest commentators such as LegendofTotalWar. We've got Okoii in there as well. We've got some incredible content creators that have agreed to come and commentate today. Welcome in everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so very much for all the participants. We've had an unbelievable amount of people signing up today. This has been, I think, one of the biggest tournaments that I have ever seen. We've had more than 100 people minimum sign up for this tournament. Obviously, we're doing our very best to make sure that everybody is able to play. So if you are signed up for the tournament, please make sure you're in my Discord and look within the tournament rules to see the relative admin that will help you throughout the day. So like I said as well, there's giveaways that are sponsored by CA, so thank you to CA for that. So make sure to look out for all those kinds of things. And what we'll do is, obviously, since it's a tournament, we'll get a word from the sponsor as well. It's me, the sponsor. So, damn it, the audio's not working. I hate myself. Anywho, never mind. No word from a sponsor, aka me, as it looks like that is not working. But what we'll do is, once a game is ready to go, you could hear it. You could hear it, really? But you guys can hear that. I can't hear that. Audio was working? Oh, sweet. Then I'll play it then. It's me, the sponsor. So if you're watching from Twitch, make sure to follow, and obviously any primers if you can. But for the YouTube side, if you're enjoying yourselves, please do make sure to subscribe. You know, me and my team have worked tirelessly to try and sort this tournament out. You know, we've got a ton of awesome creators here, so I'm really excited to do things like this. So yeah, if you enjoy it, make sure to support us. Thank you so much. Boom. Thank you very much for a word from our sponsor. No idea who that guy is, but he's a word from a sponsor. Further reading, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. So whoever that handsome hunk was, he sponsored the stream for the tournament, so thank you very much for him. Do appreciate that guy. But we'll have words from more sponsors throughout the day as well. That was just one of the specific sponsored segments that we have lined up for today. What a nice chat for sponsoring. I know, right? What an absolute legend. It was very, very nice for people to sign up to be sponsored to, as I think it's an important factor, you know, especially with tournaments like this, that we have people lined up to do sponsors. So, like I mentioned, if you are in the tournament, make sure you are in the Discord, and we will get things arranged. What we're going to be kicking off is the Beginner Land Battle Tournament. So if you are a participant in the Beginner Land Battle Tournament, please do make sure that you're in the Discord, and then we can start watching your games. Games will be happening throughout the day, and there'll be, I think, 5 brackets going on at once. Just for context, what I'll do is I'll jump over here. I'll get my beautiful face on screen again. Give me a second, and then what I'll do is showcase the Discord just for context before we jump in, just so you guys have a visibility into it, because this is the reason why it's so important that folks are in the Discord. Otherwise, it's really goddamn difficult to make sure you guys are scheduled and in where you need to be. So if you can see over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll over to the tournament rules, and I'm going to share my screen for you wonderful folks. As you can see here, this is my Discord. And I have basically made it so you've got to go check in. This is the time frames of all when things are going to be starting. You make sure to check in. These are all the specific moderators that you need to speak to. And these are all the brackets that are running today. So there's going to be 5 brackets or 5 tournaments running at the very same time. Yes, we're crazy, but we wanted to make sure that we made sure that everybody that wanted to play had the potential to play. This was open for everybody, and I did my best to ensure that I accommodated for everyone that I possibly could do. And obviously, you know, we've got, like I said, we've got Legend, Okoii and things like that commentating. We've got Fred. I believe Legend will be coming in about an hour for a couple of hours. We've got Okoii after that. And we've got all sorts of other awesome creators there. If you are interested in looking at the beginner brackets, do go into the tournament rules in the Discord just so you can see it. Is it too late to join? Arch, ask one of the moderators for the specific bracket you'd be joining, and it'd be up to them. Because right now, obviously, there is over 100 people that have joined, and so it's up to their discretion if they can facilitate that. Because, you know, I am nothing without my moderators today. They are doing all the awesome work that they're doing. I generally can't do anything without them. So if they are happy to take that on, they have my full discretion to do whatever they need to do. So we'll put into Total War. So if you join the Discord and ask the mod that's specific to that bracket, if they can do it, they will do it. And Felipe, dude, thank you so much for the super chat. Wow, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you. Much love to you, my friend. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you for the support. Yeah, honestly, this tournament has been one of the hardest tournaments that I've ever done to try and arrange. because we literally have 6 tournaments going on at the exact same time. So thank you for all the support. What I'm going to make sure to do is all the proceeds are going to go towards all the awesome mods that have helped out, and all the creators and things like that. I'm not going to take anything, so I'm going to make sure that I can give back to the people that help supporting me today, because this is about you guys today, right? Today is about you guys and giving you guys a chance to play multiplayer, have fun, come together as a community. That's all I care about, right? So thank you very much, everybody. We're going to be jumping into the game now, and we're going to get one of the lobbies kicking off. Obviously, we did start 1 hour early. Like I mentioned, this is because of the fact that Torin's tournament is today as well. So I wanted to make sure that I could accommodate for his tournament as much as possible. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and grab ourselves one of the first things. And sorry, just a guy, Nightbot is pretty severe. And also, there are giveaways going on at the same time, so if you want to do exclamation mark giveaway, you can join the giveaways for DLC codes that was sponsored by CA. And yeah, love me Malachi. On my YouTube channel, I do have one of the really, really good stats for him. So we'll be doing multiplayer. This will be a multiplayer battle. And I just need one person, so I'm going to host battle. That was a CA guy. It was awesome. Boys tournament. So what I'm going to hope for, since I've started an hour early, it's going to be a little bit harder to get everybody in the lobbies. But we're going to make sure that we have folks in the tournament whenever possible. Okay, so we have a lobby, it seems. So we got Battle Daddy. They've called it Battle Daddy. So my mods are doing it. So we've got Mons Chief ready to go. I just need to get the password. Okay, sweet. So my mods are all sorting it. Beautiful. You look like a Bretonian. I don't know. I suppose I'll take that. Wait, I'm not a spectator. I'd have to host it, I think. I'm not fighting you, Mons Chief. I'll have to be a spectator. We'll get AgentNumberOne as well. Agent, once we get a game, we'll jump you in. So there's going to be, obviously, due to how many people there are today, there will be a couple of things ironed out. So obviously, early on, we'll make sure that we accommodate for this. You know, there's going to be a lot of games going on, like I said, so I'm going to try my best to make it as smooth as we possibly can do. So yeah, thank you. The slot is made, so let me join. Let's see if I can join as a spectator now. Should be okay. I think I've sorted it. Can I join the spectator slot? How do I join the spectator slot? Who do you root for? Oh, also, we're going to need... who can... So we're all going to be learning as we go along here, folks. But I'm very excited. Obviously, this is a 2-faction tournament as well, in which there are standardized rules for land battles. We're going to be doing the land battle tournament, and then we're going to be jumping into the domination as well. There's going to be a beginner bracket, intermediate bracket. There's going to be a professional bracket as well. So there's a lot of great variety of skill levels here. So it's going to be exciting to see. But I'm looking forward to it. And we do have one special request to anyone that is playing. If you do play as a Dowie,
I will speak as a Dowie today. You'll have a Dowie commentating your game if you play as the Dowie. Do not shame your ancestor. No shaming your ancestors here, Dowie brethren. Battlesy the Dowie will watch.
So yeah, if you've picked Dowie, I will play and commentate as Dowie. I think I have to host it myself, because I can't join that spectator slot. Unless I just play Mons Chief. I could, but I'm not a beginner. Either host or spectator. I have to host. I have to host as... I've got to host a spectator. That makes sense. Yeah, with spectator, if the opponent joins, you'll be able to join the spectator slot. Right, okay. So we need somebody else joining that one. Okay. So we're just waiting on this lobby here. Wait, where's the lobby go? We'll wait for it. It should be fine. There is an open slot. It's slotting as an opponent. That makes sense. Loving the Riz. Shirt and tie for a Warhammer 3 stream? Absolutely. You know, I would expect nothing else but to look exceptionally dapper for you beautiful folks. All I got to say. You guys deserve me looking as dapper as I can make myself. James, what's up, dude? So professional, what can I say? You know, but this is a professional broadcast here. And speaking of, what we'll do is, while we're waiting for this one, what we'll do is jump into another sponsored segment here. So while we're waiting for this one, we'll jump into another sponsored segment there. So give me a second, boys. There's nothing like having a refreshing, cool drink of Battlesy content, so make sure to like and subscribe. So thank you very much for a word from the sponsor there. What an absolute wholesome hunk. Once again, thank you for sponsoring the stream. So, you know, we can't be doing tournaments without sponsors. I'm not sure who that guy is, but he seems really cool. But anywho, yeah, we'll get into the next one. A handsome sponsor, I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. It kind of, yeah, people do say it looks like me. Not sure where that comes from, because I'm wearing a suit. I'm wearing a suit, so... A base sponsor, good looking. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, nice, we've got a lobby. My admins are absolutely nailing it. I'm very, very lucky. Ah, here we go. Spectators, yeah, I actually have a spectator slot. So there's 2 players in there. Wait, it's full, I can't join it. So yeah, we'll have a little bit of a... how can I not join this? There's going to be some technical errors. We'll get there. Press the spectator button. Oh, you're right. Oh my god, you guys are so right. Hold on. Thank you very much. You guys are the best. I'm still new to these tournament things. Obviously, there's a lot of you folks. There we go. Boom. Right, we got Mons Chief. Oh, crap. I've showed his army. Right, we got Mons Chief. We got Mons Chief and Yar coming up today. Welcome in, boys. A few technical errors. Everything's going smoothly. Everything's fine. A couple of technical errors here and there. If your tournament opponent isn't around, you will be slotted into somebody else. So don't worry about that. So yeah, basically what my admins are doing is sorting out everything. So do not worry about it, boys. All that is going to be sorted from underneath. And we're going to make sure that this is going to be running as smooth as possible. Obviously, this is the very beginning of the tournament, so we're going to have some, you know, a couple of issues here and there. But what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get the first guest commentator onto the stream here. And, yeah. So we'll get the first guest commentator onto the stream, which is the wonderful AgentNumberOne. This is a land battle multiplayer. Most of them are land battle, actually. I think out of the 100 applicants we had, or over 100 applicants we had, I think about 70% of it was probably land battles. So yeah, do not worry about that. Right, we're going to get the first guest commentator in for today. Give it up for, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the wonderful AgentNumberOne, a fantastic content creator. Did a lot of Total War stuff, but is obviously a variety guy now. But Agent, how are we doing, my friend?
I'm doing fantastic. How are we all doing this morning?
I am doing wonderful. Let me just turn you down slightly. I am doing wonderful. Thank you very much. Everyone just say hi to AgentNumberOne. Yeah, I've turned him down, boys. Thank you. Everybody say hi to Agent. He is a streamer. He's a wonderful guy and a great friend of the channel. So make sure to say hello to him. He's a great guy. And let me just go ahead. This is the first commentator for today. And we're going to be jumping in and excited for what we've got here. There's going to be other games going on in the background, but this is the one that we're specifically going to be commentating. As, yeah, like I said, there's over 100 people that are signed up. So we need to make sure that we're not being silly and trying to do all of them. We'll make sure that we get around to the best games and the like the semis and the finals and things like that. But as well, there are giveaways going on, so exclamation mark giveaway at any point during the stream. And so yeah, Agent. I'm excited for this one. We've got a Zinchian versus Empire matchup. So I'm sure you may remember from some of the other previous tournaments that we've done, Mons Chief is an absolute memer, so I have full expectations that he will bring some incredibly weird armies. And Nayar is somebody that I've actually not seen play yet, so it'll be interesting to see the kind of compositions they come out with. If you were in Zinchian's shoes, what would you kind of look to think about? I suppose you've not played the game much, have you, recently?
I'm not too much in the recent patches, but you know, as Zinch, you're always looking to bring a couple of surprises in there and be a little bit more crafty than the average Chaos God. So
absolutely,
I'm hoping to see some sneaky plays.
Yeah, love that. Absolutely love that. Banned units, Felipe, are Thunderbarges, Landships, and Elspeth. So I consulted with Torin and I consulted with other content creators that are multiplayer scene. you know, they know more than me. They have the superpowers.
Man, I'm paying to run a tournament for you.
I mean,
that's kind of messed
Whenever a new
mate.
patch comes out, you know it's always going to be pumped up a little bit extra. So
absolutely, yeah. So we want to make sure that the no Malachi ban. Malachi was tuned down quite a lot. In the pre-release of Malachi, he could get up a crazy amount of missile strength, but I believe he has been tuned down enough for me not to be worried about him. Thunder Barge is broken. Landship is pretty broken. Yeah. So that's what we're doing so far. Why Elspeth banned? Because of the specific dragon. So Elspeth on the dragon is just doing too much damage. It has been noted and seeing a lot of things with everyone that we've been talking to. Get Agent Switch, yeah. Let me shout his name out. So on the Twitch side of things, top of the screen, that's the wonderful agent that's speaking right now.
no, thank you so much.
That's all right. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Is she banned? Just the dragon. It's just the dragon, sorry, yeah. Just the dragon's banned. Yeah, just the dragon is banned. Because yeah, I completely agree. It's not good enough, right? We're loading in. Agent, do you want me to share my screen for you, my friend?
Oh yeah, that'll keep us
so
synced in time.
Exactly, my friend. Exactly. Okay, so we can obviously see the army compositions right here. Interesting composition from Balthazar Gelt here. He's obviously utilized his transmutation to make some gold here, and we can see that we've got a pretty broad range of units, which is quite interesting to see. We've gone with triple greatsword, triple huntsman, quadruple halberd against Zinch, so, you know, very scared of any of the single entity monsters that Village or Zinchian can potentially bring to the table. The regiment around him is really interesting because obviously the net comes in from there, so if they are single entities, very much can punish. I mean, in this situation, Agent, when we're looking at Gelt, we're looking at this matchup, you know, what were you thinking that Village needs to do to make sure that we can get the advantages here?
Well, I mean, we got the interesting fact that we're not bringing a lot of heavy ranged on either side of this. The Empire is going to be locked in. They're not going to be able to move around quite as much as Zinch, so being able to play the actual whole battlefield themselves is going to be, I think, to their biggest advantage.
Yeah, and especially since the map we've selected here is just very, very open. There's not a lot of room to breathe in regarding to sneaky plays. This is just a, you see me, I see you. Let's absolutely batter each other. So that's one of the things, you know, when it comes to the maps, we're selecting the specific maps that we will deem the most balanced in a certain situation. We're going to be rotating through them as well, so we're not actually going to watch all of them. You know, we never know what's going to happen. This is going to be the beginner's bracket. These guys are ranging from people that have played the campaign an awful lot to playing, you know, very little of the game fundamentally. And so we can see here, one of the things that I really like that we can see is a decent blue line infantry. Like always when you got blues, they are a super solid sponge of damage. We can see with the cavalry and the huntsmen, they've got a good amount of flexibility from the Empire side. You know, it's going to be very critical that these Changebringers are protected and they can ensure to get the damage on those, you know, onto the Gelt, onto the cavalry here. I mean, with the Zangors, what's your thoughts on that pick? I know they were nerfed recently, but they seem quite a good mobile option.
Yeah, I mean, I think getting around the halberds is going to be the biggest advantage, trying to get into that back line.
Absolutely.
With Zinch, you know, we've got so many flyers on the team that really the only major threat to them is going to be those archers.
Yeah, no, definitely.
And if they can get shut down easily enough, then Zinch gets to pull out a pretty big advantage just coming in with that barrier.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the good things here as well is Village is a very, very durable lord. You know, Village can take an awful lot of damage. He can sit in combat for a very long period of time. And currently on the side of the Empire, apart from the Luminarch, there's not an awful lot of ways that, you know, Village can actually get a lot of pressure enough to die here. We've actually started off. We can see that we've got, you know, the halberds on the front line. The rule and the intention that these players always have to follow is you always have to have the intentions of attacking. So you need to be moving forward at all points of the time. Which is the one thing that we made sure these guys follow. Otherwise, people will camp in the corner and things like that. But indeed, let the slaughter begin. Right, you know, Gelt's coming up thick and fast here. What's your thoughts on that, Agent?
It's a brave play. It's a brave play coming in against Flavors with a single hero. Is
yeah.
You know, we've seen them melt in the past underneath a single blast of fire. But if he can soak up a little bit of that and a bit of that ammunition, it's not the worst decision as he pokes away with a couple of Searing Dooms.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, we can see the Luminarchs actually focusing on Village here, which makes the most sense. Because, like we said, Village really doesn't have a lot of threats here, apart from that Luminarch coming through and doing a ton of damage. My main worry at the moment is, we are actually starting to close in. The Empire roster will be able to do a good amount of damage to begin with, but once Zinch actually gets in there and starts landing, that is when the scary things happen. And we can see the Furies have already gotten onto the Luminarch, buying a lot of critical time. One of the things that people often forget about is, yes, there is a damage gold value chart here, but it's often very deceptive because, if you're sponging specific gold value and you're, absorbing 2,000 gold worth of pressure, but you've only lost 500, you are gaining advantages on the battlefield because you can see already the front line have been engaged and we're actually in glorious warfare. Khorne would indeed be very proud. But I think, yeah, I'm kind of scared of the Huntsman being unprotected, allowed to shoot the free agent. I think it's one of the things where we need to get pressure on these guys straight away. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult for the Changebringers to do much here. How would you try and alleviate this?
Yeah, I mean, well, we saw a lot of those blues ended up going straight into melee combat, not get to use any of their ammunition there.
Very true.
Which is a bit of a real kind of like loss of their use. Now we got those two Empire Knights coming in from the back with a major flank. They are going to be able to do some serious damage unprotected like that.
Wow, the Luminarch has already been routed off the battlefield. So, fun fact about when a unit is terroring, if their leadership recovers, no matter if you chase them, they will recover their leadership. If they are routing because of minus leadership, you can chase them to the end of the earth, and they'll always be routed. Learned that the hard way. It was very tilting. So, we can see the Changebringers are actually now closing in on the Huntsman here. Monchief is doing a pretty damn good job here, but you can see the gold value can be very deceptive because oftentimes they are hitting into barriers. But if we can get them locked down and actually do the damage we need and ensure that these Huntsmen aren't doing free damage like they are at the moment, because we've got a couple of Zangors that need to pull back in, just try and close in on these units that are actually making sure that these units aren't getting full value, because right now it's scary that the Huntsmen are getting a lot of value. And obviously Gelt can just keep throwing out tons and tons of spells. You have that consistency of pressure there. And I'm just thinking to myself, if this Luminarch is not, stopped from doing what it's doing, it's going to be a difficult time, right?
And it doesn't look like they're going to be able to with those Empire Knight charges coming in. The entire Zinchian front line here is basically crumbled up, standing against those halberds and greatswords.
Yeah, I mean,
only 10%, 20% damage used on most of that Empire front line.
Yeah, I think definitely you made the right comment of when it comes to the blues not being able to get their ammunition off, that is one of the very big points of the blues and the values that they provide within your army. They have a tons of survivability. They've got the ability to tank a ton of damage, and they can stop people from stop high value targets doing a lot of stuff because they can trade really well, especially due to the quality in the barrier and the ammunition and everything they have. The Changebringers are definitely getting value in there. If we have a little look now, they're actually paying for themselves now due to the last-minute shots here, but they unfortunately are crumbling. Village is not really coming with a lot of value. Interestingly enough, we've only got Infernal Gateway and Blue Fire of Zinch, and so as part of Village, I would have personally have brought the Warp Flame, because that bad boy right there, the one that you can cast the breath attack, would have enabled him to continuously cycle his barrier. Because right now he's in a situation where he's got very, very long cooldowns of spells, and he can't get the barrier because he has to be casting to ensure that he can survive and have that durability. Because like we mentioned, Village is going to be super tanky, but without the ability to start throwing out spells wherever possible, he's going to struggle. He's going to lose HP because, because when it comes to the health points, Agent, if the higher health you have, right, that it scales with the barrier. So as you start losing health, your barrier gets lower and lower, right?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a single-player trap that we often fall into, thinking that one Infernal Gateway will turn the tide for us. But in multiplayer, those cheap cost spells that you can fire over and over and over again make a huge difference.
Absolutely, absolutely agreed. So we can see, the Empire Knights have done a fantastic job of cutting through the backline like butter here. But we still have very, very strong units that will actually be very scary to deal with, especially the Severed Claw. The majority of the Empire frontline is actually struggling here, and it depends on the Winds of Magic that are still remaining, because Gellert has only gotten 759 value, and from the Final Transmutation and the things that we've seen him cast, I would have assumed that would be way higher. But it's really unfortunate that the Temple of the Luminarch here is just throwing out value. And there's nothing we can do to stop it right now because we do have some Zangors that we could be bringing in. We've also got Zangors over here, but it's very difficult in these situations where when you're a first-time multiplayer guy, knowing how to macro everything, knowing exactly what to do with your units. You know, when I first started playing multiplayer before I got, top 3 on the ladder, not trying to brag, it was very difficult understanding where my units needed to be, where they're getting value, because learning that if I put a unit that's a 500 gold against a unit that's 1,000 gold, I can use that 500 gold of value somewhere else to make sure that I can get more of an advantage wherever I can there. But we can see right now, they are taking a difficult positioning. The Luminac will actually start struggling to shoot, depending on where it is. I'm not sure where it's gone. It might be dead, or it might be blind, as I was ranting. But we're getting a bit of a blob here, but unfortunately, Village has gone here. If Village did not route there, we'd have had a much easier time. And honestly, a Doom blob like this with the Aspiring Champions, that would have been, honestly, a really interesting situation nearing the end there, because they could have potentially held the line like 300. Luminac got sniped by Flu Fire? Right, okay. Nice.
Yeah, they got some.
What a game.
They got some good value, especially from those Aspiring Champions. But, in the end, and ultimately, a match like this is going to come down to a lot of micro. And those Knights, you can see at 152, 131, he was constantly running them in the back line. He was doing the right thing. He was shutting down the Regiment of Renown, the Blue Horrors there as well, making sure that they couldn't shoot, making sure that none of those guys could, the few that weren't engaged, that they didn't have a chance to, sit back there and just take off shots. So it was great micro there from the Empire side.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you've always got to consider, even with the rule set of, you always have to be attacking, you've got to remember, when you are going for those attacking situations, whereabouts are you going to start struggling? Whereabouts are you going to have difficulties when you place these units in certain situations? Because, the Zangors pre-nerf with the 80 armor, more melee defense and attack, they probably would have been a lot more durable and been able to push forward with those additional stat lines. So maybe looking for a more demonic army, because within patch 5.0, a lot of the demon units were actually buffed. If all the new units banned, yes, Rivia, most of the really OP units that are banned, so obviously the land battle, the land ship, Thunderbarge, and Elspeth on the Dragon are not able to be played today. But yeah, honestly, very impressed with the showing today. These guys are very, very new at multiplayer, so do not judge them, for their skill level. This is to open up the world of multiplayer for all the community here and just have fun together, because especially with how great the patch 5.0 is and the DLC that's come through, it's always good to rally around each other instead of, arguing with each other. It's always a better gaming space when we're together. Yeah, surprisingly. Yeah, sorry, Agent, carry on.
I was just going to say, absolutely. And we saw a great show in there from Zinch. We saw a lot of things that they did right, trying to shut down Gelt early with all that blue fire. And, well, they made some interesting choices, certainly with the Zangors getting the Screamers in to shut down the back lines as well. The Archers were really, you can see, not able to get very much done at all in that fight. So it's always nice to see what the new folks are bringing to the side of the table.
Yeah, the halberds were really interesting because, typically speaking, Empire infantry, let's be honest, kind of trash. Let's be honest. Mm-hmm. Empire infantry, low-key kind of trash for the most part. So it was interesting to see the variety and a heavy emphasis into actually infantry here. But I think, if you look at this and you see to yourself, it's a very campaign-esque situation. It's a very campaign-related army. You take that into campaign and you'd probably do very, very well. But in fairness, they held well. They did a very good job. They did a really, really good job. And, Empire played towards the victory conditions. So did Monchief here as well within Zinch. But, due to the fact that there was, one slight micro mistake in that the Empire Knights could come around, they're a shock cavalry. They're not a good unit, typically speaking, but if you can give them opportunities to get in the back line, they will do devastating damage against low armor targets. Yeah, fantastic work there. I really, really enjoyed that match. That was really interesting to see. We're getting another match scheduled up at the moment, guys, so we'll jump into that one when my admins have scheduled that one right. But yeah, what do you think of there, guys? What do you think? If you were to have put your money on the armies between there, Zinchian and Empire, it's actually an interesting matchup, especially because, for me, Agent, I'm sure you're probably the same. When we play multiplayer, we just think like a campaigner, right? We think what campaign units are good, and then I'll use that instead of, what's the kind of multiplayer sphere? What can a unit be good? For example, Slayer Pirates, stuck in campaign, but they're really good at multiplayer. But yeah.
Oh, I mean, I love my Slayer Pirates personally, but
I think that, honestly,
I'm
maybe I
always
suck
trying
at
to
them.
play whatever the off meta is. So
no, I love that. I love that.
But absolutely, you bring a much more rounded army a lot of the time, either a much more rounded army or a much bigger doom stack. And in multiplayer, you've got to think a lot more about counters, right? Like it's always
100%.
about what are they going to bring and what do I have to counter that unit. So much 100%. Of the fight can be figured out in literally the loading screen of just saying like, okay, I got to make sure I keep those aspiring claw, in reserve to make sure that when those Empire Knights come in, that they get like locked down with the halberds.
Yeah, definitely. I was very, very enjoyed that one. And we're getting another game up right now, so do not worry about it, boys. The admins are all nailing it. And thank you for all the gifted subs and the resubs as well, guys. Appreciate you all. Thank you for all the support for the stream. So yeah, what we'll do actually, if you guys give me 1 second here, we'll
like
get a word from the sponsor
of Battlesy content. So make sure to like and subscribe.
We'll get a what a really nice sponsored guy there. So yeah, thank you for that random dude that sponsored the stream. Very, very kind of him.
Nowhere else.
We'll line up the next sponsor as well as part of us being in the stream here. As you know, tournaments are very difficult to get together, and we need to make sure that we're getting sponsors lined up at the same time. So throughout the day, there'll be sponsors like that guy or whoever he was. It was very kind of him to sponsor the stream. Sponsors like him coming into the gameplay and showcasing us off. Who are you guys excited to watch? What kind of factions do you guys like watching? What are you guys interested in watching? We've got another game scheduled up right here. So we've got a tournament time. We'll spectate it, and I'll share my screen again for you, Agent. Boom.
I know for me, I want to see some Slaanesh teams come out so we get to see that real micro at work.
Yeah. Oh, honestly, Slaanesh has been nerfed so much. And Bjorn, just enter in, and it'll be happening throughout the day. It'll be happening throughout the day. You want to see some Norska? Nice. So yeah, have you guys seen Torin's list of who he said that was really strong? I think Kislev is really good in multiplayer at the moment, for Domination specifically. I think the meta within land battles is a lot different though. The meta within land battles and Domination is very different. For example, Domination, Norska is very good, but you put Norska into land battles, I don't think they're very good. It's a completely different situation there. Kislevs have busted? Yeah, Kislev is pretty strong. You're also now sponsored, GJ. Thank you very much for the Prime, bud. Want to see Thunder Barges somehow get stopped? Thunder Barges are actually banned today. So the reason we banned Thunder Barges is purely because of the fact that they are just too good. It's unfortunate, but they are way too good. Yeah, they're just way too good. I think it's one of those where I would love to see that new unit. I know they're going to nerf them. And once they're, brought down a little bit, then we can start seeing them in there. Because, yeah, they are just too good. Suffering from success is a really good way of putting it. Have you guys used Thunder Barges? Would you want to go against somebody that's using Thunder Barges? Put yourself in the person's shoes that'd be fighting the guy with Thunder Barges. Yes, it's very cool to watch.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, it's cool to watch. Like, if I was playing against Agent today, I've known him for probably, 3 years? If I played a multiplayer battle and I used Thunder Barges, friendship over. Yeah, it's not a nice thing to do to a person.
Especially if you end up with someone like Khorne or Vampire Counts on the other side.
Exactly.
You just got these blimps just dropping bombs on you all day long.
Yeah, brutal. Absolutely brutal. And it's just automatic and it just fires out so much. Doesn't even have a hitboxing in the balloon section. Yeah, the hitbox needs to be looked at. They nerf Thunder Barge for multiplayer only. It should be a broken unit for single player. Yeah, it's an interesting point. I think what you got to remember, the total vision of Creative Assembly, right? I don't think this gets communicated enough from CA, which I think would be nice for them to start doing it more. But for them to share their vision of what the unit should do within the game, Total War is a massive battle. And just because something overperforms in multiplayer, sometimes doesn't mean it needs to be nerfed in single player. But if it's overperforming in single player at the same time, it needs to be tuned down, right? Because from a consistency perspective across the the life cycle of the game, you can't have things that are just ridiculously disgustingly overpowered because it just wouldn't work. For me, using Thunder Barges is not that fun after the first 10 or so times you've used them because they just kill everything. You literally just walk at stuff and anything dies. It's crazy.
I mean, it's like the old Torox campaign. When they put that out, they knew what they were doing. They knew it was busted. But we all loved it, right? The first time you played Torox was one of the funnest campaigns you've ever played in Total War. But then, until they nerfed it, you didn't want to go back and do it again.
Yeah, no, agreed. I think if you guys, you may or may not remember, but there was turn 7, you could completely dominate the map, I believe, at one point. And thank you for the Prime, buddy. Yeah. At one point, I think you could dominate the map as Torox in campaign instantly by turn 7 because you could infinitely keep moving around because of the way his mechanics worked. Things like that obviously need to be addressed, right? Because eventually you're going to get bored of stuff like that. So it's just one of those interesting things. And Legend will be commentating. He will, yep. So at 3 p.m., so in 34 minutes, the wonderful Legend is going to be jumping in. And, you know, we've still got the incredible legend that is AgentNumberOne, thankfully, with us. So, yeah, we'll be getting him in soon. We're trying our best to make games happen at the same time. If you are competing in the tournament and you signed the Google form, please join the Discord and then come and ask the admin that is responsible for that category. It'll be in the tournament rules. And then tell them what the situation is, what you're doing, because we're going to be trying to make sure that's going on. Because otherwise, keep in mind, guys, there's 100 people, over 100 people that have signed up for today, and realistically, I can't watch all of it. So we need to make sure that we're trying to move and get things together at the same time. One thing that I want to see more often is incremental nerfs. I think for me, I'm not sure about you guys, but I often see I often see a very heavy-handed nerf most of the time from CA, but I'd rather just slow incremental stuff. He only watched... Monchief, you did amazing. Well done. It's a mix of both, yep. Due to the fact that I wanted to get as many people involved as possible, I pretty much made it open for everybody. So all brackets, all skill levels. So we are running 5 tournaments at the same time, so it's absolutely brutal. But it means that you wonderful folks have the opportunity to play in a safe environment where we can all have fun today. And obviously, you know, some amazing content creators are with me today commentating as well. So here we go. Right, so Eltharion the Grim and Vlad von Karstein. So any campaigner knows... Yeah. The campaigner in me is scared of Vlad. Eltharion not so much. But yeah, what's your thoughts on this army so far, Agent? I mean, it's quite an interesting mix here.
I mean, the Lothar and Seaguard are a great choice going up against vampire counts. You know, you're going to be able to shred any of the tiny guys as they start making their way up. Those bats are going to be like completely shut down. And then the moment the big monsters come in, spears are what you want. So
yeah, the thing that scares me the most is what is the vampires going to do for the phoenixes? What are the vampires going to try and do to stop those phoenixes from just running over everything now? Eltharion is great now, really. He got buffed. Ooh, okay. What do they buff about him? What's the buffs, boys? Then we can commentate it. Elves and Bryn magic. Eltharion's a major. Eltharion's a magic caster. He's a magic caster. He has heaven magic, which, fun fact from a lore perspective, is uncorrupted from corruption. So all strands of magic have tailors of chaos corruption within it, but high elf magic specifically is pure. There are no forms of chaos corruption within the magic, and it is the most purest form of magic that exists within the sphere of Total War. Oh, Warhammer, excuse me. Agent, do you have any interesting lore facts as well you can throw out?
I mean, that sounds like some high elf propaganda to me. I think we all know that chaos touches everything, as it rightly should, and that, you know, the ruinous powers are here to save us all, so...
Could you say,
this is nothing but an Elgi scheme?
It is nothing but an Elgi scheme.
Right, so we can see here, Loth and see, guys, what has Eltharion brought today? Oh, Fiery Convocation. Mate, high elf player here has cooked. All I gotta say... Yeah. The high elf player here has cooked. Yeah, some really nice spells. Interesting Arcanium Forging. I'm curious about that. Maybe because they kind of expected Vlad to come in here. So having some really decent single target damage alongside... Yeah, wow. Wait, he's not on... Interesting, he's on his cavalry. Wow, I did not expect that. If you bring in Eltharion, you normally want him to be on his mount to be a little bit more durable, to make him get off those Mistwalker barrages a little bit more. But yeah, Agent, talk to me. How the hell?
He doesn't have a lot of mobility here, you know, outside of him and the Eltharion and the Phoenixes. So
yeah,
keeping him on that horse isn't a terrible idea. We can see the high elf players are already stepping back to say, okay, let's give us as much time to shoot as possible.
Yeah.
Line up with those trees.
How the hell are Vampire Count's going to deal with these Phoenixes? I can't in my brain, unless they've got to wait with the Blood Knights for them to come in. You know, what would you try and attempt to do, specifically as the Vampires here? Because there's not an awful lot.
You got to keep your units separate. Don't let them blob at all.
100%. For the vortexes and spells, yeah.
For the vortexes, for the spells, but also for, you know, all the arrows as well. Making sure that they've got a little bit of distance, so that they're just not getting any kind of overlap whatsoever. The big thing is that, like, it feels like they've got the numbers on them, so that if they can kind of like envelop them, they might have a bit of a chance. Envelop them, get around them with some of their faster units, some of their shock units, the bats, the Vargeists. It's going to be their best chance because they're not going to be able to punch straight through the line otherwise.
Yeah, I'm actually a big fan of this map as well because we've got a little bit of tree line for the vampires specifically to leverage here. It's not just a completely open battlefield, so it definitely gives the vampires a little bit of a chance here. We can see that the vampire player is clearly watching the battles he stream because he's taking elevation, and as we know, elevation increases your damage by 30% and it decreases the damage you take by 30% depending on the elevation that you have. So if you're fighting uphill, you're a lot weaker in that situation. We got the double bat situation going on a flank. Eltharion and the Phoenixes are coming through. You know, what would you do here? Because we've got so many range units, Agent. You know, how should the high elf player start progressing here?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if they've got to move forward, they've got to move forward. So generally, I would actually say keeping into that little valley in the middle, because the elevation, you know, will at least let them keep some line of sight. So they'll be able to shoot up pretty easy.
Oof. Disgusting damage coming out of the Phoenix here already. I mean, the one advantage that you got to remember is that we can heal them back up, but you should not be casting Invocation of Nehek while they are currently taking damage from fire, because if we go over here and we can see they're on fire, what does that mean, Battlesy? It means that they take 50% less healing. So right now you can still see that they're on fire, so I would have delayed personally, because half of this value of the Invocation of Heck is there. So now they're not on fire, so they get the full healing that they're looking for. But that is one of the biggest advantages of the Vampire School. What the hell's going on over here? We've got the suicidal bats on the backline here. I love that. That's interesting play. I mean, they're trading pretty favorably, but the cavalry is coming back and just stopping all the advances there. You know, we can see that units are attacking, so they're doing the rules. They're following what we should be asking for them. We can see Eltharion's kind of like stuck on the side here. Eltharion is relatively quick, but obviously if the Phoenixes and the Blood Knights can catch them out, the Blood Knights can catch him out, they'll obviously take a lot of damage. But we need to see that the Vampire playing kind of, like you mentioned, Agent, you know, ensuring that we're not blob central here if we can get a Winds of Death over there, but ensuring that we're not separating and blobbing, we need to be separated and not blobbing to ensure that we can actually envelop them here, because that's where the Vampire thrives, right?
Yeah, and there's a lot of interesting repositioning going on here where they've kind of said, okay, we're going to abandon this path, abandon the trees, move down into the central lane. It's a curious play by the vampires right now, but...
Honestly, it's going to get battered. There's too many threats here, because one of the things that cavalry will always struggle, and this is a good one for if you play multiplayer, if you play campaign, if a single entity is attacking your cavalry, their health per entity is probably going to be low enough, and some more damage coming through. That's the barrage from Eltharion there. Their health per entity is probably what? They've got 7.2k, so they've probably got like a reasonable chunk of health. So if double Phoenixes and Eltharion is hitting them, they're going to lose entities, which means they're going to lose a lot of leadership very quickly. So you've got to be very, very careful when you're fighting in this situation, because of the fact that you have a unit that is tanky. Yes, because you've got a lot of armor, you've got a lot of health, resistances. But if you're taking a lot of damage as part of tanking, you know, you can't then drain tank, as it were, with the hungering. And we can see that we've got the flanks going on the right-hand side, Agent. What, you know, do we need the rest of the units with them, or what do you think here?
Well, I mean, I think this has kind of been the issue with the vampire counts here, is that they've been going in piecemeal, a little bit at a time, The bats went in, then the Blood Knights went in. Now we got the Crypt Ghouls ahead of everybody else. That Mortis engine is going to get absolutely just destroyed right now.
That is going to get blasted. And we need... If you're going for the flank, I couldn't agree more. If you're going for a flank, make sure you're not doubling up on one unit. You know, Vlad's all the way back here as well. Classic Vlad von Karstein. He's too much of a Giga Chad. He doesn't care. He's just watching his troops die here. What an absolute Giga Chad. He's just, you know, not caring. He's doing what he is, and he's moving on. So what we'll do is we'll look over to the other side. The Phoenixes are crushing the front line on the Graveguard as well. We need Vlad coming in as soon as possible to make sure that we can protect here. The Invocation in the heck, the Fiery Convocation.
Huge.
Yeah, absolutely disgusting. Beautiful Overcast coming for the Fiery Convocation, which I believe is the strongest wind spell in the game now, with Winds of Death being nerfed. And this is one of the things, what you got to remember, right? This is one of the things. So keep in mind, guys, these are beginner players. These are guys that are learning, and this is open for everybody. They are playing fantastic in the relation to how much they've played and things like that. And you got to remember, right, that these guys are trying to learn how multiplayer works. It's vastly different from single player. And in single player, you can kind of piecemeal it because the AI doesn't necessarily punish you. Here, you will be punished heavily. But the thing that I'm actually kind of worried about, the Blood Knights are still alive. They're still kicking, and the Phoenixes are going to struggle. I wouldn't say the vampires are out of this by any stretch of the imagination, as long as we can get some healing coming from Vlad coming out, because we still have a lot of threats coming through that are going to be difficult to deal with, apart from obviously the Phoenixes here. But we shall see.
Yeah. Now that they're actually up here, now that they're actually engaged, we're starting to see them do like quite well against everything. The Graveguard are absolutely going to win in combat.
Absolutely.
Against any of those Lothar and Seaguard.
Yeah, brilliant summons coming out as well. I love the way that looks. I didn't realize it came in at an angle, the barrage from Eltharion. So Eltharion's never going to win against Vlad, so this is a key factor for anyone watching as well here. Do not fight a single entity that is on foot when you are mounted, especially if you're on a horse. You will always lose just due to the way that the attack cycles happen. When you're on a horseback, you attack slower and you're less consistent with your hits. So do not fight somebody, especially Vlad. He's a Giga Chad. We've also got some summons coming out, which I think is a great idea. You know, against an army like the High Elves, you want to put summons there, because you got to keep in mind, summons aren't reflective of the gold value right now, because, you know, we have a lot more resources on the battlefield, and we can put things out to stop units. And you can see already, the Skeleton Warriors are holding the lines here. We unfortunately, is that the Vargulf? Do we have the Vargulf still alive? It looks like the Vargulf has taken the L,
Looks
but
like
if we can get damage...
That just dropped, yeah.
Oh my god, that Phoenix here is disgusting. Honestly, the High Elf player is looking towards the victory conditions and playing towards that exceptionally well. You know, you can't fault the High Elf player specifically identifying situations that enable them to succeed in this battle and accelerating on those fronts. Yeah, absolutely respect that. Really, really smart play there. But yeah, once again, we can see Eltharion is being attacked by Vlad here. And surprisingly, Eltharion didn't take too much damage, but I believe, has he taken the healing spell specifically for Eltharion? Because obviously he can just keep throwing out heals. He's got Apotheosis. So he can keep healing himself while he's fighting. So, and Vlad doesn't have a fire attack, so he can't really stop the healing coming through. Another Fiery Convocation to say absolutely good night to you, you know, to the undead scum that are here. Yeah, the Blood Knights have taken an ungodly amount of damage, but they're still... Oh, yeah, they're still there. They're still fighting. How has he managed to keep these Blood Knights in combat here, Agent? I've got no understanding.
I mean, I think they're really one of the underrated units there for the undead roster is Blood Knights. They do a lot. They're versatile. They're good pretty much in any situation, as long as you can keep them alive, as long as you can keep the micro going. But throwing up invocations on them, making sure that they are topped up, seeing as they're the only real counter he's got to those Phoenixes.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think, you got to be really careful when it comes to throwing in a unit just like that. But I think, you know, using the way that... I think the High Elf player has done a very good job, like we mentioned, at identifying situations that will enable them to do well in this battle. But surprisingly, very low HP and still 28 entities. So they'll still punch out. They'll still do... Oh, never mind. Crumbling's happening. Is that... Okay, well done.
Here's the crumble.
Amazing fight there. Really love to see that. That was a really, really well played. GG's, guys. Make sure to say GG's in the chat. Fantastic job by Zetran and Systems there, demonstrating, coming in for the first time playing multiplayer and showcasing an amazing show, bringing in some really good builds here. And to anyone in the chat, if you're judging any of these players today, that is not accepted today. We will not accept any kind of harassment towards the players. This is a fun community event. This is to, you know, showcase and bring together people that are playing and just have fun together. You know, these guys are doing their very best. They are very new to multiplayer, and they're showcasing what they can offer here. And I think both of them played exceptionally well. You know, 2.7k gold value on those Blood Knights is crazy. 1.6k value on Vlad. You know, looking for some good situations. Obviously, upon reflection, you know, we could say, you know, when you're playing as the vampires, since you are a very slow faction, it's normally very good to be a congealed unit within reason, so you're not like stacking up and things like that. I mean, Eltharion, so much gold value because of those Fiery Convocations. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he had some extremely excellent casts there that we saw cut through like 4 units at a time, just absolutely decimating the ranks. It was really well played, but you know, as you said, you know, especially with new players, I remember the first couple multiplayer games you play, suddenly even though you're used to playing on Legendary, you're used to not pause battles, how chaotic a multiplayer battle gets, and having to respond to all the different things, it is very overwhelming right away.
Yeah, absolutely. Capture that one. Here we go. Spectator. So we've already got the next battle lined up because I've got an amazing admin team and I love these guys to bits. So we've already jumped in and we're on to the next one already. I'm very blessed to have the admin team we do. Once again, I want to give a shout out to Mr. A Star, Scott. I want to give a shout out to Further Reading, Smodge, and all the commentators for today. As you know, without these guys, it wouldn't be possible. You know, shout out to Torian as well to give all the assistance from his side, as he did a fantastic job at, you know, helping me understand, you know, the best ways to make sure that I'm setting you guys up for success when it comes to playing these games together. Because like I said, this is all about the community, this is all about having fun together, and I'm sure we've all been there. We've all played multiplayer, we've all been in a situation where, you know, everything just doesn't work, you know? But we learn. And this is exactly the opportunity that you guys have in these tournaments to learn those situations in a safe environment where we can all just have fun together. And obviously in the Discord we can all talk about the games, and we can all, you know, ensure that we're helping one another learn, if that is so, you know, is welcoming to new players. Homer, I agree completely. I know Torin's Discord, I know Human Boy's Discord. They're fantastic places to learn multiplayer as well. Just depends on how serious you want to get with it, right? What was the nickname of the Corn player? Not a clue. And Delta, so we got a Corn Zinch matchup. The rivalries of chaos. Love that. Absolutely love that.
Incredible.
Right. Right. Well, let's see. So we've got a rivalry of the Corn matchup. This should be, yeah, we should have another one. And then obviously I will ring the wonderful legend and bring him in. But yeah, this is going to be good. I'm very much excited for this one. Yeah, very cool matchup. Corn versus Zinch. This is going to be very interesting. All right, let me just check with my admin team. Interesting combination here. And meme stacks are allowed. Honestly, boys, if you're in the tournament, build your army however you want. Do what you want to do. You know, if you are in the tournament and you're signed up, you're in the bracket, you're in the Discord, you've told the admins what you're playing, you can play whatever you want. This is not a try hard tournament. This is to have fun, boys. This is all about having fun. So yeah, remember that. Do whatever you fancy.
I mean, I wonder whether or not he thought, okay, Corn, they can't hit anything in the air, so these Doom Knights could just have the run of the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, so, an interesting map. Very, very close together here. Beautiful looking map. Frozen terrain, very Norscan-esque. I mean, Valkyria, with the starting location she has, makes the most sense, because fun fact about Valkyria, she was obviously, she's Norscan, and how she became to be, fundamentally was she absolutely destroyed so many things throughout the Chaos Waste, and she was on an adventure to get towards Khorne, and so she was getting assassinated and attempted assassinations while she was on her adventures throughout the Chaos Waste to get to Khorne, and she survived so many specific assassination attempts from Slaanesh and all sorts of places. And how she came to be at the beginning was her dad was the Norscan chieftain of the tribe she was a part of. He became very soft because he got infected by Nurgle, so he became very loving. And as we know, within Norscan, it's a very harsh environment, so if you're very loving and caring, that is a death sentence. So she murdered him, took over the reins, and then she seeked the destiny of going towards Khorne. She died at the very cusp of Khorne's gates, and what happened in that situation was Khorne was like, this chick's pretty dope. I like her. Resurrected her, boom, she is where she is now. As you can see, she's a Valkyrie, and she is an absolute Giga Chad. A very, very, very scary person to mess her against, as she's a very, very potent fighter. You know, in game, it's not very reflective of a skill in actual lore. You know, against Scarbrand, you would have a good chance of killing Scarbrand. Because I know Khorne and Valkyrie are lovers, just as an FYI. If you're interested, they are lovers, but it's a very, very complicated relationship, especially since she's a champion of chaos and she uses magic in game. But anywho, we'll bypass that because it's a very complicated relationship with Khorne there because she uses magic, and obviously Khorne doesn't like magic. But into the game, shall we? So, you know, Agent, we've got Kairos Fate with here. Kairos has got some cheap and cheerful spells. We've got a lot of Marauders in the backline and very, very expensive single entities. You're going to need to bring your Mutilated Vortex Beast because you'll have spent a ton of money in here. So, classic situation, being as players, you know, there's a lot of pressure on in the tournament. There we go, bringing him in now. Beautiful. Love to see that. We have the AoE coming out here. How can the Zinch player here enable this Vortex to get the most value here? What do you think, Agent?
I mean, it's a weird, funny thing where it's like they are wildly outnumbered. So it means that Khorne is probably going to go for a huge envelop.
Yeah.
And we are starting to see that as they make their way up the hill with the cavalry. So as it's playing right now, they're kind of luring everybody in. You can start seeing already a lot of those Khorne units are gonna be stacking there on the side.
Yeah.
In and around the heroes.
My goodness, we've got the horsemen coming on the left side here, and they're going to be absolutely slaughtering the barracks. Yeah. But I mean, what's the volley location? It's every 10 seconds, so if the Mutilated Vortex Beast can get away from there, you know, we're going to want to make sure that we're away from that and utilizing the Mortis Engine damage that's coming through here, because you can see Aura of Mutation, which is the same as a Mortis Engine, as an FYI. Obviously, it's not going to be too effective against things like the Spawn of Khorne, but what I would love to see is maybe pulling these Marauders of Zinch back to try and give flexibility and room to stop these Horsemen. Because, you know, you don't need to care about Valkyrie and the fundamentals of things. You know, get your Knights from here, get them on the back line, enable your Vortex Beast to do damage it can do. Because you want to be very careful about things like the Chaos Warriors of Halberd, because they are scary as hell. In this situation, the way it's transpiring, it seems like it's going back and forth pretty evenly here. Agent, what would you do if you're playing as Khorne here? We've mentioned about Zinch. What does Khorne need to do to press the advantage?
I mean, definitely, you've got the numbers on it, so make sure that all of those routing units, you've got just some cheap unit chasing 100%. Down all of those guys, get them all the way off the field, and then really try to focus down single units at a time. That Mutilated Beast is already, you know, half health, under half health. They're doing a really good job at keeping the focus on that.
Yeah,
I think that's it. Is really what they want to do is they want to focus single units at a time. Great play there by the Doom Knights going into those throwing axes.
Yeah,
just
good.
Absolutely shattered them in a single charge.
Yeah, beautiful show. But the Vortex Beast, man, was completely left alone. You know, when it comes to bringing expensive single entities, right? What I would do is I'd have brought Regrowth, because I'm almost certain Kairos could have gotten Regrowth, because it would have been able to top up that Vortex Beast continuously to be the threat that it is. Obviously, we have ways of flaming attacks and reducing the healing, but, you know, when you're bringing in really expensive units, you have to have a backup plan. You can't be thinking to yourself, oh, I'm going to use XYZ, but it's like, okay, if this happens to that unit, what do I need to do to help that, right? But yeah, you can see that, yeah, the charge is absolutely no joke. The charge bonus that they've got is insane. Their damage profile is just bonkers. They're a very tanky unit, very mobile, very, very crazy. Does he not have healing? No regrowth anymore? Oof, brutal. He doesn't have regrowth anymore. Then
whether the intention here was to lock up everyone with the beast and then have the Doom Knights just be able to come in from the flanks and do constant cycle charges. Unfortunately, they ended up getting stuck on the throwing axes, and then the halberds just absolutely slayed the beast.
Yeah, I think we saw the Doom Knights were over here on the battlefield. I'm not sure. I think they dealt with the other Axemen. We'll have to see that. We'll have to check what they did because I know they were busy with something. Because for me personally, it's like, how do I protect my Vortex Beast that I'm moving up? What do I need to do to enable this unit to have the most success on the battlefield? And it's then you work around that, because it's the same thing as if you play the Lizardmen, for example. You bring a big Dreadsaurian. It's like, I have spent a lot of money, and it's all about maximizing the amount of cost that I spend specifically on that unit, right? Because you want to make sure you're getting at least the equivalent gold value of bringing it in, right?
Yeah. So and keeping an eye on what are the counters for that too. You know, we saw him identify the throwing axis as being like a real issue and going for them, but then the halberds weren't really issued. You know, weren't dealt with. Kairos should have been probably focusing a lot of the magic on all of those bunched up halberds. And we saw a lot of blue fires coming out, but you know, they were targeting heroes. We didn't really see anything that was shutting down the blob.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very good comment. With the Gaze of Fate specifically, one thing that I've seen is that you can nuke single entities with it, right? So when it comes to enabling the Doom Knights that we have in the army, when it comes to enabling the Vortex Beast here, you know, you need to look for scenarios where you can get the most value. So you're looking at situations where I'm going to completely freeze you in spot for 14 seconds, and I'm going to completely crush you with everything I've got, whether it be Overcasted Blue Friars of Zinch, whether it be the Vortex Mutic Beast going in there, the Doom Knights. Obviously, you don't want too many chefs in the kitchen, but you want to make sure that you're using what you've got to the most advantage, right? Mm-hmm. But this is so close. Even though the gold value is still towards Khorne heavily, you know, it is ticking towards Zinch, I believe. This is ticking still towards Zinch. Crazy.
Huge credit here on the Mutilith is that he keeps pulling it out and making sure that its barrier has a chance to recharge.
Yeah, really smart gameplay here coming from Delta, I believe, and loving to see that. It's crazy the amount of value this is getting, because you know there's multiple ways of doing AoEs, right? Because you've got the Tides of Transformation, you've got the Aura of Mutation. So this unit is pretty crazy, but you know we're only looking at about 151 barrier. This is such an unbelievably close game. I'm impressed. This is the kind of games we love to cast, we love to see. You know, you can see Kairos here has you know some reasonably decent spells, but it's unfortunate that we can't have a really heavy damaging spell to consistently keep putting pressure down. Because you know, like a Infernal Gateway right here would be delicious, but obviously Khorne wouldn't have stacked the way that they are. It's still. Wait, I'm curious if this is ticking towards. Amateur Count 54. It's now going even now. This is going pretty even. I think it's because Kairos is quite. I'm guessing it's because of Kairos is still in here.
And there's also some so much HP and.
Yeah. Wow, Valkyrie's chasing off.
A bit of a one missed opportunity here for sure is also, you know, Kairos has been running around throwing spells, unfortunately hitting the mountain a lot with that from line of sight. But being able to use him to kind of juke in and out as well and just add in a little morale debuff on everybody in those big crowds especially, there's no reason you can't throw him into a combat and get him out, throw him back in, get him out.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, really good analysis there, Agent. Couldn't agree more. I think, you know, Zinch, I mean, like pre-nerf, if any of you guys remember release of Warhammer 3, Zinch, my god, it was ridiculous. The barrier was like zoop, 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 like instantaneously recharging like Master Chief's shields in Halo. But now we've got it in a situation where it takes a little bit of time, but you rightfully say, get him in, get him out, get him in, get him out, and just keep cycling like that. We do have a few units that are still left on the battlefield. Like these Marauders of Zinch are so critical to Zinch's success. You've got to keep them moving, because if they rout, you always have to be landed. Because if you're not aware, guys, if you have a unit that isn't currently like on the floor, you will take leadership penalties until you land one of your units. You got to be very, very careful too. To not scale with HP too. No, Barrier is always scaled with HP, Bryce. Barrier is always scaled as far as I'm aware. So you can see here. Oh wow. This is interesting to say the least. I mean, I really like the options here. We saw heavily single entity usage coming out from Zinch, which is normally quite an interesting difference. You know, you go cheap and cheerful a lot of the time. I mean, from Agent, I remember you played a bit of multiplayer. Did you always try and go cheap and cheerful, or did you go more of a single entity kind of heavy cost units?
I definitely started on the heavy cost unit, and then the more I played, the more I would fill my roster out with Cathayan peasants. And I think there is definitely two different styles of playing, and they are both, you know, they both have their different values, but you end up a lot more punished for mistakes when you use single entities. You can do some really, really good combinations and make some really powerful armies, but if you slip up at all, it's a lot more damaging to lose something like a Doom Knight or a Mutilith than it is to say, you know, lose 2 units of Marauders.
Ooh, this is an army ability coming out from Zinch here. That's doing heavy amounts of damage, and he's landed at the same time to enable the damage to consistently keep printing off. Very, very nice play from Zinch, and he's saying, this battle is not over, ladies and gentlemen. Blood for the Blood God. But Zinch always plays 6D chess, and this we can't forget. We can see Kairos is actually a relatively tanky member, but he's obviously not a very good fighter. He is not a good fighter at all. That was a very nice usage. So what Delta has done here is saved up all the army points he generated per the battle to enable to do the very last one. And we can see it. Wait, hold on. A summon's coming out, or something happened here. I'm not sure what's come out there, but there's something. It was a screen of a summon came out. Obviously, there's no units here, but you can see here without the ground units on the land, they're forced to land. Like we mentioned, look at that disgusting damage. Yeah, look, wow. 575 gold value from Kairos only. That is quite surprising to me. Because it looks like Kairos went with a more of a utility-based build. Which certainly is, if it's applicable to your army composition, it's applicable to how you play as a, typically speaking as a player. You'd rather go for the buffing side of things. But, you are completely right. It's the element of chaff versus quality. And chaff gives you the room to breathe, gives you the room to make mistakes. You simplify your victory conditions, and you don't need to make sure that you're actually making it way more complicated for yourself than you have to. But I am very impressed with how this battle went on. My goodness, well played to him. If by some miracle Kara still makes it work, he's doing his best. I'm surprised.
He's doing an excellent job with the cycle charges here, trying to knock as much morale down as he can.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, obviously, we know that the Cheese Lord is coming on the stream today. He was the person that I'm pretty sure it was him, got it nerfed, where if you swoop into a unit, you could have instantly swooped out, and you can't do that damage anymore. You no longer can do that strategy anymore. So Kairos could have technically used his claws to pick away from these units, but obviously that's not a strategy anymore. You can't pick away from the units. You have to engage in combat to actually do damage here. I'm surprised that the Valkyrie hasn't actually just taken him down here, but, it is one of those things where he's trying his best, and I think what we need to make sure that's happening is the cultists are all moving together to ensure we can punish Kairos here, but, he's trying his best, and this is what we want to see. This is what we want to see. Yeah, one thing I'd love to see is the Dwarves or Vampire Coast, because those are interesting factions, because
do not shame your ancestors, Dowie brethren.
First and foremost with the Dwarf, but the Vampire Coast don't really get a lot of love, especially since Intensity got them nerfed like crazy. But yeah, we can see that the combat is engaged here again. He has to make sure he's landing, because you can see here, minus 27 because he was in land. So he's going to be in situations where he's going to be forced to land, but if he can utilize all of his units to engross him here, obviously he can stop that from happening. But, it will scale up, so as this continues on, the leadership penalties will keep scaling up. Ogre Kingdoms need some love. Yeah, Ogres are really cool. But they made it so you can take damage from being staggered now. Ogres used to not be able to be staggered, but they've changed that, where they can be staggered and take damage. Cycle charging while you like domination? Yeah, cycle charging is always an effective strategy here. You're playing versus Dwarves now, Eric. Love that. They're underrated. I think the problem with Ogres is they were nerfed so much that people just assumed they were bad. Speaking of Ogres, yeah, Okoii, what's up, dude? Golf Flag League? Wait, really? Okoii, DM me that. DM. Right, GG's. GG's.
There was some Ogre news this morning I heard about.
Oh, okay. Interesting Ogre news.
Mm-hmm.
Right, well played. GG's, boys. Great match, that one. Honestly, the fact that Zinch made it as competitive as they did near the end there, I was very impressed. They were a gift that kept on giving, and they did not hold up, and they kept the pressure going, even when it looked a little bit bleak. So, well played. Valkyrie did a fantastic job. 3.2k gold value. She came in clutch. Khorne will be pleased, especially since they are lovers. You'd love to see that. GG's, boys. Ogres found in the new files. Ooh, love that. Hold on. Love that. Oh my god, he's been found in the files. Dude, that means Goldfag is the man-eater, right? Hold on, am I chatting rubbish? He's the man-eater. Dude, that means Ogres can get a huge range of units. Yeah, if we look at this real quick, just hold on, boys, let me show you this. So this dude has been data mined, and Goldfag Man-Eater is literally the Ogre Mercenary of Man-Eaters. He created them, and so he is one of the greatest infamous captains that have ever existed within the Ogre world, and so he well and truly could bring in so many good Ogre units. Oh, that's cool. That is cool. Love to see that. Right, so we've got another game in. We've got another game, and Agent, I want to say thank you very much for coming today and helping shoutcast this one. And thank you. It's
always a pleasure.
It was an absolute pleasure. this was great fun. So if you guys don't know who AgentNumberOne is, he is an absolute legendary streamer. He's a friend of mine for a long time. And he is a great dude, fundamentally. So do go check him out. He's in the description of the YouTube stream, so much love to you guys. And he is in the Twitch right now. You can see him type. I've just given him a shout-out. I can't / shout-out because it's a delay for some reason. But, yeah, absolute pleasure speaking to you, my friend. Agent, have a wonderful rest of your day. And thank you very much for spending time with me today. I appreciate you, buddy.
Congrats to all the winners and everybody for participating so far. It's amazing to see everybody get together and do this and rock a tournament and learn some new things. I hope everyone does really well. I hope you all have a wonderful day, and we'll see you soon.
Amazing. Take care of yourself, Agent. Much love to you as always, my friend. Cheers, mate. Bye. Right, so that's honestly Agent. Love that guy. Right now, so the so we got two of the highlighters. We got Legend coming in for a second. But just briefly, we'll have a word from the sponsor. Give me a second, boys. A word from the sponsor real quick.
Nowhere else can you find fire gameplay like on the Battlesy broadcast. Make sure to follow if you're on Twitch and subscribe if you're on YouTube.
So thank you very much for the sponsor. As you know, guys, tournaments are expensive to run. They're very costly. And so that was the sponsor. I'm not sure who that guy is, but honestly, he seemed really handsome. That guy seemed handsome, whoever he is. So thank you for that guy for helping out and sponsoring the stream. Yeah, awesome. What a nice guy for sponsoring the segment. So what we'll do is, hold on. Since we've got many more, let me
Nowhere else can you find
he's here again,
like
bloody
on
hell.
the Battlesy broadcast. Make sure to follow if you're on Twitch and subscribe if you're on YouTube.
Bloody hell, he's a gift that keeps on giving, eh, boys? He just came back again. I mean, you must have to listen to him, though. You might. I think you probably should listen to whoever that guy is. But yeah, good stuff. So let me get into the lobby just so I can sort that out. So Weezy, Tenji. So we got another lobby. So it's Tenji, Weezy. That's here it is. Oh, it needs a spectator slot. We're going to need a spectator slot. Right, guys, what we're going to be doing is ring the wonderful Legend of Total War. So, everybody, please do a big favor and say hello to Legend. I'm going to ring him right now. Yo, Legend, how are we doing, matey? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. How's it going?
Amazing. So everyone say hello to Legend. First and foremost, thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule to join the tournament today. I seriously do appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to getting your insanely in-depth perspective of the game. You know, you are called Legend of Total War for a reason. So yeah, everyone say hi. Right.
Well, hello to everyone. So let's get to it.
Let's get to it indeed. So yeah, we're getting the lobby straight away. I'll share my screen for you, matey, just so we can move on. We're going to have all of the games. I'll just share my screen so you can see it, matey. Let's do it now. And then my admin team are doing a great job of just lining up all the matches that we can watch here. And
I'm just going to tweet that I'm live with you so that you can get some more viewers.
Oh, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. You didn't have to, but I really appreciate it. Right. But we're in the lobby now. Oh, we've got a Greenskin versus Dwarves matchup. We've got the grudges here.
Do not shame your ancestors, shall we, brethren?
Right, so, loving the action of Greenskins versus Dwarf here. And thank you very much for the super chat, Tonhammer. Much love to you, my friend. So, yeah, very lucky that Legend has joined. Much love to this guy. Right, Legend. One thing that I think would be quite interesting is if you could give a cheese lord rating to an army. So if you could give a cheese out of 10, you know, 1 cheese to 10 cheeses on one of the armies, I'd be interested to see your thoughts. You know, how cheesable you could think the army could be if you were to take it into campaign. You know, what's your thoughts on that? Obviously, I've just thrown it onto you, so I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Cool.
The thing that I have learned about Total War Warhammer is that cheesy armies in multiplayer are not cheesy armies in single player, and 100%. Vice versa.
100%.
So
true.
I wouldn't bring a cheesy army to multiplayer. I've seen people do it, and they almost always get wrecked.
In fairness,
and there's a reason for that. It's because cheesy armies in single player rely on lord skills, technologies, things like that. Because it's asymmetrical, there are some units that get way bigger boosts than others. And when it comes to a multiplayer match, everything is just the base level. So it's, from what I've seen, the best armies in multiplayer are ones that the player feels comfortable with and is able to utilize their strength to overcome the player, depending on what their strengths are. So if you're going up against somebody who has better micro than you, then you need to find a way to counter that, because it is possible to do it. I've beaten people that have beaten better micro than me, but you can't bring a micro-intensive army to do it. It doesn't work that way. So you have to sort of hard counter them that way.
Yeah,
a lot of the time you just have to guess what your opponent is bringing.
Yeah, a very, very good perspective. I couldn't agree more, matey. You know, this is the reason why I'm very blessed to have your perspective on the stream today. You know, you've got a very in-depth knowledge of the game, and when it comes to multiplayer, it's always good to try and simplify your victory conditions, right? If you are in a situation where you're learning multiplayer, obviously it's very, very different. You've got to try and understand, how can I make it as simple as possible? Because there are so many variants going on. You know, I'm a corner camper connoisseur if I need to be, right? But in multiplayer, if I do that, I'm going to get battered, you know? So it's you got to be very adaptive, especially in multiplayer. But it's often, I'm going to be interested to see what they build.
Well, actually, there's been some cases, as long as, like, if my opponent I know isn't that micro, micro finesse, I will bring an overwhelming army, as in I will micro my guts out to overwhelm them. Because some people, they just can't check their back line as well as their front line. And if you can just keep everything busy or stretch their army out all over the place, you can't keep your eye on everything at once. So using a lot of skirmish cav or light cavalry to just harass everything and just come at them from all angles, like Vanguard deployment. So one thing that I used, I don't play multiplayer anymore, but one thing I used to do is bring the Dark Elves, and I'd bring a lot of like Vanguard deploy units, and I would deploy completely around them, and I would just basically hit and run from all sides until an opening opened up, and then go for something high value. Because usually if you can get something high value at the very early stage of the game, it tips the balance of power in your favor, and then you just throw everything in because you're going to win.
Everyone
anyway.
likes relaxing on the beach. If you want to replicate that,
Depends on what you're going up against.
Yeah. I mean, what are the factions you often dislike playing against? Back in the day when you played multiplayer,
going up against Wood Elves, I have this terrible track record against Wood Elves.
Yeah, I remember one of my first experiences is going against doing multiplayer was against a Wood Elf player, and I was playing Grimgore, and they just kited me forever, and I was like, "Yep, I hate multiplayer."
The thing is, like, in single player, you can do whatever you want because there's no like butthurt player, right? But in multiplayer, you've got to sort of be somewhat respectful to the other player, and Wood Elf players don't do that because they just have this unbelievable ability to kite. You know, people on Eagles that are shooting at you with 360-degree range and using Talons of Kurnos, and I just didn't have the speed to catch up to them, and so it was very frustrating to deal with them.
Yeah, oftentimes it is an absolute pain. I think there's a lot of factions, especially as the game evolves. It'll be interesting to see who becomes like kind of the new Wood Elves, because it's a bit of a shame that Norsca is, Chaos Warriors are Norsca 2.0 basically, so it'll be interesting to see how, Norsca can come back into the playing field with interesting units that they're coming through. And, we've seen that there may be Gorfag that's coming into the game as well, bringing in more Manitis for the Ogres. It is a interesting game in that it always evolves. And you are right, there's, we'll see what happens. Dwarves...
It was years since I've actually played a multiplayer match. But
that's really interesting.
Just what it was like back then.
Yeah. I mean, I'm very biased that I've played the Dwarves since Warhammer 1. I love them to bits. So anything that has a pointy ear, I'm not a fan of, Dwarves specifically have axes so they can chop down trees because elves live there.
An amazing track record against the Dwarfs. Very, funny enough, Heir of Carthage is one of the few Dwarf players that actually managed to beat me when playing as the Dwarfs. But I would have like a 95% win rate against the Dwarfs.
Wow, well done. Yeah, when I played ladder, I got top 3 on Domination on the ladder, and I played Ogres, and I think I had like a 95% win rate on the ladder because I basically just brought 4 Gorges before they got nerfed, and then I think they reduced the DPS by like 80% or something ridiculous when they nerfed them. But yeah, certain factions are like we'll see. But yeah, Dwarves, I think nowadays you might struggle against Dwarves, especially with all the new tools that they've been given, but we'd have to wait and see. But, Legend, we've got 2 armies in front of us today. We got some nice cheap and cheerful gobbos, and we got, shame your ancestors on the other side. The gyrocopter changes. Have you had a chance to use the gyrocopters at all that have been changed?
Not yet. I haven't really played much Dwarfs because I was sort of waiting for a patch.
Fair. Makes sense.
Back in Warhammer 1, I played a fair bit of multiplayer, and the Greenskins would always be a bad matchup against the Dwarfs. Like, the Greenskins would typically lose, but I think that's changed a lot now, especially when they added squigs. I mean, this was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Now, when I played multiplayer, usually the bigger army would have an advantage over smaller armies, so I'm kind of thinking that the Greenskins have an advantage in this battle here.
Yeah, I remember in Warhammer 1, Slayers used to lose against Goblins, and it was just brutal. But yeah, as the game has evolved, I think Gobbos now are very cheap and cheerful, and they're very cost-effective. But certain like Longbeards, especially, if you only have Goblins, you'll struggle to push through them unless they're fanatics. But we have a reasonably good variety of army. But sorry, Karen Legend.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say that when the game first came out, the Greenskins only really had Black Orcs for armor piercing. But now they've got cheaper units for armor piercing, like Nasty Skulkers, which this player seems to have, which you basically need to bring if you're going up against Dwarfs, because otherwise their armor will just grind you down.
Yeah, completely agree. I think it's one of those really risky things as well, because Goblins have the ability to do damage, but at the same time, they are so unbelievably squishy that if one Quarreler starts shooting a Skulker, a couple of volleys, and all of a sudden you're in a bad situation, right? So you got to make sure that you're using them very, very carefully and use them as flanks, use them as a sneaky unit, because in certain campaigns I used to have chat armies where I basically named all of my Skulkers after people in the chat, and we used to, we had leaders and things like that. It was quite amusing, but you got to be very careful of them, because in those situations they can die just so fast. You lose a track of them for a second, all of a sudden they're taking a bazillion damage. We can see Gremlin is obviously loading in still, so once we've jumped in there, I believe if I remember correctly, we've got cannons. Cannons on the Dwarf side, we've got the gyrocopters. With the entity increases, the gyrocopters are exceptionally deadly, with the gyro bombs specifically. With the spider here and the gyrocopters, what I'm thinking here, to me, cannons, gyrocopters, let's start putting pressure on the Spooder here. When we're seeing this army, Legend, what would you do personally if you're playing the Dwarves against the Goblins here? What would you try?
An attack in the rear.
Oof, yeah, you're not wrong, lad. Jesus, look at this. This is going to be a
It
flank
just
of the
depends if the
century.
Greenskin player realizes that he can actually... There is a small area in the corners where you can put Vanguard deploy units. Doesn't seem like that's what he wants to do at the moment. But yeah, that's where I would put my Vanguard deploy units. Get my Skulkers.
Wait, why does everyone type an F?
Because you want to take out those flame cannons straight away, because that's a high value unit that you can kill basically for free. And what I would want to do is just avoid the melee infantry until the end of the battle, take out the missile units, kite them away, and then go after the vulnerable squishy units.
Yeah, completely agree. I think if the spider gets left completely onto its own devices, I think the Dwarves do have some pretty decent tools. It's one of those things where the Dwarves right now...
Spider was bad choice, personally.
The spider, yeah, I think you definitely want to go cheap and cheerful, right? But with the Triple Thunderer...
Yeah, sorry, you go first.
No, apologies. With the Triple Thunderer... Yeah, with the Triple Thunderer situation here, it's going to be a situation where if anything is not doing what... Oh no. Okay, we're going to witness a massacre here. I think we're going to witness a little bit of a massacre here. I feel bad already for what's going to happen to the Dwarves, and this is very receptive to what normally happens to Dwarves.
No, I'm actually changing my initial prediction. I think the Dwarves are going to win.
Really? Okay, I love that. So yeah, we have mass stealth on the left side, and Skarsnik, if he was close to the spider, could actually stealth him.
I think. If they get detected, they're screwed. He's put way too much on one flank.
Yeah. Definitely need to make sure
he's using the gyrocopters to scout around. And also the Arachnarok spider is a bad choice because it's anti-large going up against dwarfs. Not really a good choice, and it's really expensive.
Yeah. I think that could be used in quite a few goblins. I think that's one of the difficulties when it could... Oh, actually, it's getting good value into the gyrocopter, hitting them, because obviously the ammunition's quite hefty. But yeah, you are completely right. You called it. If any of these guys on the left flank get spotted, and the dwarf player reacts accordingly... Okay, yeah, so we've got the artillery's in trouble now.
All right,
this is why
the Greenskins, okay, they're going to win. Yeah.
This is why you've got to be careful
like
when
I
it
said,
comes.
I would have protected my artillery. Didn't protect them enough. Because what's going to happen now is those artillery, they're not shooting. They're not getting value. Like they're probably not going to die straight away, but they're not getting value.
Yeah. Right, so we have actually spotted the fanatics on the left side. The dwarf player is starting to react. I think the spiders, the wolf riders are actually moving back here. The spooters coming through, and it's a case of we have no slayers to ensure that we can hold for long enough times to enable the other units to start shooting. I mean, they will trade up really well. Don't get me wrong. The dwarves will trade up 1-for-1 very, very well. In this situation, right, you've got
flame cannons. They're regular cannons.
Yeah, one regular cannon, one flame cannon. In this triple
Right.
situation of Thunders in the middle, Legend, how would you maneuver these guys to make sure that they get the most damage? Because you're going to need to trade
It's
up
too late
there.
now.
You think
Too
so?
late. Yeah, it's over.
Even a
Battle's
cheeky
won
little
for the
checker
Green
box?
Nah, it's over. It's too late. It's too late.
Well, let's try and
I
find
think-
the positive. Let's try and see if we were in these
Okay, so-
situations.
His defensive formation just had no rhyme or rhythm to it. The greenskin player had a plan, and he has pulled off his plan pretty much flawlessly. I just thought the dwarf player was going to, like, was he not able to see what units were coming at him when they loaded
No.
up the battle?
No. It's
Right,
all
well then-
blind. Everything's blind here.
Yeah. But then when the battle started, he should have seen that there were just no visible units, and been like, okay, I got to start scouting around my artillery because he's clearly going to vanguard deploy, and like stalk at me. And he didn't do that. He just sent his gyrocopters to go harass the spider. And
Yeah.
you can see that the spider is not getting good value, but it doesn't matter. It was a distraction. All the cheap stuff. This is over for the dwarves. Like those cannons got no value.
Do you know what? I don't think it's over, if I'm honest with you, matey. I honestly think that the Greenskins are going to struggle because of how well the dwarves trade up. The gyro bombs coming out will start cutting through the very cheap inventory of the skulkers. They have such low leadership. As long as
you're
this
right.
triple line of this Thunderer is like a rock, use one of them to tank, use one of them to shoot, you can still trade up, because Thunderers can fight reasonably well in melee. Obviously, Skulkers, when they're in combat, they get a ton of additional melee attack, and they can do a lot of damage additionally. And the
what the
Wags is where the timing, right?
What the greenskin player should stop doing right now is stop trying to kill the enemy lord with that skulker. That's pointless. Don't even bother trying to kill the lord when you're going up against dwarves. Just ignore them.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And I think the Runesmith is probably going to get some pretty tasty value if
know
they
what?
start throwing runes out.
Might actually be right about the dwarves.
Yeah, they're annoying as hell to fight against. They're stubborn buggers, I tell you,
Yeah.
they are stubborn buggers.
So I think the greenskin player pulled off a great maneuver, but he brought a bad army. Well, some of those units are bad. Like I think that the Arachnarok spider is trading pretty badly for damage because it's just so expensive.
Yeah.
And he's focusing on. He should be focusing on the Iron Drakes and the Thunderers and just ignoring any sort of melee infantry.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where if your opponent has victory conditions within the battle specifically, you need to ensure that they're not doing what they need to do to win the battle, right? For example, with the initial flank that we had, you need to clean these cannons up. You need to make sure that they're no longer a threat. With the triple Thunderer situation, the Iron Drakes, there's a lot of power still remaining for the Dwarves here that the Orcs need, the grubby scum, need to deal with here. Otherwise, we're going to really struggle. And I think in a campaign situation, right, you get the surround, AI does not react well enough. They'll just die. In a multiplayer situation, that's where the dynamic of, you're against a live person that can react very, very, very quickly. And this is sort of where the Dwarves can thrive. They all trade up really nicely. And, we got to account for the fact that we're only human, right? We're going to make mistakes in the battlefield. And this triple Thunder line has actually been very impressive. And I'm really surprised, if you were to take a screenshot, at the very beginning of the fight and what was happening, I wouldn't have been able to upload that to YouTube, depending on what was going to happen in that situation. But now, as you can see here, they've really pushed back out. I'm quite impressed with them.
Yeah, so I don't think he got much value out of the cannons, out of his artillery, but his Thunderers have done a good job, and I think that's a big failure for the greenskin player, because he had a great opportunity to pin them down, but he's focused way too much. He's got too much of a mosh pit going on against melee infantry. Just got to ignore them.
Yeah, let me just get an overview of that map here. So what we can see, right, cannons obviously routed, and this is one of the biggest issues with the Groby, is they have a lot of damage potential, but they're all unbelievably squishy from a leadership perspective, because obviously, as we know, there's a lot of high entity counts, so they have very, very low HP per entity. So very, very quickly, goblins can just say, you know what? I'm out of here. This is not for me. And you can still see that the firing squad is in the middle and just absolutely happy. And one thing, if I was in the Greenskin...
too hard to kill the enemy lord. It's not, even if he kills the enemy lord, these are dwarfs, they're not going to care that much.
Yeah, I mean, dwarves are stubborn buggers. One of the most annoying Ultimate Crisis armies is normally the dwarves because they can have literally 1 HP and still fight. Yeah, they are stubborn buggers with so much leadership. It's crazy. Oh, nice flank on the left side here. That's sort of what we wanted to see here. You know, in this scenario, I'm sure, you know, you and I as players, we'd always look to try and consolidate our forces, push together as one. And this is sort of what the Goblin player is doing, but it's a little bit staggered. You know, it's an interesting one.
Now. Yeah, the Dwarf player has won, but I think his initial setup was really bad. But the Greenskin player just didn't really capitalize it. I thought as soon as he was in on those cannons, I was like, "You got this now. All you got to do is just pin all those other ones down." And he kind of didn't do it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just unbelievably impressed that some of these Iron Drakes are still alive and the Thunderers are still alive. Wow, yeah, GG's. The Dwarf player won it. Wow.
Well, that's how it would usually go down back in Warhammer 1 when it first came out. The Dwarves would usually win. But yeah, wow. I think the Greenskin player brought some poor choices, especially with the Arachnarok Spider. See, it only got 38 kills. That's really poor value.
Guys, can we get some...
also that...
Can we get some GGs? I just like to say, everyone just say GGs to all the guys playing, and then please carry on. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that everyone is getting the credit they deserve.
I think the Nazi Skulkers did well.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, cost-wise, it's an interesting one, right? So we know that cost-wise, the Skulkers are trading about what you'd expect. It's just a spider. Guys, how much is a spider?
Yeah.
How much does a spider cost? It's definitely a lot more than 1,000. So
yeah, it's going to be closer to 2,000 because it's the Regiment of Renown variant, and yeah, it's got the summon ability, but that's nothing more than a distraction.
The thing that I'm surprised about was no Slayers came out from the Dwarf side, but they made it work.
Yeah. Yeah, look at the kills on those Iron Drakes. So he, with all of that stalking going straight at them, he should have, first priority should have been to pin those ones down. I mean, there's a nearly full strength Iron Drake in there. And just ignored those Longbeards. And he almost focused on the Longbeards, but that's pointless. They're there to protect everything else, but they were wide open.
Yeah. Well done to these guys. Really great showing. I love it when we get new players into the scene, just exploring new things and having fun as a community. Patch 5.0 for me is pretty decent. TOD is pretty decent, and it's nice to see people coming together and playing like this. But we actually have our next lobby. So let me just go ahead and find that one and jump in as the spectator. And thank you again to all my mods and things like that helping organize this one. Shout out to those guys. You're awesome. So next game. Let us have a look, shall we? What's on the menu today? Saurus is playing Nurgle. Okay, that's an interesting one. Maybe these guys have swapped places, because Saurus, you'd assume, would be playing Lizardmen, but, hey-ho. Oh, this is a Domination game we're jumping into. Interesting, yeah. Let's jump into a nice, cheeky Domination game. Right, so, have you ever played Domination, Legend?
No, I've never played a multiplayer match in Warhammer 3.
We'll have to change that at some point. But anywho, yeah. So Domination specifically, I'm you might have seen some things. Domination is a capture the flag situation for all the people watching at the moment.
I'm aware of what I'm aware of what it is, but I just haven't played one.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I'm just making sure people can follow along. So capture the flag situation.
Yeah.
Say again, sorry.
Sorry, I was saying you go for it.
Yeah, sweet. So, yeah, capture the flag situation where these guys can obviously bring, I think it's a, like 12,000 cost or something like that to begin with. So you can position yourself and get yourself the best army composition you can do. Obviously, you can see who you're against, so you can think to yourself, okay, in my reinforcements, who is going to give me the most value to enable me to actually start pushing forward, doing a ton of damage, and then breaking through the lines here? Because I'm going to be very intrigued to see Lizardmen versus Nurgle. Nurgle, especially with some of the new units. I know you played Tamarkan, right? Did you get a chance? Is it the Toad Dragons and the Smiley guys? I can't remember the name.
I got Tamarkan on his Toad Dragon, but I never actually got any Toad Dragons.
Right.
They seem like hard hitters, anti-infantry, I guess, but they also seem really vulnerable. So I think Lizardmen would actually struggle a little bit against Toad Dragons because it feels like you need guns against them, and the missile units that the Lizardmen employ are like kind of trashy. So the chameleon skinks are okay, but you need a lot of them to take down a toad dragon.
Yeah, no, really good perspective there. I think you've got to be cautious with the threats that they're going to take, and this is the sort of mind games that people are always having to think about, right? When you're going into a game and you're seeing your opponent, you have to think to yourself, what might they bring? Will they bring this unit? Will they bring that unit? And so you've got to try and make sure you build your composition around the most balanced situation possible, as it's actually quite difficult to theory craft what they're going to bring. You know, you could bring a meme stack, and if you don't prepare for that meme stack that's full of single entities, and you don't have the resources to kill them, you're going to be in trouble, right? So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see how this goes, as Nurgle is obviously very slow, and Lizardmen can be very swift. You know, Sauruses are crazy. Actually, interesting question for you, Legend. Who do you think is the strongest tier 2 infantry in the game at the moment? People often say Saurus Warriors, right?
It's either that or Jade Warriors.
True. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, especially with Zhao Ming. Jade Warriors are crazy with Zhao Ming, especially with all the buffs you can give them. So we'll see how many Saurus Warriors...
Yeah, Saurus Warriors are definitely a contender for strongest tier 2 infantry, for sure.
Yeah. I quite like the fact that Kislev get the, basically, Empire Halberds at tier 1, or tier 0, I think now. You know, I'm loving the fact that Dwarves get tier 0 Dwarf Warriors as well, which is nice to see. So, if you were building a Nurgle army, you know, Cheese Lord aside, what do you think would be a good idea in this situation against Lizardmen? What would you kind of think about?
Oh, going into multiplayer, I would not bring Nurgle. That's definitely not what
well, you brought Nurgle, lad. What would you bring?
Okay, yeah.
Or Lizardmen. You can do Lizardmen if you don't know.
Yeah, so when it comes to Nurgle, I'm really not sure what I would bring because I don't see them as being a very strong multiplayer faction due to being how slow they are. And in multiplayer, if you're slower than the enemy, you have to react to what they're doing. And usually if you're reacting, especially if you're going up against a good player, that puts you at a disadvantage, which is why I wouldn't bring Nurgle. But if I was to bring it, yeah, a lot of single entities, a lot of healing, and basically just grind them down. And if I was playing as the Lizardmen, I would bring as much hard-hitting power as possible. You'd want to punch through Nurgle's single entities. I'm sure there'll be a spellcaster or two there for healing. You'd want to snipe that as quickly as possible and just rip through the army. You basically don't want the battle to go on as for very long at all. Kill them quickly.
Yeah, no, I honestly couldn't agree more. I think one of the things that Lizardmen have to their advantage is I think they have the most DLC in the game, right? So their roster is pretty damn complete, and there's a lot of variety there you can work with. You know, you could go kind of like a Beast-esque route. You know, I know all the Feral units have had the new mechanic changes regarding the Rampage, so you might have a little bit more consistency with those units. So it'd be interesting to see if they go the route of a lot of single entities, and then bring a Lord that can heal them. Because Nurgle actually have anti-large now, so with TOD coming out, it has completely shifted the way that this matchup functions as, yeah, there's a lot of anti-large now. So we'll have to wait and see what Saurus brings, because it very well could be a situation where, you know, he predicts the Lizardmen bring a lot of anti-large, a lot of large entities, and that's sort of the brilliant thing of what Domination can provide here. You know, there's so much variety. And that's one of the reasons why multiplayer in Total War is actually quite difficult, because single player, you get used to what the AI do. You know, it's all about learning legendary difficulty, how they cheese, what they build. And then in multiplayer, it's like, oh, I got no idea what this person's going to build, but I have to know enough to understand what he might bring, and then what I need to bring to counter it. But Lizardman here, Legend, what would you think a good Lizardman would look like in this one, especially against Nurgle? You know, you mentioned rightfully so, super slow, make them be reactive. How could the Lizardman enable that victory condition?
I'm not sure. I never played any Lizardmen in multiplayer. And when I play as Lizardmen in single player, I usually actually bring a slow tanky army. So I'm actually bringing a lot of Saurus Warriors these days, or things like Stegodons. But I've seen that expensive monster single entity units can actually be very ineffective in multiplayer. I'm thinking about the Stegodon because just the tier, like the Ballistodon. I don't think it would be that good in Domination, because I think what you'd want to do playing as Lizardman is just try to capture the points. So Okay, well, we can see what he's got now. He's gone
Yep.
with the solar engines and a lot of skinks.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a bad choice with a Slan there.
Yeah, no, and the new mechanic regarding the Kroxigor and Skink, right? I think if they're together, they give each other bonuses, if I'm not mistaken. So that's really interesting usage of that. Oh, it gets fear, excuse me. Do then the Kroxigors get... They get given...
Yeah, Kroxigors and Skinks
more damage.
Synergize well together now.
Nice. Yeah, Fire Slan. Talk to me about that. Would you have brought fire here? Would you have rather, especially with these single entities, would you have preferred healing? Because I think life with the buffs to dwellers is probably the top 3 school of magic now. Well, it's number 3rd slot, I would say. So, what's your thoughts about fire coming against Nurgle?
Life. Well, the thing is, fire is good in single player because the AI will blow up a lot and then you just flamestorm them. But in multiplayer, most multiplayer people, I suppose, would spread out your forces. And so if you put down a flame storm on one unit, you're not going to get a whole lot of value out of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you can oftentimes get more value out of healing. So I think a life slan would have been a better choice.
Yeah, because the scary thing here is Nurgle has exceptionally powerful healing magic. Fleshy Abundance, I do not believe in an Overcast, has any max target. So if he wants to heal quite literally everything blobbing up, he can. And we've got the Horseman axes that are going to be really difficult to deal with here.
Well, if he blobs up then, Flame Storm will get him. So he can't blob up too much.
Yeah, absolutely. No, very good point.
In a domination mode, you've got to capture the points. So blobbing up's not really... This is why I wouldn't bring Nurgle for domination.
Yeah, but we do have the triple hero situation. Tamakan, what's Tamakan on? Tamakan is actually not mounted currently, so he's not on the mount. I guess as part of playing multiplayer, you always want to be cheap and cheerful. You don't want to spend too much. But I'm going to be very curious to see the reinforcements that come in from each side, because Nurgle will get an understanding of what they're fighting against once they see it on the battlefield, and then so can, so vice versa. So we'll see what they've actually cooked up in their reinforcements here to ensure that they can, set themselves up for success when it comes to capturing these points. And I think the fire choice, now you mentioned it, you blob up as part of capturing things, but if they do that, they're going to get some very cost-effective spells. I'm in a situation where Tamakan is unbreakable. With healing, is going to be pretty scary, let's be honest. What does Lizardmen need to do to ensure that they can lock down Tamakan, lock down these single entities, and try and get the win here?
No. Run away. Don't bother trying to fight
good strat.
Just run away from it.
Yeah, no, honestly, that is a very good perspective. Yeah, I completely agree. It's one of those baits. It's like often a noob trap, per se, is if you see something that has very cost... Exactly. If you see something cost-effective... I'm glad you said that, Legend. If you see something that is very, very high in cost, and you do not need to fight them, never go into their victory condition. Right now we got point 2. This, just give it up. Do not care about point 2. You do not need to consider that. And start looking to get some reinforcements over to point 3, because this is, king of the hill, per se. This is capture the flag at its finest, and you don't need to try and, play towards what Nurgle victory condition is, like we've identified, which is going and blobbing up and fighting like that. The Axeman.
I would be using the solar engine, and it's hitting trees. So
this is
where Nurgle wants to be. That's why I said I've just run away from that. This is not advantageous to Lizardmen at all. Bail on that right now. Move to a different position. These trees is not good for you.
Yeah, and somebody in the chat is making a good point as well. Fighting in the trees, if you are a large entity, reduces your melee attack by 20% and your speed by 20%. So yeah, if you're a large entity, just don't try and fight in the trees here. Give up some of the ground, because then you can start regaining that ground back once you're starting to put yourself in a better situation. As you want to make sure your life.
A really strong start here.
Yeah, definitely, I completely agree. I mean, from a gold value perspective, Nurgle has creeped up a little bit, but the Lizardman player has identified correctly that you do not want to blob. We can see that the Lizardman is cooking up something spicy here. A lot of supplies currently, so we'll have to wait and see what gets summoned, because the Nurgle player is bringing out some Chaos Warhounds on the left flank. Oh, we've got 1,000 spent. Some Ripidaptal Riders. Interesting. Yeah, what's your thoughts here? So we got some anti-infantry flying units here. But seemingly they're chasing the horsemen. No, is it anti-large? No, these are. I think the Ripper Riders are anti-infantry, I believe. And then it's the the regiment around that's anti-large, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So we got some...
yeah, I think that was a good choice to bring them in. You've got to be careful with Ripidactyl Riders. They need support. If you just send it in on an infantry unit by itself, because of the spacing of the unit, they can actually get slaughtered. So you kind of want to land them first and then charge. That way they don't get surrounded. Otherwise, when you're just flying and you attack into an infantry unit, they will land into the middle of a unit. This is why like Pegasus Knights or Ripidactyl Riders perform so badly against infantry. Even if they are anti-infantry, you got to land them first.
I mean, you got that nerf though, Legend, didn't you? I remember watching you do you use an eagle like an hour or something like that, just swooping in.
Single entity, yeah.
Yeah, I remember you doing that, and I was like, that was genius. But that's no longer a thing because yeah, I remember you using that as it very would be useful here, but that's like you say, you got to land them, you got to do damage with it. But we still got 0.1 control, we got 0.3 control as well. So the Nurgle player is actually losing these trades. I think the Lizardmen player here has played a very smart move of identifying very quickly that my victory condition isn't fighting in 0.2. My victory condition, like we've said, is ensuring that I'm enabling myself to fight in a blob where possible for Nurgle. Lizardman is like, do you know what? I want to open the battlefield up here. 0.2 is a death trap. Oh, we've got some Umbral Tide Salamander hunting packs. Some really nice variety of units from Lizardman here that I would not have honestly expected. But oof. Yeah, Slan Mage here against Tamakan. That's not a recipe for good times. Yeah, if you had anything in the Nurgle roster right now, what would you try and think of to try and give yourself some ground as a Nurgle player here?
Lots of cheap crap.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Like Nurglings, we're thinking. Maybe even Plague Bearers. They're kind of expensive, but they really hold the line for a long time.
They're slow though, so I'd go with Marauders.
Yeah,
like
valid
Marauders with heavy weapons.
Yeah.
You want to be able to just soak up damage and just not really care, and you want to smash the Lizardmen as hard as possible while not being so slow. The thing is with the Plague Bearers, they're just too slow. If the player doesn't want to engage with them, you run away with them. They're slow. Yeah,
definitely. And if there's anything you spot on the battlefield, let me know, and we can zoom in on it and just make sure we're having a little peek-see. But we'll do a little cheeky aerial view.
Looks like the Lizardman Lord's about to get killed.
Oh yeah, good shout.
Then.
Let's have a look over there. So, oh wow, yeah. The Exalted Hero of Nurgle has actually locked up this Fire Mage. Unfortunately, we don't know exactly what kind of Winds of Magic's level that is left, but we have Banishment slots still remaining here, so it would be a damn shame for the Lizardman to lose this Mage here, because it is a permanent debuff to your leadership as well. I'm pretty sure if your Lord dies, it's a permanent debuff. Oof. As we identified earlier, Tamakan needs support as well.
Both Lords are about to die, but it looks like the Lizardman one is... Yeah, Tamakan just went down.
Oof. Tamakan going down is pretty brutal for the Nurgle side here, because as you see, we check the leadership. Minus 16 across the board here. That's going to be very difficult to recover, because especially some of the cheap crap that we want to start throwing out is not going to be happy there. But lots of debuffs coming down from Blinded and whatnot. This is... Yeah, wow. I'm really impressed by Lizardman very quickly identifying the victory condition there. And we can see that the capture point is actually in control of Nurgle, so Nurgle does have the advantage. And the thing is, it doesn't matter. You could have a bazillion gold value, but if you're losing on points, the game is over. You can trade up super nicely, but you've got to make sure that you're putting points down there. Nice identification by Nurgle here, sending a unit over to capture point 3. It's almost like a game of tennis. It's like you hit the ball over, they hit the ball back. You've got to make sure that you're always playing and making sure you're taking these points. Oof. Brutal situation on the left flank here, I'm not going to lie. We got the Chosen of Nurgle. What's your thoughts on Chosen of Nurgle in general in this situation? They are very slow and very...
Yeah, very strong, high-value unit that the Lizardman player has got a lot of fast units. Just avoid it and shoot it. So I think that's a poor choice.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what he's doing. He doesn't want to engage with Chosen.
Yeah, smart usage of the Lizardman player here. You know, knowing that this is not their cup of tea. You know, let's not fight with the Chosen of Nurgle because they will do a lot of damage. I'm actually really impressed with the build coming out from the Solar Engine because it's a AoE of Solar Engine. When did this become a thing? I don't remember Solar Engines having a vigor per second reduction.
Oh, it's not that big of a deal, I think, but I think they've had it since for a while. It's okay.
I mean, I know minus 2% to 4%. I think is close to perfect vigor, isn't it not? Because of the way that fatigue is consumed, it'd be very close to being perfect vigor for the units fighting around them.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got a situation on the right-hand flank here. We've got the second point here. Third point is control of Nurgle. Nurgle's actually ahead despite being down.
Yeah, well, they've captured more points, but they seem to get smashed more. But I guess he's able to reinforce himself quicker. So in terms of the actual battling, Lizardmen player seems to be doing better. But in terms of capturing points, Nurgle's doing better.
Ooh, Plague Ogres. These boys are terrifying. They absolutely trade up. You think they're crap?
I hate them. They're crap.
Really? I'm surprised by that, Legend. All right,
Yeah.
why do you think they're bad then? Let's debate it.
Well, they're just basically like regular ogres, except slow, and they're monstrous infantry. Like, if with a Plague Ogre unit, you better have some infantry support, because they're so easy to shoot. Now, against the Lizardmen here, that actually might be too bad of a choice, but if there's any other... If they bring any kind of, like, small arms fire, they're going to rip those Plague Ogres to death, because they're high value, so killing them is worth a lot.
Yeah.
It just depends on whether or not the player... Like, don't get me wrong, the Plague Ogres can dish out a lot of damage, but they also can die very quick.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid perspective. I think it's one of those things where they provide a specific niche that Nurgle didn't have. It's a cheaper variant of having anti-large within your army, but as you rightfully identified, if you do not give them the protection that they need, they will die very, very, very quickly. But on the other side, they're providing something that you wouldn't have otherwise. You know, you don't have anti-large consistently, you don't have that much AP anti-infantry consistently. But yeah, they're very expensive.
I guess you needed to bring them, because Nurgle doesn't have much anti-large. In the campaign that I played, I was not a fan of them. But that being said, campaign play and multi two complete.
Yeah, I think that's one of the difficult things is when I mean, we're both campaigners for the most part. When we play and use these units, you know, for example, Slayer Pirates, I thought they're garbage. I'm not sure if you think they're any good if you've not played them yet. Well, you know, we can have that conversation. Pause it for now. I think they suck, but I've been told in multiplayer they're incredible, and that's sort of the really interesting separation between how a unit performs.
Oftentimes that's complete opposite when it comes to multiplayer. Like my main faction that I used to play was Bretonnia, and what units do you think that I would bring for multiplayer as Bretonnia?
I mean, when I played Bretonnia, I'd bring in kind of the Hippogrific Knights, Leon, bring a Life Mage, keep healing them up, and then bring kind of like the Archers a lot.
So what I brought was Peasant Spam. I didn't bring any Knights.
Okay, I mean, you're a braver man than I. That's all I'll say.
No. I dominated with Bretonnia back in the day.
Okay.
The reason why is because if you bring Peasant Spam, you can bring a full stack. And what I would do is I would bring Leonco. Now, things have changed. But Lou and Leonco had like a big leadership up all of those units. And so I would basically use Archers as my damage dealers and just men-at-arms halberds to just hold the enemy back and also provide piercing, while also using a Heaven's Wisdom debuff with Curse of the Midnight Wind, and it would be surprisingly effective. Like, I would beat Dwarf Peasant armies. And you wouldn't think you could do that, but the Dwarf armies would be 10 units, and I'd bring in 20, and so I'd just overwhelm them with numbers.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I mean, it's one of those things where the peasant tide is real. Did you bring any Grail Reliques?
Oh, hell no. No, actually, I used to play Bretonnia before the Grail Relics were even added.
Ah, fair enough. That makes sense. You know, I don't even remember when the Grail Relics were added in. It seems like such a long time ago.
Yeah, when Bretonnia became playable on the campaign, that's when they were added. They got their sort of FLC.
Oh, wow, nice. Yeah, fair enough. I know that Bretonnia, I believe, is free if you have Warhammer 3. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, definitely a good showing coming from the Lizardmen player. I think, from my experience, I think Lizardmen have a lot more options than Nurgle have. So with the conditions and the victory conditions that the Nurgle player had, I think the Lizardmen very quickly identified what that was and then acted accordingly. So very, very well played here. Wow, I'm surprised they're able to shoot through the trees. I know there's a little bit of an opening here. Fair play to them. But we're getting close to a triple cap here. So it's looking a bit rough here. I think I would have asked you the question, what can we do? What can Nurgle do now to recover? And you'll probably just say nothing, right?
Probably. It looks like it's concluded. Because While the Nurgle has more points at this very moment, he's lost all 3 of those points, so it's quickly going to switch now. And he's been losing the fights, the whole battle. Is the Lizardmen Slan still alive?
So with that one, you can resummon them. So as part of Domination, if a unit is almost dead, you can teleport them back, and then they can recover, and you can just put them back in with cost. So if you can see all these points back here.
Is gone still.
Yeah, Tamarkan is gone, but he's going to be really expensive. So if you wanted to bring him back into the battle, you would have to save up a lot of supplies to do so. But I think still, yeah, Lord is dead. You can still see -10 leadership coming out from these inventories, and they have a base of 60. This is the reason why it's so unbelievably critical to ensure that your Lord is not dying, because it is a permanent debuff to your army, even if you summon them again. It's brutal, absolutely brutal.
Yeah, I don't think the Nurgle player can recover from this now. The Lizardman has full control over the map where it matters, and has got stronger forces. And what the Nurgle player is doing now is just desperately throwing units at them, and those units are getting butchered.
Yeah.
And so that's just it's just over for him now.
Yeah.
Pretty funny how the Nurgle player is actually called Saurus.
Yeah, it's kind of ironic, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, very interested to see. I think, yeah, really good perspective there, because I don't think I didn't play in multiplayer back in the Warhammer 1 days. I didn't attempt to. And it's. Do you think if you dabbled your toes into it, how do you think you'd be as a multiplayer guy?
Well,
because your micro's insane.
Well, okay. So, if I was to play a multiplayer battle right now, like crank it up right now, I'd probably get my ass handed to me because I haven't practiced. So, if I put my mind to it, I'm sure I can do it. Anyone can be good at multiplayer if you put your mind to it. A lot of people will say things like, "Oh, I just don't micro." Well, it's mostly a case of instincts. You can learn this stuff. Like, good micro is not particularly difficult to learn. It's just a matter of practice. You build instincts as you use units and armies more often. You will be able to make these decisions quicker. And then just having like your equipment being fairly good, like with your mouse, for example, if you have your mouse on a really sort of slow setting, then that's not good for micro. So mine's really sensitive. Like whenever somebody is sitting on my computer, like they come over and they use my computer, they're like, "Oh my god, your mouse just touching it moves from one side of the map to another." It's like,
really?
Yeah, because I need to do quick micro. My mouse is on the most sensitive setting that it can.
Do you happen to know what your DPI is? Is it like 12,000 or something?
DPI?
Yeah, it's the dots per inch, I think it's called. It's basically the sensitivity of your mouse. No, on your mouse.
I don't know about.
You don't know on your mouse. Okay, yeah, because
I don't know on my mouse.
Yeah, fair enough. Because I used to play a lot of. Fun fact about me: I used to play League of Legends semi-professionally, and I played a lot of CS:GO as well. And so my mouse sensitivity is really low. I only have like 800 or something DPI, so I've got to move my hand quite a lot. But makes perfect sense for precision movements, having it quite high here.
Yes,
but
all I have to do is flick my wrist around. That's it. So all I do is like make slight movements with my thumb and my wrist, and I can move anywhere in the map. I've got a big monitor, so it's hard to use that. But if you want to do, and it'll make you inaccurate at first, but the more you practice, the more accurate you get. So micro that's the first thing I think. If you want to be like really good at the game with micro, that's like you have to have a mouse that's capable of that. You can't be shoving your arm up and down the mouse pad in order to make decisions quickly, because every millisecond counts. And then other things are just learning what matchups are good, what units to bring and what units not to bring. It takes a lot of practice. Like I remember in a Total War tournament years ago, 2016 maybe, I practiced for it every waking moment between my matches, and I won that match.
Nice.
Won that tournament. So, and then there was the Warhammer tournament that I did, which again I was practicing every waking moment, going up against multiplayer people, just practicing all my builds, finding out all my weaknesses, all this kind of stuff. So I could do that again, but I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
because
I've
got other things to do these days.
Yeah.
Like I'm about to be a dad, I just don't have time for that now.
Yeah, and obviously congratulations about that. It's, it's going to be awesome. That's a new era of your, of your entering. But GGs to these guys. Guys, can we get some GGs in the chat real quick? For Hilaris and Saurus, just make sure to get some GGs in there. These guys did a fantastic job. And yeah, so let us jump into another one. And right, we're going to get one of my admins is going to sort out. Would you rather watch a land battle or a domination again? We're doing a cheeky land battle now?
Land battle sounds good.
Land battle sounds
maybe
good.
Alternate.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Apparently,
Keep it
I'm
nice
very
and fresh.
quiet. You want to bump me up a little bit?
I have
That's
you
what
bumped
chat
up
says.
pretty high. Yeah, I can bump you up. Right, you bumped up. Say again. Sorry.
Okay.
I think you might be. Are you a little bit far away from your microphone? Because it does cut you out every now and again.
Okay. Let me just change one of my settings,
Absolutely.
and that might make it a bit better.
Absolutely. Thank you. Oh, we got the dwarves and Cathay here. Love to see that. We love to see that.
Okay, that should be better now. Because yeah, I had it on voice activation, but that tends to cut out a little bit. So now I've got it on push to talk.
Okay, yeah, not a problem, Matey. Thank you very much. So, right, yeah, we got a land battle, boys. We got Wyvern Lord, and I think this is the previous player who played Khorne last time, I believe. And yeah, played Valkyr with the Khorne army. So they've got the Dwarfs and Khorne, which is interesting playstyles between the two. Let me just make sure that I'm going to jump over to this screen.
Everyone likes relaxing on the beach.
It's a word from our
If
sponsor.
you're going to replicate that, make sure to watch the Battlesy broadcast from your own home. And if you're on YouTube, make sure to subscribe. If you're on Twitch, make sure to follow.
Right, thank you from the word of my sponsor. What a nice guy. Seems like a great dude. Yeah, I mean, the joke is I recorded loads of like random things saying like and subscribe. Don't know who the guy is, but he's bald and looks like me. Might be my twin. Anywho.
What is it with Total War players? They're all bald. Total War YouTubers. I reckon Total War makes your hair fall out.
Possibly. Honestly, ever since starting to stream Total War, my hair has started to lose. So maybe it is Total War.
Yeah, me too. Like I had a full head of hair when I started, and now it's thin as
Honestly,
just a
mate.
wisp now. It's all gone, just about.
This is-
With my beard. I
Yeah,
grow
this
a
is
big beard.
You do have a luscious beard. That I'll give you. I think it's it's the Total War hairline. I think it's, we're fighting against that. Yeah, I think streaming I think people really do underestimate the sacrifices and the things you have to do as a streamer. There's a lot of stress that comes with it. So yeah, as part of putting your name out there and things like that, I imagine.
Yeah, I sacrificed a lot of dwarf lives to Zinch.
You have shamed your ancestors, legend. For the dummy's crown.
But anywho, right. So we've got the dwarves, we've got Grand Cathay. Looking forward to this one. We're going on to the Crosswords map again. There's no for the dwarves specifically. You cannot use the Thunder Barges, and you're not allowed to use Landship and Elspeth on the Dragon. But this is going to be an interesting one. Very, very wide open map here, and both of that benefits Cathay and the dwarves. If I'm not mistaken, I think Cathay's cannon has equal range to the dwarves, if I'm not mistaken there, Legend. I think it's 450 a pop. Maybe I'm wrong.
The cannons usually have about the same range.
Yeah.
As each other.
Bryce has just said,
It
I'm bald,
varies
that's
by,
that
like,
streaming.
thin
Go on then,
range.
lad. Why not, eh? If you get more bald Total War streamers in there, why not? But yeah, sorry, were you saying, Legend?
I think all the great cannons all have about the same range, varying by about 10. But I
make
can't
sense.
memorize exactly what number it is, especially considering on campaign it's usually skewed by technology, so they get more some of the times.
Yeah, true. Oh, okay. Interesting. So we've gone for a triple cannon situation on the dwarf side. We've got Slayers. We've got quite a mixed bag here. Love the engineer for the ammunition, but yeah.
Okay, just
Cathay's
looking
quite
at
cheap.
this right away, who do you think has got this? Like, just make a
the
prediction at the
dwarves.
start.
Yeah, dwarves
Yeah,
personally,
I'm
I think
gonna
is
say
going to win
dwarves.
this. Yeah, I
I
think
think the dwarfs as well.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those. It's a classic thing of if you have more units, you have such an easier time of playing the battle out. That being
Yeah,
said,
you can also sacrifice units and it's fine.
yeah, true, and especially if you're throwing units into something that costs a lot. For example, Yuanbo and the Sentinel Watcher cost a lot of money. So if you send a Dwarf Warrior in there and it just dies, you are basically saving yourself a lot of gold value in the battlefield. this is probably 4,000 or 5,000 easily in these 2 units alone. And if you're spending really cheap chaff, you can then use that gold value somewhere else on the battlefield and get the advantage. But
yeah,
we'll have to wait and see. I've never seen the Watcher in combat.
It all
here.
comes down to the skill of the player, I suppose. But I think the Dwarf player has just the army advantage. But, if the Cathay player is a better player, then he can definitely win this.
Mm-hmm.
It just depends on the skill of the player here.
Yeah, how much do you think we're going to see the yin yang mechanic coming into play here for Cathay?
Not much. This is a range battle.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to then try and leverage that one. What is the yang? So there is no yin yang for Setang. But I actually haven't used Setang in bloody ages. I can't even remember what he does. Yeah, 350 range is pretty hefty, but obviously it's going to get outranged by the cannons at the back here. We're going to have to...
You know what I would do?
What's that?
If I was playing as the Cathay player, I would recognize that Setang is about to get hit by a lot of cannons. And what I would do is, rather than try to fire back, I would move him erratically so that my cannons could shoot into the dwarf cannons, try to kill them. Because the Cathay great cannons, they kind of hit harder than any other great cannons. So if he can manage to get his great cannons to take out their great cannons, you get rid of their defensive position. But Setang is about to get screwed up, so have him move erratically, because the other cannons are going to want to try to get rid of him. That's what I would do. But if the dwarf player recognizes what's going on, they'll just forget about trying to shoot Setang.
So, yeah, makes perfect sense.
Makes sense.
I think, yeah, absolutely perfect sense. You are the cheese lord and you'll cheese ammunition where possible.
Well, it's not really a case of cheesing ammunition. It's more of a case of distraction. You're using...
Yeah, true.
The player's going to recognize that Setang's a huge threat.
Yep.
So if you recognize you're going to get targeted, you would not just sit there and face plant a cannonball. And Setang, it's possible for him to dodge cannonballs.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, agreed. So the battle has started. The one advantage is that Cathay actually has 10 more range than the Dwarven cannons. So if the dwarf player does not identify that that's a thing, their longbeards are going to take a lot of damage as part of this. We can see
that's why he's got his cannons up front. I think it was a good move. The dwarfs need to put their cannons up front as well.
We need the cannons shooting the backline, shooting the cannons. Like, it doesn't matter about the inventory. They're not going to change they won't change this battle at all. And
whoever wins the artillery fight wins this battle.
100%. And as we know, the longer that you are shooting, calibration distance is a thing. So if you are shooting 100% of your range, you are going to be pretty inaccurate. If you're shooting at 75% of your range, you'll be a lot more accurate. But you can see already, due to the triple cannon versus double cannon situation, and the dwarven cannons, big difference. The dwarf cannons are all consolidating their firing into one, and you can see that they're taking the L pretty damn swiftly. And you definitely could get lucky in this situation, because I know a tier 1 cannon, the AoE of it would probably be like this. So you'd be very hard pressed to guarantee the hits there. But yeah, unfortunately, on the Cathay side,
the dwarf cannons are performing way better than the Cathay cannons here.
Yeah, I think it's just the numbers advantage is brutal. And we have Artillery Master. So the Engineer, with the passive of Artillery Master, is coming in insanely clutch. I know that's a spec for Malachi specifically, so it's good to see that the Engineers can also have that, as that is an awful lot of accuracy. So that's the reason why the Dwarves are able to hit. Because accuracy scales up your calibration distance like crazy to enable you to be pinpoint accurate, even at a really long distance. But we can see Jade Lancers are trying to be sneaky. So we see on the left-hand side, Jade Lancers are going around. Yuan Bo's trying to get some action here. And Setang is on the right.
I don't think the Jade Lancers are going to do anything.
Oh, okay. Was that the... What's the attack there? Was that just the... I don't think that was the wind bow. I think it was just a normal attack coming out. I think Setang...
He's got 350 range, yeah.
Yeah.
See, now they're targeting him.
11 seconds. Pretty brutal. Yeah, I think we definitely need to see Cathay to come up and support their other units, right? Because they're trying to do the very campaign-esque thing of just squeezing out value from all of your different units. But by doing this, you have to make sure that the rest of your units are protected as part of trying to be aggressive with this one. And I think, yeah, Cathay's doing the right thing, like you rightfully identified there, Legend, trying to just avoid the cannon fire, because with the cannons defaults around 20 seconds, and we can see it's about 20 seconds reload time. So, we have a lot of opportunities there to avoid them. Need to get the cannons back onto the artillery pieces, because we're looking like we've got Okay, so it's battered all on that side, and we've still got 3 remaining here. So we can definitely start returning fire here, hopefully. Classic little Dowie box here. You know, we've got... What do you think Yuan Bo is going to do here? How can Yuan Bo enable this Cathay player to get the advantage? What do you think?
Oh, he's going to try to inflict damage on Ungrim.
Yeah,
free.
I mean, he could just start Shem's Burning Gaze him, honestly. He could just start doing
Oh,
a lot.
no, not that. That's nothing. That's
really? With the homing, it's pretty
useless.
decent now, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't have a lot of armor piercing, I think. Let me just check.
About 70% for both. It's reasonable.
Yeah, and also Ungrim has a lot of spell resistance. It's just not a high damage spell. Like casting that's just a waste of magic on Ungrim. Because I've been in this position before. Doesn't Yuan Bo have the Executioner?
Does Yuan Bo have they nerfed that? I know he used to have it, but it's now tied into his spells or something. I think he doesn't have it anymore because I know that was taken away from him. I think it's tied into the Emperor's Executioner. It's tied into this one. It's not a passive anymore, I don't believe.
No. That's the ability I was talking about. Getting close, use that because that'll do a ton of damage. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, makes sense.
I wasn't talking about. Yeah, because there's 2 types of executioners. There's that one there,
that was
a good shot from Satang.
Bloody, that was the wind bow. Okay, I did not expect that. That was insane. That just one-shot the cannon. Cathay's wrangled back
shot it
the
from
wall.
an angle.
Yeah, wow. I really didn't expect that. That is absolutely insane. You know, you'd kind of want to see... Oh, here we go. This is the Blossom of the Wind, right? Really heavy amounts of AP damage coming out. The Dwarf player has identified that, so very little amount of damage coming through. That's very smart of the Dwarf player to identify what was coming through.
That ability there, you kind of need to overcast it, or else it's kind of pointless. I don't know if you overcasted that.
Yeah,
it's not super damaging. The Dwarf player is not doing a good job. He's target... Yeah, so the Cathay player is, in my opinion, clearly a better player here because the Dwarf and Artillery, they've lost all cohesiveness. They're just all over the place. They were firing with their own units right in front of them. And the Cathay player is doing a massive amount of harassment basically for free here. Like,
yeah.
The Dwarves were shooting at Yuan Bo with small arms fire. What was the point in that? It's not going to do anything.
Yeah, I think you've got to identify what's currently going to be the biggest threat, and Satan is definitely the biggest threat here. Yuan Bo's not going to do anything. Unless he comes to Dragon, then you can start considering what you need to do there, but, you know, instantly start moving your Slayers, instantly start moving your ranged, so your Quarrelers and things like that, to start putting pressure. We have them starting to aggress here, so we'll have to wait and see how the Cathay player reacts to this one, because you've got the Jade Lancers on the flank, you've got Yuan Bo ready to pounce, but, yeah, once again, Satan is just printing off value. I am really surprised that Satan is just absolutely crushing here, because I think, yeah, potentially Windbow might be a little bit too strong, specifically within here, because scale projectile damage against combats with missing health. So it's like an execute as well. Okay. Well, yeah, that's definitely a strong one. We've got the Grand Cannons not on a... Okay, not on the cannons. Need to pull them back, put them back on the cannons.
What's going on there?
Yeah, I think they're like... I think they're sick of trying to shoot here. They're like, do you know what? I'm going to grab an axe and start hitting some dwarves here if I can.
I feel like that right there was a mistake. I don't think he's meant to do that. I don't think he's noticed.
Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, I definitely don't think it was intentional. I think that was a little bit of an upsie and has instantly...
That was punished. A big whoopsie right there.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, it was all just a distraction for that Windbow, because that was a pretty good shot.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he's playing some Zinch in 5D chess here, and we just can't see it just yet. We need to make sure that the Cathayan players are putting pressure down. The one scary thing is, as long as Ungrim is actually quite careful with their health, he is going to be a really difficult target to take down, especially within blocks.
Yeah, they should just ignore Ungrim until the end of the battle. Just focus on everything else, because Ungrim is too difficult to deal with. Yeah,
he is a short entity. I'm going to trigger the chat by saying
trying
short.
way too hard to shoot him.
Yeah, definitely. 120 armor as well. He's very, very durable, especially with a lot of missile resistance, and it is very difficult to shoot him. But nice. They've actually enabled themselves to start doing this, and they're looking towards the other infantry now. The Longbeards are taking a lot of damage accordingly. Ooh, the Celestial Dragon Crossbow. They need to make sure this is protected, because if I'm not mistaken, I think it's the highest damaging range unit in the game, or one of the highest damaging range unit in the game.
They're very powerful. Yeah, they do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's absolutely brutal. It's really interesting to see kind of the hybrid elements that are going on here, as we've got a lot of things going on all over the place. Oh, nice. Slayers are actually getting onto Satan here, so there's a bit of a mistake from the Cathayan player. The Dwarves have enabled themselves to start, punching through this guy. Wow, that attack animation gave him so much distance. Yeah, the Dwarf player is starting to recover this for sure. I think it's dead even pretty much on the gold value, so...
I don't know. Looking at that balance of power bar, I'm thinking the Dwarfs are at a slight disadvantage.
Yeah, well,
they've lost both sides have lost their artillery. I honestly think both sides did a bad job with their artillery.
Coral is at the back line here, getting really nice flash bomb. Wow, very, very good usage of the engineer there, identifying a flank coming in from the Jade Lancers and locking them down straight away. 4 melee defense, they're going to lose against even Quarrelers there, and
yeah, we can see that the Cathay player has got some archers in melee. That's not ideal.
Yeah, absolutely. It's especially since it's Celestial Dragon Crossbowman. It's all well and good giving them Jade Shield, but I personally do not think this spell is worth it. It is just so costly, and anytime you can give somebody ward save over a period of time, like 11 seconds, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think that'll do much. You're better off trying to find opportunities for spells.
It's a cheap spell, but it doesn't have much impact. Damage dealing has always been better for me. That Windbow is incredible.
Yeah. Oh my god.
But he needs to get away from those Slayers.
Yeah. Oh my god, this thing is insane. My goodness, it just came through and just absolutely butchered the Slayers that are chopping through these guys here. It's a shame that Journey's End doesn't exist in multiplayer, but thank goodness it doesn't, as that would have been absolutely crazy. I've honestly never seen this spell before. I've never seen Windbow being used, and I think we're we're learning very quickly that it is actually pretty damn insane. Even while being attacked. So this is a classic mistake certain people use. You need to spread out all these dwarves. So grab these Slayers, spread them out across, because Satan's able to attack because he's still not completely surrounded. So grab those Slayers.
You want as many entities as possible. Push through a little bit. Get the single entity as surrounded as possible, so that more entities can hit him with.
Absolutely agreed, because you can see right here, the circle of them, that looks awesome. The circle of Slayers right now, we still have a lot of space on the backside here, so we could still be doing a lot more damage. So that's always one thing to consider when it comes to trying to kill single entities, is surround them.
Dwarfs are starting to take the advantage now. It looks like the Dwarfs are going to win after all.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's one of those things where Cathay has the advantage, typically speaking, in the early stages of the battle, but due to the insane resistances, the durability, the strength of certain Dwarven units, they often do, start coming out a little bit ahead.
He really didn't do a very good job of preparing for the Dwarf frontal assault. I mean,
yeah,
these archers in melee, that's terrible.
Yeah, he's trying his best, I'm sure. But yeah, he's trying his best, I'm sure. But yeah, you are right in that. You want to make sure that your crossbowmen are in situations where you can enable their value. Instead of having them in melee, you want to have something that's protecting them to ensure that you can actually do it. And I think the Slayers, I actually do want to give a bit of MVP to the Slayers here, because they have done a lot of work in relation to holding certain units down and giving them, propositions of value. I can't recall...
Slayers are probably winning for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't recall what Yuan Bo can cast in dragon form. I know they changed it fairly recently. I don't think you can cast Comet.
Anything.
Can you can in campaign? I know you can cast the breath attack, right? I'm pretty sure you can.
Not sure.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. I think in campaign you can cast Yuan Bo's. You can cast Comet in campaign. Maybe you can't in multiplayer. Then they probably have changed that. Yeah, but we'll see. I think now it's a classic case of Satan, unfortunately, is crumbling because of the low health. Yuan Bo's in a very difficult situation, because I personally don't rate the Cathayan Dragons too highly, because I'm not sure how you feel yourself there, Legend.
In single player, they have potential to be one-man doom stacks, but you don't have any of the things in multiplayer that's required to do that.
Yeah.
So, probably a poor choice. I don't think Yuan Bo has really delivered a lot of value in this battle.
Yeah, I feel like Miao Ying might have been a little bit of a better choice, especially with such a high-cost single entity here. Giving Earthblood, I think you can get access to. Just to keep
I agree.
healing.
I think Yuan Bo was a poor choice here, because it's probably quite expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe only Comet and Breath attack is Zhao Ming. Yeah, because I mean, it's a bit of a trap because Yuan Bo does a very good job of killing Chaff because of the fact that he can fly around using his magic with the breath attacks and things like that. But it doesn't complement his army very well. You know, the dwarves are able to get on top of the Cathayan units in the backline. You know, you normally want to go very cheap and cheerful. Very cheap and cheerful to get as much of a wide line as you possibly can, and then have your backline units that can start killing the front line of your opposition. But yeah, the poor Cathayans are running away, and the dwarves are chasing him. This is one of the disadvantages of the dwarves, unfortunately. The little stumpy legs aren't known as that fast.
The players are faster than them. They've got this.
Yeah, this should be completely fine. They're eventually
running away from the dwarves is less effective than it used to be.
Yeah, they've definitely got a lot more speed these days. I think in campaign I had some slayers with almost like 70 speed or something ridiculous. They are certainly fast for a dwarf, and they're basically like cavalry now. In truth, they're pretty damn swift. But let me just hold on. Let me just message one of the admins. Oh, and apparently this guy's called Thorny, and that is the reason why his name is. As I'm sure you can imagine, the 5 letters there. Yeah, yes, that's the reason why we can't see the rest of his name. Yeah. Giveaways are running on both Touch Tag SMH giveaway buds.
Yeah, I've seen some pretty interesting censorship with this system, where words within words get censored.
Yeah.
And I always just love the guy named Nasser, Nasser. He got censored. Oh my god, it's so funny. Because his name, they censored ass, and it made it look like the N-word.
I think that was on Reddit, wasn't it? It was one of the biggest. Reddit. Yeah, one of the most.
It just goes to show you that sometimes, like, this kind of censorship, like I feel like having some sense of censorship makes sense.
Yep.
But if you go overboard, you can actually make it worse.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. You got to be very, very careful with it. Oh my god. One thing I do want to say. Just want to showcase this, and just because I think it's really cool. Shout out to all the people obviously in the Discord right now. You know, we've got a lot of games going on. As you can see, there's just a ton of these guys all playing, all in their own matches. There's 6 tournaments going on at this point, guys. So keep in mind there are 6 tournaments that we are running at the same time as this broadcast happening. So much love to all the people in the Discord playing today, and GG's to this battle here. My goodness, this is an awesome event, and once again, Legend, appreciate you shouting it out, getting some people visibility so we can come together as a community and play some really cool games, as we're all learning here. But great job from both sides playing towards victory conditions. Let's get some GGs for Wyvern Lord and Thorny, please. Well done to both of them. The dwarves have prevailed, as they have not
shamed their ancestors, Dowie brethren.
So it's good to hear that they haven't shamed their ancestors this day. And we're going to be getting another match lined up for us here. We have a intermediate land battle. So let me just jump into that one. And let's go and find it. Looking forward to seeing this one. Let's have a look. Wait and see. Just back out here. So, Legend, what do you think would be a very interesting army to watch? What kind of faction do you think would be crazy on a battlefield? Ooh, got scared.
I mean, all factions are capable of crazy stuff. It really just depends on what the player brings. So
yeah, no, valid point. Yeah,
I don't think there's any factions that are just like pure boring. I mean, even Bretonnia, which is arguably maybe the most boring faction, they've got some cool stuff. So just pick whatever you think.
Yeah, no, agreed. I mean, one of the funniest... you've got a YouTube short where it's you playing Icaclaw and you laughing like a Skaven. So I would have thought you may have said Skaven.
Yes, laughing like a Skaven. That's right.
Well, they don't exist. And if you think Skaven exists, guys, make sure to report to your local witch hunter, as always. So, interesting matchup here. Historically... if this was actually Queek, this would be very lawful in relation to Beligar and Queek. But right now, we've got an interesting build coming out from the Skaven. This guy's cooking. He is in the laboratory right now, and he is deep in the lab, conjuring up some science. We've got a lot of Death Runners, Dryads, Skaven Slaves. We've got a ton of Quarrelers, ton of Miners on this side. The new Thudrackers. These are going to be interesting to see how this performs. But right now, this is going to be critical, Legend, right? When we saw with the Goblins...
similar battle to the first one, because you got all those stalking units. He's probably going to pull a pretty similar sort of technique and just try to get those missile units. It really does come down to, is he going to do a better job than that Greenskin player and get those Death Runners and Eshin tryhards into attack the missile units, or is he going to get bogged down fighting those miners? I actually think if I had to call this, Snitch has got this.
Yeah,
but then again, you know, I've got a bit of bias.
It's like a kill. Yes. Good old Skaven. But we do have a big old hump in the middle of this battlefield. Do a Skaven then, if you think you can do it better. Then I can speak.
You do a good.
I can do Dwarves, but I can't do Skaven. Go on.
I'll teach you how to do Skaven. With Skaven, you have to like get a bunch of spit, put it in the back of your throat, and then just let it rip.
All right,
let it rip. You can't be timid about it.
Let it rip. Oh, let it rip.
Yes.
Okay, no.
They're gonna kill me. Yes.
Okay, he's the goat. Let's be honest. He's the goat. He knows his Skaven. He is the cheese lord for a reason. I'll speak like a dwarf, and I'll keep speaking like a dwarf, but I'll use people like Legend to talk like a Skaven. I mean, if you want to commentate a little bit like a Skaven, I can commentate like the dwarves if you want. If you think your voice can handle it.
Not stumpy ones will not win.
We will not shame our ancestors, now, brethren. The Skaven shall die today. The grudges will be settled today.
Stab you right in the back.
Well, we'll see here. So, let's see if the Skaven can stab us in the back here.
Our ancestors will be proud of us. Valea is watching upon us. Today we shall show the Skaven what it means to be a Dowie.
Right. Alright, we've got the plague core catapults, and we've got the sneaky Death Runners coming through. We've got the sneaky Eshin triads. Legend, what we thinking? Are you going to be a tricksy Skaven here?
It just depends on the player. So if it's a true Skaven, he'll Vanguard deploy them all around and just smash in on those missile units with everything he's got.
Yep. Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see.
Like he's deploying them. Okay, he's starting to deploy them around the side there. That's what you want to see.
So we purposely put this map in the pool because it allows players to cook. Right? They know what map they're playing before they come into the lobby, so they know how to prepare for it. Right? We can see that we've got catapults, which is a good idea. And we can see that we've obviously got very limited artillery. We've only got cannons, which are going to struggle to get value due to the middle of the map. But obviously, anytime there's flanks and the battle has started,
do not shame your ancestors, now, brethren.
We can see that we also have a Thane. There's no runesmith, which is typically what you'd expect. You either go Thoric or you get a runesmith in there. The catapults are starting to crush, but we need to start shutting these down as soon as possible. The gyro brimstone guns, interesting. There is nothing that can stop these, so really nice pickup from the gyrocopters here. I mean, they kind of just have to accept the fact that they're shot at. Yeah.
Just ignore them. Most of the Skaven units are kind of cheap, so I just don't think that the brimstone guns are worth even bothering about. Just kill everything else quickly.
Snitch is on his own here. I mean, this is not a fight he should be in. You know, he is a assassin fundamentally. You know, if you put Snitch into combat situations,
you want to be...
you got to keep them locked down.
No. You don't peek at the. You don't keep the Dowie locked down. You run circles.
No, keep Skaven locked down. You got to keep. If you're against Snitch, you need to lock him down.
Yeah, the dwarfs. Hey, I'm rooting for the Skaven. I don't know who you're.
I'm rooting for the Dowie. You know me. I love the Dowie. And you can see. Look at this absolute savagery from the gyrocopters. This is
he's not doing a good job there with Snitch. That was a bad call. This is silly.
Skaven, run!
Face the Skaven, scum!
But yeah,
stay strong.
We can see the Death Runners are trying to flank here, but they're in a little bit of a situation where they're not conjoined together. They need to be fighting at the same time here. You know, you don't want to be going into combat situations without having the ability to protect them. And these Grudge Rackers are saying,
"Get away, you ratty scum! You shall not come here."
And then they're obviously getting pushed back, so they're going to struggle to get into combat because they are basically the Chaos Dwarf unit blunderbusses, and they'll keep pushing them back, but they actually have started to get through here. You know, trading-wise, Skaven are actually doing a very, very good job here. You can see Snitch is still alive.
Yeah, you need good micro if you want to use the Skaven army, but I don't think he's being fast enough. He needed to be more aggressive with everything except for Snitch. Like, he made a bad call there with Snitch.
I mean, you're saying this, but
Really
right now we can see that the Eshin Triads are on the Grudge Rackers. If we can pull this one over here, we don't want to double up, you know? Every little helps when it comes to it. Tesco saying you want to make sure that you're pulling the Eshin Triads away from some of these units because the abilities are very, very solid. You can use those concealment bombs. You can use the ability where you can be
he's
hidden.
ignoring the miners. That's exactly what he should be doing.
Absolutely.
Screw them. Go after the
they
missile
are
units.
not worth it. Oh, looks like... Wait, is that... Hold on, boys. It looks like, I think... Yep, Snitch has died. So Snitch is making it so all these Skaven Slayers are going to be really struggling.
That was such a bad move from that Skaven player.
You say that, but
the dwarves,
maybe
they had nothing. That shouldn't have happened at all. I mean, Snitch is fast. How could you get him killed? These slow beardy bastards. That happened.
One thing you got to say, did he pull enough gold value? Because he's ahead by 1.4k right now in the gold value.
Definitely didn't do it with Snitch.
Yeah, maybe
the rest
it
of
was
his
attraction
forces
though.
are doing well.
Maybe it was a wee bit
Snitch
of
to stay
distraction.
alive. So.
But yeah,
you don't use your lord as a distraction like that.
Well, against the dwarves, I think if I'm not mistaken, Snitch is going to be fast enough to just never be in combat, just looking for little cycle in, boom, hit you, run away. The dwarves can't stop you from doing that unless you're
he should have basically hit and run, but he stayed in prolonged combat. He shouldn't have done
exactly.
that. But it looks as though I still feel like the dwarves are going to win now because of Snitch's death, because it's going to come down to morale. Like the bounce power is in the Skaven's favor at the moment, but I feel like because of the poor morale, the dwarves are going to grind them down. You just shouldn't have done that with Snitch. That was so dumb.
Yeah, you might be right because of the gyro bombers and the range units on the right hand side.
I've seen this happen before. Even like these Eshin units, they're heavy hitters, but they got low morale. The dwarves are going to fight to the death. For the most part.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the dwarves, as we all know, they are not here to shame their ancestors.
Do not shame your ancestors, Dowie brethren.
And so they will sit there and fight for a long time. Wait, is this... Gyrocopters are even getting into melee now. They've run out of ammunition. They have no gyro bombs, and they're coming here to swing. You can see the Eshin Sorcerer on the back. Wow, I actually didn't spot this. What an interesting call here. An Eshin Sorcerer coming in instead of a Rune Warlock Engineer. You know, normally Warlock Engineers are really, really, really good at this, but it's going towards that theatrical or thematical, lore-esque army composition of Eshin. So love that they decided to do that. You know, really interesting composition. I mean, we're saying that the dwarves will probably come ahead.
I think it was a
here.
good army for this, but I just think he made such a big mistake at the start.
I don't think the dwarves can recover.
The bounce power is in his favor.
I don't think the dwarves can recover from this. I really don't think so. I think they're going to really struggle because...
And that's because Skavens is the best. I win.
I mean, we win.
Skaven's not the best, but we'll move on. They don't exist. Like I said, it's a Zinchian mind trick. If you think the Skaven exists, report to your local witch hunter. But yeah, absolutely crazy recovery coming in here because the dwarves to begin with had a massive advantage. They got the cannons instantly. They killed the catapults instantly. They managed to then kill some of the infantry. But it doesn't matter because of how the significant wraparound they had. You know, Beligar is strong, but we are missing a runesmith. I do want to call it out. A runesmith here would have helped a lot regarding Wrath of Rune and things like that, and that's Aminos bonus kicking in. What an amazing fight there. Well played to both of those. Absolute banger. Much love to those guys.
The Skaven were clearly the superior race here. There's no doubt about that. But that initial play with Snitch, I was reeling from that. But everything else was good.
Right, GG's, guys. Make sure to say GG's to Barambi and T.K. We're going to have a quick we're going to have a quick 5-second mention from the sponsor. Everyone likes relaxing on the beach. If you want to replicate that, make sure to watch the Battlesy broadcast. Sorry, this is just random pre-recorded videos. If you're on YouTube, make sure to subscribe. If you're on Twitch, make sure to follow. I've basically put backgrounds of me and showcasing me doing really dumb things. Anywho, right, GG's to these guys. Let us go ahead and see what the next matchup that's cooking up. So we've got the admins creating another one. TK, congratulations again. Let us find the next lobby. I actually have a code. Should put me in the spectator slot. If not, I'll do it normally. Beautiful. No, it's put me in the game. I'll wait a second until the spectator slot. I can join it instead. I'll just search for it instead. But I was actually very impressed with that battle. Very, very cool adaptation from the Skaven player, knowing that they're going to have to try and go for the flank situation, make sure that they're actually enabling their victory condition here. I think it might be this one. I'll message my team to make sure that we have a slot for spectator. Oh man, honestly, that yeah, I am still in tears laughing about that. The gameplay, you representing the Skaven there, me representing the Dwarves, but unfortunately, we took the morale victory for the Dwarves. Everyone loves the Dwarves more than Skaven, let's be honest. But to this day, the Skaven prevailed. But actually, should we do a test? Let's do a test.
Okay, so
hold on.
There's one really easy test. Okay, this will determine once and for all which is actually the best race. Okay, this is one question. Which race has more DLC for it?
Let's ignore that question because let's ignore that question for now. Guys, do me a favor. Right.
Which race has more legendary lords?
If you ask it, they'll disagree with you. Let me ask this, guys. Right, do me a favor. Ignore Legend's cheesy elements. He loves his Skaven, we know that. Type 1 in the chat if you are a dwarf lover.
Do not shame your ancestors.
Type 2 if you like Skaven. Do me a favor. Type 1 if you like dwarves. Type 2 if you like Skaven. It is as simple as that. Let's see what we're saying in the chat. Let the people speak, and we'll have a wait and see. Okay, we're getting a lot of... See, it's a more of a mixed bag than I expected. There's a lot of... I'm going to ignore the 2... Okay, even Legends typing 2. Okay, so stop typing 2! Stop making it. Now everyone's going to type 2.
We outnumber you.
No, I mean, that is...
You think we don't play fair?
I mean, that is theatrical to the...
All the Skaven players, keep pressing 2.
The dwarf players, type 1, for the love of God. Hold the line.
Too slow.
No, hold the line. Okay. Yeah, now you said that. Everyone's going to say 2. Okay. My goodness. Right, hold on.
The only way the dwarves can win now is if they change the rules.
Typical dwarves.
So, we actually baited you all along. The dwarves were number 2, so thank you very much, guys. We all agree that it is actually the dwarves that are the best.
Oh, yes, they changed the rules.
No, I'm gonna mess them. Fair enough. If you like the Skaven, you like the Skaven. That's fair enough. Right, we've got a land battle here. We've got Tomb Kings. Interesting, in the dwarves again. Love to see the dwarves. Very Skaven of me. Exactly. See, changing the rules.
Not
you guys
like
even
honourable Skaven.
You always play by the rules.
Yeah, that is a classic. I think one of the really funny things with Skaven is hobgoblins, right? Even Skaven think the betrayal and the skeeving nature of hobgoblins is excessive. How mental is that? Skaven think a faction is, or a folks within the Warhammer Fantasy world is excessive. It's crazy to me. That's just because I think, if I'm not mistaken, lore-wise, hobgoblins, they evolve to have like a backplate of bone to protect them from being stabbed in the back. Yeah. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Right. So Chaos Dwarves. Once again, if you're a Dwarf fan, Chaos Dwarves don't exist, so let's ignore that one. But we've got Chaos Dwarves and Skaven. Okay. So this will be an interesting one. I think potentially in honor of you, Helion's moved to Skaven potentially. And we've got the Chaos Dwarves. So this should be an interesting matchup, to say the least, and see how they, deal with this situation, because it's going to be an interesting matchup. Chaos Dwarves have a lot of chaff. Skaven do too. What you thought?
I would not. If he's going to play Skaven, he should definitely do Eshin type tactics, stalk, and get in there, because there's probably going to be like a Dreadquake mortar probably, and a Chaos Dwarf weapon team will probably beat a Skaven weapon team. Yep. Just because of just morale, and also the sheer quality of the Chaos Dwarf's artillery is better than the Skaven. So do what the Chaos Dwarfs can't do, which is they're not good at stalking.
Yep, absolutely. I think
we saw that with the previous battle.
Yeah, you make a very, very good point. I think Chaos Dwarf artillery specifically is constructs as well, so you have a lot of easy ways of healing them too. Skaven have no ability to heal their artillery.
No, I don't think the Chaos Dwarf is construct.
Not construct. It's what I can't remember what it's named. It's like a machine where you can heal. I think your engineers can heal them as Chaos Dwarves, so you have the option to heal them. Right?
I don't think they're going to be doing that in multiplayer. That's like.
You think?
I think that's campaign only. I'm actually not sure, but
I think they can. They can, right, guys?
Maybe they can, but
Reforged. That's it. It's Reforged. Yeah,
yeah,
Reforged you can heal them Reforged. It's in multiplayer. Yeah, I thought so. You can heal them, but
Okay.
you make a good point. It's going to be expensive. Is that cost going to be worth it? We'll see.
Yeah. If they're using that, then I don't think it's going to be worth it for them.
So, map-wise, we've got an interesting one. This is, I believe, it's one of the vampire maps. Got a couple of interesting points of terrain here. A couple of points where I think there's just a dip in a valley in the middle here. So, these players need to make sure that they're actually considering the maps that they're actually playing on and building around that, right? We're giving them a room to breathe in relation to how long
It'd
it
be
is.
interesting if the Chaos Dwarf player brought a Hobgoblin army, like no actual Chaos Dwarfs. That'd be interesting.
I think that would actually work quite well, don't you think? Chaff versus chaff.
It could work really well, yeah, because you could bring a full stack if you do that, and that way you can actually bring stalking units versus potentially stalking units. And if the Skaven player goes with a weapons team army, then you could just sneak up on it.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Super agreed. One thing I'm going to do as well, Legend, real quick, while this is waiting, I'm just going to give away some codes. So I'm just going to click pick winner for both sides. While this is loading in. So Scarbrand, you've won on Twitch. Congratulations, matey. And Cherry Gang, please message, both of you guys, please message Angry Cant, who's one of my admins.
What did I say? Look at that army. Beautiful.
Yeah,
it's
you
full
called
of
it, man.
Hobgoblins.
You did call it. And congrats to all the people in the giveaways. Keep entering SMSMAC giveaway. Message my admin, Angry Cat, like I said, and he will sort you out, and we'll give you the keys when we get a chance to. There's still giveaways going on. Thank you again to CA for providing keys. But, Legend, sorry about that. You have made a very valid point. The chaff is here. How can the Chaos Dwarves use that chaff? What do we think, matey?
Well, I still think that the Skaven's going to win, because I think he's actually gone... Both their armies are kind of similar.
Yeah, definitely.
Because they've gone with a lot of cheap crap, and they've also gone with some artillery. So, I don't know. It all, as always, it depends on the player. If the Skaven player is good, he'll overcome it. If the Chaos Dwarf player is good, he'll overcome it. It's not the strongest army that wins all the time.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think it's
interesting builds, for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really awkward thing for the Chaos Dwarves to deal with here, because it's going to be brutal. And James, thank you so much for the super chat, matey. I appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, their job needs to be to take out the artillery, the Chaos Dwarf artillery straight away. Obviously, I'm rooting for Skaven again.
Yeah, I mean, go figures there. You know, you love your Skaven. Would you have brought this Warp Lightning Cannon? It's an interesting choice against the Chaos Dwarves here. Especially with all the...
I think that was brought to specifically take out a possible Dreadquake mortar, because they're pretty good at doing that.
Very valid, yep. Yeah, and it's anti-large. Wow,
and there is one that... anti-large on artillery is a bit wonky. I mean, it is anti-large, but the anti-large bonus is that you can... It's just not that significant.
And James, thank you again, matey. Yeah, I think you've got to be... Yeah, because it's only 70 damage, and in the grand scheme of things, it depends on how that damage then scales. If it then scales into
how much was it?
explosive...
70?
Yeah,
okay,
70.
That bonus versus large of 70, that's actually huge again.
Yeah, that's quite a lot, right? I know with bonus versus large and inventory, it scales depending on the damage profile, so it'll... if you have 60% armor piercing, if it's 10, you'll get 6 additional damage, right? And so I don't know how it worked with explosive damage, so we'll have to wait and see how that unit performs. But the battle has started
because there's base explosive and armor piercing explosive, so that'll just get added on.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. It's all just whatever that ratio is of the 4 different damage numbers.
Yeah, it'll split, right? Yeah, makes sense. Right, so already the Sorcerer Prophet is taking a bit of an L here with these anti-large shots. You know, coming in with, what is that, about 700-ish, 700, 800 damage? Not bad. And now here's the scary elements.
I would not be aiming for that one, because that one can dodge. I'd be going for... Oh, that's not a Dreadquake. Is that just an Iron Demon?
No, it's an Iron Demon. So this is going to start pumping through inventory.
That's what
Look at this damage.
Is that an Iron Demon? No, that's an Iron Demon.
The Demon Tongue. Yeah. Coming around, flanking... Wow. So it's almost like a Dowie box, almost, the Skaven are actually coming with. And the Chaos Dwarves have done a really good job of starting to envelop this, leveraging the fact that Terra's here. There's not an awful lot of options that can guarantee damage into the Demon's Tongue here. you know, how can we start to see this Skaven player unlocking their victory condition here? Especially with all the stuff that's on the map. Legend, what are we thinking? What would you start doing as Skaven here? You're the
playing it too defensive.
You think it's too defensive?
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. I think it's one of those things as well where I think which you rightfully call out, the Sorcerer Prophet is going to get value pretty much no matter what due to the mobility. Yeah, it's going to be hard here. Howling Gale would have been... Howling Gale? Howling Warp Gale? Whatever that's called. If they had that to stop the flying units on Ikit, that would have been a really nice usage because they could have got, you know, absolutely battered. But yeah, it seems that the Skaven is getting the gold value, but the amount of units that still exist for the Chaos Dwarves is scary for sure.
I'm seeing a lot of mistakes happening on the Skaven player. Like, he's got some poison when Globadiers getting caught in melee. That's not good.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to make sure that these guys are
those
firing.
are some serious damage dealers, and if they get caught in melee, that's not good. It's usually why I don't bring them, because they're short range.
Yeah, I mean, they pump like
and
hell,
they're
though.
Much better. Yeah, but they're really good against high tier infantry, which the Chaos Dwarf player didn't bring. So this was I'm feeling the Chaos Dwarf. Well, it's still even, but
yeah, definitely. It's still anyone's game, but I feel like the Chaos Dwarf player, as long as they're enabling their units to be skirmishy, using the units, shutting down the Globadiers for sure. It's a shame how much Skaven got nerfed coming into Warhammer 3 because, you know, we're seeing definitely a different faction from Warhammer 2 because most of the Skaven weapon teams could pretty much just dominate. But I know that across the board they probably got nerfed about 30%. Well, all ranged units did as part of coming to Warhammer 3. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the, you know, characters that they brought like Gordux Backstabber can start providing because it's all dependent on the RNG rolls that you get as part of, you know, him as a lord. You know, you got things like Skullcrackers coming in. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, he's going to have to start moving his Globadiers back, getting into situations where he can start attacking with them. But yeah, I think you're right.
He's also got Ikit on a Doom Wheel. Personally, I put Ikit on a Doom Flayer. I think it's better, but that's from a campaign perspective.
Yeah,
I kind of feel like the Chaos Dwarfs have got this.
Yeah, I would agree with you because one of the critical things is if you have an entity that's smaller, you know, the Doom Flayer enables that, whereas the Doom Wheel is a lot bigger, harder to maneuver around. You can see the turning circle of this is very, very, very slow, whereas the Doom Flayer is sort of very fluid and has a really good motion. Lots of spells coming out from the Sorcerer Prophet. 1,000 gold value is reasonably decent for the size, of, you know, for the timing in the battlefield, but we're in a, you know, the classic case of Skaven start doing well because of the weapons team, and then all of a sudden, you know, they're getting pushed back because their leadership aren't the best on most of the infantry. What we'll do is we'll give a overview, and we can have a little look-ski here. What's the thought, you know, from what we can see here, Legend, what we thinking, lad?
It's a mess.
Yeah, it's a mess. I think the Chaos Dwarfs are winning because the Skaven player chose a relatively defensive... It's weird. They chose weird units. Like, it's not a good combination. They've got artillery, which I don't think got a whole lot of value, because if you don't kill the enemy lord, that dude is still essentially at 100% effectiveness, because he's a spellcaster and a missile unit and a flying dude and all this stuff. If you don't kill the actual lord, it's not worth losing, especially such a high-powered artillery piece. And then the rest of his units just aren't that good, apart from Ikit himself. Ikit's getting some good value, I think.
Yeah, I feel like the Doom Wheel's doing a lot more value than we probably first assumed. This is just, wait, it shoots twice? It shoots 3 times?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lot better than I thought. Yeah, I imagine...
It's good, but it's expensive, that's all.
Yeah, no, valid point. Yeah, very, very valid point. I think
getting 79 kills of goblins is not what I would call value.
Yeah, absolutely. I think... Ooh, is Flensing Ruin and things like that coming down on the Sorcerer? Chalice of Blood and Darkness.
That's a good choice, actually.
Yeah,
Get
really
rid of that
smart.
Sorcerer Prophet.
Yeah, really smart usage of spells coming from the Skaven player, that's for sure. I think the Skaven player is holding on, if I'm honest with you. They're understanding what's happening in the battlefield. Ikit is just kind of printing value. As long as they're avoiding things like the Skullcracker, Ikit can just keep on.
If he gets one more
value.
Flensing Ruin off on the Lord, then I think he's got this.
Yeah, I think he's just sort of...
And he does have unlimited power, so...
He is indeed unlimited power. It is got to be a little bit careful for the miscast, but yeah, you can basically print off infinite reserves, right? Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah, theoretically, yeah.
Yeah, theoretically.
If you don't miscast, but you won't.
What are you giving them the Skaven good luck there, making sure they're all okay here? Well,
Skaven's gonna have very bad luck. They would dominate the world if it wasn't for Gotrek and Felix. It's always their fault.
Yeah, the plot
not
armor
the
is
Skaven
too
fault.
strong. Plot armor is indeed too strong against them. So yeah, really good stuff. I know after this battle we'll probably have for your last commentary, because I know you said you only have a 2-hour slot. The last one is going to be either semi-final for the land battles, beginner bracket, or the finals. So we'll have a nice, interesting match going on there to conclude your awesome commentary. Yeah, I'm going to be intrigued to see kind of how the multiplayer scene evolves with the new units, because as part of new blood coming in, they start building new things, they have new thoughts, new feelings, and they theory craft new stuff. So it's always really cool when, you know, a lot of new stuff starts to evolve and happen. So we'll have to wait and see, you know, what all this new blood comes in with. But I believe the balance of power is heavily in the side of, I'm going to assume, I think it's the Chaos Dwarfs,
have
right?
the balance of power, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't call them out just yet. Ikit's going to do this on his own. Get that Flensing Ruin down on the Lord, and I
Absolutely.
reckon, as long as he doesn't get army lost, which he might,
Yeah,
that balance of power is
could
pretty
happen.
ugly.
Yeah, it definitely could happen.
Where's
We need
that
some-
Flensing Ruin? Need
Yeah,
that Flensing Ruin right now.
I think, yeah, it's one of those things where you got to understand that your victory condition here is ensuring that you're taking the Lord down, getting lower leadership across the board. All the inventory chaff is going to start routing accordingly because of it.
Yeah, the
But-
Chaos Dwarfs have won. Gordos is going to finish off Ikit. Like, he's went for a desperate
Ooh, warp lightning.
cast there. Yeah, that was absolute desperation there.
Yeah, it did. It looked like it clipped a little bit, but there you go. GG's. Well played to the Chaos Dwarves there. I felt like that was a fantastic match. What a fantastic match. Love to see that. The Skaven definitely played an interesting matchup, but you rightfully called out one of the victory conditions of the Dwarfs coming with a lot of cheap and cheerful units, and they did exactly that. And I feel like they executed it pretty well, right? Especially against the Skaven. But GG's guys to Bohrien and Helion. GG's to these guys. Make sure to say GG's to these guys. Well played to both of them. Did a fantastic job. And, you know, Skaven did some very sneaky things, but, you know, with a few micro changes, potentially could have taken that. And you mentioned near the beginning, Legend, more aggressive. Do you think if they played a lot more aggressive, as Skaven specifically, they might have had a bit of chance there?
Yeah, I think he should have sent Ikiclaw out the front at the very beginning and been annoying, because they didn't really... The Chaos Dwarfs didn't have any good missile units, and he still had ammunition on the Doom Wheel, because it takes a long time to use it all up. So he should have been harassing them the entire time and just been super annoying. And
Yeah.
I think he should have focused way harder on the Flensing Ruin on the Lord. Just try to Lord Snipe, because really that was the only good unit, really good unit that the Chaos Dwarfs had. And it was the one that caused the most amount of damage, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I think
It's a real shame he didn't bring... If he had brought Howling Warp Gale, he could have timed that so well with the Warp Lightning Cannon, because that was dodging the shots.
Yeah,
Oh, well,
I
these
couldn't
things
agree
happen.
more. Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I think it's one of those really funny things where you don't necessarily know what you're going to go against, right? So it can be quite difficult. But this, to finalize, let's have a look. So we've got another lobby. I believe this is... let me back out and back into it. This will be, I believe, the semi-finals of one of the brackets. So that's going to be a delicious one. Let us have a game. Let me see. Hold on. Right, so it looks like we're going to be waiting. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the bracket on the Twitch side of things, I think it's so much easier on YouTube to do descriptions and stuff. In the Discord, there's all the brackets and things like that you can see. As there's 5 tournaments going on at the same time, basically. But yeah, we'll jump into the last one, and we'll have another game teed up here nicely. Okay, so we've got a couple more minutes here. What we'll go ahead and do is we'll have another word from one of our sponsors here for the today's stream. So, Legend, give me 5 seconds. Everyone likes relaxing on the beach. If you want to replicate that, make sure to watch the Battlesy broadcast from your own home. And if you're on YouTube, make sure to subscribe. If you're on Twitch, make sure to follow. All right, nice. So whoever that guy was, thank you very much for him for sponsoring the streams. He looks very similar to me. I'm not sure what that's all about, but I'm sure he comes from a good intention. Yeah, so we're just waiting on another lobby here, and it'll be fired up momentarily. But yeah, excited for the next one. We're gonna have a pretty tasty battle here. Oh shoot, I've been muted. Sorry, Legend. Yeah, we're gonna have a game sorted in no time. Yeah, and once again, Legend, I seriously do appreciate you having the availability and coming to commentate this, because yeah, it's been an absolute awesome experience. So I appreciate you sharing your thoughts and how you as a player think and stuff like that. It's always really interesting to hear. But we're almost, yeah, we're almost in another one here, just waiting on another lobby. As you know, like I mentioned, there are 6 tournaments going on at the same time. So we'll be jumping in to one shortly. Right. Yeah, now once again, shout out to all the mods and things like that for making this run smoothly. You guys are awesome. Right. Legend, interesting question for you, matey. What is one of your favourite videos you've made?
Oh, I don't know.
I know you've made a lot. Anything stand out?
I make a lot of videos. Just thinking, whatever made me the most money.
A very honest answer. I appreciate that. Very honest answer.
Yeah, look, I don't remember the videos that I loved making. I only remember the videos I hated making.
Okay, give us that
Weird.
then. On the other way then. Give us the.
Okay, I can very quickly tell you which campaign I hated the most.
Okay.
And that was my Seleucid Europa Barbarorum campaign that had like 190 episodes or whatever. Oh my god. Back when I was doing Let's Plays.
Yeah, Fred, thank you so much
that
for
was
everybody.
pure
Much
pain.
love.
I wish I had not done that.
Yeah, who's, in your eyes, one of the worst campaign experiences at the moment?
Among other things.
If you were having to load up a campaign, who would you
Just
say?
regular videos that I do one every day pretty much.
True.
They're fine, but you get numb to it after a while. I mean, I've been doing this for 11 years now, so
that is true.
Favorite video, I don't know. I definitely my favorite campaign was playing the Claw campaign. This is Total War back in Warhammer 2. That's the favorite one.
Yeah, it makes sense.
That was so much fun.
Who's your favorite Legendary Lord? Would you say? Do you have a favorite Legendary Lord? Sorry, Legend, I was muted. Do you have a favorite Legendary Lord? Apart from Ikit, because you probably say Ikit, right?
I was about to say Ikit, yeah.
Apart from Ikit.
So what's my favorite apart from my favorite? I really enjoy Scarbrand. I didn't think I would, but I really do enjoy Scarbrand. Just suits my playstyle, I guess. Like, I'm not really that big on Khorne, but just the playstyle of being ultra aggressive and getting rewarded based on how aggressive you are and successfully aggressive, I'm just down for that. And I think that's the thing with Ikiclaw as well. Like, the more aggressive you are successfully, the more food you make, the more you expand, the more warp fuel you get. You just get more for being aggressive.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Hold on, let me just see.
Greasus.
I do apologize.
Nah, I don't like Greasus.
I think Okoii is probably, one of the many people, no, not many people, one of the few people that will represent Greasus. I think his hitbox is just so weird.
I think that Okoii actually doesn't like ogres. It's just that he made a few ogre videos that did really well for him, and he's like, well, I guess I'm stuck liking the ogres now. He's just
this is my life now.
Liking the ogres. Nobody actually likes the ogres. They're just like fake-like ogres. Like, just ask him, what's your favorite thing about ogres? Nothing.
Yeah, Okoii, what's your favorite thing about ogres? Apart from the memeability of them, you can't just...
Just
very
not McDonald's,
Skaven-like.
basically.
Very Skaven-like, I like that.
Just not, actually, no, I'm very picky when it comes to McDonald's. I won't eat McDonald's.
Oh, really? Is that is it bad in Australia, or is it, what's the situ there?
I don't know. I mean, that's where I can get it, but I won't get it in Australia.
Nice.
I don't know. I just I have cardboard boxes at home that I can eat, and that taste the same as McDonald's. So yeah, I'm not. If I'm gonna go out and eat somewhere, I'm gonna want it to taste good.
Yeah, no, I respect that. I completely respect that. Because it's really weird. Because in recent times, a lot of American fast food places have come to England. So I tried what was it, Popeyes, and it was awful. I'm not sure if Popeyes is in Australia as well, but yeah, I wasn't a big fan of Popeyes.
No, it's not. Yeah, I think the food is probably better where they came from. Like I think McDonald's is actually better in America, but in Australia, I don't like it.
Fair.
Burger King is good in Australia though, but we don't call it Burger King.
You don't call it Burger King?
That's right. Yeah, it's called Hungry Jack's.
I didn't know Hungry Jack's was Burger King. Literally didn't know. Because I know what's it called? I know Pepsi struggled to compete with Coca-Cola so much they were like, screw this, we're gonna just buy Taco Bell, I think Burger King and other fast food places, and they just put Pepsi in there because they couldn't compete with it.
Yeah, that's it. There's a whole bunch of chains, like fast food chains, but they've only got Pepsi related products. That's how they compete. They just bought out all the places where people would get soft drink and just try to squeeze Coke out from there. Because you go to this place, be like, what do you want with your food? I'm like, can I get a Coke? We've got Pepsi. It was like, fine.
Yeah, exactly. That's the classic situation. That is the classic situation. Right.
Also, did you know, if you look at Pepsi's logo, kind of looks like the South Korean flag. Just saying.
It kind of does. Yeah, I'll give you that. It kind of does. God, I feel like it's so interesting how the marketing and stuff like that has evolved for those specific brands, because it's kind of crazy how much money they spend on marketing to stay on top. Right. So this, as context, is the finals, I believe, for the intermediate bracket. So we're going to have a banger on our hands as the last commentary. We've got Empire and Dark Elves. We're on a map where there's a lot of interesting terrain here. You know, a lot of really interesting terrain.
Dark Elves, I think, are a very strong contender for multiplayer because of their heavy hitting and fast. So this is a faction that I would go to for multiplayer if I was to play multiplayer.
Yeah. I think I'm a big fan of the Dark Elves as well, just because of, like you mentioned, I know that, what's it called? Murderous Prowess? What's the passive in the army ability passive that they have?
Yeah, Murderous Prowess.
It is Murderous Prowess. That is insane because they buffed it a long time ago, and I think you replenished your entirety of your fatigue during the duration of it. It is pretty insane how much of an advantage you can get. It's sort of like a WoW, right? But like a reverse WoW. You just get a wee bit stronger and things like that. And Okoii saying boo elves. I mean, do you know what I mean? When you're if you're an ogre enjoyer, you know, you don't have good taste. Let's be honest. Let's be real. You don't have a good taste. Let's be honest.
You don't have good taste.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, unfortunately, Okoii, you don't have a leg to stand on. But when you're on the cast after Legend, you can defend yourself if you want. Because obviously, it's unfair to attack him.
Greasus, because he's so fat.
His hitbox sucks as well. Like, when I use Greasus, he struggles to hit anything. Like, I can't hit anything when I'm playing Greasus.
Greasus sucks so much that he's literally sucking during battles.
See? There you go. I mean, the crazy thing is, in lore, I think he's one of the richest people in the entirety of the lore. I think that it's allegedly he has noblers flicking coins in front of him because he doesn't want to travel anywhere. Like gold coins. He doesn't want to travel anywhere, whereas he is not within the vicinity of gold and his wealth. What I don't know...
well, as you know, just like in real life, always the greatest people on the planet are always the people with the most amount of money. It's just a complete reflection of reality.
Fair enough. Interesting take. What I don't know in relation to Greasus is...
by the way.
I know. I'm only messing with you. And
I got to be careful. Some people...
You do. Sometimes you do. You really do, because it's one of those things where everyone will make their own impressions of whatever you say, and sometimes people are like, oh, XYZ, and it's like, yeah, I didn't mean that. I'm trying to be sarcastic there. But in relation to Greasus, I don't know if then a nobler then takes those gold coins and picks them back up, because just following Greasus, you'd make a ton of money. So I don't know if that's a thing. That's what I'd do. I'd follow him around, just take all the gold coins. But yeah, I'm going to get the admins to... Because I apologize, Legend. We're going to go a little bit over the 2 hour mark, so I apologize for that.
As soon as we hit 2 hours, I'm just walking away.
Yeah, no fair. Unlike
Greasus, who has to be pushed away.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay.
I'm just kidding. I can stay a bit longer. It's fine.
No, I appreciate you, matey. So we've got a Cal Friends double engineer, the new cavalry. I've never seen these rifles. Outriders, spearmen, 5 spearmen, couple with shields. Wow. Look at that Dark Elf army. Would that be something you'd cook up yourself?
Yeah, that looks alright. I would get I wouldn't get Cold One Riders because I don't like putting rubbish units in my army. I would get Warlocks. What are they called? Doomfire Warlocks instead.
Yeah.
They're faster. They got spells, hit and run. They're actually very dangerous, especially against Empire because like a lot of missile units.
Yeah, one thing
Cold
I should.
ones, they're just
One thing I'm going to mention, Legend. I'm going to mention this. They don't rampage anymore. They stop them from rampaging, so they're a lot more consistent.
They're not 100% garbage. They're still 66 speed. They're slowest cavalry in the game. You see them coming from a mile away.
True.
Like, they're just... and they're expensive, and they're low entity numbers, and... Like, if you get lucky, if the enemy just pretend that you don't exist, like, they see you coming, like, oh, it's just Cold One Riders, don't worry about them, then maybe you can get some damage in, but they're so easy to kill.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I think one of those things where getting Primal Instincts and getting Rampage does not fix the fundamental flaws of the Cold One Knights. And as you mentioned, super slow speed, you see them from a mile away. They have very minimal stats from a melee perspective. And but then again, it's one of those interesting things where if you have nothing else in the roster that provide that niche, you kind of have to bite the bullet and just sort of use bad units to try and hope that they'll do value.
So if you're going to use bad units if the bad units are cheap. Then they can actually become good units. Like the Harpies, for example, there's a lot of potential there for good value because they're cheap and they could annoy the hell out of the enemy and dish out a lot of damage that way. But if your bad unit is expensive, that's not good. But we'll see. Maybe this player will get a lot of value out of the Cold Ones. I've just seen more often than not that Cold Ones tend to get embarrassed.
Yeah, definitely. They don't overperform, per se. Also, interesting enough, the Dark Elf player is actually hiding the Harpies in the trees, but I don't think they don't have hidden, so it wouldn't work. But interesting strategy there. The only thing I will comment here is that the Harpies are kind of disjointed to the rest of the army, so that these potentially might get killed by, these Hoshland long rifles and things like that. And unfortunately, the Outriders are going to absolutely do a bit of work to the Witch Elves here and the Corsairs.
I had a lot of people telling me, a lot of Germans telling me how to pronounce that particular elector count position. It's not Hochland. It's like Hochland. You got to spit Hochland.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Every day is a school day, Legend. Thank you very much for passing that knowledge on to me. Hochland. The Hochland long rifles are over here shooting.
Sound, you know?
Good.
So you do your Skaven voice, you got the spit in the back of your throat, and then you
I was just about to say it's the reverse Skaven voice. Right, so...
It's not Hochland, it's not Hochland. Hochland is close. But
Hochland is close, okay.
Hochland.
It's not Hoch, okay. But wait, where's this damage coming from? So the Hochland rifles have taken some damage. The Harpies have kind of started to flank around. Wow, this is... You can tell these guys are in the finals because they're playing very, very well. It's very fast, very loose. And the Knights of the Black Rose are trying to recover from here. The Shades are in the back line looking for them. Probably the Outriders on the left flank here. Calfrand is pushing and terror-outing things because he has got the terror. He has got the Blood Roar support of the mount. He has Deathclaw. Really nice mount for him there. The Dark Mage is an interesting choice. Would you have brought the Dark Mage on a mount? On the Dragon specifically?
I would have put it on a Flying Pegasus, not on a Dragon.
Bit smaller, bit nimbler. Yeah, makes sense. Oof. This is absolutely chaotic here, Legend. There's so much going on in such quick succession. The Harpies have done a fantastic job of getting onto the targets, though, for sure.
That benefits the Dark Elves being a big mess. So
beautiful charge in from the Cold Ones here, ensuring that the Outriders are being shut down. The Harpies are going to then react onto that, and it looks like, even though the Empire faction has got a lot of gold value advantage...
My pronunciation is still bad, so I haven't got the Hochland right either.
Hey, it is what it is. We'll keep moving on. And lessons learned for next time, eh? So right now we can see the Outriders are definitely getting shut down, and there's a lot of threats here. The Murderous Prowess has started to proc here, so there's an insane amount of advantages towards the Dark Elf player now. This is where they can start really pushing that gold value towards their favor a little bit more. There's a little bit of a gap between the gold value, but as we can see, the Balance of Power specifically is saying, do you know what, matey, that's even. What I would love to see is for the Dark Elf Mage to land and then bait Karl Franz in, utilizing the Cold One Riders and utilizing the Shades and things like that.
Yeah, but this is where being on the dragon is detrimental, because Karl Franz can catch up and beat the crap out of it quite quickly.
Absolutely.
And it's probably very expensive to have done that. I mean, yeah, you get some dragon breaths, and that's definitely good, but I don't think it's worth losing the Lord. If you're on a flying Pegasus, then, or Dark Pegasus, I guess, then there's no way Karl Franz can catch it, and you can actually kite him away if you want.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the unfortunate thing here is obviously the Shades. Oh, thanks, Mom. The Shades right here have come in and flanked. Have gotten flanked. Really unfortunate situation for the Shades, because these are the savior of the Dark Elves in this current situation. They can kill Karl Franz. They can kill everything here that is actually super, super duper strong. And so really unfortunate that there's a bit of a disjointed attack with the Cold One Dread Knights and the Harpies not being around to protect them, because always identifying what your victory condition is a critical element of taking the battle win here. And the Dark Elf, unfortunately, is going to be in a critical mass situation of taking an awful lot of leadership penalties due to the low amounts of health. Engineers, surprisingly, I mean, what's your thoughts on the Mechanical Seed? You played Elspeth. Did you have a chance to use it? Not good? You don't like it?
Not good. Nope. Might be okay for multiplayer, but I wouldn't bring it in single player because it's slow. So I'd only bring it if like the advantages don't outweigh its disadvantages. It like increased melee attack, increased armor, but significantly lower speed. And I just think that speed is a really important stat. So if you're going to use it to tank, then yeah, it's fine. But otherwise, I wouldn't bring the Mechanical Steed.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think it's I think you rightfully hit the nail on the head. It kind of a unit that's supposed to be skirmishy with low speed is not a good skirmish unit. You want to make sure they have the mobility. I think the other steed, the armor doesn't matter. The whole point is you shouldn't be taking damage to begin with. You want your speed is a higher stat priority than anything else. Thankfully, they've actually recovered utilizing the Cold One Knights to try and protect some of these Shades, but the Knights of the Black Rose are being very, very squirmy and getting to the back line, utilizing Burns versus Inventory, And spell-wise, let's talk about this one. So Soul Stealer is a really interesting spell in that you can gain HP from casting it onto nobody. But obviously you want to make sure it's hitting something as part of value, but Karl Franz is going to come in thick and fast here. Yeah, really risky cast there. Don't you think, Legend? I mean, you've got to be very careful. The dragon just slows you down so much.
Well, the thing is, he stayed still for such a long time. He should have cast it while moving.
Agreed, yeah.
Now Karl Franz is going to eat him up.
Is this I think the Dark Elves are in the advantage. They've still got a lot of units here. Even though the gold value is obviously the way that it's portionated.
That's because the Empire forces have routed, so he's not getting the gold value because they're not getting killed, they're getting routed.
Oh, true. They must have fallen off. Yeah, run off the battlefield and not got the hits. So yeah, sometimes the gold value can be very deceptive for sure. And I think I can't recall how much an engineer on a mechanical horse would be, but it'd be expensive right now, right? That's probably the gap that we're seeing. Infantry is always better than heroes, for example, right? And yeah, nice little chasing the engineer as well. If a unit has a flag on this... Oh, sorry, let me carry on.
No, you go.
Yeah, so if an infantry... if anything has the white flag above their name, right? You can chase them off, even if they recover their leadership. It doesn't matter. If you are chasing a unit that is routing, you can continuously route them by chasing them. So they'll never recover.
Yeah, they cannot rally unless there's a certain distance between them and enemy forces, yeah.
Exactly that, matey. And if it's a terror route, you can recover if you gain your leadership back. That's one of the biggest differences between those routings. Terror can recover, whereas
the terror route is timing. So
exactly
like maybe 10 seconds.
Yep, exactly that. So it's one of those things where knowing the difference between that and then utilizing the terror, utilizing the victory conditions of those units and what they provide for your armies is always a really important factor to remember. So the engineer is still trying to do their best. They've probably just started just about pay for themselves, but in this situation, you've got to be very, very careful. It's going to be so difficult to keep getting value from this engineer, so yeah, we'll see. And yeah, rightfully mentioned, the Soul Stealer probably gave them a lot of healing as well that this doesn't necessarily mention, because healing, you can never really understand the gold value of that, right? Right, so the Harpies have recovered. A lot of the units are recovered. Do you say the end is nigh here for the Empire Legend?
Give it a bit. I mean, it doesn't look good for the Empire, but it's all going to come down to Karl Franz, because he's really strong, but he can't regenerate. So
yes, yeah.
It just depends what they can get out of this.
Yeah, the cold one's coming in clutch, locking him up, making it so Karl Franz can't run here. I think one of the sad things is...
Karl Franz will beat them.
Yeah, no, for sure. One of the sad things is Karl Franz's attack animations, he doesn't have anything that can kind of displace him. So it's really good when you're at certain single entities are able to have attack patterns where they like jump around to avoid ranged fire. But unfortunately, Karl Franz on the Deathclaw will be just sitting stationary, making it so these shades will get a lot of value. You can see the engineer now getting tied up. Going to have a difficult time. I would honestly expect with poison, yes, speed-wise, it's a very similar situation. So 50, that's such a bad, that's so slow. Yeah, brutal. I often say this, right? When I'm talking to my chat about poison, I consider poison effectively 15% ward save. Would you agree? Because it reduces the damage by 15%. It's the easy way.
Yeah, you can think about it that way, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, because I always try and like explain it in a manner that if you have a poison unit, you can very much amplify your survivability.
It doesn't do any good if you're getting shot.
True.
I guess.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Well, yeah, no, definitely. And I think they made it as well. If you've got poisoned ranged, you can't poison your own units, which I thought was very good. A lot of the inventory is now getting terror-routed, but we still got a couple things here. If Franz starts cooking and cycle charges here, ensuring that he's avoiding the shade damage. If he doesn't take any damage from the shade, beautiful evasion of hits there. That's exactly what we need to see. He's got to be very cautious about cycling into the Cold One Dread Knights because they should just swoop in. Yeah, just exactly that. And if you're attacking a unit from behind, you reduce their melee defense by 75%. So every entity that's hitting your that unit from behind, they have 75% reduced melee defense. So keep that in mind. Obviously, the leadership penalty is coming through as well at the same time.
Yeah, I think it's too far gone for the Empire now.
Yeah, you say that, but a lot of things are starting to terror. What? Legend, help me out here.
Well, the thing is, terror route, it doesn't matter how many times you terror route, they can keep coming back.
Yeah.
Whereas when you route, you can only route 3 times. On the 3rd time, you shatter. But terror route, they run off for a few seconds and they come back. And Karl Franz is really low on health.
Yeah.
And it already said victories in our grasp. Look at that balance of power.
Yeah, definitely.
And Harpies are coming back here. They just need to keep tickling Franz just a little bit more.
Amos Burns just kicked in. Congratulations for the Dark Elves. If I'm not mistaken, this is going to be a best of 3. But Legend, thank you so very much for your time today. Thank you for making time for the tournament. Shouting out, doing all awesome things that you did. You're an absolute legend and a gentleman and a scholar. Can we get a thank you to a GG to the players? Get a GG to the players, and we get a thank you for Legend. Make sure to obviously.
Okay, no worries. I was glad to be here.
Yeah, absolute pleasure, dude.
See you later.
Thank you much. Take care of yourself and have a great rest of your day. Well, night.
See ya.
See you, mate. Bye. Right, what a legend. What an absolute legend. What a legend. Quite literally, it's in his name. What a pleasure. Mate, honestly, the Skaven commentary, I will remember that till the day I die. My goodness. Brilliant. Right, so what we're going to do now is Okoii. Are you ready? So we're going to get Okoii in now. So much love to Legend. We've now lined up Okoii for a time slot. So Okoii's a memester. So Legend is obviously a very, very talented player, has a very deep analysis. Okoii's a good player. Don't get me wrong. He's a lot better than people give him credit for. When we did the head-to-head versus Tauren and Poon, and I was playing with Okoii, he is mechanically good. Maybe he just acts like a meme. Maybe he just memes that he's bad. We'll have to wait and see. Let's see what he says and what his commentary is like. Let's go ahead and jump into the next lobby. We'll speak to Okoii. But also, another word from our sponsor, guys. Let's just hold on. Give me a second. Let's just go ahead and jump over to our sponsored segment real quick. Everyone likes relaxing on the beach. If you want to replicate that, make sure to watch the Battlesy broadcasts from your own home. And if you're on YouTube, make sure you can't go wrong with that. There's nothing like having a fresh and cool drink of Battlesy content, so make sure to like and subscribe. Right, thank you very much for the sponsored segment. Whoever that guy is a handsome bugger. Appreciate him as always. We got the next fight coming on. This is the final for the beginners Domination. What was that? Let me just quickly speak to the homies. Just make sure that I'm getting... This is the best... Okay. So that was, I believe, that was the semi-finals, I believe. So now we're in the finals? This is for beginner domination. This is the finals of beginner domination. I'm making sure to watch all of the domination specific ones. Excuse me, the finals and semi-finals where I can. So this is the final bracket for beginner domination. So let's see how these guys have cooked up and what these guys have got. So Hilarious, he is Ogre Kingdoms, what a legend. So yeah, Okoi's going to be happy about that. Let's ring him now. Let's ring him.
Yo.
Yo,
what up, dog?
How's it going? I think, let me share my screen for you, Okoii, and you're going to see that there's some pretty cool stuff on our screen right here. Somebody is playing the Ogre Kingdoms. Maybe in honor of you.
My sweet boys! Oh, massive W.
What are you thinking?
Finally, a good faction.
Do you know what? Okoii, let me jump in and just say something real quick. Okoii, I kid you not, he created the meta of ogres at the very beginning. This guy cooked up good. So this is something I need to give credit for Okoii for. He actually pioneered the Ogre Kingdoms to begin with. Hold on, let me just turn Okoii down. Give me a second. So yeah, Okoii pioneered specifically the ogres. I remember it because he beat me in a tournament. Do you remember that? Yeah, I remember it. I'll never forget that.
Okay.
It was a good time.
I will say that there was abusing the double Iron Blaster Gorgers also were cracked at the time.
I mean, you made the meta, baby. You made it. Remus, unlucky buddy. Well done, my friend. So, Okoii. We've got the ogres. We've got the lizardmen. What we thinking here, pal? What we thinking?
Ogres easy win, massive W. Lizards are nothing.
Okay. So
also elves are nothing, and dwarves suck, and so does Skaven. No, I can't talk. I can't be mean to Skaven. I love Skaven.
Okay, so very analytical commentary there. I appreciate. Very, very interesting to hear some very just good justifications as to why certain factions suck. Nice to hear.
Yeah, I had to listen to Legend talking, both of you talking mad disrespect on the round children. All right.
Okay. Defend it. Why are ogres good then? Go on, defend why ogres are cool.
Let's move on. All right.
Let's move on. Okay, that's fair enough. So, AKA, there ain't no bloody reason. There isn't nothing good about the ogres. There used to be.
Massive mass charge bonus. They slap, dude. I'm telling you. There's no bad factions, really.
No, there isn't. No, there's not really that many bad factions. I think
Greasus does suck though. Like full transparency, Greasus needs a rework.
Yeah, I would say so. I think it's more so the problem that he has is his hitbox is garbage. His hitbox is generally trash, and that's one of the issues that I have.
Bring back 400 speed Greasus,
mate. There's a mod for that, and it's brilliant. I absolutely love it. Right, Okoii, do you mind if I quickly pop to the toilet and you can just give commentary here and I'll be like literally 10 to 20 seconds. You'll be fine.
Yep.
Much love to you. Right, you're in good hands. All
right. Man, I really gotta make sure I don't swear. Time for Okoii moments. God, this is like a third-person stream. I wish I could cut to a sponsor right now. Remember to dislike. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. What else? Ogres #1. Ogres just got confirmed for a DLC. You haven't seen yet? No, don't dislike. No, don't dislike. No. Make sure you like. Give Battlesea a bunch of likes, and then it'll come back to a bunch of likes, and I'll have done a good job. Okay? No. Please press like. Likes and subs. No dislikes, please. Please and thank you.
I leave you alone for 5 seconds. I'm joking. Okay. So, let us have a look here now. We have... Oh, Anaheim. It's an interesting map. This is obviously based upon High Elves, I believe. Very curious map. Obviously, there's 2 points in the middle that are going to be the main point of contention. So, what's the army? Did you happen to see what the Ogre's army was? What's your thoughts?
No, I forgot to check. I was too busy trying to think of things to say. I was telling everybody to like, comment, and subscribe, and nothing else. And also,
nice, yeah, that's good. So I'm sure everyone in the chat's like, comment,
things.
subscribe, and follow on Twitch. Yeah, can't forget that. So
that too, yes, primes.
Right, we've got double lead belcher. It looks like here. Typically speaking, what's your thoughts on a double lead belcher approach? Like, is that a good angle? Is that something you should look for? What's your thoughts there?
There's almost nothing that lead belchers aren't good against, to be honest. They devastate infantry. They're really actually surprisingly good against single entities. They have a good enough speed to sort of outrange things, and they can't get tied down.
Okay.
They do get tied down more than the Iron Blaster, but you're investing significantly less value for a similar amount of damage after the Iron Blaster got nerfed. So they're always a really, really good option. They kind of blend in. If you take a lot of bulls, they kind of just blend in if somebody's not paying attention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it makes sense. It does make sense. Oh my god, there's a massive drop over here. Right. In this situation, we have 2 control points in the middle, right? We've got point 1, point 2. As we know, if you take 2 and you hold them, you win. The Lizardmen has quite a cheap and cheerful, for the most part, and Saurus warriors and quite a lot of infantry. On the other hand, obviously, ogres suck, so they have very few units. And we can see the lead belchers.
Okay.
We can see the lead belchers are going to hold a position and try and shoot back whatever they can do. You know, in this situation, you're playing ogres, Okoii. What's your thoughts? What's going through your head right now?
This is sort of a very traditional army. Well, as a true ogre player, the only thing in my head is just thinking about food.
That
right
makes
now.
sense. Love that.
My head's way away from this battle.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean,
this is a pretty this is pretty standard ogre build. Lots of lead belchers, good infantry, Noblars in the front. Take all the hits.
Oh, okay.
But,
yeah, makes sense. We've got a nice little dispersion of units here with the ogres. They're kind of leveraging their army quite nicely here, but we're going to have to be very, very careful with how we fight over here because obviously they've got the AoE resistances here with ward save on their infantry, so going into that's going to be a little bit scary. Man-eaters with great weapons. You know, what's the kind of punching power of this unit? Do you think they'll, push through these Saurus warriors with spears? Because it is technically a counter.
Yeah, Lizardmen tend to go very wide with infantry.
Yeah.
Which ogres are great at pushing through the lines, like devastating all that stuff. Man-eaters are an interesting pick. Like I think man-eaters are a little bit underpowered, or have been. I would have gone for maybe the Pistolier variant, because they could be absolutely decking that Slan right now. We need to make sure. Yeah,
Yeah, sorry, apologies jumping in. One thing we'll need to make sure, I was just about to say, we need to make sure that we're actually getting summons in from the ogre side. Fantastic adaptation there. We may see a triple cap because we need to move these ogre units onto the points to stop these Saurus warriors from taking them. And, we've got a lot of action going on at one point. This is one of the beautiful things about Domination. We're going to give a bird's eye view perspective. Okoii, what's your thoughts? Let's see what we can see. Pick up on anything here. Right-hand flank, we can see there's a lot of them, obviously. Contested now. Now they're pushing in. It's great to see. The Iron Lead Belchers haven't been contested at all, so that's really nice to see. Wow, Gorges. I think Gorges suck now, don't they? What's the situation with Gorges?
Yeah, they're still not great. I think the thing with Gorges is they were so ridiculously overtuned that, and they got put down, they got way over-nerfed, as CA had done in the past. They got hit way too hard. They got completely trashed. They brought their model count back up or something like that, or their damage, I think.
Yeah.
If you use them right, they're good, but I still think they're not really worth using over, like, Man-Eaters or Iron Guts. A third lead belcher you could have taken for that.
Yeah, I think it's a good perspective. I think Gorges, I remember, you could send them into literally anything and they would win. It does not matter what it was. They would beat whatever you went, whatever you were attacking. So we can see
in a head-on battle, they would absolutely devastate Warbear riders, who were anti-large. Yeah. It was absurd.
Yeah, kind of crazy. Ooh, we can see the Cold One Riders. Really nice adaptation from the Ogre player here, representing Okoii nicely here. Dismember to stop them coming in. Yeah, really nice to see that. We're going to need to make sure that the Noble Trappers can come closer because of the fact that they've got the Noble Traps as well. So if they get close enough to them, They can also trap them to reduce their movement speed even further. You can get them to the point where they're actually walking snails. You know, annoyingly, the Saurus Spears have caught up with the Lead Belchers, putting a lot of pressure into there. The Lizardmen are actually, you know, pushing ahead a little bit here with the gold value. Keep in mind, this is a best of 3, so the players will have to continuously keep adapting to what they're seeing. And we can see that the hunting packs are going to be starting to do a disgusting amount of value, especially against how many large unit we have over here. We've overcommitted a little bit on point 3, as there's a lot of resources here, so I would love to see some trappers just start moving down. Just try and contest point 2, be as annoying as you possibly can be. That's one of the greatest things you can do when it comes to domination specifically. Be as annoying as you can be. That's one of the critical elements of it. And, yeah, I'm thinking here, Okoii, you know, we've got a lot of cheap and cheerful things coming in from the Lizardmen. The Lead Belchers aren't protected. What kind of units can the Ogres start throwing out that might really give them an advantage in the battlefield?
I think just anything that can, just honestly a lot more infantry, a lot more bulls. I'm seeing a distinct lack of bull sweeps in this. It's a lot of Lead Belchers in range, but not a lot of stuff. Fast movers and basic infantry and monsters sort of like cover their backlines. So like they got flying units, they've got like horned ones or whatever, you know, Lizardmen cav, lizards riding lizards. At least the knobs are holding strong at the top.
Yeah, definitely. They've done a fantastic job there. The Feral Cold ones are going to come in there, but they won't trade up too well. Units have been wiped out, so that'll be the Lead Belchers, unfortunately. If units like this are at the back here, make sure to summon them back, get them back into the pool, so you can summon them back in. We have great Maw magic, which makes sense, but one of the things that I actually would love to see was the Skull Crusher instead of the Maw. Very cheap and cheerful spell. You can start getting off the Blood Gruel to heal a lot of your infantry, because this guy is very, very tanky when you enable him to have the Blood Gruel constantly cycling, as it's the strongest passive healing in the game. We can also see, Spell onto Hunting Pack getting a lot of value. This needs to be shut down, honestly.
The Umbral Tide needs taken out. You wouldn't think they'd do a lot of damage to anything, especially monstrous infantry. You know, flame projectiles against monstrous, just not particularly great splash attacks and whatever. Although they're the anti-large variant.
Yes, they are indeed, matey. So they have a lot of anti-large, So I think you hit the nail on the head in relation to they have very limited armor piercing. It's very base and it's fire attacks, and normally monstrous things will tank the majority of it, but ogres don't have an awful lot of armor on most of their units. Like Manis Ogre Pistols, 40 armor. Yeah.
They have very limited unit variety too. Like if you're going against ogres, obviously they're a large faction. It's just a bunch of fat guys. So if you pick an anti-large stack, you're gonna do well most of the time, which is really rough to play against. It's not like you can take. I mean, you have a lot of anti-infantry, so I guess it's a back and forth. But they can take a wide variety of different anti-large units and find success. So you really struggle in multiplayer with ogres, especially without their really OP units now.
Yeah, I remember on multiplayer I had a 95% win rate on ladder with ogres just because of how overtuned they were. It was funny because I'd queue up as ogres. Yeah, I'd queue up as ogres, and then somebody would see what I played, and then next game I'd get them, and then they'd be playing ogres, and it'd be like a vicious cycle.
Yeah. That's the problem with factions being overtuned, though. Everybody picks them, you know? You gotta find that middle ground where you can play anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think it might be a little undertuned right now. Also, side note, you're wearing the crap out of that suit, my dog.
Hey, what can I say, boys? What can I say, boys? Honestly, a little bit tight. What lie to you, your boy has put on some weight, but honestly, it doesn't matter what's below the waist because you guys can't see it. I'm in the comfiest trousers I can wear. Right.
It only makes you more ogre-like.
That's true. And what I tell my girlfriend is there's more of me to love. So, win-win, really. Win-win. We can see that we've got the Lord... Ooh, interesting immune to contact effects. Like that. Like that a lot. Mournfang Cavalry, great weapons. Fantastic unit for killing a lot of these single entity stuff. We can also see the...
Mournfangs would have been great here, actually. Oh, no, Mournfang Cavalry, sorry. The Rhinox Riders, and especially the Red Renown Sky Striders would have been phenomenal here.
Oh, firm agree.
Just bullying a lot of these fast movers. Anti-large taking out the Cav. Bully the Umbral Tide. It would have been a good move for sure.
Yeah, and if we had the healing, what's the spell of the healing one? Trollguts, or what's it?
Trollguts is the single entity healing thing.
Yeah, that would have been so nice to have with it as well. Yeah, exactly. Having
Sky
single entity
Striders
healing there is huge.
Trollguts. Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been a nice combo. Maybe an adaptation we'll potentially see from this player.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
My go-to is Scrag. He just deals out better in melee. Still gets really good spell casting, and you can spam out very cheap spells to proc that Blood Gruel, and then Troll Guts for the the powder man-eater range pistols. Really, like always my go-to in the Sky Striders.
Yeah, I like that. Because I think one of the biggest difference with the ogres is they have such insanely powerful single entities, and normally within multiplayer you have to play near enough perfect to enable those units to do well. So typically speaking, it's very difficult to get those victory conditions of them. Yeah, but we'll see.
Really not liking the ogres losing here. I think the Lizardmen might be cheating.
Yeah, maybe so. Ogres are perfect.
I demand a recount.
I demand a recount. Yeah, I think the Gorges have actually not done a terrible job here, which is good to see, even with the extremely nerfed state. But I just think, yeah, unlucky there. I think it's one of those things where early on you've got to be so unbelievably careful about the skirmishes you're taking as the ogres, because you definitely have the advantages with certain elements of units. I mean, these guys, I believe we're trying to enforce that the winner has to swap faction because this is a best of 3. The ogre player can obviously change the build if they need to, as part of fighting with the faction, so we'll get that in there. And I think if we're still in the same lobby, we can still do that. We can definitely still get this rocking and rolling. But to all the wholesome hunks in the chat, I'm just going to give a quick giveaway as well. So Cherry Gang, make sure to remember that you've spoken to Angry Kant, who is the mod that can help you out there. I'm going to pick another giveaway. So Cyborg Dragon, reach out to one of the mods. You have won the giveaway. So type !giveaway. Scarbrand, make sure to speak with the mod as well. And we're going to pick another winner right now. And Cassarox, you have won the giveaway, so please make sure to contact my moderator, and we'll organise getting you the DLC code. If you already have the DLC, we can get you something else. Awesome. Sorry, that just had to thing. Yeah, so these guys are going to be building their army, Okoii. When are we going to get another Doomstack video? What's the situation there, pal?
I'm literally editing 1900 barges right now.
Ooh,
which
okay.
I noticed were banned in this tournament, and I've cannot think of a better unit to ban. They are absolutely the most OP unit I've ever seen in a Total War game ever, by a massive margin. It's not even close. They're so ridiculously broken.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's insane.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that one coming out, because I don't think we'll ever see something as overpowered as that. I know you did the, what was it, like 300 Dreadquakes or something ridiculous? Like you had a lot of Dreadquakes in one of the videos?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They're all, it's legitimately, they're almost at that level of that amount of power. In the campaign, which I've heard not many people talking about, eventually you get flame cannon ammunition. So they,
Wait, really?
instead of firing regular cannon shots, they fire about 10, like a flame cannon spread projectile, and it still devastates single entities and monstrous units. So
yeah, that is nuts. That is ridiculous, dude.
That's so dumb. Oh my god! Like they're gonna get hit with the biggest nerf ever, like sometime soon, I bet.
Yeah, I hope. For me personally, what I would love is incremental nerfs. Instead of like what happened to the Gorges, legit, absolutely taking them out of existence. No one uses them. Let's try and facilitate and give them the ability to,
Plus, once they nerf them into the ground too, it takes them months and months and months, or years even, to tweak them back up. Like once they've been ruined, because everyone just stops talking about them, stops using them because they're just trash. There's so many units like that. I agree. Nerf them a little bit by bit.
Oh man, today has been good fun so far. I mean, some of these guys have cooked up some armies, I tell you that for free. Interesting we're seeing Slaanesh, because typically speaking, Slaanesh has been nerfed so much that I don't think they're that good in Domination. Yes, they have speed, but I think Slaanesh have been gutted, man. They have really been gutted. It's crazy.
Yeah, this con is playing some underdogs for sure.
Absolutely. Yep, no risk up.
Hopefully, if what the predictions are holding up with this new thing, we could be looking at a Slaanesh, Monkey King, and Ogre Kingdoms DLC combo, which would be amazing.
Dude, how sick would that be?
Right? be 2 banger DLCs, one after another.
What are you hoping for DLC wise? What would you love to see? I mean, is there any new lords?
Monkey King, obviously, if that's ever a thing. Or do you mean ogre specifically? Because I already have like a doctrine for what I'm hoping for.
No, literally anything.
I already have a full written thing.
What about you guys in the chat? What would you guys want to see? Anyone can give an answer. Yeah, what do you guys want to see Legendary Lord wise that can come in the game? What's our thoughts? I'd love to hear. I would love to hear. Okoii, talk to me. So, if you could have anything in the game, would it be in Koresh? Would it be Thanquol? Would it be Nagash? Who are you talking about? What's your thoughts? Where's your mind go to?
I very predictably, I just want Thunder Tusks. Thunder Tusks, Piggyback, Nobblers, Bruisers for the Ogre Kingdoms, Monkey King. Just really dumb stuff. Really dumb, stupid stuff that I love.
Yeah, no, I respect that. Yeah, I respect that. I mean, yeah, makes perfect sense. Hold on. Makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, Nick, also, so many factors are so flushed out now. It's really difficult to pick leftover stuff that isn't just like vastly overpowered, or end times content, stuff like that. Like people asking for Nagash, for example. I just can't see that happening as like a legendary lord. They're just too strong.
Yeah, that's where the balance between lore and where the balance of gameplay comes in, right? I honestly believe that you can't put Nagash in game and represent him in lore correctly. I think you'd struggle there a lot. You would really struggle to try and balance him. Because he is the end of times, right? He is the end of times.
I think so. I mean, technically, Cetra also was ridiculous at end times, and like Grimgore was just ridiculously broken in the lore, But so I guess. Yeah. Like you could maybe find a way to put Nagash in. As like I think what's his name? The guy with the Deliverance of Pizza ability, the AoE old dead frog guy.
Croak.
Yeah, Lord Croak. Lord Croak is
Croak,
ridiculous. He's also absurdly strong in the lore, and he's in. So never say
never,
I guess.
No, valid. Well, he's the first generation Slan, and I don't think there's any first generation Slans apart from him in the known world. But he's dead. I think he resurrected a long time ago, so he's definitely a different kettle of fish in relation to everything else. He's certainly an interesting faction. I'm going to be curious to see how they would implement really strong factions, because the game's life cycle is going to go on for many, many years. Will they start implementing Nagash, like we said, Thanquol, Sigmar? Could this be a reality to it? They could. I don't know if they're allowed to, but start doing end time stuff. There's a lot of stuff that Warhammer 3 could start scaling into, but
no end times. Honestly, there's so much to pick from the books. All the manuals. Like, we don't have to resort to end times.
No,
as much as I would like to see Grimgore kick Arcana in the nuts.
So this is the intermediate domination finals. This is an FYI. Hilarez is leading 1-0. He played Lizardmen versus Ogres and took the dub there. Fun fact, this is the map that Okoii beat me on in a tournament. I remember I was playing Kislev and you playing Ogres, and I lost on this map. So bringing back some nice memories here, Okoii. Well, not so nice memories, should I say, as I remember getting blasted by 2 Iron Blasters. Good times.
Yeah, I was running... I will say I started bringing that, and everyone called me stupid until they realized how OP they were. I didn't even realize how OP they were, and I was taking triple gold chevron ones into this battle. That's the only reason I won.
I remember running in. And, so, for context, this is on the release of Warhammer 3, right? This was around the release of Warhammer 3, so that is, the reason as to why. I think if that happened again now, I don't think Ogres are in a good spot. Kislev is in a very, very good spot, though. Especially because you can run a ton of...
a lot of units.
Yeah, no, valid.
Yeah,
you've got
Iron Blasters are so much worse now.
Yeah, and you've got the super cheap and cheerful Spearman infantry, which pretty much hard counters you as well. So we can see Sigvald, interesting selection. So I don't know why you wouldn't just try and Warriors of Chaos would be able to do what you've done here, because you can bring in Hellebras and Sigvald at the same time, so you have that incredible healing potential between the two because they are very durable. Sigvald has beast, healing through items. I believe it's his chest piece or something. It's one of his quest items that allows you to heal up a ton. Let's just go ahead and check that. It is. It's his auric armor that heals him. I used to go touch grass because I remember that. What's up?
I recently did a free for all with a couple of fellas, like AD Pride and a couple of other guys, and nice. We did a chaos head to head. So Slaanesh versus Khorne versus Zinch versus Nurgs, and I played Slaanesh. I was at the bottom, and I took your boy, your handsome Prince Sigvald, and he got, I think, 6,000 value.
Really?
So, yes. So I don't know what's going on with him, but he might, if he's used well here, get a ridiculous amount of value. Because he was fighting a lot of heavily armored targets and stuff, and I've never really thought about him being that strong, but he got a disgusting amount of value, especially late into the rounds because of his perfect vigor. So
yeah, no, valid. Yeah, I was just about to mention the fact that fatigue, I think typically speaking, fatigue can reduce the combat effectiveness of the unit by about 30 to 40%. And so having perfect vigor, you are fighting at 100% consistently, which is a very, very nice strat to have, or a very nice stat to have. Specifically on the Norscan side, we've got a very,
Vigor.
What's that go?
Perfect Vigor, I think, is one of the best abilities in the entire game. It's legitimately 100%. So underrated. It's an absurdly strong ability. That unbreakable.
Most of Pug. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's unbelievably powerful. Yeah, perfect vigor and regeneration at the same time just makes him an absolute force to be reckoned with. Plus, he doesn't even need to be in combat to heal. But we can see over on the other side, we've got a lot of Marauder Spearmen. We've got a lot of cheap and cheerful units from the Norskins alongside some Ice Trolls here, and some Skin Walls, which is interesting to see. The Trolls will have a fantastic time against the likes of the Chaos Warriors, but when it comes to fighting against other types of units that they have within the roster specifically, they're going to start struggling. Right now, we know that the Norska has potentially a little bit of a disadvantage from a melee perspective, but, Wulfric isn't on on his Mammoth, which is what you normally like to see him on, or his Chariot. He has Seafang and Hunters of Champions, so we can definitely start isolating those lords. We have the wonderful Famir Balefiend coming in with a Pit of Shades and Miasma. Great choices. One thing I would suggest there is you don't want Smoke and Mirrors. It's a waste of money because you're not going to be able to cast it a lot if you bring in very expensive casts like Pit of Shades. But just a slight adaptation we might see in Game 3 there. So we're seeing a lot of pressure on the right-hand side flank here. The Horsemen are coming in really nicely to deal with those Skin Wolves. They're going to have to retreat from that. That's something they just fundamentally can't win. Do you think, Okoii, this is the right move for Slaanesh to take point 1 and point 2 and try to fight for point 3 at the same time? Is Slaanesh spreading themselves too thin here?
Slaanesh in general got hit. CA really pulled out the steel nerf chair and smashed him in the face because they got hit so hard. They're a shadow, a sexy shadow of what they used to be. Like they're really. We'll see if he can pull it out here. Like mobility around Norska can be good, unless if you take the right stuff. And it looks like he took a lot of Marauder champions and stuff like that. So
yeah,
it's going to be a really interesting matchup. But I think Slaanesh is great at being spread wide. That sounded really weird in Slaanesh.
You had to go there, pal, didn't you? You had to. Of course, when we play Slaanesh, you start mentioning stuff like that. Okay, but TOS, please, YouTube, don't demonetize me. So, right, what we're going to have to do... one tip I can give you guys. One tip to give you... not the Slaanesh tip, but one tip to give you regarding the Spearmen. If you go 8 ranks deep, you can basically quadruple your mass. So whenever you're fighting against cavalry, go 8 ranks deep. So basically have one unit like this, 8 ranks of them, and you quadruple your mass, so you'll be really, really powerful in that one. And it'll be very unlikely for them to actually cycle through you. So we got a lot of the Slaanesh horsemen skirmishing in the middle side. Definitely getting a lot of Horsemaster damage here, because Horsemasters do a lot more damage, they have better range. Infantry is being dead on point 3. Start moving things around, because we've massively lost point 2 in the middle here. Slaanesh is trading up, but can Slaanesh sustain this, Okoii? What do you think they need to do to make sure that they can keep, getting this value that they've obtained?
A surprising amount of infantry from Slaanesh. I expected a lot more cav spam than I'm used to with them, but it seems like they're going for kind of a healthy mix. But I feel like Slaanesh is really going to struggle to stay on the points against Marauder champions and a lot of the heavy stuff that Norsca can bring.
Mm.
They're really gonna have to wrap them up here, I think.
Yeah,
Get
yeah,
deep in
really
those
good
flanks.
point. Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things that surprises me the most is the Slanesh side has no mage right now. Magic is just a free resource that you obtain as part of the game going on. So having a very cheap and cheerful mage, especially like you've done here, this Fimir for the Norskins is not that expensive. Like having slicing, because I think, yeah, Slanesh will have access to all the weird and wonderful magic schools that Norsca has access to, such as, you know, the shadow magic, the Slanesh magic. Obviously the Norsca don't have that, but, you know, Slanesh have options here to then break through the blobs of inventory we're seeing. So it'd be really nice to see that they have a backup mage here to basically make sure that they can use that.
Yeah,
Right.
Slanesh, lore of Slanesh is actually surprisingly good too. I didn't really like it at first. If you get deep further into it, you start getting that, like the I can't remember what it's called, where they can't move. I can't remember what it's called. Where you can pin them, people, and then the glass
the army
shards
ability
spell. Yeah.
Is
it an army ability? The one that makes people not be able to move. I thought it was a spell.
Oh, I think it's a Slanesh one as well. It's expensive as well. I think you get narcissism or something like that. I can't remember it.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Right, so we can see here that Wulfric is actually trading pretty well for himself. I'm surprised how little damage is taken, but surprisingly, Norsca is actually losing the middle point here. That's quite surprising. And it's Faztam Magoria. Thank you, Peter. So, point 3 is left undefended. What we need to start seeing Norsca going really cheeky here. Start getting some skirmish units. Start getting some dogs that we've seen you've got. Pointing pressure on point 3. Granted, things like dogs actually have a reasonably decent capture rate. Because if you're not aware, certain large entities have a reduced capture rate on certain points. Because you can see here there's skin walls and things like that which have a lower capture rate. Which is the reason why Slanesh is able to wrestle this back off of Norsca. Because of the fact that they have inventory instead of large entities there with a weakened rate of capture. Wow. They regularly announce Demon-et right here. Oof. That is going to be brutal. How can Norsca stop this from happening? What can Norsca do here, Okoii, do you think, to push this pressure back away from them and ensure that they can keep the pressure that they're trying to generate?
He's invested pretty heavily in like a heavy core, so there's not a ton of skirmishing you can do, especially against Slanesh, I think, without getting combated very hard. There's so much mobility. It's really difficult to control the field.
Yeah, definitely.
So I feel like locking down 2 points and holding them for an entire battle with a heavy faction. No, with some of the stuff that Norsca can bring. They're also surprisingly flexible for having such a small roster.
Yeah, they're quite a dominant force to be reckoned with. I think it's just they're very good at the hit and run strategy. We can see the Exalted Demonettes have actually gone into engaging combat here. The Marauder Champions are going to be really struggling against this one because, yeah, Demonettes are unbelievably powerful in the side of melee, especially with having Devastating Flanker, and as part of certain units wavering, they gain bonuses apart from that, accordingly to that. So if you can get this unit in early and make sure that they're playing well, skirmishing, not going for bad engagements, you can get them to the point where they're unbelievably powerful. We can see they're already hitting 67 melee attack baseline, and then you utilize the Devastating Flanker at the same time, double charge bonus. This is bonkers levels of damage we're going to be seeing here, but the Demonettes need to start flanking and going around into here because they're fantastic at killing lords due to the fact that they have such high armor piercing and melee attack. I can't see a world where Sigvald dies here, honestly, Okoii. I'm not going to lie.
No, there's no way. Like I said, he's so much stronger than I thought he was.
Yeah, I'm surprised too, honestly.
I'm
really surprised.
Like maybe not in the specific environment to get as much value as he did in my experience with him, but there's no way they're gonna push him off the second point, I think.
Yeah, I'm actually impressed. I'm going to be honest with you. He started off by playing ogres. He understood ogres are garbage. He's moved to Slanesh now, and he's actually playing a faction that can win games, which is nice to see. Especially because of the fact that he's utilizing things like Sigvald.
Yeah, no, I mean, I disagree a little bit there. Can't say.
Okay, no, happy to have the debate. Happy to have the debate there.
I am a master debater.
I thought you were going to say something else there. Anywho, especially with your previous Slanesh comment. So we're thinking that ogres could have been. Do you think ogres could have done what Slanesh is doing here?
Yes.
Thank you for the biddies and the gifted sub boys.
Definitely.
You think ogres could have had more opportunities here?
Yes. There was the last game was a fluke. You know, everyone gets one. You know, as they say, things happen. Luck plays a big factor, I think. Whatever, dude. Anyway, Slanesh seem to be taking a real commanding lead here.
Yeah, it's interesting because these players clearly have practiced certain combinations and certain matchups, and it's very clear that the Slanesh versus Norska matchup, something that is Con is very familiar with this one. We saw in the previous one it was the Lizardmen versus the Ogres, and I felt like the Lizardmen, they definitely felt like they had the commanding lead. I honestly do believe if the Ogre roster comes in and builds a little bit more bespoke to what we're expecting from that Lizardman army and cooks up a little bit, I think with a little bit more cheap and cheerful inventory, like you mentioned, I think we're going to be in a much better spot accordingly to the battle in the next one, because this is looking like it's donezo. So we're expecting this to be going into the third game. This is the best of 3. This is the finals. These guys have played so well. I'm very proud of each and everyone that has entered. We currently, right now, guys, we have, what is it? We currently have over 100 people. I'm not sure how many people are on the Discord, but we basically have 6 tournaments running at the same time. So shout out to my mod team. You guys are amazing. I couldn't have done this without you. We have 6 tournaments running at the same time. So there's so many moving parts. So this is the finals, and it's so exciting to see. It goes to the best of 3. That's amazing to see. Right. Okoii. You're the memester.
This will make it tied up right now, currently, right?
Yes, this is going to tie the finals up. Actually, that, matey. So you're the memester. Does the Ogre faction bring a bit of memes? What are we seeing? A surprise factor. Memes can be the surprise factor. And we surrendered. GG's. Beautiful game. So it's tied up 1-1 now. Absolute banger. Love to see that one. So now we're jumping into the next game. We'll give these guys the time they need to cook up an army. But Okoii, let me know your thoughts on that one. Do you think, just throw out, brain dump to me right now, your thoughts on that game, how we can adapt as a player for Ogres, specifically for the next matchup, because we just briefly will go over it. Sigval did a lot of value. Sorry, I asked you a question, then I'm going to answer something else. We'll do this first, because that makes sense. I'm being a professional guy.
What's the value on Wolfric here?
Value on Wolfric is 1.6k, more than Sigval, but he took a bit of damage. So, guys, say GG. We're going to the best of 3 for the finals. So, just value real quick. Sigval 1k. Chaos Knights did a very good job, especially. I was very impressed with the Chaos Warrior pick because they're very durable, very tanky with poison. They can hold the line for very long times, especially these guys. All of them have poison to allow them to hold the points a lot longer.
I think a big thing here is Hillary Clinton went really tall with with a lot of anti-large, like almost all Marauder Spearmen, Skin Wolves, like lots of anti-large, and then surprisingly, Siggy just showed up with an army of infantry for Slanesh. So I think it's one of those prep for, which is something that you can't do with like more one-dimensional factions like Ogres. Like people are expecting a lot of large. If you then take a Noblar spam army, which you can't really because of unit caps, but Slanesh have the benefit here of being able to. They've got both technically. They went really heavy on the infantry. I think they only had maybe 1-2 units of cav, which for Slanesh is pretty nuts, but it worked out perfectly.
Yeah, love that. I think they did a fantastic job. I think the thing that I love the most, especially within tournaments like this, is people adapting. If you are going through the entirety of the bracket, right? This bracket was specifically watching had, I believe, around 40 players in it, right? This is something where you continuously keep learning as you go along. When you're in the tournament and you're at the very beginning, you'll do a match and you'll be like, oh, this guy brought this. Oh, he did this. He did this. Do you know what? That's a really good idea. I'm going to start doing that. And I'm going to start adapting my armies accordingly to that. And I think it's a really smart play by these players adapting as they keep going along because, clearly he realized against the Lizardmen, you're going to struggle with the army he built. And then bringing in Slanesh to try that out. Fantastic job. Okay, so what is your thoughts on my previous question, my friend? That battle in general, what Ogres can do to the table, what we're thinking?
Ogres versus Lizardmen? Or like how they would have tackled that last battle?
How they would have tackled the last battle, please, if you don't mind.
Against which side? Against Norska or against Slanesh?
Yeah. Just anything. Just show your thoughts out. So let me break it down to make it clearer because I think I wasn't very clear with that one. So in this situation, right, we had the Ogre matchup, right? What do you think Ogres could have done in that scenario to gain advantages as well on the Lizardmen matchup. What can the Ogre player do if he plays Ogres again? What can you do to shift that towards a win instead of obviously taking the loss against the Lizardmen? Do you know? You mentioned cheap and cheerful.
Yeah, I think it really depends because if, like I said, if you're fighting one-dimensional factors, it's easier to counterpick. Like if you're fighting Khorne, for example, Khorne or fighting Slaanesh. Slaanesh is much easier to counterpick for, I think. Because if you're like if I was gonna fight Slaanesh with Ogres, you can bring 2 giants. You know for a fact nothing they can't. The only thing they could bring this ranged would be Marauder, ranged Marauder Kev. I think that's their only ranged unit that they can take. So you can go tall with those 2 giants, massive investment, but all they can do is just get in combat and just get beaten down. Like there's sort of limited anti-large effectiveness and definitely no range, which is the main weakness for giants. Or like if you're fighting a range faction, you can take like Stonehorns, for example. Like there's good counter picks for stuff, but I think
absolutely
specifically Lizardmen are really hard to counter pick because they can get so much stuff. They've got like flyers, they've got fast movers, they've got heavy single entities, they've got good casters, they've got everything. They're a very well-rounded, really strong faction in general. They're super hard to counterpick. Like Lead Belchers could have been good if they had gone with specific troops, but I just didn't think they had enough staying power and enough bulls.
You see, guys, he's not
specific fight.
Like I said at the beginning, Okoii is a very good player. He's not just a memester. That is a really good analysis. He actually brought forward some great arguments there. I honestly, everything you said, matey, I agree with. I think just allowing him to adapt to enable what you mentioned is going to be critical here. Because this is the best of 3. We're in the final game. This is the 3rd game for these guys. And we've got Slaanesh versus Norsca again. So I'm curious to see how Hilarious is going to cook up. Because, you've got to be careful here. If you're going into the exact same matchup, what does it do to your mental, man? You're in the same matchup. You just got... You definitely struggled as Norsca. How do you bounce back? How do you start thinking about ways of bouncing back here? I'll start. I can start if you want. I would think that you want to, scrap what your army was, understand where your value propositions were. You may think you might build a similar army again. What can you put in your compositions to enable you to deal with those units from the previous fights? Because you can't then go back into the matchup and expect a different thing. It's the definition of insanity. Doing things over and over and expect a different result. You have to bring in certain things. Like you said, regarding trolls and things like that, you can bring, giants, you can bring in units. If they don't have the response, you can deal with it quite nicely. Because Slaanesh specifically, in this matchup, if they do this one, Slaanesh have no range. Only in Age of Sigmar did Slaanesh start getting ranged units. In Warhammer Fantasy, there is no range for Slaanesh, apart from the moral skirmishes. But you can deal with those with certain units with the dogs and things like that. So let's make sure that we're adapting, right? But what's your thoughts?
I think you could also go the route of just playing chicken, come and drop your nuts on the table and take the same build every time.
Yeah,
there's that. If I was playing Norsca right now, I think I would go with the double Norsca giant, because no one in their right mind would take that. No one's expecting that. No one takes giants, especially a completely semi-forgotten unit like who ever takes Norscan giants?
Yeah, I respect that.
And how are they going to counter that? How is Slaanesh going to counter that unless they take just tremendous amounts of anti-large? Which against Norsca, you're going to think, all right, they're going to be taking a mix of good infantry, flanking, maybe some chariots, a mammoth, like whatever. I don't think you're expecting. You know what I mean? Take them by surprise. Yeah. I think is a good strat.
Yeah, one of the things I often suggested in the other tournaments I've hosted is simplify your victory conditions, right? One of the easiest ways you can do in a high-pressure situation when you're in a tournament like this is simplify what you need to do. We have an admin called Smudge Punch today, and he's an absolute legend. He was one of my tournament winners, and he played fantastically. And one of the feedback that I was trying to give was simplify your victory conditions. If you're playing Slaanesh and you're bringing so many cavalry and you've got to flank, you've got to do this, you've got to do that, it's so easy to just slip up and make mistakes in certain scenarios. So make your life easier, man. Simplify what you got to do. And that's kind of what I'm thinking there.
Simplify your life and take only infantry. No flanking. Take nothing but take the worst possible unit, because they're not expecting that. And it might suck, but they didn't build to fight that. So just play really stupid. It works great. I've fluked my way through many a win by taking really dumb stuff.
Yeah, I think it is the surprise factor. That definitely is the surprise factor that you'd struggle with. And yeah, even mammoths might be a really interesting choice for Norska. I don't believe Norska can have ways of healing the mammoths, but Slaanesh unfortunately has a lot of answers to that. But if Con builds the same build that he did, he won't have any answers. Fundamentally, he'll struggle to have answers there. And this is the mind games these guys are going through right now. In their heads, they're in the laboratory. They are cooking up what they think will be best here. What's my opponent going to pick? What's my opponent doing here? How can I make sure that I leave the minimal amounts of weaknesses within my army? Right? That's what these guys need to think about. And it is a risk. It is a risk to take these meme stacks like mammoths and stuff like that. But it pays off if it lands, right? And that's where you're going to have to do. That's where you've got to play and run for the risks. So, yeah, interesting
also,
game.
If you're taking an army, I think the biggest power move is taking a thematic army. Like we had, there was a guy earlier who took a thematic Clan Eshin army.
Yeah.
And it was all units that I consider pretty terrible. But he won. Not only did he take a thematic army, he won.
True.
Which is the ultimate flex, I think. And very fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Yeah, the skin walls traded well against all Slaanesh mobility. Yeah, very true. I think the army definitely was cooked up pretty nicely. It's just potentially the inventory execution might have needed to be considered a little bit, because I don't think, personally, Wulfric is not worth the cost. If you don't put a mammoth and make that risk, I think you'd rather go Throg, because Throg is, does what Sigvald does. He's very durable, he resists a lot of damage, he heals up a lot. You have a spitting ability where you can do a lot of damage to inventory, no matter the armor they have, because it has a lot of armor piercing. You give yourself more options, because Throg could actually beat up Sigvald. And unfortunately, in lore, Sigvald does kill Throg, but he's already weakened, so we won't take that. We won't consider that one.
Throg killed Sigvald, and then he peed on him.
No, he peed. Yeah, other way around. Thank you. Throg he did actually pee on him. You're right. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, yeah, misconnect. Yeah, because I think Sigvald was sent to, because Throg basically in the Troll Country was told to leave so the Chaos could go through the Troll Country. But Throg was like, nah, son, all my boys are here, so I'm not leaving. And then I think Sigvald gets sent over to him, but I think it was Sigvald that actually fought against some, like, Giga Chad, and then was really weakened, and then Throg just kind of donked him on the head and weed on him.
I think, if I'm remembering correctly, I think Throg actually took Sigvald's wig and ended up with having a beautiful blonde locks after that. That's also canon.
Nice. Well, I mean, it would make sense. He does have beautiful golden locks. So we'll give these players a little bit more time.
Yeah, they're really scheming with these builds.
They are scheming, lad. They are well and truly scheming. So yeah, apologies. This will be. I think this will. If it goes over like 10, if we get like 15 minutes past or so, I think that'll be roughly about your hour slot. Because I know we're going to have jump in the wonderful Fred in here as well. But Okoii, your perspective in the games are always good. I quite like it because, you and I, we have ways of thinking about the game differently, I think for sure. And, it's always interesting, especially when I ask the right questions, you can really deliver upon a very, very conformed kind of like perspective, especially the Ogre one. So I'd be interested to see if he actually does start to look into, adapting akin to that kind of mindset. But we'll have to wait and see what Slaanesh pulls out with.
It's interesting to see, because there's really lots of different types of players in this game. It's really fascinating, especially people that play. Like I always thought a good comparison is me in comparison to Legend, because Legend is a very, very good meta sort of player, like taking good units and taking everything that's effective and disregarding anything that's bad, like making the AI look like absolute crap just by outplaying everything, like absolute wealth of knowledge, but abusing everything that's good. And I'm sort of the opposite, using everything that's stupid or bad or underpowered or things that people don't normally use or whatever else. So it's really nice to see people taking different approaches, different builds, different strategies instead of just meta all the time, like you see at the pinnacle of the multiplayer scene,
Yeah, absolutely. Right, we're gonna fire off another giveaway for you wonderful folks. Give me a second. We're gonna give these guys a quick poke. Obviously, the stakes are high right now. These guys are obviously wanting to make sure they're in the best position to set themselves up for success in this battle. But good luck to everybody. Type !giveaway. We're going to kick off the giveaway in approximately 20 seconds. just to give you guys a little bit of time to get in the giveaway. Once again, that shout out to CA for giving these codes to give away to you beautiful folks. Type !_ giveaway if you're interested in winning a DLC code. If you already have the DLC, let me know, and we'll get you something else. Make sure to DM Angry Can't. Okay, one of them has a toilet break. One of them is taking a toilet break real quick. So we'll let them have the toilet break. We don't want them peeing themselves during the battle. So type ! giveaway if you're interested in joining the giveaway. And one thing we'll do is in the meantime is we'll have a little word from our sponsor as well. So thank you very much for this, for getting the sponsorships here. Let me just open up the sponsors one sec, guys. There's nothing like having a refreshing, cool drink of Battlesy content. So make sure to like and subscribe. Nowhere Sorry,
else
guys,
do
so
you
this
find
one-
fire gameplay like on the Battlesy broadcast. Make sure to follow if you're on Twitch and subscribe if you're on YouTube.
So whoever he is, what a legend. Appreciate that guy. So, wait, Okoii, why the hell are you in the giveaway? If you win, it's rigged. You know that. They're going to say it's rigged if you get it.
I'll pass it on. If I win,
Okay.
just re-roll it.
Okay. Right, so
I can
yeah, whoever
resist.
that... thank you to the guy that sponsored that segment. Whoever he is, he's certainly a handsome devil. Appreciate that guy. But listen to him. No idea what he said, but he probably said something quite smart. What we'll do is we'll kick away and pick the winner for Twitch now. So whoever wins, Marrowhair39, make sure to message Angry Can't. We'll make sure you get the giveaway at the very end of this one. Cyborg Dragon, make sure you're messaging Angry Can't as well. And then we're going to roll it again. So Wolf, 39, make sure to message the mods in my Discord, and you will be able to get that one at the end of the stream. We'll kick off another one because that one is now 4 codes, so we've got one more in us. Right. Yeah, Hillary's is just out of the bathroom, so Okoii, talk to me. Let's break down something. All right. If you are on your last meal, right? What meal would you want to eat? What's the one thing you'd love to eat? It's padding time, lad. Also, say congratulations, guys, in the chat. Make sure to say congrats to those that have won. But yeah, we're trying to pad now for the players. Okoii, what are you thinking? What's your favourite food?
God, that's... Oh, Jesus. There's too much food, dog. It's like when somebody asks you your favorite movie or your favorite, band or whatever. Like, I like too much stuff to narrow it down to a single... I have like a top 5 maybe-ish, if you're forced. It's like I guess I was gonna say what's your favorite Warhammer faction, but that's definitely. I think everyone has a favorite. That's easy though. There's a limited amount. There's not like 10 favorite food. There's not 10 foods or what? How many factions are there? Like 25, 30.
Yeah. What's your favorite snack then? Can you break that down? What's your favorite snack? Beef jerky's mine. I love beef jerky. I really do.
Donuts, baked stuff, I guess.
Donuts. I respect that. Have you ever
Donuts
tried
are
a donut
good.
mixed with a croissant? Cronut, I think they call it, whatever it's called.
I do like giant turkey legs, also. That's like the size of.
That
like
is
a
the most.
whole side of a cow.
That is the most ogre answer I've ever heard in my life.
That's the that's the idea.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense then. That makes sense. Right. So I don't know what's going on here. Obviously, we've been waiting a little bit of time, so we're trying our best to make sure this battle starts. I'm not sure what the situation is. He might be going for number 2, honestly. One of these players might be dropping a deuce. But let's hope they don't drop the ball in this next matchup, ladies and gentlemen. So we do have Slaanesh and Norska fighting against one another. This is actually a repeat of the previous match. This is currently 1-on-1. Both have taken one game here, so it's really interesting to see. I'm going to be interested to see. Norska is actually ready, so we'll have to wait and see if Slaanesh is now ready. We're getting this going, and I'm looking forward to it. Nice, so we've got the finals ready for the Domination as well, which is going to be big. Now we've got, this is the intermediate Domination battle, I believe. Excuse me, this is the beginner Domination, so let's have a wait and see. Once the Slaanesh player is ready, we'll kick into this one. Any predictions, Okoii? What's your thoughts here?
I'm not sure because they could like it was one of those. Have they gone with something crazy or have they gone with something similar to what they did? Because they both might just stay in their comfort zone, or they might have tried something out of left field. We just don't know.
Yeah, no, very valid point. It will very much depend if they are playing in a situation where, if they go back to comfort, is that going to be a good idea depending on how the other players adapted? Yeah, a lot of mind games there. Absolutely crazy amounts of line games. So I do apologize, obviously, about the delay. Otherwise, we're going to have to enforce a forfeit because obviously we've got so many more games to get through. Because obviously Hilaris is ready. I want to make sure that Okoii is not. He's a busy man. He is a busy man.
I'm not at all.
Just pretend. It's
YouTubers
like
aren't busy unless they got good work ethics. Damn it, I'm outing myself. No, I'm very busy.
So there you go. See, make the illusion like you're always busy. You know what I mean? And it's like, wow, Okoii really works hard to make those awesome meme videos that he gives us. Gives a little letter of appreciation. Interestingly enough, the army's quite similar. Armies are quite similar here.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Infantry base.
The frost. Mate. The frost worm. This annoyed me. Do you remember? I remember reading the patch notes, and it was like, "Oh my god, Norsca's got changes." Read the patch notes. Oh, we've changed the name from Frostworm to Frost Dragon because obviously the Kislev unit. And I was like, brother, this guy stinks. Yeah, awful. Anywho, what were you going to say? Sorry, Okoii.
I don't remember. They've very much stayed in their comfort zones. Obviously, we can't see what they've got reinforcing, but very, very similar armies to what they did take. See, if he'd have invested in that double mammoth or double giant, he'd be on winning street right now.
Oh, 100%. There is nothing here that can kill it. Fundamentally, none of these units is capable of killing it. But you got to keep in mind, we don't know what's in the reserves. There could be things in the reserves that would have killed the giants, for example, because it's all well and good seeing what your opponent has to begin with, but you have to remember, you don't know what's in their reserves, and you are not forced to play, or you're not forced to fight somebody to begin with if you are in a weakened scenario. That's why your reinforcements come in and then, heighten your strengths and then facilitate your weaknesses as well. That's the whole point of the reinforcement army.
The best strat in Dom is absolutely taking all of your expensive units out first, so you don't have to rack up those costs to pull them back in, and then just sort of reinforce your army with cheaper units. So usually people take their high value units, in their starter army. So it would be unusual he did pull out the beguilement ladies halfway through the match last time, but I think at that point he was already on a win streak. So
yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see how this Frost Dragon is utilized here, because we've got 3 breath attacks alongside having the chilling aura, so it can be a very, very, very nuisance, because Slaanesh, a lot of the infantry here is not a lot of speed, so we can see we've got 33 speed on the Chaos Warriors. Chaos Warriors aren't known for their speed, so we'll have to wait and see.
They are Slaanesh Chaos Warriors, though, so they do have a good amount of speed.
I've just realised, sorry for jumping in there, we've got the Wolfric on the Mammoth. Oh my goodness, this is an interesting adaptation here.
Oh.
Because annoyingly, the War Mammoth doesn't give the range that it normally does, but Wolfric can be a bit of a nuisance here. There's nothing within this roster that can actually shut down Wolfric right now. I would be saying, absolutely send it, my dude, into Sigvald right now and put the pressure down, because we just need to shut down the Horsemen, and then there's nothing they can do.
I will say, Siggy could absolutely riz his way through that big thing.
You really think so?
He is very strong. No, but he is very strong. He's way stronger than you would think. I see, look, he's taking chunks out of him already.
Yeah, no, valid.
This will be a good showing for Siggy here. No.
Yeah, and I do definitely think that anytime you have really small entities, it's gonna be very difficult for large entities to get hits in there, because anytime you've got a big old boy like this, you're gonna struggle. Fundamentally, let's be realsies now, you're gonna struggle. And so you can see Sigvald is just absolutely smoking his way through here. And trickling his way down, but you can see that obviously Wolfric's HP pool is 14,000. It's a lot. But right now the Norsca player is doing exactly what they should be, playing towards 2 of those victory conditions and then trading up wherever possible. You got to be really careful for all the horsemen of Slaanesh coming in and doing a lot of damage. But if you can break through with Wolfric and go for those higher priority targets like a mage, it's really nice, because magic here will be the main determining factor of how Slaanesh can break through the front line of Norsca here.
Yeah, I think a big issue with taking large single entities or people on mounts is they sort of just knock enemies over instead of hitting them a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Which is really, really annoying. Also for chasing.
Yeah, a really nice bit of shades coming out of here. This is the double Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh here. That's brutal. These guys are so unbelievably durable, but against magic like that, they're going to struggle. So Norska has started to adapt to the battle situations here. So I'm very, very happy to see and say that, Norska, Hilarious, has identified the weaknesses in his previous battle. Oh my god, I feel like Gollum up here. Don't I look like... Do you feel like Gollum up here? My precious. Okay, anyway, onto the commentary again. So, anywho, moving on. So we can see Sigval, like you rightfully mentioned, is getting a lot of value here. What's your thoughts?
Are we just going to gloss over it?
Yeah, we're just going to move on, We're just going to move on. We're going to keep moving on. There's too many things.
That's... Okay.
Yeah, and it's swiftly moving on. Anywho, yeah, so as we identified early on, the Marauder Horsemen are doing a lot of damage into Wolfric here.
Yeah. I did say the only ranged unit they could pull out would be the Marauders.
Yeah, but I mean, Norska... My precious.
I gotta say, I was not a big fan of them of giving Marauders to a lot of the factions, because it turned Khorne from a one-dimensional but extremely strong melee faction that just devastates in all things melee, flying, whatever, to suddenly having a ranged option. It just sort of made them a little bit more generic, same with Slaanesh and whatever, because Zinch, being this really powerful ranged faction, Zinch is just all around ridiculous, but like it made them feel a little less unique, you know what I mean? To me, personally.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially multiplayer.
Yeah, because I mean, lawfully, Slaanesh doesn't have any type of range unit, so I think that's just the case of the classic case of balancing between lore and actual gameplay. The Chaos factions need to have weaknesses, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah.
The Chaos factions should have weaknesses, and they should have massive strengths. And right now, it's almost like all Chaos factions don't really have weaknesses, if I'm honest.
Slaanesh and Khorne feel sort of unfortunately similar, kind of. I mean, obviously there's very big differences in their speed, their physical staying power and whatever. But just that one unit in multiplayer really gives them a huge just right there. Like Wolfric had nothing that could really take chunks out of him. Although he has taken a lot of damage, considering he's mostly fighting anti-infantry and Sigvald.
Yeah, I'm relatively surprised. I don't know why Mammoth, he's on a War Mammoth. It's clearly the feral version of it, because you'd expect it's not 70 damage. Seems such a low thing on a Mammoth like that. But yeah, Sigvald is still drain tanking. Can we see how much he's healed so far? No, we used to belt in Warhammer 2. I know it's a shame that no longer exists. But the value now is heavily shifting towards Slaanesh. Like, I want to check out the gold value on these Slaanesh. Like 700 here on the Horseman, 600 here on the Horseman. We've also got 700 here as well. What's over this side? 300. Yeah, the Horsemen have done a really good job. So we've got Horsemen here. What's your thoughts on the Horse Masters for Norska specifically? They tier above the Horsemen. Would that be
a little bit more
here?
Interesting? I think I've gotten very bored of Marauder Horsemen over the years in multiplayer, because it adds that element of just being able to stand back and skirmish, and it's sort of a fairly one-dimensional unit. But, they're tremendously good, especially for Slaanesh. They're even faster than usual, great damage.
Yeah, true. I mean, Simon, you're mentioning that Khorne has no magic, but if you play the Warriors of Chaos with them, you can use Khorne units, and then it facilitates that weakness, right? I honestly think that Chaos Warriors, or the Chaos faction becoming Norska 2.0, in my personal perspective, I think it wasn't the best game design, or design choice, because it, like we said, it just adds just so many different things to all the different factions, and it's not unique to one faction. It's spread across everybody. But they are cool. I'll admit, Warriors of Chaos are awesome, though.
Yeah, I think it would make Warriors of Chaos feel a little bit more unique, though, if the... sort of like Daniel's campaign, for example, would be... I think that he shouldn't be able to recruit Marauders at all. No Marauders, like only Demon units. He's literally, it's Demons of Chaos.
Mate, his faction sucks already, though. If you take away his Marauders, it'll be even worse, mate. I played a ton of times recently.
But if they fix demonic instability and then make him give him big upkeep production, he could be a real powerhouse.
Ooh, nice resummoning of these units, so that's a really good usage and smart play. I would have liked the same with Wolfric here. If you'd taken a lot of damage on Wolfric, pulling back. Start utilizing the refund that you can do, because if you're not aware, if any unit is currently not fighting, you can teleport them back to base, let them heal back up, and then use your supplies to pull them back into the battle again.
Yeah.
I think
it's a good value back, summoning them, resummoning
Sigvald
them as well.
is nuts. I'm so surprised. I'm so shocked how well Sigvald has done. He's just not taking damage.
Yeah, he's an absolute monster. With the armor, the auric armor, he's just a disgusting beast. I've never seen him really take a hit in any multiplayer matchups.
Yeah. And he's got a ton of armor, he's got great melee stats, he's got silver shield, perfect vigor, physical resistance, AoE melee attack reductions. My goodness, this guy's insane. And he's a small entity. Fundamentally, that's what makes him so good. Like, for example, Kugath, fundamentally I would consider him one of the best legendary lords in the game. But you put him in one scenario of being shot at by loads of range, he sucks. You put him in any other scenario against melee, he will print value off like there is no tomorrow, and there's no one that can do what he can do. He is an artillery piece, he has tons of magic, and yeah, for me, I don't think there's a better legendary lord than Kugath for the most part. You put him in multiplayer, you put him in single player, they do different things, but fundamentally Kugath is very powerful. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, I think anybody who put them in the right circumstance, they can definitely get value. Some
for sure
units are just not great, just outright. Like Araness Assault Spite, Tretch, Craven Tail. There's just a couple of people that are just not. Like I've been struggling to find a place for Malachi, but yeah, Kugath is always a beast, especially his artillery shots.
The thing I love more than Dwarves is Kugath. Honestly, I really like it. I honestly love Nurgle. I'm not sure if you were no, I don't think you'd have been the same, Okoii. When I first started playing Nurgle, I felt physically ill when Warhammer 3 released. I'm not even kidding. After watching,
you saw that plague daddy diarrhea animation.
Yes,
for sure.
That is the exact thing that I saw, and I was like, okay, Chief, not for me. Don't want to see that again. But as the grandfather Nurgle has blessed me, more and more I like it. More and more I like it. Is Kugath stronger than Temirkan? I would say they facilitate different niches, but overall you'd find more value from Kugath personally because of the magic, because of the artillery, because of how high health he has. Temirkan is a very good duelist, and he's a lot better at sponging artillery and sponging range fire because he doesn't have demonic instability, so you can move and maneuver him and duel a lot better than Kugath, because Kugath is super slow, right? But you can see in the game that we have in front of us right now, Wulfric is super. I'm not going to do the impression again, I was tempted. You can see that Wulfric here has a lot less HP than probably that he won't have. Earlier he could have refunded them, brought them back in, but the gap of the gold damage is kind of closing. It's a very, very even fight, this one. I'm really loving the fact that this is the last game for these boys, the finals, and they are fighting tooth and nail. What can Norska do? Should they need to, do you think, Okoii, pull back a little bit, reconsolidate your forces, and then start fighting when you have the numbers?
It's difficult to sort of like... he's definitely adjusted his strategy, and he's fighting the same thing. Basically, this is essentially the same, almost exactly the same army. But I think the switching out of the anti-large counter that he's expecting to a more infantry-focused build is definitely helping here. I think it's the only thing keeping this fair right now, but Slaanesh, I think, are still edging this out.
You had to use that word. I'm on a message.
Oh, God damn it. Oh, God damn it. I did it again.
You had to... no, sorry, yeah. So he needs to put Wulfric and the dogs inside of point 3 because otherwise it's going to be captured. I think they won't have enough capture weight to stop that one because Wulfric has very low capture weight and so do the dogs, as they have reduced capture weight in relation to inventory. We can see we've now secured a triple cap, so the gold value that Slaanesh has accumulated across the battlefield has now started to demonstrate in the fact that there's a lot more units on the map. There's a lot of things around the battlefield that have started to break open specifically for the Slaaneshi faction.
They were broken, right? That's why, the problem is here is getting value back on the field that isn't just going to get completely overwhelmed here. Like, Slaanesh has such a good holding on all the points now.
Yeah,
is there those skin wolves on the right there?
Say again, sorry, matey?
Are those skin wolves coming in on the right flank there?
The right flank, yeah, looks like a triple skin wolf situation. Do you know what? He's cooking. That actually will do pretty damn well against Slaanesh. Skinwolves trade up against pretty much everything that Slaanesh has. So the more and more you invest in Skinwolves, probably the better off you'll be. Like, for example, these guys will probably not do enough damage to drain tank. And that's the problem, right? These guys specifically have regeneration. They're weak to fire. But Slaanesh struggle to get access to fire, right? So that's one of the things you got to remember. They have magic. A lot of the time they'll have magical attacks, which, by the way, spell resistance does not reduce the damage that magical attacks do. Purely just spells that have the magic symbol. It's really rough at this point because Wolfric's super low. You don't have a really strong single entity killer. Having range units come in from the side, obviously there's a vanguard starting to like shoot into the skin walls. That's where they'll start struggling, right? It's the if you put them in a melee situation, Okoii, wouldn't you agree that they would just kill things easily, just start pushing through stuff, and they won't have a problem there, right?
Yeah, so especially with the regen.
Yeah, easy.
Walls are bringing.
Yeah, easy drain tank situation, but yeah, the Slaanesh faction has played very well. I'm very impressed here that the adaptation well and truly happened. You can see it on Norska's side. It was a very, very, very close match to begin with. This was not by any stretch of the imagination a pushover, and both of them have showed some really, really great stuff. Wolfric has now been routed off the battlefield, so it's interesting that a lot of their leadership will now suffer as part of Wolfric being taken down. But if you could kill Wolfric specifically, that would be nicer because I think Wolfric will get teleported back. But you can see now, anytime a Lord dies specifically, you will gain permanent leadership debuffs. But routing off the battlefield as well, -16. -16 to all the inventory here, so you've got to be so unbelievably careful with your Legendary Lord specifically. And you can see, obviously, Sigvald specifically is just so unbelievably durable. Tons of leadership.
Yeah.
And you will... It's almost like Slaanesh never has that worry, right?
Yeah, look, the skin wall is all just completely breaking now.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate to see. It was a Hail Mary, and you've got to respect it, though.
Really, this is very similar to the last game. I think with a couple of key changes that made a big dramatic impact. But I think this is very similar. Skin wolves, wide, way less marauder champions this time, but fighting a very similar Slaanesh army. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, honestly, this was a banger of a finals. GG. Guys, this is the Domination beginner bracket. These guys had to go through an insane amount of players. The same for the land battle tournament. So can we please get a GG's in the chat for these beautiful folks that have come in here and competed against one another. Fantastic showing from the both of them. Adaptations on both sides. Love to see that. They both try to adapt to the situations, understood what the victory conditions were, understood how they needed to evolve as players, and then go for that one and continue on moving forward. We're going to get another matchup. Right.
Did Wolfric get a good amount of value then with that mammoth, at least? He was alive for a long time.
Say again, sorry. I'm just reading a question. Apologies. Did he get a mammoth? 2.3k. I don't know how much that is.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah, not too bad at all. 1k value there, 1.1k value there, 650 value here. A lot of the Norscan units. Oh my goodness, look at this. Do you know what the turning point? The turning point for me personally was, Okoii. Do you know what I remember being the turning point? It was in the middle of the map. We got a double... I think it was a spell or something like that. It might have been... Yeah, it was Norska. It was a really big turning point that Norska started pulling it back to them. They got a really nice Pit of Shades on the double Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh, but they just couldn't then translate that to something else. But no,
GG's they couldn't hold after that. Also, Wolfric getting chipped down by those Marauders.
Right, GG's to those boys.
Way closer than the last one, though, which is good.
Yeah, absolutely. GG's to those guys. Right. Let me say thank you to Okoii as well, boys. Okoii, you have been an absolute pleasure to speak with. Your commentary is appreciated. You were appreciated. And I'm sure everyone in the chat is very much looking forward to the... you mentioned Thunderbarge Doomstack. So, guys, do make sure to look forward to the wonderful thing the beautiful mind of Okoii cooks up. So we'll wait and see. But can we get some buys to Okoii, please? Just say thank you to him for being awesome. Okoii, do you want to say anything to the boys?
Ogres are the best.
That's lies.
As soon as you lose, Ogres win in the long run. What else? Jeez. That's pretty much it. That's just the truth.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Well, thank you so very much, my friend. I do appreciate you. Yeah, I'm going to drop the call, and you're a legend as always. You're an amazing dude. Thank you very much for finding the time to commentate in this tournament. I really do appreciate it.
Welcome, Doug.
Awesome. You're an absolute legend, dude. Take care of yourself. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and have a fantastic long weekend. Take it easy, man. All the best. Oh, right, okay, next guy. So Fred is going to be coming up next. I don't know why there's a host here. Hold on, let me speak to my mod team. That's my noise, as an FYI. Right. Okay, sweet. So this is a host. Sweet. Okay, so let me go ahead and speak to the wonderful Fred. So this is our next special guest. So the next special guest here is coming in. So NerdRageFred is a friend of the stream. I've known this guy for a very long time. He's such a lovely dude. Let's ring him now, and we'll get to chatting to him. Hello, Frederick. How are we doing, my friend?
I am super well. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing wonderful, thank you very much for asking. Can we get some hellos for Fred, please, in the chat? So both on the Twitch and YouTube side, make sure to say hello to him. He's an awesome guy. If you don't know who Fred is, what we'll do is do a shout out on the Discord, and then he's in the description. So all the co-hosts are in the tournament brackets and the description of the stream. So make sure to say hello to him. He's a great dude and a great content creator. You're playing Ungrim today, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, exactly. And then we were doing a little bit of Star Wars after that.
Oh, how's Star Wars?
Yes, and I rounded off with some tacos with the family, and then I'm here.
Nice. What kind of tacos are we talking?
Oh, it's like the Swedish type of, tacos, like a taco plate, just doing homemade guacamole and everything. So it's pretty nice. Told my family I was pretty excited for this. My daughter, who is 4, said, "Oh, Leslie, is he the one with the small dark eyes, like a crudely painted doll?" And I was like, yes, honey, it is actually. I'm very excited for this. It's very nice. It's like, oh, like a shark. It's like, yeah.
Honestly, sometimes you're the equivalent of verbal diarrhea, Fred, but I love you nonetheless. Anywho, yeah, I've turned him down. Sorry about that one. So no idea what all that was, but I have turned him down. He's now lowered down now because for some reason I do it 200%. Do you normally mumble? I think you probably normally mumble, so I put it from 200%. I've reduced your volume. So Fred,
oh, good. Nobody hear anything I said.
I think you were too loud. Yeah.
God damn it.
I think you were too loud. Honestly, it's probably not the worst thing in the world that they couldn't hear what you said, because like I said, it was equivalent of verbal diarrhea. But anywho, yeah, we're in this match and we're going to be raring to go. I think yeah, good to go. So Fred, this is 1-1. This is I believe, let me just make sure that I'm not mistaken. This right here is it's the final battle. They're 1-1 right now. So this is very, very hype. This is the final battle to conclude this specific stage.
Fantastic. Oh, is it robotic now? Wait, are we having a lot of audio issues here?
We have audio issues? We shouldn't do. We're not dropping frames or anything. Anyone got desync? If you are desync, please make sure that you what is watched? Hold on.
Oh, thank God it's on your end and not mine. It's so much easier for me to fix, but horrible for you, I guess.
Hold on, boys. How's it sound now? Is it desync for me? Desyncs and audio crackles. Really? It shouldn't be. Hold on. What is going on?
Oh, the joy of technical. Not mine. Easy for me to fix because I've certainly got a problem during the stream.
Yeah, hold on, boys. I don't have a clue what the hell it could be. Give me a sec, boys.
It might be the Discord call. I can call you instead and see if that's anything.
Is it? Hold on, I've just muted the sound. It's muted the desktop audio. Hold on, boys. If I swap over to... Is it making the crackling now? Is it still making the crackling sound, boys? Is it still making crackling sound? Sorry, Fred, about this. Unfortunately, we're having issues. Is it
Do you want me to call you instead to see if it's a Discord issue that's like holding all the bandwidth for you?
Yes, there we go. Is it okay now?
Yeah. I think you have to go out of the call as well.
Okay, one second.
Oh, yes, no.
Hold on, I've muted the sound. It's still crackling. How is it still?
Okay, you go out of the call as well and I'll just call you.
Okay. Surely the sound's fixed now. Surely it's fixed. Because there's no way that there's any other sound coming through now. Still broken? Oh, so annoying. Hold on. Let me do something. Filters. The stream is lagging. I'm not dropping frames though. Oh, I just realized what's happening. Hold on, boys. For some reason, I'm not streaming at 6,000 bitrate. I don't know why my internet just decided to stop streaming at like how it should be. I'm having lagging issues. I think my internet's just having an absolute kerfuffle. Dude, this is going to be so sad if that's the case. I need my internet to stop being a jerk. I'm not downloading anything or anything. I think it's my internet. I think my internet's doing something, boys. I don't know what to do to fix it. Yeah, hold on. Give me a second. Fred, if my internet is streaming at a lower bitrate on OBS, even though I'm not dropping frames, it's streaming at 2,000. It's streaming at 3,000 kilobits a second instead of streaming at 6,000. But there's no reason for it to do so. I have no idea why. Sorry, guys. I really got technical issues. It's not frames, just my connection freezes. Yeah, that's why I think my internet's doing something stupid. I don't know what to do. I've literally never had this problem before. Let me just speak to Fred on. Lag debugging. Right, my internet is for some reason streaming. Well, let me show actual screen to you first so you can see this. I don't know why they're doing this. But if you see here, like, I'm not dropping frames, but... Oh, it's back! Is it back? I think it's back. Hold on. I think we're back. Is it okay now, guys? Refresh the stream. Refresh the stream, boys. Everybody refresh. Do me a favor and refresh. Everybody do me a favor and refresh, okay? Refresh the stream. It should be fixed. Everybody refresh the stream. Type F5 it. It should be fixed. We're back, boys. Sorry about that. Brief intermission with lag. Hold on, let's just have a word from the sponsor real quick. Okay, thank you. Nice word from the sponsor. Sorry about that. Brief little break there. My apologies, folks. We had a little bit of a lag spike there. It has been since fixed. Fred, let me go ahead and share the actual application so you can actually hear it. And these guys are good to go. Very hype. You got desync too. If you refresh the stream, the desync should fix. Refreshing the stream, still desynced. It should be okay. If you refresh, it's lagging again. No. Yep. God, what can you do, eh? Oh, Friday. They let me making hosting tournaments, and everything's just broken. Oh. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, I just don't know what I can do to stop this because my internet's just being absolute turd. Well, normally, yeah, I mean, normally the weird thing is, just to show you guys the screen, this right here should be 6,000. Normally what it does if I'm having internet issues is it just starts dropping frames, but I'm not dropping frames. No drop frames. I don't know about skipping, how do I check that? So how do I check skipping? Crash report, log files, show log files. Oh yeah. Yeah, we have frames missed due to rendering lag, 0.1%.
Oh yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing. Yeah. Probably millions of frames lying down.
I'm almost wondering if I'm getting DDoS or something, because this doesn't make sense. I'm not actually lagging on my internet. There's a reasonable chance I'm getting DDoSed. Good fun.
Or that's Twitch server just isn't working properly.
Well, it's YouTube as well. YouTube wouldn't have issues.
Oh yeah, fair.
Nowhere else can you find fire gameplay like on the Battlesy broadcast. Make sure to follow if you're on Twitch and subscribe if you're on YouTube.
I'm gonna be really annoyed.
Yeah, I mean, like, all these things are so goddamn annoying when you're doing well, because you're doing really well on everything as well, and it's you know, it's how it is. Sometimes you just gotta work through the pain.
I don't know if it's watchable. Right, guys, is this at all watchable if we start trying to do this? It'd be crackly and awful, isn't it? Yeah. I do apologise for the technical difficulties at the moment, boys. I'm just trying my best to resolve this, as right now I have no idea what's forcing my internet to be like this.
I tried maybe mean, you can always reset the router and stuff like that, but like it takes so goddamn long when you have to stress as well.
Yeah. Hey, Lunching. Yeah, I don't know what's up. I mean, do you think stop streaming and stashing will do anything? Probably not, right?
If you restart the PC, it might.
Yeah. That'll take me a while to come back, though.
Yeah, it takes like a good at least 2-3 minutes.
Yeah.
Which is valuable streaming time. Plus, in the end, if we're spending 2-3 minutes here as well, that's also time as well.
If I stop streaming and stream again straight away, would that fix it? Would it drop the Twitch stream? Do you know?
It will, yeah. If you have like a little hotbar switch or something like that you can restart like really quickly, then it'll just be the little weird technical issue screen instead. But if you stop streaming, it'll send that it's ended.
Right, I'm gonna have to make the executive decision to because what I don't know is if I can stream back to the YouTube video, YouTube stream.
No, that apparently is just you have to restart it. Oh, we're in a new bracket. Well, it's a new bracket, right?
This is the
tournaments.
This is the LB team. This is absolutely in the LB team.
100%. If I've ever seen one.
This is the LB coming after us, boys.
If you know, you know.
Yeah, massive shame. Honestly, I think YouTube is getting the majority of what it needs, but it's dropping down to frame rate, so it's just not going to hold. Right, guys, I'm going to have to restart the stream. I'm going to have to come back. You're kidding me, it's fixed, I'm pretty sure. Right, please hold the YouTube live stream. I think it's fixed it. That restart should have fixed it, boys. Right, the party's carrying on. Let's get to it, boys. The restart of the stream fixed it. Welcome back, everybody. I do apologise about the difficulties that we've experienced today. These guys can start getting into there. And Fred, good to speak to you. Sorry for the delays, everybody. Sorry for the delay. We have done a cheeky little restart of the stream, and we are so back. Boys, welcome in. Hope you're all doing wonderful. We do apologise for that. The show must go on. And Fred, are you ready to rumble?
I am so goddamn ready. I was born ready. I've been waiting for so long. Did you guys know I had to pay $200 to Battlesea just to be here? He said it was going to be the best exposure ever, but now he's had technical issues, and he's just trying to finagle away all the time that I've paid. And honestly,
the thing is, they don't know if you're being sarcastic, and obviously I didn't ask to get money from you.
Oh, is that how it sounds now? Is that why I had to do...
you said a bigger creator than I am, Fred. What are you yapping on about? I would have to pay you to come on here. You're bigger than me.
You said it was your real name that I had to pay, pal.
Oh my goodness. This guy just yapped on. He is literally a bigger creator than me, and he's asking me... he has to pay me? Anywho. Right, so we've got Khorne versus the Vampire matchup. We've got Chaos Warriors of Khorne, which is really nice. Bloodlords of Khorne, a really nice mixed bag. So a very standardized army within land battle, coming with this Khorne, Spawn of Khorne. You can see the Manfred alongside the Vargeist. What's we thinking here, Brad? What are we thinking? Can the Vargeist pull out the win here?
I'm saying, can the Vampires win? It is going to be up to the Vargeist and the Flyers, because otherwise, the rest of it, I'm just feeling it's going to do really, really well. Maybe the healing will do really well, but we'll just have to see. Because, man, those Marauder Horsemen as well, they're so good. Oh, a cheeky little Bajuna there as well. Fantastic.
Yeah, brutal levels of damage coming out there. I mean, Valkyrie is not exactly the most durable of targets in the world, so I would assume that, Khorne will struggle in this situation, if I'm honest. Vampire really does thrive in scenarios where they're fighting into blobs like this. You can see there's direwolves in the backline. Need to flank them around for sure.
Valkyrie's a good fighter. She might not be like one of the absolute best, but dang, she is up in those tiers anyway. She will get a proper mention most of the time. Like I said, she's not gonna win any like best melee fighter of the year, but she's up there in the discussion for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think she's, especially law side, she's a very, very potent fighter, and the fact that she has the demon shield that allows her to just not take damage, if you can schedule that alongside going in with the cycle charges, she's just ridiculously good. You can also see that the Vargeist are understanding that they shouldn't be in combat for prolonged periods of time. They are fundamentally very, very squishy with 10 armor, so you get them in, you get them out. They are like a shock unit. You use them as a shock unit, and that's it.
Finally, the dogs are on the move there. Let's see what they're gonna reinforce with them there. As you can see there, Valkia winning versus Manfred as well.
I'd love to see that.
Absolutely brutal. mean, Buna is cool, but dang, it's expensive. It's so expensive. So much wins just going away there.
Yeah, absolutely. Good news that the dogs are going into the Marauder Horsemen at the back here. That's exactly their responsibility in this composition, ensuring that they're taking down the Marauder Horsemen whenever they have the capabilities of doing so. Valkyrie is obviously doing a lot of damage, but she doesn't have the capabilities of actually healing. Manfred has the ability to heal quite a lot of his hit points, because obviously vampire magic is very, very powerful, certainly in the top 3. We don't have elements like Winds of Death, it seems. Manfred obviously can utilize the Spirit Leeches onto Valkyrie. She does have a good amount of spell resistance, but fundamentally, you can go in a situation where you could just rain them down. Balance of power is inside the vampire's favor. It's not accounting for the healing. I mean, Khorne is very much playing into the vampire's, victory condition here. How can we then take that away and then get the favor back into Khorne here? What does Khorne need to do?
They need to position a little bit better. They are essentially just being surrounded here. The flanks are getting destroyed. I thought it was going to be a Khorne stomp here, but I was proven mistaken. Manfred going in there as well, into the halberds. That's a very interesting move. But he will charge up and get more Winds of Magic as well from his fancy sword, which is one of the better ones in the game. He will get Winds of Magic power reserves from that one.
Yeah, and I think the Crypt Horror has helped a lot there, providing poison onto the halberds, reducing their overall damage, just to make sure that you could sit in combat for a little bit longer. Dogs, once again, just need to start chasing off units that are on the sides of the flanks here. But Valkyrie's going for that one-on-one combat, and definitely Manfred is not favoured here.
No, definitely not.
Oh,
I don't know if
he's
gotten his... I don't know if he's gotten any breath attacks off either. Maybe he has, I just haven't noticed.
Yes, he's done all of them. He has used all his breath attacks. Not crazy amounts of value, though, so we've not really seen devastating situations where that has been utilised. The Lodestone's done a fantastic job providing a lot of AoE bonuses all to the army, obviously healing all of the undead units as well, giving them magical attacks. I know the Black Knights specifically used to have magical attacks, and that's been taken away, so units that can provide those kind of bonuses definitely have a lot more value. And the Mortis Engine, fundamentally, just sitting here and just printing value off. If you don't shut down a Mortis Engine straight away, they will just be an absolute powerhouse.
Yeah. They will just keep on ticking, and it's just going to be a little just printing value.
Absolutely, for sure. We need to make sure that the Vargeist are pulling out when they need to, and they're doing exactly that. Just making sure they're not sitting inside of combat for too long. Sitting near the Mortis Engine is always well and good to get that AoE healing, but if you're in combat for too long, you're really going to start getting yourself punished. And obviously Valkyrie was also in the train of the Mortis Engine. There is nothing really that Khorne has access to right now that can push through this Mortis Engine. And even though the gold value is just so heavily involved towards Khorne, but you have to never underestimate Vampire's ability to heal here.
No, definitely not. The Mortis Engine just did so much on that flank. It was crazy. They really should have pulled the Halberds off faster to get to the Mortis Engine. Or had
you've got double halberd here, which
horsemen.
needs to be on the right flank for sure. You're not wrong.
Yeah, and the horsemen should definitely have been focusing that as well. They should have just pushed. Maybe that would probably have been too many resources on it and cost in other places. But dang, that thing is just gonna crush the rest of the stuff now.
Yeah.
Together with the flanking Vargeists.
Yeah, I think unfortunately the Khorne doesn't really have many options here. You need to make sure that your counter units are fighting the respective counter units. Otherwise, the vampires love to be in situations where it is prolonged melee, because having things like Mortis Engine, having things like Manfred just flying around, having things like the Vargeist having the ability to go into these fights, makes it so difficult for Khorne here. But really interesting positioning from Khorne, obviously trying to go into the beat grinder. Khorne loves whenever the blood flows, doesn't matter if it's Khornites, doesn't matter if it's the vampires. Whenever that happens, Khorne is happy, and it seems that Khorne is going to be very happy at the outcome of the battle nonetheless. And that's the armor loss bonus kicking in. Obviously, the Swan of Khornes will survive, and once they're dead because they're unbreakable, the winner is Nayar. Congratulations to Nayar for winning the tournament. I believe this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is...
well done.
Yeah, well done, guys. Yeah. Well done to the players here.
All the Elder Chars would be proud of Nayar.
Absolutely. So this one, I believe, is the beginner land battle. So this is the beginner land battle. These guys went through the gauntlet. I'm telling you, GG's to everybody. Can we say congrats to all of the people in the chat? So these guys well and truly went through the gauntlet here. They well and truly went through the gauntlet. They fought against a ton of people to get where they are today. You know, if we go and have a look at the brackets, specifically, I'm assuming it's been updated as we've gone along by the wonderful mods that we've got. No, they've just been organising it, doesn't matter. But yeah, there was a ton of people, as you can see here, in the specific brackets. We had, I think, 28 people in this bracket specifically. Yeah, there was 28 people within this bracket, and these guys fought all the way through, 28 people, to get into the finals and take the win there. And it obviously was a 2-1 banger. So, GG's, well boys. GG's. GG's. Right, thank you very much for competing, folks. Naya, congratulations. Well done, matey. And it makes sense. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate you. So if you jump back over, who do we have next to jump into? Obviously, we had those technical issues, which is obviously really unfortunate, but what we can go ahead and do is find the next game. Let me just get Discord up. Here we are.
And we're getting ready for the next guest as well, right?
Well, I mean, your time was obviously interrupted, but it's up to you, lad. If you're not enjoying yourself, by all means.
I mean, obviously I am. I paid $200 for this. I just was so hyped here, but you know, I mean, like other people have scheduled time for this as well. I respect that. Do not worry about me.
Do you know, it's times like this when I regret inviting you, but Fred, I've known you too long to not invite you to these kinds of things. But he is obviously being exceptionally sarcastic. He is a bigger streamer than I am, fundamentally, and he's just being a memer. But anywho...
Me?
Let's see. I think Dav is the person that's next. I don't know if he's around, actually.
I will be here until he is.
Okay, well, unfortunate, because you're annoying, but... that'll do. Congratulations to those guys, and let us go into the next one. We've got Flamemaster Baldy. This is the intermediate domination finals. Love to see that. So let's jump in this one, and I'm excited to jump in.
They're gonna be fighting on the Black Ark. That is amazing.
Yep, Black Ark's the map that we're playing in here in question. What we'll do as well is we'll kick off the giveaway to all of you wonderful folks. So exclamation mark giveaway in the chat right here, right now. If you want to enter the giveaway for a DLC code, jump in there, boys, and grab yourself a code. So yeah, exclamation mark giveaway. If you're in the chat, just type it in either Twitch or Discord. We're running them on both. But without, what we'll do is, guys, we'll quickly have a word from our sponsor. Just as a reminder, hold on, give me a second. I'll jump over here. I'm just going to have a quick word from our sponsor. Thank you very much for this person to sponsor the stream. Yeah, I really appreciate all the support on the tournament today. And here we go, kick off the sponsor segment.
It's me, the sponsor. So if you're watching from Twitch, make sure to follow, and obviously any primers if you can. But for the YouTube side, if you're enjoying yourselves, please do make sure to subscribe. You know, me and my team have worked tirelessly to try and sort this tournament out. You know, we've got a ton of awesome creators here, so I'm really excited to do things like this. So yeah, if you enjoy it, make sure to support us. Thank you so much.
Right, so thank you very much for that person for sponsoring the stream. No idea who that guy was, but seemed like a really cool guy, and he seems pretty handsome to me as well. So...
I hear all his products are full of lead.
Fred, you do realise people don't understand you being sarcastic at this time. Ah, good times. Now I'll know not to invite you to the next one, but anywho, let's jump into this game here. So your predictions, Demons of Chaos versus the Empire, who do you think is favoured here? We know that the land battles are not allowed, and we know that Elspeth on the Dragon is not allowed as well. But Demons of Chaos is an interesting one. We'll have to wait and see, but I'll kick off the giveaway. Please do make sure to message my mod, Angry Cancer. That's Miculus, congratulations. On that side, congratulations. I'm going to pick it on YouTube, on Twitch as well. And Mr. Henners. In Discord, please do message Angry Kant, who is the mod that's handling this one. And obviously, at the very end of the stream, you will receive your prize. But yeah, GG's. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. And it says, amazing. If you're in the Discord, matey, please message one of my mods, and it'll sort it out. Wow, interesting build coming out here, Fred. So Black Ark, like you've commentated and you mentioned, there are a significant amount of... Like, the Black Ark map is a really cool map. We can see that the Hochland Rifles, whatever it's pronounced, and there's 4 of them coming into the battlefield. We've got a Master Engineer in a Steam Tank. Love that little adaptation. And then on the Demon to Chaos side, we've got the Feathered Prince alongside just cheap and cheerful spells. A Soul Grinder, some of the Scrimmers of Zinch, alongside some Nurglings, Blue Horrors, Doggos, another Soul Grinder, and some Nurglings. What's your thoughts on the matchup so far?
It's definitely going to be interesting to see because he has a very, it's not simple maybe, but definitely doesn't have answers to every single thing. Like artillery, for example, might be needed. So if the Soul Grinder could actually, trade with the Steam Tank well enough, then that's over. No, wait, it has the new ballistic plating, actually. So of course it can.
Yeah, no, the ballistic plating I think is the Steam Tank changes there is really nice. Obviously from the front, 100% of that will be blocked. From the sides, obviously 50%, and from the rear, 10% of those shots.
It's going to be very interesting to see here because obviously the long rifles will be able to pick off a lot of things as long as they have line of sight.
Yeah, definitely.
Have they forgotten one of the swordsmen maybe on the sides? No, yes.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Hey, folks. Maybe that's just trying to capture point 1. I can understand that. I think getting the elements of capture 1 secured and locked down is going to be a good idea here. As part of this strategy, I definitely favor this more towards the Empire side. It looks like they're going to be really heavily deployed onto point 3 and point 1. It looks like the battle is kicked off. The Steam Tank has a really long range here, so we'll see how this guy cooks up here. Apparently Pigeon Bomb is absolutely nutty, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, definitely they're going to have to concede a lot of pressure onto point 1 here. We know that there's point 3 as well, so normally it's best to deploy here and ensure that you're actually able, you're securing your flanks and ensure you can push up. But right now, with the way that the Empire has deployed, they're purely focusing on point 3 and point 1, conceding the fact that point 2 exists. Normally, if you can get a really heavy consolidation force on point 1, you can then in turn take point 3. But, if you were in the situation where you're Empire, how can you get these Hoshland rifles to just make sure they're picking off the target they're looking for? What do they need to do you think?
Well, obviously you need a lot of map awareness here to actually just target whatever is getting close to you. But they would be so easy to overwhelm because they can't pick off things that fast. So it's going to be very interesting to see here. We are getting in some more cavalry though, which will help out in a lot of the army's weak points.
Yep, absolutely, for sure. Yeah, good understanding of utilizing the cavalry to have the flank secured there. Conceding point 3 is an interesting one. All the points has actually been conceded, and this is a really interesting strategy. Demon Canis Flatmaster has taken control of everything right now, and yeah, we'll just have to wait and see as to how that transpires, how we can wrestle back control as the Empire faction here, because you definitely have the tools to do this, but it depends on what you're starting to bring in, what you're seeing the opponent bring in. Another Soul Grinder, so unbelievably expensive single entities here. Master Engineer needs to start throwing back some shots into the Soul Grinder, otherwise the Master Engineer is going to start struggling. I don't know if they turn around and face forward.
Yeah, he definitely needs to turn around, but no, he's doing the opposite. He's spinning around.
Can you block the Soul Grinder's damage? I don't know if you can block the missile of it. If so, that's nuts, and that would be very difficult to contend with. Yeah, I'm not sure. Ooh, we need to get more of these infantry line on the actual point here. We've only got these dudes on the point. This is where the thing is. They've only got a couple of the infantry there. Fundamentally, pull those guys up. They'll be able to wrestle the point away because obviously the Soul Grinder's capture weight is very, very low. Hoshland rifles are coming in clutch, starting to shoot down the Screamers, getting a lot of pressure down there. Got to be careful for the Lamprey's bite because that'll do a lot of damage. Pre-combat militias trying to wrestle control back of 1. Obviously, Daniel or the Demons of Chaos here need to concede a lot of pressure, otherwise they're going to be in trouble. This is really risky, enabling these Hoshland rifles to be on their own here. You have to bring the cavalry as part of having them and have a few units as well to protect them. Because, yeah, having the Feathered Prince just sneaking in there is not ideal. But there's not a lot of resources here. Could we see the Empire starting to pull down and barrel down to point 2 here, Fred?
They are definitely playing it carefully, but it is working out to a certain extent anyway. So we're just going to have to see here if they're going to be pushing forward or what, because the demons are definitely going to be the aggressive part since they just don't have the range to do anything. Like, the Empire just has to position itself constantly, while the demons can just rush in a much more aggressive manner. I think that's what we're seeing right now as well, where he's just diving into the backline with very little response to this. They've just gotten rid of the shields here as well from the Lord.
Yep.
And now they're getting response with the melee cavalry. That's actually doing something, but
yeah, need to see the swordsman pushing up against the blues, otherwise it's going to get damage for free. Same with the spearmen here. Obviously they're trying to put a barrier up for the Hoshland long rifles, but you know, you need to make sure that you're also protecting the rest of your units and ensuring that they're actually doing okay. Swordsmen and melee would actually, you know, position and they would fight really well, but this is sort of a buying a time situation, ensuring that they're, you know, doing everything they can to push them back. We can also see here that the Feathered Prince is taking a lot of damage. These Hoshland rifles cycled around.
Yeah, finally.
It's really, really brutal, yeah. Because the thing that I disagreed with was shooting the Zinch, Screamers of Zinch here. The Feathered Prince has so much less HP, and like we know, if a demonic unit crumbles and dies, it is a permanent debuff towards their leadership, and it's really hard to recover from situations like that, especially with demonic units that have really low leadership to begin with.
Yeah, and Screamers are always deceptively tanky. Like, as you can see, there are 2 melee cavalry just keeping it busy. It is anti-large, so it's supposed to give up a little bit of a fight, but like it's giving a pretty good fight, though, for such a low-tier units.
Yeah, absolutely, and we can see that we only have 0.1 specifically for the Empire right now, but the gold value trading is so heavily in the Empire's side here, but if I'm honest, it doesn't matter. In the grand scheme of things, most of the time, gold value is not the picture. It is not the full picture of a battlefield. It is the domination elements of getting the victory tickets that matters. You know, you can have a bazillion gold value versus like very low gold value, but if you're not capturing things, that is the only thing that matters. And you can see here that Daniel is sacrificing specific points on the map to enable them to get a lot more victory tickets. They're taking bad trades specifically to push the Empire away, to try and get the value propositions of having these points, because once you triple cap, you obviously look at the points just racking up here. If this triple cap sustains, then this battle will be over within a couple of minutes, because it's actually kind of crazy how fast you can lose if you're not careful. One of you guys will have to correct me regarding the directional missile block. I don't know if the Soul Grinders can shoot into the steam tank and it be blocked. Does anybody in the chat know if you're able to utilize the ballistic plating to stop that damage coming through? Fred, I'm not sure. Do you happen to know?
It should be, isn't it all missiles, basically? Everything that isn't explosive?
I would just consider this more artillery. I believe the damage from the Soul Grinder is considered more artillery, potentially. But I'm not sure. Also, a Dwellers coming in here is a really interesting cast, especially since the fact that Dwellers is not a very good single-entity killer. It is more bespoke to killing infantry, so interesting cast coming out from Life Wizards. I think, you know...
But still, they need to kill the Soul Grinders, and that is what they have.
True. Yeah, definitely. I mean, once the Soul Grinders start taking a little bit of damage here, yeah, this is where they can really start pushing back, but the single entities are doing a fantastic job of holding them down. Soul Grinder counts as missile, then yeah, if he was forward facing, then if it's counting as missiles, then you know, the steam tank wouldn't take any damage, and the Soul Grinders would be positioning, and they'd be forced to position in a manner where, you know, they'd have to flank. So yeah, it'd be interesting.
I was just gonna say about the Dwellers from below. Spells are like pizza. The best ones are the ones you have in front of you.
Right, yep, understood. Thank you for that input, Fred. Love that one. So we have the Empire Knights and the Swordsmen coming in here, and we've got a lot of Empire units here. The trading is still heavily in favor of Nuln, but like we discussed, can Nuln push them back here and ensure that Empire takes the victory here? Because if they don't stop the bleeding regarding the points soon, we are very, very likely to see that, you know, Flamast is going to take the win here. Utilizing the domination objectives better.
I mean, they are pushed so far now. Like he's definitely pushed the front line so heavily now. So we're gonna see if he can actually push it back like in time, because man, it's not looking like it right now. But it wouldn't be the first time I'm surprised today.
Yeah, a lot of surprises have happened today, that is for sure. Master Engineer is, it's interesting because obviously the shield, it's so unbelievably effective at holding things down. But yeah, this is a really interesting one where the Soul Grinder is doing a lot of value, but I think we need to find ways of shutting this down, and obviously bringing in the cavalry will definitely do that. Point 3 is now getting wrestled back. We have grenade launchers here, which will be so incredible at killing this chaff. Let's push ourselves back into point 1. Ignore the
fact that the screamers on the grenade launchers as well. Will they be able to escape?
Well, that's why you should just run this direction, run the Black Rose in there into the Screamers. Even though it's in, an anti-large, I don't think they would do well because obviously they've got the supporting fire of the Frequent Militia. We just need to make sure that we're wrestling these points away because fundamentally it's getting to the point where a triple cap is going to be required for the Empire here. We're in the danger zone, absolutely, and I honestly think a triple cap is going to be required. Otherwise, we are.
It is feeling like that, yeah. They have quite the massive lead.
Right, let's see. What we need to do here is, push up the Frequent Militias, push up the Swordsmen, get the infantry in positions where we can start pushing these guys back and use the grenade launchers. You got to be careful. Grenade launchers are oftentimes it's a little bit bait to shoot against units like the Screamers of Zinch because they're such a small entity in the grand scheme of things. And then we've got the engineers coming through. We're going to push them back. Hoshland rifles are on their own, but make sure we've stopped the Flesh Hounds of Khorne coming through there. We need to put pressure on point 2 and push back with point 2 as well. Point 1 and 2. We need to make sure we're not bundled up with a ton of resources. Bring these Empire Knights towards the middle of the battlefield. Start contesting the positionings here. And it's looking a lot better for Nurgle here. Excuse me, for Empire specifically. Unfortunately, leaving a few of your key units behind, but as long as we recover from that, it should be okay.
Yeah, definitely.
He's just a Jade Wizard.
Actually getting some really good pushes in here. Dang, that was a good turnaround, but will it be enough? Because the dogs are in the back line now as well, and they're pretty.
The dogs are doing a great job. This is exactly what we needed to see from Flamaster to secure, to ensure that his value is continuously being built upon. There's very little that Daniel can do. What we see is what we get right now. I think if I was in this situation, Flamaster should pull back everything that he has, put it on point 2, and just hold.
Yeah.
As a cryptocurrency folks say, hold as much as you can and make sure you can stay here and do everything you can, as this point right now is very important for the success of Flamaster to win this battle, because the trade and gold value is actually squeezing back into the favor of Demons of Chaos here, specifically because of the Flesh Hounds doing a fantastic job at punching above their weight, but a lot of point 3 units are coming over. Now the Hail Mary could be a situation of getting something to point 3. In this situation, where would you start putting your resources as the Demons of Chaos, Fred?
I would probably start pushing them towards point 3, I think, because that seems like the place where they do not have that much concentration right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, once you've got things like this split up, we've got a special guest commentator as well. We've got the Warhound from IRL. We've got a Warhound. This is my dog Fred, if you're not aware. So yeah, definitely getting a 0.2 pressure is going to be critical here. I think it's going to be really important that we can push back and ensure that we can enable these guys to be absolutely okay. The Steam Tank and Master Engineer guy is still fighting, still in this battle, printing off a ton of value. Has a little bit of ammunition, and I believe, potentially might have the Pigeon Bomb. Yeah, Pigeon Bomb is still here, so we can obviously keep printing the value up from that. But my goodness, really fantastic job coming out here from Nuln. Keeping the pressure up, has actually wrestled point 2. Now we're in a situation where we actually have a deficit. You've got to keep in mind that there is healing going on, and so the Empire has access to healing, which means that the gold value specifically is obviously a bit deceptive. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one.
Cool. I mean, in these kinds of situations, gold value means very, very little. It's just how well your investments did, but not if you actually won or not.
Yeah, fantastic job by Exul here, pushing up these units, ensuring that the capture point 3 there is actually prioritized, because one of the things you don't want to do is just blob onto the actual capture point. What you want to make sure that you're doing is pushing up as much as you possibly can do. Yeah.
They don't have enough now to actually take the last one. It was the triple cap that they actually needed, and they actually got. That is crazy good. We will see if they can salvage this, but it is looking grim.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, so we can see here we've got the Screamers of Zinch, and we've got a couple of units coming out from Daniel. Still a Soul Grinder of Nurgle. It's one of those really difficult things where you don't have a lot of cheap and cheerful things. Then it's very difficult to, make sure that these guys are getting a lot of value and a lot of capture point weight, because most of the resources that the Demon Prince has is specifically interjected into really high cost units that really don't have a lot of value in a situation where you're spread thin.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at this point, he's just amassed so much, and he's pushed the entire front line up to the spawning point. So he's just gotta have to. He can't print enough things at this point to actually like break through there because it's just too established. He's he's gonna have a rough time doing that for sure, as your Warhound would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think. Oh my goodness, nice. That's a good joke. So I think if Demons of Chaos may wrestle a point at this point, they might just squeeze a win. But I think it's going to be really, really, really close between them because obviously we need what is it? 600 for the Empire side and 200. So yeah, one capture point would actually keep this a win. So if the Empire can wrestle this away, excuse me, Demons of Chaos can wrestle this away from the Empire, then we are looking at a potential win for the Demons of Chaos. It's definitely not over. Nurglings are going towards capture point 1. That is a Hail Mary if I've seen it. But I'm loving the idea of Flatmaster.
Yeah.
Utilizing
the Nurglings just going for us.
Absolutely. Mate, you've got to do what you can. You know, you've got to create opportunities. You've got to create space. And this Nurglings doing this has pulled back a very expensive Master Engineer, pulled in a respawn of a Free Company Militia in the Vanguard position. But
together with the Engineer, they will very likely crush him. But I mean, it's still leading things away from the main front line. Or Norts.
GG's, boys. Can we get a GG's in the chat, everybody? This is the final bracket for the specific Domination tournament. Flamaster coming in very, very well played there. But obviously, unfortunately, near the end there, they struggled a little bit due to the heavy single entity investment there, as we can see from Flamaster. Obviously, the Empire went very cheap and cheerful, very, very solid fundamentals of having a lot of units that can come in and provide a really heavy impact. Especially this night, the Black Rose really came in clutch there. Very, very good back and forth game. I think fundamentally the Hoshland long rifles, some of them got the value, some of them didn't, but it depends on the ones that were shut down very, very, very quickly. But a beautiful comeback, completely agree there. You know, fantastic job coming out of there. And on to the next one.
I mean, I feel like I've just been on a roller coaster with that match. I am in awe of both players. Very, very well done.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a great job coming out from both of those teams there. Love to see what I'm seeing. Fantastic job and very impressive. So we can see the Flamaster's gone to Slaanesh and we have Nurgle. From memory, Nurgle is actually favoured in this matchup, mainly because of the fact that with the changes in TOD beforehand, Slaanesh was unbelievably advantageous. But Nurgle now has a lot more options where they can explore with Toads, Pox Riders, the Toad Dragons. They've got the new Rot. What's the new weapon? The new cavalry guys? Scott?
Rot Knights.
Fred, thank you. Yeah, Rot Knights. So the Rot Knights specifically are a very fantastic option that they can give them the survivability. They're expensive, but they give them a lot more options now, right?
Yeah, they are great. I love them. I used to always love Skull Crushers, but Rot Knights fulfilled that niche as well of just really heavy monsters cavalry that just wreck stuff. And the regen, as you say, makes them so tanky.
And estimation map giveaway, if you want to join the giveaways, that is the giveaway entry. Estimation map giveaway is how you enter into the giveaways of all the codes and things like that. And obviously, if you win, do make sure to speak with the moderators. But nice battle for it, sir. It's a really beautiful map. Definitely advantageous for Nurgle, I would say. Definitely advantageous to Nurgle, as I would say that Nurgle has a significant advantage there because the map is actually quite a conformed. You can just go into the middle and blob. Whereas Slaanesh can't really leverage the fact that they are very fast. They can use their speed. They can really be disruptive there. Yeah.
Definitely going to be an interesting match.
Yeah, absolutely. Fred, if you were in this situation where you're cooking up a storm, right? You're cooking up a storm. You've got Nurgle in your roster. You're against Slaanesh. What the kind of units are you thinking about? What are you thinking to yourself? Do you know what? I need this unit. I need this unit. I need this unit. What's going through your head here?
I would probably go with some of the Hell Scourges. I mean, Nurgle has a lot of cool, heavy things, but I would just gamble on the fact that they would maybe bring more demons with lower amounts of armor. I'd bring a couple of things to actually shut down the Rot Knights, and obviously you would need some very, very good spells.
Absolutely.
But overall, Slaanesh has always been very strong in multiplayer, so. I mean, what can you really bring to shut them down if you're the slow, heavy person?
Yeah, it's a valid point. If Flamaster understands the victory conditions, right? One of the main things here, I was going to crack out paint, but I'm going to do it anyway. You know, your boy loves cracking out paint here. So if we go ahead and share my screen and share this, right? Fundamentally, Nurgle has the advantage of whenever you're in a blob situation, you will win that fight. There is literally nothing you can do. And Autobot, thanks for the 5 gifties, bud. If you're in a blob situation as Nurgle, so I'm put an N there. If Nurgle's in a blob situation, they will always win against Slaanesh. Slaanesh has to identify that this is a situation going on and just loop around to the different points. Because Nurgle can't blob in 3 places. So it's just, I'm going to put my advantages in other situations. And as you can see here, there's obviously 3 maps, and it's all very centralized within Battle for Itza. So depending on where Nurgle is investing the majority of their resources, Slaanesh starts to use their speed to go to the other places and start bunny hopping around to whichever one is going to give them the most value. Because at this point, you can value trade. Each and every single one of these situations where you're in these points, you can value trade until you gain a significant advantage. Games last a long time. You don't have to then invest all your resources straight away. If I, as a Nurgle player, see Slaanesh has brought things I can't beat, I am not going to fight you. I will concede the points until I have resources that I know I can beat you with. And then it's the same situation. And vice versa. Nurgle may bring some soul grinders so that they can actually sit on one point and then sit on another point. And then you can have a situation where Slaanesh is obviously struggling and then they'll have a harder time at killing that. But that's when you bring the Seekers and in your reinforcements to understand that you can start pulling them and pushing them away from these points. If the Nurgle player knows what he's doing and they're a smart player, what they'll do instead is have resources like boxing around it. And then they'll start pushing out if they need to, like this, due to the way that the map is designed for Battle for Itza specifically. Yeah, so that's like kind of the rundown of what the situation is. You are right. This is definitely favoured for Nurgle. I'm not going to lie. This is actually a favoured matchup for Nurgle on this map now. But the Slaanesh faction needs to understand that you can't get baited to blobs. Getting baited into blobs, not a good idea. And Samira, thank you, man. Yeah, you can't get baited into blobs. If you get baited in blobs, you're just going to lose. The victory condition fundamentally is I will run away from you and I will fight you until I have the advantage. That's all you got to do.
I mean, isn't it also possible maybe to just manage to blob them up, bait them a little bit, and then use very nice AoE spells as well? You do have the really cheap whip that you can use constantly, and you also have the little mirror spell that rains broken glass, and that is a very good damage spell as well, even though it is very expensive, very slow. If you manage to blob them up, you can also trap them in from other angles as well and use it. And, you know, pray to dark gods.
Yeah, I think it's a very good perspective, but I think typically speaking, you know, when you can see what you're up against, you can be like, okay, there's a mage there. Okay, I'm going to click on the mage. Okay, he's got slicing shards. I'm going to try and avoid blobbing up when possible. Obviously, this is going to be a situation where people will make mistakes. It's a high-pressure situation. This is a tournament scenario. So these players might not think about that and have the foresight to understand that, do you know what, I can't then really push forward and try and get aggressive there because it might be, you know, it won't be advantageous. Whereas in this scenario specifically that we have in front of us, you know, we can leverage what our victory conditions there are. Slaanesh is either running away, or like you say, you can blob them up if you've got the slicing shards. It's onto the Nurgle player to play smart here. I think Slaanesh have the advantage if they know what their victory condition is, which is fundamentally avoid fighting and fight when you are advantageous. Nurgle has a lot more options, so I'm really curious to see how these guys are cooking up in relation to their compositions here. For me personally, one of the things that I would actually quite like to see from the Nurgle side of things is probably some soul grinders just to have some actually meat on the ground and start off with that, because since it is a small map, you will get a lot of value from the soul grinder just because of the fact that you can keep getting hits off and obviously you can pull them back for a very relatively cheap cost. And one of the things that I would also want to see is probably some relatively decent marauders, you know, cheap and cheerful marauders coming through as a way of swarming around. Pestigor is also going to be great, but the thing is you're not going to need a lot of armor piercing. But yeah, Fred, what are we thinking here? What are we thinking about the composition that we have on the screen now? Ooh,
I mean, I'm just really, Cecil, love to see us. I was just going to say, I would love to see some Cecil. Good, some heavy Hell Scourges there as well. Good Marauders. Good things to deal with them, for sure, for sure.
Azazel's a really interesting pickup from Slaanesh as well. Any thoughts on Azazel as a pickup here, as opposed to Sigvald, which I think potentially could have, gone into the...
Sigvald is like we saw, like he is insanely good at dueling. As a duelist, he is. I can't think of better duelists really, because the regen, everything is just so incredibly strong. I mean, it's crazy actually how good they are.
Yep.
But Azazel, I mean, he's fast, so that's cool, at least.
And he's a spellcaster, fundamentally. That's one of the things you've got to consider. He's flying, he's fast, like you say, and he's a spellcaster where you can start looking into those blobs. I think, honestly, the more I think about it, he cooked up pretty nicely here. He can actually start sniping out certain entities on the Nurgle side of things. Like for Soul Grinder, Azazel would most likely win that.
He also causes terror, which is very cool. Not against this specific matchup, but having a little terror bomb like that with spells, it's pretty nice. I think the fastest I ever got him in. I think the fastest I ever got him up in campaign was like 290 speed or something like that.
Damn, is that like this Slaanesh army ability, Shadow passive, and then I know there's other abilities you get.
Ocean of Speed as well, obviously. And then
classic.
and then Strider from some banner or something. I can't remember exactly.
Right, we're gonna have to wait and see. I know the Rot Beast is gonna be difficult for us to push through here, but I think. Oh my goodness! The Crown of Everlasting Conquest as well is going to be absolutely brutal.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be
Nurgle has a lot of options for healing now. That's a new item, I believe. There's going to be a lot of options for Nurgle for healing. Slaanesh needs to not get baited like we discussed in the previous one. If it does point 1 and 2, utilize your skirmish cavalry because I don't think Nurgle will utilize a lot of the skirmish cavalry.
Oh,
because
it's been in the game for a long time. Not sure if it's new for multiplayer though, but it's been in the game since the release of Warhammer 3.
What has, sorry?
The Crown of Everlasting.
Oh, has it?
Bonkers. Yeah, it has. It's really fun to get.
I don't remember this.
Usually, I haven't gone in a long while though, but I did get it consistently in a couple of Bellacore campaigns.
Yeah, I think in multiplayer it might be a recent addition, maybe potentially in TOD, because I've not really seen that in a while. But we need to get some resources onto point 1, point 2 as well. The thing is, what I'm interested to see is that Nurgle has done the thing of just kind of concede a little bit, but we need to start utilizing... This guy has one of the loudest sound. If you click on him in campaign, my god, he screams into your earballs. So we have the Chaos Ward. These guys need to start moving up to figure out where they need to be placed most.
Which one, Kaisk?
Yeah, Kaisk, my god, he makes so much... He is so loud on campaign.
It's I think it's so funny because you get like these little camp events where it's like, Kaisk has said that Hashut isn't a real god. And you can just imagine them sitting there by the campfire and that the dwarf is just screaming and the other dude is just sitting there like, because it doesn't even have vocal cords or anything like that. It's just sitting there like a little didgeridoo or something.
He sounds like he's just swallowed some kind of chicken bone or something like that, is how it feels. So, Slaanesh doing what we mentioned to begin with, very much utilizing the skirmish perspectives. You've got to be very careful putting Exalted Demonettes into combat because Plague Bearers will trade out there. You know, Plague Bearers have a ton of health. The HP per entity is 116, which is super high in the grand scheme of things for an infantry. These Demonettes of Slaanesh will need support. If you have the single entities, in the Lord and Case, you have to be so careful to protect them. Azazel needs to be identifying the situation, conceding any resource that they need to, and then just hoping that they can protect them here. Because Case has regeneration, so he's going to be an absolute beast. This guy's got the crown, so we need significant burst damage. And as far as I can tell, Azazel's and the single entities are the only thing that's going to provide that, right, Fred?
Well, what is it? Regeneration?
No, a single entity damage to deal with the guys that have so much regeneration, right?
I mean, yeah, you also have the Marauder Horsemen, and people always forget about like ranged units. They are really good at doing that. Like that is their primary work in a lot of armies.
Utilizing the devastating flanker at least. Yeah, agreed. I think the range units here are going to do all the damage to the Fest scores, especially since low armor and no shields. I think you want to avoid just being in blob fights here. If the Festering Stooges... You are basically giving the Festering Stooges what they want. They are so unbelievably good at fighting because they heal with Festering Gate. Nicely job with the Slaanesh units pushing this back. We can see Slaanesh is actually winning in a gold value perspective, but honestly that doesn't seem to me to be too much advantageous because a lot of the healing's going to be coming out, especially on the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. And wow, the Lord got actually routed here. We need to be making sure to put pressure onto that as much as possible. Take advantage of the situation that the Chaos Lord has actually started to rout because we know they have Fleshy Abundance and that's going to be impossible to keep that in there. So a unit wiped out.
I became the buffoon here. I said like, oh, that terror won't come in handy in this particular matchup, but boy, did it do that really quickly. If he can now keep on pressuring that thing, so it never comes back. Oh, it's already back.
Yeah,
Plus,
absolutely.
you should have capitalized on that a little bit better, maybe.
Oh my god, it's actually a white flag above the head. That's a routing unit. Azazel needs to carry this unit away from the battlefield. If Azazel does not follow this unit, it probably will be GG. This right here is going to be such a massive win for Azazel and a side of Slaanesh if we can keep pushing them
It can
back
only
here.
run away one more time, and then it's completely shattered.
Yeah, it's more so that since there's a white flag above it, if Azazel's next to the unit, it won't recover, and so it will rout off the battlefield, which is exactly what we need to see here. All you need to do is, oh my goodness, so much damage coming from the Horseman Axes. We didn't want to be skirmishing and actually getting into combat. We just wanted to hover above because that's good enough. You don't need to be engaged in combat, you just need to be nearby, and that's what we needed to see because this is going to recover now, unfortunately.
That was such a good Horseman.
Really nice play. Really nice play.
Yeah.
All we needed was just Azazel floating and flying above. I think even I believe Exile is surprised by that one recovering, so we need to be careful with that one. We got some skirmish cavalry coming out and just try and do more pressure, but the terror routing, obviously Azazel doesn't have a lot of units. It doesn't have a lot of health to work with anymore. But we still have
that really went from almost game breaking, to almost game winning to just a bad trade, unfortunately.
Yeah. Absolutely agreed. I mean, that was the difference maker there. That would have been such a massive advantage towards.
They might be saving it up though again.
Yeah, they might be saving it up again once you say. What we need to do is make sure we're attacking from multiple directions, because as you guys are aware, if you attack from multiple directions, you can get up to the critical elements of -24, I think, if you're attacked from every single angle. Briefly, you'll get a huge debuff of leadership. Anything that needs to be summoned in here, I think just getting some summoned units in here to just protect the fact that this is happening. Even skirmisher units can really, really assist here. Point 2 is still within the side of, I believe, Nurgle. We've got point 3 still captured. We've got Seekers on the right flank here. Pestigals will do nothing there. They'll trade up really nicely. But we need to make sure we're cycle charging them because we're giving them what they want by being in prolonged fights. Slaanesh cavalry can't really fight in prolonged situations. We've got a lot of infantry on point 3. Move it to point 2. Let's start trying to wrestle back the advantages here. Azazel's still hovering over the Chaos Sorcerer. The healing is still coming in clutch. We can see there's a ton of healing that's happened already. Roughly about 40% of the healing is done already on that Lord, so it's an insane amount of value. But Fred, honestly,
that fight was so interesting that I completely forgot about everything else. For a brief moment, I feel like Khorne himself is sitting there just appreciating the good fights, being completely engrossed in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of those things where if we feel like that, imagine what the players that are doing this battle right now. There is so much need to look after. There's so much need to be considering. Azazel's in a good spot to actually start going back into getting hits in here. But unfortunately, a Rancid Visitation is going to probably secure the death of Azazel. So we need to make sure we're cycle charging to replenish your leadership, because you get 15 for charging. So that'll keep him over the threshold of disintegrating. We're in a situation now where we've got a lot of the Plague Bearers holding the point 2, but they're unfortunately getting wrestled away because of the infantry advantage from the Slaanesh side of thing. We have a lot of gold value. That's pretty.
Azazel is not looking well here. He is getting blobbed up as well. It is not looking good for him there at all.
A devastating charge coming, Plague Toads coming from behind here, and that's going to really secure the death of these Exalted Demonettes, but they will trade up really nicely, at least. Kaisk is honestly one of the things that is going to be really annoying. The problem that I have right now is Kaisk is just sitting there, he's doing nothing, but he's just tanking. You know, we don't need that right now. Nurgle does not need someone that can sit there and tank, because that's literally their roster. They need people to push back, do damage, and then secure these points once again, because right now we're triple capped, and we have to make something happen. Otherwise, we're going to 100% start losing this one. I do believe that Nurgle is in the advantageous position. From a perspective of value, I think Nurgle has probably more resources on the battlefield right now, but the resources are spent into things like Kaisk, who is doing very little.
Kaisk is very, very specialized. He has been doing really well, though, with what they can. First, they just helping out there where they can. Now routing that Alures as well. No, it's not Alures, it's a cultist.
You're exactly right. Yeah, it's a cultist indeed. I believe the cultist has the summons, but that have already been used. So even bringing this unit back and summoning it again would probably have a lot of value, because when it comes to using things like this, if you have summons and you have the value of that they provide, which is a summon, honestly, just pull them back, get them back in the battlefield. You know, you don't want this unit. It's effectively a dead unit. It's not going to kill much. And you want to make sure that you're putting your resources in the right places. Really smart move having the Hellstriders to complement the Seekers. Otherwise, you're going to take a lot of damage. I think the Chaos Sorcerer Lord is in the middle here, as you can see, still printing up a lot of value. It's unbelievable to me that this still is on the battlefield. Like, honestly, this would be a different match if the Slaanesh was able to rally them off of the battlefield, not engage against the Horsemen, dodge the axes, and just fly above them. But the thing is, the crazy thing there is, while having to avoid all of that, you're then starting to, lack on point 3, 2, and 1. you've got to be so careful where you put your resources, and maybe, you know, Flamaster decided to himself, it is not worth the micro I need to do to keep this from happening, and I want to try and secure everything else on the battlefield, right? Looks like a little bit of lag coming through here, but yeah, it's recovered, thankfully. So we've got some other units coming in here. So from the roster that we've seen, Fred, what kind of units does Slaanesh need to pull through here?
I mean, from my point of view, Slaanesh will just have to, well, and I'm
just
not
chaff,
getting a
honestly,
good
at this
overview.
point, right?
Yeah,
getting the chaff
almost
in there,
just,
keep the
just
pressure
getting
on the
bodies
points.
in.
Yeah, exactly.
Cavalry's doing so much, though. I feel like they're just getting a lot of value on those dudes so much because they're countering so many of the large units as well.
Ooh, Rotfly's coming in. I actually don't think Slaanesh has Lancer because the Seekers
Oh,
are
no.
really weak right now. We need the Hellscroller
Yeah, I mean-
Slaanesh, the non-Hellscroller variant, to have anti-large to try and deal with that one. But if they're
I
smart,
mean,
they can try and
Rot
flank them.
Knights and Skull Crushers both have anti-large. The Monsters Counter, they'll smash through just about anything that isn't supposed to, like, straight away counter them. And even
This is
then,
a-
if it's not strong enough, they'll just rush through it anyway.
Great move by Slaanesh here, identifying the fact that they can't hold point 1. It would be a lost cause. Go to point 2, start to play around that one, and maybe try and get some value on the Sorcerer here. Obviously, we've got 3.3k HP, but they're still printing value. But yeah, I'm not sure necessarily how much Winds of Magic is still available for this specific Sorcerer Lord, but keep in mind, once you use your resources, you can't gain them back from a Winds of Magic perspective, unless you're like Claw, for example, who has infinite regeneration of reserves, as it's obviously on one pool. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle is doing a fantastic job of just being a nuisance in this battlefield, consistently
it's
providing
just,
value.
It's just being where the other player just doesn't want it to be. It is great to see.
Yeah, good idea. I mean, this is the finals for the intermediate bracket, and with, you know, fantastic work from these guys coming to where they are now. Rot Knights are starting to come through. They'll kill cavalry, they'll kill spearmen, they'll kill anything alike. They've got to make sure that they're putting enough pressure
nice.
in. But the flank coming in here from the Seekers is pretty devastating. They've got to get out of there as soon as possible.
Yeah. I mean, that was a really good charge, though, just from catching them unaware that they didn't have time to stop.
Well,
And
it's
actually
really
do
bad
something.
for the Rot Knights. They're getting completely swarmed here, and they do not have enough regeneration here, and you can see the poison's coming through the Spirit
definitely
of
not.
Musk. Stat line's going to get destroyed. They don't have that much armor. That is a wrapped up unit. That is a present under the tree in Christmas right there, I tell you.
Yeah, together with the poison, it's just unbelievable. I mean, people don't really think about poison like that, but poison, that is like just like ward save. I'm sure you say that a lot as well. It's 15% ward save essentially in melee, because the other person just won't do the same amount of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And Flamaster is doing a fantastic job of trying to leverage the fact that Slaanesh is the mobile faction. He's using his cavalry perfectly, obviously extending his victory condition here, but I believe you should definitely have one of the units chasing the Rot Knights, probably need the Fury, reallocate those resources. I mean, a cavalry charge into the Lord right here would be absolutely devastating, especially for a lot of the demonic units.
Yeah, I'd probably do the same, though, and just chase those Rot Knights, because I would not want those to come back, because even if they come back in a while or like a little bit, then they'll just regen up so much health, and it's just such a nuisance. Like, they can have half of their health up in just a couple of minutes, and you really don't want that.
Absolutely. I do not like the fact that Slaanesh is putting resources over to cap 3. You can win with 1 point right now. You are at an advantage where you have the ability to win with 1 point. So ignore all of the strength of Nurgle here and just go for what you need. Just be a nuisance, capture points, be really annoying. I mean, maybe this is a good idea because it'll put a lot of pressure, especially the Demonettes. Do you know what? I changed my mind. I was wrong. This is going to be a great idea to cut through these Nurglings and then start capturing point 3, because there is nothing that can shut down these Demonettes on this side.
Yeah, I think they're just wasting resources now.
I mean, look, oh my days, this Nurgling has died so unbelievably fast. That is crazy. That's going to be a really good pressure onto point 3 here.
I mean, Nurgling is a chaff unit, right? Demonettes is a actual like little hammer. Maybe not like the giant warhammer, but you know they're definitely like, you know, a nice little construction hammer that you hammer nails in with, and it's just gonna hurt if you get slapped with a construction hammer on the fingers.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I was pointing over there, we need to start getting some pressure into here, ensuring the Nurglings are dealt with. Obviously, some chaff units are going to be starting to put over here. We're going to use the Chaos Warriors to sit in here. There's no way in hell that these throwing axes, they've gone straight into melee. Normally, you only really want to do that with Khorne units, as Khorne definitely has really good potential in melee, and Hellscourge should trade up here nicely. Yeah, a lot of damage coming through here, so you got to be very, very careful.
Those marauders cannot, those horsemen cannot contend with that. They are so bad versus anything that can actually do melee, because in the end they can only do their ranged. And oh, they're pulling back though. That's
yeah, we need the shots off. We need this missile strength being utilized. There's still 12 ammunition. Anytime you lose an entity, like we've just lost 2 there, that's 2 extra shots, and obviously 12 ammunition. It's 24 axes that's thrown at 27 missile strength. So always remember that when you got a ranged unit, losing an entity is actually pretty damn devastating. It's a lot more than people think.
The accident, isn't it?
Simply the laugh. Okay, moving on. You can tell you're a dad. So we've got point 1 and point 2 secured.
That simply laugh was very acceptable.
I don't know why I speak to you. Okay, so what we need to do...
Look at them accelerating from that point as well. That is crazy.
What we need to do is make sure we're holding down point 3. It's just been wrestled into Sunesh's perspective. What we need to do is utilize these. Nurgle need to stop this. Every resource needs to be start moving over. Kaisk should not be sitting in the middle. He's got no vocal cords, so he's screaming to his master, please let me go to point 3, because we need to try and wrestle this away from Sunesh, excuse me, because otherwise we're going to lose here. Sunesh has the advantage of potentially putting some resources over to the other side of the map, and I think that's what I would honestly suggest now. We need to start putting pressure onto point 3, but if you're Sunesh, think to yourself, okay, yeah, I've wrestled point 3 away, but can I start sneaking point 1? Can I start sneaking point 2 as part of them rotating units over? But yeah, great action coming from this one. You know, point 3 is well and truly being rattled away. Love to see that. I think, yeah, Plague Bearers unfortunately aren't the units you need here. You need the units that are faster. Wait, the Lord has died, so... Nurgle's Lord has finally died. Jesus, that's taken a long time. Actually, that was not a good idea. You should have brought them back, because right now, all of your units are minus 16 leadership now. So Nurgle's going to have an exceptionally difficult time now.
I will also accept that it's a very bad idea to get the Lord killed. They should not have done that.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to pull them away. You can't allow your lords to be susceptible to dying there. You can refund them and summon them back in if you need to. That right there would have had a lot more value for you. But you can see here that exactly what we described beforehand. They're trying to move all the units across towards point 1 that they've got, point 2 and things like that. But Sunesh have played the map here. You know, this is definitely advantageous, I would say, because it's a little bit smaller map for Sunesh specifically. But, and then obviously Sunesh has utilised that victory condition, but Nurgle got baited a little bit too much in those skirmishes, like I was mentioning in the drawing of paint. You know, you've got to make sure you're fighting in situations that you're winning, right? But you've got to avoid getting baited by Sunesh because a lot of the times Sunesh has actually feigned going to points and then gone other places and feigned attacks and done a very good job at being very sneaky with that one. So, you know, great job.
Amazing. Yeah, Sun Tzu would be proud. The basis of all warfare is deception. Is bait them in, and then win with your own advantage. Because if you don't have the advantage, you have to create it.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, fantastic job, honestly, coming out from Sunesh here, leveraging the fact that they have, significantly more value propositions from skirmishing. But that, I believe, ties it up 1-1.
GG.
This is tied up now 1-1. GG's, guys. Can we get some GG's in the chat, please? That was a great game. GG's in the chat. GG's to these players. We've got one more in us, boys. Exul has, I believe he took the one. Flamaster has just taken that one down. We're in a situation now where we are in a last game of the best of 3. This is the finals for the intermediate bracket. These guys have fought through a lot of players to get here, and they've done a fantastic job as part of doing it. What I want to see from Nurgle is a little bit of an adaptation. Kaisk, yes, can survive and be durable, but if you just aren't putting him where he needs to be, you're not going to get the value they need there. But fantastic job. Great stuff there. Right. Yes, Fred, we will be switching now. Dav, I'll be bringing in Dav now.
Does that mean that the man with the pistol will leave my room as well? I want to see my wife again.
Anywho, can we get a thank you for Fred? He has been he's been here. He's definitely showed up, so that's we can thank him for that.
Yes, I'm happy
for Fred.
I'm happy that our lawyers could sort it out. So we went a little bit overtime here, so that I could get my $200 worth. Too bad we had to involve the lawyers though, but that's just life sometimes, But it's nothing. It's nothing personal,
Honestly, I'm gonna make it 500 at this point. Fred,
just,
I'm gonna make it
nah.
500. I'll make it 500 if you carry on.
Contract's
Keep
already
yapping,
signed.
I'll make it 500.
It's already signed. You can't.
Nope. If you
go
keep
back.
yapping, I'll get my lawyers on this one.
The lawyers can sort it out instead. It's fine.
I'll speak to my lawyers. I deserve 500 for putting your dumbass. Anywho, right, Fred, thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for commentating. Appreciate you, bud. Do take care of yourself. You're awesome. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks
have
for
a great
having
rest
me.
of your day. It was a pleasure, my friend. You know, I'll always have time for you. You know that, Fred. I appreciate you. Thank you for everything you do.
Yeah, at your rates, you'll always have time for me. That's for sure.
Okay, anywho. Right.
Thanks for having me. Goodbye,
Bye,
everyone.
Fred.
And
I've just left. Okay, so anywho, that was Fred. He is an absolute memester. He is somebody that I've known since I pretty much streamed since the very beginning. So I've watched Fred since I started streaming. What a waste of time. Anywho, Dav is now the situation. Let me ring Dav. Fragnatic, thanks for the prime. Honestly, dudes, thanks for all the follows. Thanks for all the support on the stream. I do appreciate each and every one of you beautiful folks. We're going in the last BO3 here. This is going to be the very final battle. We're going to be ringing Dav. So Dav is obviously somebody that is he does commentary of multiplayer. He's somebody that's going to bring the expertise that we're going to need for this battle specifically. So let me ring him. Right, Dav, how are we doing, my friend? Welcome in.
Hello there. Doing well, doing well. Thank you very much. How is this stream going? I haven't had a chance to watch much. Just got back.
Yeah, it's been awesome. Thank you so much for asking. You know, we had obviously Legend coming in, so that was good to hear his perspective. We had Okoii in there. We had AgentNumberOne, who's awesome. Had a lot of great creators that have joined today, so I've been in good hands, that's for sure. So what I'll do is go ahead and stream my screen, just so you can see what I'm seeing, because obviously I'll join all the battles accordingly as a spectator. So, you obviously know multiplayer, Dav, right? You are a guy that plays multiplayer. If you don't know who Dav is, check the description in the stream. All of his links are there. So, with this battle, we've got a Zinch versus Lizardmen. What are we looking for? What does Zinch need to bring? What does Lizardmen need to bring? What's your thoughts?
It's definitely an interesting matchup. Pleasure to be here. Glad to be here. I will say my expertise is primarily in land battles. Domination's a little bit of a different beast, depending on how the players choose to play. You know, if we see, like, sometimes players might choose to build up a lot of forces and then have a big engagement, or sometimes try and contest the points and then try and stream in reinforcements. Kind of just depends. But certainly from a matchup perspective, Lizardmen, if you play them right, in my opinion, are probably one of the best games in the faction, best factions in the game, rather.
You did, you did a land battle domination mix, didn't you, on your stream yesterday, right? You did held a tournament where there's capture points in land battle, right?
Essentially, yeah. It's a community-developed mode for land battles with capture points, essentially. It removes the need for rule sets for land battles, which is, you know, been the bane of our existence for a long time in tournaments, you know, since even, you know, before Warhammer even existed. You look at, like, Rome tool rule sets and, you know, different, you know, multiplayer games even before. But it basically just, it builds in the unit caps, and then it also means, like, you don't have to say, okay, you are forced to attack, and you have this 3-page, you know, of what defines attacking, basically, right? Removes the need for all of that. So since land battles with domination are kind of a little bit of a different experience, just for myself, I prefer sort of the grand spectacle of land battles versus domination's more of a, I don't want to say arcadey, but it definitely feels more game-like, right, in some sense. But that being said, certainly a lot of this, you know, faction characteristics still apply, right? Like, Lizardmen got their incredible large monsters and just really strong, like, fast infantry. The fact that skinks have good speed is a big factor in domination, because their infantry can actually contest points much quicker than, say, like, even marauders, but definitely slow chaos warriors for Zinch, right? So, well, I'll be interested to see what we see here from Lizardmen, definitely.
Do you think, typically speaking, obviously, you know, your expertise is normally lies with land battles, as you mentioned there. Will it be worth Zinch holding off on the resources with the army points to wait until you can get the AoE Storm of Fire, whatever it's called? Do you think Zinch should be especially we can see the army now. Do you think relatively cheap and cheerful, a lot of chaff-related units on the Zinchian side, and similar for Oxyodal side, a couple of really heavy hitters there, but fundamentally we've got a lot of cheap and cheerful units that can kind of get these capture points. Are we expecting to see, Zinch to go absolutely crazy aggressive, trying to hold these points, with the blues, because I think it buys a lot of space, blues and pinks, right, in the early game.
Definitely, and you can, because Arnhem's a relatively narrow map, you can contest with a wide build like this on both sides. You can contest a good amount of space. So I would expect to see, we'll see these kind of infantry base forces. Looks like the Lizardmen had a couple of monsters mixed in there. Sarthorel is also a really interesting choice. Generally, you would almost always see Kairos, just land battles, domination doesn't matter. Kairos is just very strong. But Lore of Metal is also really good, and Sarthorel does offer that fight or die, which is unique to him. It's basically like the Warriors of Chaos melee defense leadership buff, which is, no other Zinch Lords have access to, which is quite good. He's also Greater Arcane Conduit, I believe, which did get a small buff. So that combined with Lore of Metal means, it's now 15%, used to be 10. And that means he'll be able to output just a little bit of extra damage on like Searing Doom. But certainly that Plague of Rust I see there will also help the pinks and blues. They have good overall damage, not the best AP values, but they can shred Lizardmen armored units with that Plague of Rust applied, certainly.
The thing that, what surprises me the most after looking at this? Where is Final Transmutation? We're against Lizardmen. Yeah. You'd expect to have something like that as a way to counter a lot of these single entities. Right now, within this Zinchian roster, I can't see how we're going to deal with a lot of these, heavy, large entities like the Basilons. So I'm going to be curious to see how we can try and avoid fighting them potentially, because we don't really have a good answer for it.
Yeah, I mean, Bastildons at 140 armor, even Overcast Final Transmutation will only take 60 off of that. So they're still going to be, 80, right? It's just quite a bit. But I think he's just going to go with volume of fire, quite literally. With all those pinks and blues, just trying to soak them in lots of wonderful, colorful flames. True. But on the Lizardman side, it's quite interesting. You've got the ROR Salamanders who have stock, so they won't be hit at long range. You can kind of position them as need be. Is that a solar engine also, or what's that Bastildon variant there?
That is indeed a solar engine, printing off
solar engine
vigor reduction across the board here. So the match has just kicked off here, and we can see obviously we've got a couple of units on the right-hand flank here going towards the point 3. Zinch decided to not do that. Interesting that Zinch is dedicating all of their forces to trading up in point 1 and point 2. I think maybe even 1 or 2 blues might have been a good idea, because the resources invested by the Lizardmen is not exactly high here, right?
Yeah, it's relatively low in investment, and those skinks too. I mean, like I said, with the speed, they can reposition between the upper and lower points relatively quickly. So I'm not sure what Zinch's strategy is here exactly. Maybe we're going to see some more mobile units summoned in to contest the second point, or maybe he's literally just going to focus all his resources and just concede that. Oh no, we do see some Marauders. Zangors rather. Yeah.
Great decision. Zangors will trade up against these skinks, not a problem at all. They're very, very powerful, especially with Silver Shields dealing with the Javelin variant of the skinks. Fun fact, the only difference between the Javelins and the normal ones is quite literally they fire. Their stat line is the same. A lot more expensive. Typically speaking, if you're looking for chaff, they are quite cost effective fundamentally, wouldn't you say? The Javelin variants?
Yeah, it really depends. If you can get a good volley with their Javelins, they can pay for themselves in a single volley, to be honest. Absolutely. But they are very much sort of like Roman cohort, like precursor Javelins, right? Throw them in before they charge. But yeah, the Zangors is a great pick also with the Vanguard deployment, just being able to get in. They're also similar speed to the Skinks. So just the ability to sort of mix them in, especially as reinforcements for Zinch, is a really nice option.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely agree there. I think the Blues will always trade up against these Javelins really, really nicely. So it's interesting to see that this is something that the Flamaster is actually going towards. He's like, I'm happy to start trading here, but the pinks on the back line is going to make that a really difficult trade. One of the things we've got to remember as well, on these points, can you talk to me about capture weight? Dav, can you start describing the different units and the capture weights that they have, potentially for the newer audience that have not really played Domination too much? We know that certain units have a higher capture weight, right?
Yes, so generally infantry has the best capture weight. Like infantry with the expendable trait tends to have less capture weight. I don't believe, I can't remember, do skinks have expendable or not? But,
good question, they do not know.
Okay, so then they would have full capture weight, and like all the Zinch infantry right here would as well. So they'll certainly have more than any, like cavalry is sort of the next level up, and then single entities and monsters tend to have the lowest. I don't think flying units have any capture weight whatsoever, specifically.
Oh, yeah.
So like Sarthorel here really couldn't land and help capture the point. Really, he can just land and terrify away the skinks, which certainly he could do so. here and start like a maybe a little chain route in the center to try and push some of them back.
It's brutal. These salamanders got absolutely crushed there. It was a little bit of a mistake to allow the pinks to start getting hits in there, but thank you. Yeah. So this is one of the situations where you need to make sure that you have a good variety of units. Otherwise, your capture point ability is diminished. So thank you for going for that, Dav. That is exactly what we're looking for. Zangals have finally beaten up the skinks on this left flank. I think they just sort of sat in the trees and just waited. Flying units. These Raptoriptils will do a lot of damage, but I'm curious to see how much damage they do. They've got to go through barrier, got to go through a lot of melee defense as well. The Zangors should get shredded, honestly, because their damage is pretty low, but this is a unit that specializes in killing pretty much Zangors, so you'd expect them to lose that one. But we will probably get this wrestled away before they actually do kill them, so that's going to be really nice, specifically for Zinch here, wrestling some of these points back towards their favor. We also have, obviously, capture point 1 starting to come towards the likes of Zinch as well. It's been a neutral location for quite a while. Point-wise, it's not too crazy here. I mean, we're in a scenario where it's going to get to a difficult situation if Zinch gets a little bit of an advantage, but it seems Lizardmen are kind of running the show at the moment.
Yeah, they definitely seem in control in many aspects, but I'm surprised Sarthrel, I think, needs to be a little bit more active in sort of rear charging these skinks and then quickly pulling through. It looks like he's trying to maybe snipe Oxyotl right now, but
army ability
he's
tier
just
2 bolt, right? I'm not a fan of that. I'm not sure. Do you think there's better options for the army ability there?
Yeah, I mean, with Greater Arcane Conduit, maybe even just spamming the magic recharge to get as many Searing Dooms as possible to try and clear out infantry. But really, I mean, Sarthrel, one of the other advantages over Kairos is his better combat stats. So for me, just using him more in combat as a Flying Lord, you know, like I said, rear charging those skinks, getting quick tear routes, will just help kind of wrest some battlefield control back here. But looks like we got some Centaur Zinch on the top side.
Yeah, they're
fighting
trying to
those,
make sure keep point 3 active and ensure that it's back into their favor, because this is the only point that's giving them resources right now, so it was in their best interest. Interesting that they're not trying to go for the volleys onto these Centaurs, because one volley from the Javelins here is going to be pretty devastating, honestly. So if they reform, nice, they've reformed, got into a better position, pull away the Ripidactyls. Great choice of micro there. We can see now that Lizardmen are getting advantages here. What would you do if you're in the situation where you're playing the Lizardmen, you have the advantage? How can you keep pressuring this? How can you keep the advantage towards you?
I'm not sure. I would probably try and bring out, since, you know, you need to keep Kairos from committing and getting terror routes on the ground. It looks like he's starting to get a little bit more active, so might try and bring out some, even the cheap Feral Cold ones, just to get some extra mass to try and pin him on the ground. Or the Cold One Riders at 850 are also very cost-effective, have shields, decent armor. They could maybe run through and sort of kind of break up some of this infantry advance a little bit, because Zinch is surging on the center point, certainly.
Yeah, absolutely. They're trying to take advantage of the situation. There's been a bit of a gap within their infantry line. You know, even though we have an insanely large gold value advantage towards Lizardmen, with the way that the battlefield looks, you wouldn't think that. There's a lot of infantry still ready to go for Zinch, but obviously on the left flank they've put a lot of resources here. You know, you kind of have to avoid fighting on elevation because, you know, the advantages from elevation, 30% more damage, 30% less damage, is too crazy to overcome, right? How can they start avoiding going into the choke point and trying to look for these points specifically for Zinch here? Is it just a capture over here, or what would you think?
Yeah, I mean, really, again, falling back to Sarthrel, it looks like he may be in a little bit of trouble with those the Colossadon Hunters. Oh yeah, he's hosed right now. But if he could get those skinks are pretty low, like a quick Searing Doom and charge would probably see them off right off the side of the map that's close by that point right there. But oh, did he manage to escape maybe?
Yeah, Terror Route coming on the Ripidactyls is coming in clutch there, because obviously this is within entity-on-entity contact, so anything that's close enough to be hitting. Oh, this is unfortunate. The Ripidactyls are starting to get peppered by the blues and pinks here, you know, getting pushed back. Sarathel is key, like you mentioned, to this battlefield. You know, you need to make sure that he is active, he is charging, he's doing what he needs to do. You know, you're getting blobs over here. Start throwing down some Searing Dooms, making sure you're getting that value, because I don't necessarily know how much of the Searing Dooms have been neutralized, because it's very difficult to avoid Searing Dooms damage, right?
Oh, it's a very fast cast time. It's a really tight damage area. Like, depending on how big the blob is, you might not even see the template before it's, you know, too late. And even if you do see the template, just because it's such a fast cast time, likely won't be able to dodge it, depending on what you're using. Especially infantry, you know, they're going to react slower. But it's tough.
Absolutely. I mean, it's looking like it's being wrestled towards potentially a nearing triple cap for Lizardmen, but I'm shocked at the gold value here. Obviously, I think gold value can be very deceptive, right? gold value fundamentally can be very deceptive for the most part, but I don't think Zinch has a lot of options to heal, so they can't really make up for that. Because I don't know if you damage a unit with barrier, I imagine no gold value is generated, right? It's just you're hitting a barrier.
Yeah, I believe so. I'm not 100% on that, but I believe that's the case. I think it's only real HP damage that counts for gold value.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think, yeah, we're in a situation where the Zangors will hold the line a little bit here, but a flank with the Feral Cold Ones definitely could start putting the Zangors in their place here. You know, the new Rampage mechanic is certainly interesting. It's like a token of Rampage, so, you know, units that are Feral-esque units definitely have a lot more value now, so it's good to see some of them being used.
Definitely. At 450, I mean, the Feral Cold Ones, even before the Rampage changes, they could get their value pretty easily just because they're so cheap, but yeah, we'll see some more coming in there now. The Solar Engine also, I think, has been a big factor here. The fact that it applies a very strong contact effect on hit will give a massive melee attack defense debuff to anything that it hits. So yeah, they've been just pounding away this whole time. That one looks like it's used up almost all of its ammunition already, so that's absolutely been a huge factor here for sure.
Do you think if this Solar Engine uses its ammunition, is it worth pulling it back, teleporting it back in and resummoning it to get full ammunition, or should it be in combat, still doing, you know, it's still a very decent melee unit, right? What would you think there? I guess it's situational, right?
Yeah, it depends on the situation for sure. Here, I think I would charge it in because Zangors are somewhat susceptible to terror bombs, like right there we see in the front line. Beautiful terror bomb. So I'd keep maybe one and retreat the other one when it runs out of ammunition, just so I have one terror piece at least on the field.
Yeah, I'm curious. So we got 1,000 supplies ready for Flamaster, so I'm very interested to see what he's going to pull out with, because that is a lot of resources to be sitting on, especially with how Zinch is sort of dominating the field, especially with how much cheap and cheerful infantry, and that's just, you know, what we love to see. Cheap and cheerful infantry is always going to be something that's going to help out. Oh, a very expensive unit. So the Salamander Hunting Pack coming out again. You know, we need to avoid the situation of the Pink shooting them, though, at least.
Definitely, and it looks like there were some Sora Spears on the lower grounds. That's a couple more kind of mid-tier priced units, where they're gonna. I think the Lizardmen are going to struggle to have enough units on the field now. Looks like they're already kind of 2 down, and a lot of those units that are counted on that 13 out of 25 are honestly routing. So it's like, unit-wise, Zinch is a lot more intact, but we'll see. The Lizardmen could certainly pull out something here.
Triple cap has come in. I am very surprised with the gold value difference, but I think this is the argument of chaff versus quality units, right? Do you, in a generalized statement, would you say that oftentimes getting yourself more units in Domination will just be better than having really high quality?
For the most part, yeah. There are some, again, matchup dependent, kind of map dependent. There's other factors to consider, but for the most part, as a broad sort of rule of thumb, I would agree with that for sure.
Yeah, because I think, especially with like things like Lizardmen, oh, another Searing Doom. I'm not sure if this is the first cast I've actually seen today, but maybe I'm just blind. But it's actually starting to get some value with magic here, which is good to see. The mage for the Lizardmen is actually being routed. Sarathel, you called it very early on. Better melee stat line. Definitely putting that to use now. It was a thing that was definitely missing. You know, Sarathel was not getting involved in combat, and now he definitely is, so it's really nice to see.
Definitely. We see some Screamers too, acting as a little bit of mobile support there. Just trying to kind of hold the Bastildons in place, but yeah, the fact that I feel like the demonic leadership buff that came for pretty much all demonic units, right, getting like around 5 to 10 leadership depending on what they had before, it feels like it benefited, because like those pinks right there shooting, they would have just been gone before, right? They would have just died of demonic sadness. So it's much better. This build, which was always pretty good, like blues and pinks were they were the best demonic infantry, I would say, even before, but now they're even that much better. So
yeah, it's a very, very good point there, matey. I think with Oxhill going down, it's now going to be a permanent debuff of the Lord recently dying. That is going to make this very difficult for the Lizardmen to come back, and I honestly think that Zinch has played this fantastically. You know, they've leveraged the fact that they have the inventory, they've put them where they need to be, and now punishing the Salamander Hunting Packs coming in here as well. When you have very expensive units, you have to be very careful, because if you're newer to the game, Dav, I'm sure, you know, when you've casted certain tournaments, if you're with someone that's not as experienced, you know, you can see that if you're bringing expensive units, you do not have a high threshold of mistakes that you can get away with, right? If it's expensive, you have to make sure you're playing with them perfectly. Otherwise, you know, you're in a lot of trouble because you've spent too much money, right?
Exactly. Well, and you also have to consider, you know, matchups, and like in this matchup, for example, right, the Salamander Hunting Packs, although they are mobile missile units, they're not fast enough to get away from the exceptionally fast Beastmen, Centaurs, right? Which now that Zinch has access to them, even like Furies and stuff too can potentially give them some problems. So, you kind of have to understand, like, okay, I'm going to have some mobile threats to face, so I'm probably going to need some mobile responses for myself. Like, we didn't really see any, I think, Cold One Spear Riders, I'm not sure how they trade into Centaurs of Zinch, to be honest, but, I maybe would have liked to have seen a little bit more quality cavalry, even though we were just talking about quality versus quantity. The one place, even mid-tier cavalry, because they're fast and they can respond quickly, can definitely help. And we see that, too, from the Centaurs, right? I mean, they're a little bit higher than mid-tier maybe, but fast cavalry certainly can get around, hit hard, and really have contributed massively to this battle.
Yeah, no, yeah, very, very true. Very, very, very true. I mean, we've had certain units like the Ripid Axles having their moments where they shined, having moments where they got into positions where it was really scary for the Zinchian unit, but what was the turning point in this battle, do you think? Where did Zinch... Okay, there you go, GG's. Zinchian has taken it. Zinch is proud. Zinch is happy. So, let me remind the players here. So, congratulations to Exul for winning the Domination tournament for, I believe, the intermediate bracket. Congratulations. Can we get some GGs in the chat for these wonderful folks that are competing today? Fantastic demonstration of skill from these guys. Philmaster, you played well. Overall, it was a great showing. We can see at the end there, Sarathil got a 1,700 gold value there, Dav. We got 1,500 for the Surrogates, so definitely paying their way. A lot of really good value from some of these units here. I mean, these Centaurs, man, was so good for Zinch here. This is what had came in clutch, right?
Mm-hmm. And you notice all those units have Vanguard. I think even the Flamebringers, I forget the new Flying Flame unit, but I think literally all of the reinforcements for Zinch have Vanguard, which is a big factor here. They can get on those points and get into the fight quicker. Whereas on the Lizardmen side, I'm not sure, but I feel like the biggest turning point was probably value-wise. The Colossedon Hunters just getting blasted by pinks and blues. It was a big one for sure. And Zinch being able to sustain that assault on the center point, Lizardmen just weren't able to ever to push them off of it. So I think that was probably the biggest turning point for me.
Yeah, no, very, very good perspective. Yeah, because the Colossedon Hunters had the chance to kill Sarathel, and unfortunately just got absolutely peppered by pinks and blues. Yeah, no, very good point. So congratulations to the wonderful Exel. If you speak with the mods, obviously the the prizes, speak to the mods, we'll sort that out at the battle. Obviously, as anyone that has won the specific tournaments in any of the brackets, we've hosted 5 or 6 today. You're all eligible for a prize. Right. Okay, so what is I'm just gonna speak to my mods. Let's have a look. So we got another lobby here. So this is the land battle finals. We're going to be jumping straight into, boys. Let me see the naming convention. They've already given me what I need. My admins are amazing. Right. So we're jumping in straight into the land battle finals here. This is your domain, my friend. Dav, this is what you know. So I'm going to be very curious as to get your perspectives here. Wait, we've got a guy from VM in the intermediate bracket. Okay. I thought VM was a really good clan. Anywho. Right, so we've got Blue Reach River here, it looks like. Let us go ahead and think about this one. So we've got a Chaos Dwarf versus Empire matchup. What is your thoughts in a land battle scenario on this map?
Ooh, well, this map's probably one of my favorites for multiplayer, honestly, because it's well balanced, but it has a lot of dynamic elements. Mainly, there's like a very small sort of impassable pond in the center that can be used for defensive purposes, and there's woods that wrap around a good amount of the sides you can see there. It can be used for flanking if you want to try and conceal from artillery. It offers a lot of tactical options there. So just based on the builds of what we're seeing here, the Master Engineer is likely in a steam tank mount, and there's quite a bit of firepower from the Empire side, which the Chaos Dwarfs these days cannot hope to match. So it looks like they've gone a little bit more of a rush focused. We'll see. The Ironsworn are a very strong unit. They're probably some of the best defensive infantry in the game. But is the Lord in a steam tank? That's the big question. The Master Engineer.
Yep,
he
Master
is,
Engineer is indeed in the steam tank. Yep.
The steam tanks already are very good, and the fact that he retains his grenade launcher, you can see him oiling it up there, it gives an extra explosive attack to the steam tank that makes it even more powerful. So the cannons for the cannons for anti-large, the steam tank for anti-infantry. I like this Empire build a lot. Definitely got some teeth, a little bit of mobile war wagon skirmish. The infantry is extremely light, but he's mostly looking to just break up this advance, I think, and not really fight on even terms in any one place. That should be the plan, at least.
Yeah, lovely jubbly. I think this is definitely a really solid build coming out from Empire, covering all weaknesses, having so many different variants of ability to contest here. I think it's a very nice build specifically from the Empire. I think it has a lot of meat to it, and I think with the Chaos Dwarf composition here, it's going to be interesting because I think the Chaos Dwarves definitely do have tools that will be able to take down some of these threats from the Empire. They can obviously leverage the trees here, which is going to be a huge plus. But are the War Wagons going to be a bit too slippery for them to get on top of? Only 60 speed, I suppose.
Yeah, and the Chaos Dwarf build doesn't have a ton of mobility. They have a little bit of light cavalry and the Regiment of Renown. Yeah, it looks like the ROR Wolf Riders on the other side, and then one bull. So I'm a little bit worried that the War Wagons are going to have free reign here. This is largely going to depend on if the Chaos Dwarf player lets themselves get pulled apart, or if they're able to stay in formation and just stay together. If their units get pulled apart, then they'll be picked apart by the Empire. But they just have to stay together, advance under fire. Very challenging to do sometimes, but just stay calm and keep moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. I do think that the cannons, the great cannons for Empire specifically, aren't exactly the hardest hitters in the world, especially against infantry. You kind of look to shoot the single entities like the Astrogoth there. I remember when he had more mass than that than one of the spiders, which was crazy, the Ragnarok spiders. But that was an interesting time. So we've got the Infernal Alliance War, not necessarily too battered just yet. Obviously the War Wagon's starting to kite now, which is brutal. But we can see the Hobgoblins are trying their best to try and get into a situation where they can shut these down. But yeah, overall, a very interesting fight thus far from Empire.
Those laborers in the front line are being extremely cost-effective, just catching bullets with their faces right now, just screening the Iron Sworn beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Because it's very difficult to individually attack with these War Wagons and kite at the same time. So oftentimes player will just keep them on, keep them fire at will. And that's where the Goblin Laborers are coming in clutch, like you mentioned there. Astrogoth potentially could start looking at the Engineer here. I think from a speed perspective, Astrogoth is obviously outmatched, but the Fire Cloak can enable him, and alongside the Black Hammer of a Shut to do a lot of damage here. A very, very cost-effective hybrid maged fighter, right? Astrogoth's a very interesting choice here.
Yeah, I like him a lot. He's just great generalist, great in a lot of different matchups. Ooh,
interesting.
We've damage there. Looks like it's targeting the artillery. Ooh,
oh my
does
god!
A good amount
Has this
of damage
been
to the
buffed?
crew.
Has this been buffed? I have never seen that before. That was insane.
Yeah. I think it's at the Overcast version. Yeah.
The homing 2.1. Yeah, the homing was changed in patch 5.0, so clearly, really smart adaptation. Really smart adaptation. Yeah. I'm liking that. If another one comes out of that, another one of those come out, we're gonna be in trouble here. The Wolf Boys at the back line got caught up by the Empire Knights. Not the best target for them to be fighting here.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to get on that artillery crew, but I don't know. Oh, that's getting nuked. Yeah, you don't want to turn your back to those guys.
You have to be frontline. You have to make sure you're facing towards them, because the Master Engineer here can avoid this damage. I'm almost certain the Master Engineer can actually avoid the damage taken if you are facing forward. Facing behind, I think you only have a 10% block chance, so you've got to be really careful positioning, especially with the new steam tanks. But obviously, a Regrowth coming in, sponged a lot of damage there, but honestly, it seems potentially a little bit too late, but unfortunately, the Bull Centaurs are getting suffering due to the War Wagons. Very difficult to put pressure onto them. How can
those cannons
get more value here? This is the unit that needs to start killing stuff.
Yeah, it's as far as like target in land battles, you often got to think about like what is my priority here, right? Like what's the most threatening unit to me? And certainly the steam tank being like the power piece for the Empire build, those Granite Guard are absolutely the most threatening tool to it. I mean the cannons have done a pretty good job. They probably already paid for themselves, honestly, in helping to shut down the bulls. But at this point, I mean, the Ironsworn are definitely threatening, but the Steam Tank can pretty much kill all three of them as long as it's safe from those guns. But you can see there that the Granite Guard, decent in melee as well. They're going to fight back against the Empire Knights just fine if they do get through to them. But looking tough right now for the Empire.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm very, very impressed kind of the recovery here. I mean, the Chaos Dwarves did not get baited into the War Wagon strategy. And we can see that their ammunition is starting to deplete. Does the Engineer have the ability to give them more ammunition? Do they have the ability? No, they haven't taken any of the restocking. So what we see is what we get regarding the War Wagons. And if they keep shooting into chaff, obviously now they're hitting the Ironsworn, they're going to start getting value from their shots. But in the battlefield, the way the balance of power is working, Dav, what are we thinking? Who's got the edge, and how can we keep that?
It's tough to say. Yeah, the Empire's still got their caster alive, so they can potentially, as long as they're not going to blunder them right here, they can still heal the Steam Tank some more. And it's gonna take some time. This is where it'll turn into a little bit of a kite game. The Empire, all their melee units are done with, the cannons are done, so it's just mobile units left. They're going to continuously pull back and just keep shooting and try and expend all their ammunition here before moving in to engage. That said, they've got to be careful not to be countershot by those.
Into the Jade Wizards. They're going to have to be careful. This is where you start shooting to the War Wagons. They're coming right into exactly what you're looking for. Make the blunderbuss Granite Guards stand still because they'll have increased range, and let's start putting pressure down on these guys that are really going to be a nuisance. Even the Empire Knights on the right flank, you can start pushing them away as well, and utilize the Centaurs, hopefully to hold the line on the left side to support the Ironsworns on that side. I am really shocked at how good this spell has been. I swear Burning Wrath was terrible, but I'm clearly eating my words here.
Yeah, I think it did used to be terrible, but I haven't tried it in some time, and I'll have to give it a go after this. I might actually... Those Empire Knights, it looks like a lot of the units behind these two gunners are quite injured. Some very nice pigeon damage right there from the pigeon bombs.
Yeah, pigeon bomb is not playing around. I mean, it's one of those things where it takes a long time to come off, right? That's the unit needed as well, and Dwellers coming out, like you just mentioned. Absolutely savagery. Man. Definitely looking towards the victory condition of ensuring that the blunderbusses were taken down before they became too much of an issue for the Empire here. Fantastic usage. Obviously, Ashkoff's struggling because he's just going to get kited at like crazy. Yeah, fantastic usage there. Very, very impressed.
Empire Knights just a quick in and out just to keep the pressure on so that the guns can't turn and fire. I love that. Kind of pulls the bulls away as well, so they're not going to keep pursuing the war wagons. They can just keep shooting for the time being. They're trying to focus down and just finish off Astrogoth, which is a great play for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really great job making sure Astrogoth's taken down here, and especially with the leadership debuffs he'll provide. It's going to make it very difficult to recover from this one because we've got healing. We've got a lot of skirmish potential. Some of the war wagons have now run out of ammunition. I think from a perspective of cycle charging in, they'll obviously do collision damage, but their damage won't be spectacular against anything but infantry. Yeah, the Master Engineer printed a lot of value here.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that's incredible. Yeah, and the war wagons at this point, I would probably just use them to chase routing units, but it looks like he's threw in the towel anyway.
Yep. GG's. Fantastic game one there. VM is coming out on clutch in that one. Great job by Giffy here, taking the win here. Really interesting build from the Chaos Dwarves. I quite liked what we were cooking up there. Asheroth got some great value on the cannons. They seemingly did a lot of value against the Centaurs, and that was one of the issues that they had. You know, the Bull Centaurs can be really fantastic at taking down even the Master Engineer and the Steam Tank, you know, having a lot of potential to do a lot of damage there, but unfortunately didn't get an opportunity to utilize them correctly because of the cannons.
Yep. And I mean, hindsight 2020, but just from a build perspective, knowing some of the new strengths of the Empire, I probably would not go for Ironsworn. I'd go for the Infernal Fireglaves instead because they have armor-piercing shooting. They can potentially help take down a land ship or a steam tank. They also have anti-large and melees. They can fight off knights. But I would probably scale very heavily with like 3 Fireglaves, like 4 of the shotguns, and just, dare the Empire to come close, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, a fantastic showing by these guys. Well done. Really interesting situation there. Let me just make sure to... Right, so great job. So VM Giffy is leading 1-0 in the Land Battles finals, specifically for the intermediate bracket. Great job from Giffy here. Coming through, these guys have obviously had to fight against a lot of people to get to where they are now. So great job. We had, I think, for this tournament specifically, we've had well over 100 people sign up, which is the reason why we had to have 6 tournaments happen at once, just to make sure that the stream didn't go on for bloody absolutely ages. We're still doing our best, but right now this has been really, really interesting to see how these guys play. As far as I'm aware, the Pro League that we've got some of the best players currently in the community facing up against each other at the moment to try and get some better seedings going. Basically, the format, Dav, you might be interested in this one. The format is you play land battles, then domination, and you keep cycling in a best of one round robin series. So, you know, you've got to make sure you've got strengths and weaknesses. You've got to make sure you've got strengths in both land battle and domination. And we have been told we've got somebody called VM Berserk who is going to be very, very interesting to see how he performs in that one, because, you know, he is potentially one of the favourites for that one, and we've got Alfredo, I know, as well, who's also a very strong contender for both of those, because oftentimes you'll find the multiplayer guys will either want to play land battles or they want to play domination, right? That's typically what you'd expect from certain players.
Yeah, there's definitely a community of, you know, the really hardcore multiplayer players who play both. You know, like Hadris, for example, even Bob the Builder, who's made a lot of maps for the Turns map pack and also for land battles with caps, right? There's a small community of carryover, but a lot of people do generally tend to prefer one or the other. But I think it shows a lot of skill for me, because there are slightly different. There's obviously a lot of carryover, but sort of the mindset is a little bit different in sort of the priorities and what you have to think about. Yeah, it's definitely interesting that you've done this mixed format. I quite like that, though. Sort of showcases skills on both sides, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Today we're going to be finding out who the Ghost of Total War is, Warhammer 3, excuse me, and that was the objective. But we're getting into game 2 here. VM is leading with obviously the Empire win against the Chaos Dwarves. So now we're looking at Dark Elves versus Warriors of Chaos. What would you say, typically speaking, in a land battle scenario? What's the strength of Dark Elves? What's the strength of Warriors of Chaos?
So this matchup, historically, the Dark Elves mobile shooting has given Warriors of Chaos a lot of problems here. I don't know if Scourge Runner Chariots are as cost-effective as they used to be. Like previously, you would see like multiple Scourge Runner Chariots and Dark Rider crossbows with like a dragon and a few knights to countercharge and just basically try and kite them. But these days, Dark Elves, you know, they've had some infantry buffs since then. You can definitely contest on certain things. I don't know. Dark Elves, they have a lot of flexibility, so you can try and go in some different directions. The biggest threat by far is Archaon, I would say, from Warriors of Chaos. He is incredibly strong as a lord here, and you don't have great options for dealing with him. Like even a lord on a dragon will struggle in combat if he's all buffed up, and you kind of have to pick your engagements about charging him on the ground. I mean, he'll eat somebody like Marathi alive. Even like Malice Darkblade, maybe the strongest combatant, still struggles. So I will be curious to see if we see a Archaon here, or Warriors also. I mean, with all the each Monogod DLC, they get like another tool in their tool belt, 1 or 2 new units, right? So I'm curious. I don't know if we'll see any like Rot Knights or Bile Trolls, but it's possible.
Yeah, I'm going to look forward to that. We'll have to wait and see what is being cooked up here specifically, as there's definitely some interesting options that they can go for. But we'll wait and see, because obviously this is, as Pat, I'm sure you know, as I'm sure we can go with anything here. You can build one thing, and then all of a sudden your opponent can build one thing. It's very difficult because it's always the mind games right behind it with what you're building, because you need to make sure to cover your weaknesses, right?
Yeah, well, and you got to think about like overall faction characteristics, and also like what do you want to try and do with your build, right? Like, are you going to try and outlast in a grind? Do you want to pull off like a rush? What type of rush? Do you want more of like a swarm rush, or do you want to try and focus in on, big monsters and like breaking specific points? Obviously Warriors of Chaos lacking a lot of missile units. They can do a surprising variety within sort of a limited play style. So you might see, wide with mobile terror pieces that can like strike isolated units and roll them up. You might see like a Nurgle healing blob, for example, right? Or there's a variety of things threats you might expect. So from the Dark Elves perspective, taking a balanced build where you have potentially the tools to deal with some large armored monsters, you have the tools to hold off maybe a mobile swarm rush. It's tricky to try and cover all those bases, but those are the things you try and think about when you're making a build.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So we can see here we've got this source. We've got a death mage. Interesting. Maybe they understood that Malice is a very, very large variety. Is Malice typically speaking always taken within land battles for Dark Elves?
He's certainly one of the best because he essentially gives you 2 HP pools, right?
True.
So it's like a double HP single entity. He's relatively cheap. His combat stats are great, and he has some good, like an AoE damage ability and some other great abilities. So yeah, Malice is, for competitive play, one of the best choices.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, fantastic. So we can see here we've got double Cold One on the left side. We've got another, so 3 Cold One Knights. It's going to be probably pretty good against the Rot Knights if they can get surround there, because even though the Rot Knights have regeneration, they're very squishy. If they're left in prolonged fights, their melee stat line is not obviously the greatest. They have only 32 entities, so very quickly you can see them in really bad situations. Interesting, really heavily aggressive positioning with the Mortal Horsemen on the Vanguard, so it'll be interesting to see who wins that. I would imagine the Dark Riders, due to the double shot that they do. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it depends. If the Marauder Horsemen try and charge, I think they have better stats initially, and they can also fire on the move, which means if the Dark Riders have to pull back, they'll be in trouble. But it looks like there's cavalry for the Dark Elves like right behind to immediately follow up, so positioning-wise, I'm really liking how the Dark Elves are deploying here, just covering all their bases, making sure all the angles are covered, not getting charged in any one place. Very good stuff.
Yeah, I love that. Absolutely loving that. So, with the build that Nurgle's brought in here, we've got a lot of durability, especially from some of the units here, like with the Mirror Guards, for example. Forsaken is an interesting one. I very rarely see Forsaken, so I guess Forsaken make a lot of sense purely because of the fact that a lot of the Dark Elf infantry is not exactly the most armored, so that, they'll be really chopping through most things.
Yeah, they have good DPS, very good DPS against lower armor targets, certainly, but high speed also, so if they find a gap, they can actually run down, like, the crossbowmen, no problem. They're good at supporting against light cavalry engagements also. Yeah. They're a little bit squishy. You have to be careful. They're a little bit glass cannon, but having them out on the flanks to support flank engagements definitely smart. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, so with a lot of skirmishy options on the Dark Elf side. Yeah, quadruple Horseman is going to be pretty brutal to deal with. Interesting enough, you can get Marauder Horse Masters. I guess it's the Warriors of Chaos, right? So they've got pretty much access to everything. Norska 2.0, basically. A lot of skirmishy options and very minimal amount of range damage for Dark Elves here. So I feel like, especially with the Dark Elf Corsairs, we can play a skirmish game here. Not a problem.
Certainly. You've got the Corsairs. Like I said, you've got Scourge Chariots as well, which are decent chariots. They're not incredible, but they also, decently long-range, anti-large AP skirmish. But, yeah, let's see. The Cold One Knights, that sort of impassable sort of tree piece in the center is definitely going to come into play. Those woods also, it looks like, we're screening maybe some of the Marauder Horsemen's fire, so they're not getting as many hits on the Dark Riders as they otherwise would.
Yeah, very, very beneficial for the Dark Elf player here. As long as they're evading fighting within the trees, because obviously it will reduce their melee attack by 20%. We're going to need to start getting Malice in situations where he can start doing a lot of damage here. As we know, he has those 2 HP pools. We might as well start using it, so let's get him into the Marauder Horsemen on the left flank and things like that. He's pretty armored, so we can obviously fight Forsaken pretty nicely. He's a lot of availability and options of damage specifically. We've got double Dark Riders there. We've got the Dark Shards that are trying to be attacked by the Marauders. Miasma's a really nice choice, especially coming in from the Shadow Mage. We've also got Pit of Shades, hitting them with a little bit of a speed reduction there. Looks like the Marauders are going to rout because they no longer... Oh, wow, that's really fortunate they didn't rout. I mean, they're dancing on the edge. Yeah, they have actually routed, so that means the Dark Shards can start opening up fire into the Forsaken. Really crazy to see that this battle has very much escalated very quickly.
Looks like those Rot Knights... Hard to tell if they're extended. They're not taking a lot of damage right now, but it looks like also the Cold One Knights had to take a long path around that impassable piece, and they're just now kind of getting around to the back line of Chaos, but it looks like there's some Rot Knights waiting for them there.
Yeah, I really don't believe this Rot Knight will have the ability to tank and sustain the damage here, because one of the things that you've always got to remember is if you've got single entities, if you've got very strong cavalry, obviously a single entity that has a lot of damage, like Malice does, regeneration doesn't mean anything when you instantly one-shot whatever entity you're hitting. So you can see Cold War Knights are coming in here and doing damage to the Rot Knights. Fantastic job there. I believe the Rot Knights will always trade up there, but we need to get the flank and surround in there. I personally would start running these Rot Knights away, because if we can get the surround on there, that's really dangerous for them. But we'll see.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the angle for the Cold One Knights is great though, and you see the Forsaken already piling in for support. So I think Warriors have got that engagement locked down pretty well. Looks like Marauder Horsemen to come throw javelins from behind too. It's a disaster.
Yeah, that is pretty damn unfortunate. They've done a great job with these Marauder Horsemen, putting them in positions where they can really provide value and support here. Really happy to see that. I think the Shadow Mage is definitely not getting crazy amounts of value. The good news is we can see Murder's Paralysis coming in for the Dark Elves. You're going to add them a lot more resistances and, well, a lot more aggressive positions, because it's fantastic the amount of additional damage you obtain with it.
The charge bonus too. When you think about a unit like Dark Riders, right? 40 charge bonus on light cavalry goes up to 50 for 500 gold is fantastic.
Yeah,
just fantastic.
Absolutely very true. So the Dread Spears have intercepted the cycle charge from the Rot Knights. We just need to make sure that these Dark Riders are putting pressure into these Rot Knights, getting rid of these really, really annoying units. Right now, the balance of power is pretty... I think it's slightly the Dark Elf edge, because Malice hasn't really taken damage. He's not transformed. He still has the Warp Stone of Cain, and he's got to be very careful when he actually does try and swap into Zarkan mode, because, he will take consistent damage all the time. So it's pretty brutal to see if you can kite him out once you force him to transform, because it's almost like a baiting game. You want him to transform, you don't want him to, you want to then run away when he's transformed, and yeah, it can be an interesting mind game, especially for the Dark Elves, because obviously you'll get a lot more pressure as part of him being in Zarkon mode too.
Definitely. Well, and it sort of puts them on a timer. The issue right now is the Dark Elf and Warriors of Chaos armies are essentially trading evenly, which means that there's going to be nothing to kill Malice. I mean, unless it's a Lore of Deathcaster, you said, so maybe successive Spirit Leeches, but I just don't see that being enough in the late game. And we haven't seen the Spirit Leeches throughout the course of the game, so I don't know, maybe he's been using Fate of Yuna or something else, but could be a problem.
Yeah, let's have a little look, see what spells. Yeah, you're right, Fate of Yuna, it's so costly. No, I mean, the same thing, the Everlasting Crown, the Crown of Everlasting Conquest is going to be really nice, because it'll keep the value moving up. But we can see Malice is obviously running around trying to find value propositions, but definitely not overperformed just yet. And I think this is one of the difficulties with Malice specifically. Yes, he's an absolute unit. Yes, it's very difficult to deal with him, but if you just ignore him, fundamentally, you can start focusing on other things in the battlefield that will give you actual value.
Right. Well, and if he dies to army losses before he can transform into Zarkan, that's ideal,
Yeah, no, very true. Very, very, very true. So, I mean, Warriors of Chaos are starting to get to the point where they don't really have an awful lot of resources. I mean, the Dark Shards, if they managed to get the volley off of there, that'd be huge, but really nice usage as allowing these guys to come in and get a little flank there. We can see the Rotten Knights are taking a bit of damage because of the miasma, so really nice selection of target with that one. Malice can start coming in there, and you'd expect these guys to get to the point where they're gonna want to rout, right?
Yeah, their leadership's not great, and I'll be honest, Miasma is probably one of my top spells. Shadows and Beasts, I think, are low-key some of the best, because Miasma and Flock of Doom, for similar reasons, they're just great at clearing out multi-model units and just great at killing your opponent's army in general, especially like high-value cavalry or infantry. But yeah, that's going to be so cost-effective, combined with Pit of Shade, certainly. Like, I'd be curious to see the value on the Shadowcaster. It's probably quite good.
Let's have a look. So 1.3k, definitely paying for themselves. I think, yeah, if we can get Miasma spans over here, this Rot Knight on this side, the Rotting Riders, are definitely going to be in a lot of trouble. But the thing is, while you're trying to chase these guys, you need to make sure that the rest of the resources you have on the battlefield is also protected. But are we going to get a stalemate? Are we going to have a situation where Nurgle, Warriors of Chaos are going to struggle to deal with the Dark Elves because Malice being an absolute unit? What do you think is going to happen here?
I mean, maybe Spirit Leech plus that remaining, like, maybe quarter health Rot Knight will be able to finish him, but I don't know, Malice is such a raid boss.
Yeah, he really is, and he's still, we can see he's not even hit remotely close to the cap. Going towards...
he's Spirit Leech in the caster, interesting.
that might cost him, you know. That amount of Winds of Magic might cost him, because that's not going to be enough threshold to either kill or get the Shadowcaster routed, because of one miasma here, or just, you know, giving him an old Johnny walk onto the white line here, but we'll see. Right.
Yeah, the Shadowcaster, I almost like targeting the Shadowcaster, though, because, again, if you can army loss Malice, he needs to be the last one left, probably, and the caster still has enough Mel costs left that, like, if she comes in and kills, like, that other Rot Knight over on the far side, or even the Marauder Horseman, who have a few more Javelins left, like, you're going to need everything at this point, so...
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's tough. Absolutely. Yeah, I feel like we're in a situation now where if we can avoid being in melee with Malice, we still have a little bit of ammunition. Malice has to be very, very careful. Ooh, look at that. A couple of hundred damage already. You've got to be very careful. If the person is utilizing these horse masters, you know, Giphy's ensuring that we're cycling with them correctly, and leveraging all the value in the shots we can of there. Going for the mage makes a lot of sense. You know, Miasma's going to come down. Let's hope for the Dark Elf side that the Winds of Magic has been tapped, and they'll just, you know, no more magic, because that means, you know, the sorceress is well and truly tapping out here.
Yeah, I think she's routed straight off the side there, so that's good. Also, the miasma was slowing those horsemen so the Malice could catch, and now it's routed them. So with her gone, the horsemen should have free reign to just skirmish him down until they're out of ammunition.
Yeah, 5 more ammunition is going to be interesting to see what kind of value they're going to get. 75 speed to 68 speed. One of the problems that Malice is going to have is he's pretty damn slow here. We have a lot of units that, you know, what's going to happen here? Are we going to have a kiting situation? Because either side will maybe come to a stalemate, depending on how many magic spirit leeches are going to be here. Because army loss bonus is a very realistic proposition with all these spirit leeches.
I do think so, especially the looks like the Mirror Guard just broke that last sort of infantry pocket way over on the far side, and so it's just Malice now by himself. And according to the attacking rules, he can, as long as he's he can keep chasing those swordsmen, and it counts as attacking. Even attacking with the javelins also counts as attacking, which means he can just let that Spirit Leech refresh, keep Spirit Leeching Malice down, and you know, unless something goes horribly wrong, I think he's got it in the bag.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Malice is looking to go in towards the Rot Knights, but honestly, you've got to be really careful with the damage the Rot Knight are going to do, alongside how much healing they're getting. They should keep the Rot Knights out of combat, let them heal up as much as possible, Spirit Leech wherever we can do, and just avoid Malice, because this is exactly what Malice does not want. You know, we don't want to play into his conditions of allowing him to transform, do a lot of damage. Yeah, just make sure to ignore them as possible.
There, oh, he got the transform off just in time. I believe the Warp Sword of Cain also only heals if he's in melee.
Absolutely, yeah.
So just, again, kiting him, keeping him out of combat is going to be the best thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to need to make sure that this is... Yeah, we need to lock something down to allow Malice to heal, but I'm very curious what's going to happen, because if you just ignore Malice, you win, right?
Yes, but he has to keep attacking, according to the rules. So he has to keep feeding at least one unit at a time, right? Which I think he has enough stuff that it will take enough time that Malice will just die potentially, but we'll have to see. It's going to be tight.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a very interesting thing to how it will transpire, because Malice will be able to heal an awful lot, but right now he's taking an awful lot of damage. Yeah, 9 to 18 damage per second right now is what Zarkon's making him take, and so this is going to continuously keep on happening. The Javelins are throwing damage in there, so that's good. And we do have Unbreakable as part of Zarkon, but yeah, looking kind of bleak, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, looks like he's trying to maybe chase down that caster, but yeah, may as well charge those Marauder Horsemen who still have a few Javelins. Every model that you kill, you know, that's less Javelins that's going to be thrown at you, so makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, GG's. So, that was an absolute banger. So that was 2-0. Specifically for VM here. So yeah, fantastic job coming out from VM, obviously winning with Empire and now winning with the Warriors of Chaos. So Giphy, congratulations. Can we get some GGs in the chat, please, for the wonderful VM, Giphy, and Bohorain. They've gotten to the very finals here. You know, fantastic job for both of them. You know, they are our first and second placed opponents. Great job from everyone involved. You know, fantastic work. And Malice didn't get quite the value maybe we've looked for. Maybe a Malekith with magic might have potentially provided a little bit more value, being a bit faster. But Yeah, the mage definitely came in clutch. I think the shadow mage was huge, Dav, right?
Oh, so cost effective too. I think her with just the basic spell loadout on horseback's only it's got to be less than 1,000 points, so that's extremely cost effective.
Yeah, the Nurgle mage coming in and doing so much value. I imagine the horsemen were just such a terror here. Yeah, the horse master is so good. Forsaken really traded up. Really nice choice of bringing the Forsaken there along to even everything seemingly paid for itself.
Yeah,
Maybe
it was
roll
ultimately just Malice being an ultimate tank at the end. I think that won it because, like, you know, if Warriors of Chaos, let's say maybe you see like a Sigvald or someone else like a similar tank type character who could maybe try and duel. Maybe the Warriors are able to win in the late game there. But I mean, the armies basically killed each other. It's just Dark Elves had better characters.
Yeah, absolutely. And Agent, yeah, absolutely. If you enjoy what you see today, the game is fantastic. The community is great. So, wow. Dav, that was absolutely bonkers. Let me just go ahead and check something real quick. But yeah, overall, what's your closing thoughts on that fight, fundamentally? What we're thinking, is there any ways that you would have changed that if you're the Dark Elves?
Yeah, not from the Dark Elves side. I think I'm pretty happy with the build. It covers a lot of potential threats. The Warriors of Chaos build also, I'm not gonna lie, I do like quite a bit, although I think probably taking Lore of Nurgle would just be better. I mean, Rancid Visitations fulfills a similar niche as Spirit Leech. Plus, you get the option to take healing if you want. I think Lore of Nurgle would have been a little bit better for the Warriors of Chaos side there, but I mean, the mobile kind of attack with the Rot Knights definitely makes a lot of sense if you potentially see Dark Elf Kite, like I mentioned before. More of a traditional Dark Elf build, but just having something to deal with Malice. Again, maybe you also switch out that Nurgle Lord for Archaon. Maybe cut one of the Forsaken or whatever you need to get the extra cost, just to get a more powerful character.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. One thing I want to say is thank you so much. We're going to get in a double now. You have been an absolute gentleman and a scholar. Your commentary has been, unmatched. You clearly have fantastic multiplayer knowledge, and I really do appreciate you sharing that with us today. So for all the folks in the chat as well, please can we say thank you to Dav for coming out here. Like we mentioned, in the description, he is one of the co-casters, so give him some love. Fantastic creator and all around an awesome dude.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been my absolute pleasure. Anytime.
Any closing thoughts that you want to say goodbye, anything like that?
I've recently launched a Land Battles with Caps ladder for those who want to try and find a matchmaking queue for that game mode. I have one on my Discord, so if you go onto my channel, go to my most recent videos, you'll find a link to my Discord in the description. If you are interested in playing a Land Battles, but you don't want to have to read a 20-page rule set, be sure to stop by there.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, no, honestly, dude, yeah, I really do appreciate your commentary there. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and thank you very much for your time today.
You as well. Thank you.
Cheers, dude. Take care. What an absolute legend, guys. What an absolute legend. Right, so next up, we're going to get another content creator called A-Dubble. So if you don't know who A-Dubble is, fantastic dude, absolute memester. I love this guy to bits. Salutations, how are we doing, matey?
Hey, how are you doing, Battles?
I am doing wonderful. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, man. It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, amazing. Amazing. Right, so what we're going to be doing is playing the pro bracket. So, I thought you'd be one of the most, qualified people to talk about professional multiplayer matches. So it's good to have you here.
Yeah, perfect. I play a lot of multiplayer on my channel, so.
Absolutely. It's not, you don't make pure memes.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we'll be getting into a fight. And we'll jump in there. Once again, shout out to the mod team. We've hosted quite literally 6 tournaments at once today, and all the moving parts there. They've done a fantastic job making all that a reality. So, yeah, wow, absolutely wow. Right, so Oh, we have a match here. I'm not sure who this is. We'll have to wait and see if that one's what we're looking for there. I think they'll have named them Battlesy. Yeah, there's a couple of here named Battlesy. Yeah, it's actually been kind of crazy. I think at one point we had 30 people playing at once. It was kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. The stream's been doing crazy, dude.
No, much love to you, my friend. So, A-Dubble, what factions do you love? What's your kind of main factions you like playing? You know, what would you say kind of like completes you faction-wise?
So order-wise, Empire, Karl Franz campaigns all the time, all day, every day. And then Warriors of Chaos, I love me some Be'lakor. That's what I go for. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Warriors of Chaos are pretty awesome.
Yeah, and I just love Be'lakor lore-wise too. He's like the greatest character in probably like Warhammer Fantasy lore and 40k.
Yeah, what's your favorite lore? What's your favorite lord, or from a lore perspective, game perspective? What's your thoughts?
From a game perspective, I'm probably gonna have to go with Archaon, just because I really like the whole vassalizing chaos and confederating chaos and stuff like that. And Be'lakor can do the same thing, so I really like that. But from a lore perspective, I'm just gonna have to go Be'lakor because he's just an absolute giga chad in lore.
Yeah, no, completely agree with that. Completely agree with that. So we're just gonna get another battle teed up. We're gonna wait on when we get in there. Thunder Badgers. Have you been playing with Thunder Badgers much?
They are absolutely OP, dude. I don't know what they were thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they don't nerf them massively. They definitely need nerfs, right? But let's hope that they don't nerf them too much, because the meme factor's there. Because we don't want the Gorder treatment, right? We do not want a Gorder treatment because that's what I don't want to see. But I really like them. But I think even in single player, they perform a bit too good. Let's be real to now.
Yeah, there's like no way for certain factions to kill them. Like when I fight Warriors of Chaos, it's just they can't do anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, so we're just getting another lobby going together. What else? Have you tried? Who's out of 3 DLC lords have you played the most?
Probably Elspeth. She's probably the most campaign out of the most fun campaign out of the 3 I found so far. I feel like you really have to work for her really OP stuff, but Malachi and Tamarkan, you kind of get it too early and you kind of snowball too quickly, in my opinion.
Yeah.
What about you? Who have you been enjoying the most?
Good question. Oh, I mean, mate, your boy loves his Dawi.
Yeah.
So Malachi, for sure, the grape shots are unbelievable. The amount of damage you can do with the grape shots is just crazy.
I just want to say that Dwarf voice, whenever I play campaigns and I do diplomacy with Ungrim, I just hear you now. It's crazy.
Really?
Yeah, I've been watching too much of your streams and hearing that dwarf voice.
Yeah.
CA needs you to dwarf a voice in game. Seriously.
Yeah. It would be cool if I could. What's your multiplayer experience?
Absolutely none. So I'll probably be learning some stuff from these pro players here.
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see, because obviously we have, I think, some of the greatest players within the community specifically signed up for this one. There is, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, 15 to 20 people in relation to some of the best within the community. So I'm very curious to see who specifically is going to be prevailing here, because, and Mango, much love to you, bud. We've got right now, I believe, a land battle domination kind of scenario. So normally what you'll see is the separation between land battles. Some people are really good at land battles, some people are really good at domination. We're trying to find out who's the GOAT of both. That's the objective of today's stream.
Trying to find out who the Legend of Total War is.
We already found out who that was. He was on the stream earlier.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, we've got these guys. So we're waiting on a couple matches here to start. Just asking my mod team here. Otherwise, me and you can do a really stupid meme stack real quick if you fancy that.
Oh yeah, sure. Just let me load up the game if you just give me a little bit of time here.
Right, so what we'll do... Right, we could do a cheeky little FFA. Oh, ooh. Right, so yeah, so we're trying our best to organise this one. Obviously, there's been so many moving parts, and congratulations to all the tournament winners. Yeah, that has been absolutely awesome. It has been really interesting to see, you know, some people that have never come into multiplayer before trying their hand at multiplayer. Wait, does Scott? Hold on. Right, so screw it. Right, what we're gonna do is I'll do a quick battle against one of my mods because he's asking for it. Right, hold on. What kind of meme builds will we build? Right, boys, you can tell me what we should build, and a double, you can commentate on my own gameplay.
Sounds good.
While I'm focusing here, because we're just going to do a quick buffer of a game. We're going to do a quick buffer of a game because we're waiting on, because there's a lot of professional players right now playing each other as part of making the brackets as fluid and smooth as possible. There's a little bit of a gap between when the next game is going to happen, so we're just going to do a quick meme game. Who would you think would be a good idea for me to play in land battle here?
That's a good question. For a good old meme stack.
All Slayers count as meme? Alright guys, suggest meme stacks. What are you also thinking, Double?
This is hard because I don't really doom stack or meme stack that much in my campaigns. I usually build armies with like a lot of composition.
All Doom Seekers. You guys like the idea of dwarves?
Doom Seekers are crazy.
Right, yeah, Doom Seekers do seem cool. Do you know what? I'm going to have to play the Dowie, aren't I?
You don't shame your ancestors, Dowie brethren.
What are we doing? Wait, guys, should I cook up really hard? Should I cook really hard and bring a Thunder Barge and not tell him?
Let him cook.
I could do Slayers and then a Thunder Barge. Obviously, it's not allowed in the tournament, but this is just a meme battle. Right. I'm curious.
I think just one Thunder Barge will kill the whole army.
Really? You think so?
They're so strong. I mean, it depends what he brings, but it's insane. That thing is so strong.
Right, screw it. Yeah, we're gonna do Slayer, and so we're gonna have to obviously have Ungrim here. So now what we're gonna go is we'll take away all of this stuff. We don't need that, and we want some more Slayers here. Or have we capped out? Oh, we haven't. Nice. Oh, that's what we're talking. Right.
Oh,
so
an Empire Enjoyer. Let's go.
I'm already ready to rock. Let's just do this. So, guys, what we're doing is a quick battle as a buffer and a double. You can be as brutally honest as you want regarding my gameplay. We're doing a meme stack, boys. We're doing a meme stack.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, because he's playing the Empire, I'm gonna be rooting for him. Sorry, Battlesea.
I mean, that's fair enough. You can have very wrong perspectives, which you have today, because obviously the Empire sucks in comparison to the Dwarves. But I will respect you for it, as that is your right.
You know, yeah, that's fair enough, but I think everyone can agree that the Empire is goated over the Dwarves, 100%.
I think everybody in the chat will 100% agree the fact that the Dwarves are far superior than anything the Empire could ever muster up. Who gave?
I don't know about that one.
Answer this one. Who gave the Empire gunpowder? Who gave gunpowder?
Well, who did the Empire base their Hellstorm rocket batteries off of?
I think answer the first question first, and we might explore that one, you know?
All right, you know what? You might have gotten me there, honestly. Because they probably, yeah, they wouldn't have been able to imitate Cathay without having the gunpowder that the dwarves get. You know, good point.
Thank you. And the dwarves crafted a lot of amazing weaponry as well. You know, who gave, exactly like Bruce was saying, who gave the Empire the hammer? Dwarven...
Yeah, they give them all the rune fangs too, right?
I mean, need I say more, my friend? Need I say more?
They also built like most of the Empire cities, right? Or at least the under parts of it, like the sewers and everything like that. I kind of remember that from Gotcha and Felix.
Yeah. Honestly, the dwarves have done a lot of things that they don't get the credit for. They don't get the credit that they deserve. They do so many cool things.
Yeah, I will admit though, Slayer cults are like the coolest thing in like a dwarf fantasy ever.
Yeah, I love Slayers, especially there's so many varieties, right?
Yeah, but just in like lore as well, they're just super cool in it, and it just absolutely fits them. And it's just absolutely awesome. I love the Slayer cults.
Yeah, no, I think the Slayer build is gonna be interesting. What is Scott cooking up? I'm doing.
Wait, can they use the Elspeth rocket batteries in multiplayer?
God, I hope not.
Dude, they have like 600 range or something.
Man, I just messaged my ma. This is Scott. I'm fighting against Scott, and I messaged him, "What are you cooking?" And he said, "My doom." Interesting indeed. So it's unfortunate the Empire and the dwarves at the same time have decided to fight one another. A big shame that warfare is upon us. Maybe I should have brought an engineer to heal the Thunderbadge or something. Maybe it's Malachi that can. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see what happens here, because the Thunderbadge, for your guys' perspective, Thunderbadge is our band. This is just a pure meme stack where I'm using Slayers and I'm using. Wait, am I even streaming Total War for you? There you go. Should have said that. I didn't realize I wasn't.
Oh no, sorry. I was just watching your stream anyway from earlier, so I just had that up.
You deserve the live gameplay, my dude. Right, so right here, right now.
Oh shit! My bad.
Wait, is that my sound or your sound?
No, that was mine. Sorry.
Okay. No worries. It's weird. It's always weird hitting yourself, even if you're a streamer. Right. So, we've got a pure dwarven line here, and we're gonna go very spicy with the dwarf warriors. We haven't told him about this one here, but he doesn't need to know just yet. He'll have a nice surprise when he sees it. So yeah, we're gonna just basically run at them, I think. Do you guys honestly think the Thunderbadge is going to kill everything by himself? What's your thoughts as well, Double? Do you think the miners, the Thunderbadge can kill everything, like you said?
It depends. If he has cannons, I think you're done.
That's a valid point. What is the range situation? Wait, I have one range with the Thunderbadge? I don't think that's the descriptive to the other shots you can do, because I think the boys on the side...
Yeah, because that's to fly over them, yeah.
Yeah, the boys on the side certainly can shoot further than that, that's for sure.
And the two guns in the front shoot further than that for sure as well.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's just counting the main ammo, which is the bombs being dropped, but...
God. Dear God, send help! Right, then...
Those cannons, yeah.
Yeah, you called it. Right, we've got a whole ass now. The Slayer army's coming for his doom. Right,
the thing about that ability, you are doing damage to yourself as well.
Yeah, but I just think right now I need to make sure that I'm as close to combat as I can. Oh, here it goes.
Yeah, that's get right over those guys. Oh my God.
One of them down. You already know, son. Right, what else is coming through? What is the damage? There's a mortar in the back as well. Do you know what? I'm going to be a professional gamer here. Lock the formation. Run them in. Let's try and get these mana into better scenarios. Right, so, unfortunately the damage we're going to be taking is obviously amplified due to the fact that we're really close. You know, this is going to be interesting. The Slayers are something you shouldn't mess with. Oh my God, there's a steam tank on the side. Mate, this is...
as well, he's not powerhouse.
It's not it. I'm trying my best to flank around the corner here. We need to make sure these guys are moving in. My goodness. Yeah, this range line. I'm a bit disjointed here, unfortunately. But thankfully, since he's got his front line protected like this, ignore them. Straight to the back line, baby. Okay, Thunderbadge is doing the Thunderbadge things. As long as I can push through to the Master Engineer here, I'm happy. Get towards the cannons. My goodness. A bit chaotic.
Wow, I wish my micro was this good, I'm not gonna lie.
Nah, don't be daft. I'm not. I'm all right. I'm doing bits here and there, but you know, the cannons and the mortars are really doing a number on us here. I need something to stop them because this is kind of brutal. The meme stack is real. The meme stack is well and truly real, and it's not paying off just yet. The main thing is I've got so much threats in the backline. Just stop them actually. Right, I think honestly the mining blasting charges I feel like are so underrated. They're so good now.
Yeah, and the tech that gives them double ammo now, so they can shoot way more. It's awesome.
Yeah, agreed. Increase the charge of them. Oh man, just the acceleration of these guys is insane.
Yeah.
Slow them down again. It's almost like back and forth with it. Right, let's see if the Slayers can actually hold the line here. I'm a little bit worried that from a prolonged fight perspective, I'm going to struggle, but nice. Ground to the back line here. Yeah.
Yeah, it does kind of look like the Thunderbird just hitting light speed and just zooming.
This is the reason why the Thunder Barge has been, unable to be used in this tournament as an FYI. So this is only a meme fight while we're waiting for some of the pros, but yeah, Thunder Barges have been stopped from being used in the tournament for a very, very good reason.
Yeah, it makes sense.
They're unbelievably good. It is insane. I don't think I've ever seen a unit quite as strong as the Thunder Barge. Fundamentally, I don't think there's anything. Has there been any unit in the game existence that has been as good as a Thunder Barge? I don't think so, right?
Yeah, not that I can remember that's been this good.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, the X-Unit Ambushers were really good, but
true,
they weren't this good.
True. Yeah, no, they definitely didn't have this kind of level of value. Right, yeah, we're here.
We haven't shamed our ancestors, do we, brethren? You don't shame your ancestors.
Beautiful. The one annoying thing about
you brought that back.
You are?
Wait, sorry?
No, sorry, what were you saying? I didn't hear.
Oh, no, I was just saying, I can't believe you brought that back. That was...
Yeah, easy peasy, let's get it. GG's, G to the G. That is the reason why Thunder Barge is not allowed. I just wanted to give it a demonstration. Some people have been asking questions around it. It is too good. 4.3k gold value. Unbelievable.
And it's like, his cannons couldn't do anything other than shoot it, so they just got 0 kills. Like, he got no use out of the cannons pretty much.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
just
crazy.
Sat there tanking as well, right?
That unit is just crazy. I don't know what they're gonna do to nerf it, because it's like, I feel like range can kill it pretty easily, but some factions lack that range.
Yeah. Beautiful. Right, let's see. Yeah, Scott's not happy with it. I asked him who's up next, and he's saying, "Not telling you now." Right, so yeah, we're gonna have an actual pro game coming up shortly. You know, double
awesome! Can't wait to learn
a
some
little bit disjointed. You know, we've
no, dude, don't even worry about it.
Tournament. We've been live for 7 hours now, just trying to get these tournaments done. We may have to delay some of the finals for this one, but depends on how long it's going to take. Because your boy is getting knackered. But it's been
I totally understand. Yeah, no, dude, you've been streaming and commentating and for a really long time, dog. You're really putting in the work. Like I'm just glad to be here. So don't worry about it or anything.
No, much love to you, man. So yeah, what's one of your favorite videos you've made? So Double's obviously a very fantastic content creator, and you can compare him to like Okoii or what's the fella name? Tariff would be a good comparison as well. You know, he is fantastic as a content creator, does some really good stuff, and what's one of your favorite videos?
Yeah, also those are two content creators that were huge inspirations for me to want to make, more meme content for Warhammer. So yeah, those are great comparisons. But my favorite video, it's hard to say because I have a lot of fun making them because they're just so stupid, and I kind of just have like a good laugh just making them. But I think my favorite one would probably have to be the one that got the most views, which is when you accept the offer in the Realms of Chaos from Slanesh.
Yep, yeah.
And it's like the Breaking Bad scene where they sleep on the money because they're like having to move it, but Slanesh offers you like so much money just to leave.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, in fairness, It's very tempting because, you know, it's a really interesting mechanic that actually forces you as the player to think. Because you don't know. Sometimes you really do get massive offers that's like, you know what? In the realms of chaos specifically, guys, it's like, you know what? I wouldn't mind that. That's going to help my campaign a lot, like 100 grand or something ridiculous.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's like that, and then you can get like a banner that gives you 50 growth in a region, or like, was it 100 or 150? It was something crazy.
Yeah, it's mental. Right, so this bracket is actually live. So these are the best players currently fighting against each other in the tournament. So we've got Sipper that's beaten Sigors. So Pigman has taken down Crabbling, interestingly enough. So we've got Alfindio and Grutz that are raring to go here. We've got Berserk that's beaten Rofflin. Iskander's unfortunately taking the L against Cyrix. So we've got Berserk, we've got Alric, and we've got obviously these guys raring to go. So it'll be one of these matches that we're going to be watching. I think potentially Scarbrand and Olaf are going to be probably fighting against one each other as of right now. I think that's in progress. But if you guys are interested in the pro gauntlet that we're doing, this is the bracket, and it'll give you all the information that you need. Let me just go ahead and put that into here. Berserk is an absolute beast. Yeah, I was so excited when Berserk agreed to play here. Yeah, Berserk agreed to play because, you know, this is sort of the gauntlet here. It's you play one land battle, you play one domination, and you have to prove your skill level in both of them, not just one or the other, right? Right. Have you watched much multiplayer, Double?
Not really. I'm more of like a campaign guy for this game, honestly.
Fair. Right. Is it a full suit or just waist up? That is for you to not know and me to know. You know, you can let your imagination go wild. Do you think I would sit here for probably 8-9 hours today, not wearing comfy trousers? Maybe that's for you to try and figure that out. There may be an option, maybe not. Right. So yeah, we're going on to round 2. Going to be very interesting to see who specifically out of this player list will be utilized. Right. Nice, so we've got I think it's this one. Yeah, this is Grutz, so this will be it. Is this the one I'm looking for? Yep, so we've got... Oh, shoot. So we've got ODM Sir Grutz, and we've got ODM Alfredino. This is friendly fire here. 2 guys from the same clan going against each other, so they clearly know each other very, very well. So I'm going to be intrigued to see how these guys perform, because, you know, clearly when you're in the same clan, you know each other's habits, you know each other's how you play. So this is going into the domination format. As far as I can tell, Alfredino has a lot of hybrid experience, so with how he's building and how he plays here, it'll be interesting to see what he pulls to the table. You know, we've gone from basically the very beginning of the stream was playing and watching noobs. We're now all the way over to the other end. These are some of the greatest players that have graced the Warhammer 3 scene, and it's going to be interesting to see just the level of skill that is amplified as part of, you know, these guys. So this is the pro gauntlet now, and I'm very curious to see. A double.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see this stuff too.
Yeah, so we've got Kislev and Cathay rocking in here. From a land battle perspective, Kislev is obviously a very, very powerful faction. You know, in domination specifically, they are considered relatively dominant. Cathay has some very good staying power, but Kislev obviously has so many options available to them. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes.
Yeah, hybrid units are just really good as well, just in general. So, yeah, they're probably going to be, you know, able to hold points easier. But Cathay with the artillery, it's going to be hard to say.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. Who is this commentator? He sounds very handsome. Thank you. I know you're meaning a double, but I'll take it as a compliment to myself. But yeah, no, Double's an awesome guy. Very excited to have him on the stream today because, you know, he is
really excited to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
No, it's all right, man. So, we're in a situation where we've got some very fantastic players against each other. And, you know, what would you kind of expect the Kislev to build? It's very difficult, right? Because there's so many mind games going on between these two guys that it's hard to know who is building what, you know, what they're going to counter against what. You know, is it worth taking those risks? What's your thoughts?
It's hard to say because I don't know too much about multiplayer, but I'm interested to see what Kislev will bring because the Kislevite warriors, I'm pretty sure they got nerfed in 5.0, I believe.
I believe so as well, matey.
Yeah. But I'm interested. I'm kind of like if they'll take Ice Guard or Kossar Spears instead because they got nerfed. I'm kind of interested to see that, but yeah, I am kind of worried. I can't, comment too much on like the multiplayer aspect because I've never played multiplayer really.
Yeah, that's fair. Right, sorry, I'm just having to consult with my admins. Right, so we're waiting for these fellas to build their compositions here. We've got Grunt that is actually ready, happy to go further in here. You know, Alfredino is going to be building something to cook up against Kislev, excuse me. Both of the players are ready, so let's have a wait and see.
See what these armies are looking like.
Okay, interesting. Oh, Meowying's come in with Satay the Watcher alongside having Meowying for healing. Yeah, really devastating initial composition here, but we can if these guys if these dogs get on the Satan and he's trying to be healed, they completely gutter healing completely. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. What can counter Warbear Riders from Cathay? What can Cathay counter against Warbear Riders? I mean, typically speaking, you just want to hit them with range, right? You have to play and skirmish together, ensuring that you're not going into bad situations. So yeah. Right, so we're going to be loading in here.
Really want to see how the Winged Lancers are going to perform. They are so good after getting the Glorious Charge.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're right now in a situation where we've got the Armored Corsairs with great weapons. We've got the Dervishes here. The Griffin Legions, like we said, they've got the Glorious Charge. When charging into any unit, charge duration is doubled. Enemy units take a leadership penalty as if they have been attacked in the flank. That is really, really nice. Yeah,
it's a really good ability.
Yeah, really nice that. So, interesting. It's not the thing in the woods need to be the Regiment Renowned variant to stop healing. So, still going to be a very powerful unit. But we've got the Dervishes hanging out, and we've got the Tempest coming in as well with the Guardian's Call, Hailstorm, and Glacial Blast. Have a look around here. The Crowman, the Jade Lancers, the Meowying, the Storm Dragon, Tite the Watcher. Has brought the Windbow, so we'll see how that performs. Obviously, it's going to be very, very powerful. But right now, Kislev has a little bit of an advantage number-wise. How can A-Dubble, what we're thinking regarding utilizing the numbers we've got against the Cathayan forces, how would you kind of play this out? Would you want to get a little bit more aggressive? What's your thoughts?
So if I was Kislev, I would get immediately on the points as fast as I can with my cavalry. They have mostly flying units who can't cap points, and they only have like 3 land units right now, I think. Or 4, sorry. So yeah, I think Kislev should take advantage of that and just rush in and start getting points early, and then start bringing in more units and stuff. Get those points early on, and just use your speed and use your numbers, like you were saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this domination battle goes about. Okay, so, sorry, I just having to reply to DM. So right now we've got a 11, like we said. We've got 9 on the Cathayan sides. We do want to rush, yeah. I think it might be a situation where, due to the fact that the Cathayan knows that they don't have capture weight. So, yeah. And then we've got, obviously, Peasant Horseman and the Crowman. And, yeah, I think it's going to be a situation where you're going to play slow as possible, right? If you play slow as you possibly can do again with the Crowman, then you can enable yourself to start getting capture weights once you start throwing out some reinforcements here. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. But I think these guys are asking, are waiting for us to tell them they can start.
Sounds good. Can't wait to see what these guys are cooking up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see kind of, it's one of those things where we've been watching gameplay of people that are very new to multiplayer, and now we're in a situation where we're watching folks that quite literally are the best of the best. You know, we've got some fantastic players within the Total War Warhammer 3 community. You know, they've kicked off, and let's have a look now. So we've got the Griffin Legion that are moving over. Armor Corsairs are going to be really crucial when it comes to shooting and skirmishing nicely here. Going to have to be very careful for the Nangao grenades, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're going straight for point 3 on the left over there.
Yeah, great option. Like you said, using the cavalry to try and get over onto that side. And we can see the neutral location point 1 in the middle there. Obviously, if you get a really heavy domination in relation to the middle point, you can start snowballing that towards point 2. But you want to be very, very, very careful here, as it's going to be a situation where, you know, there's a lot of threats now coming over. You know, the Peasant Long Spearmen. Obviously, the Dervishes can't win that. We've also got the Jade Warriors, which trade it really nicely. With the Crowmen now being Yin, if they can fly around being near their infantry, they'll buff them up, which is a really good change that's happened recently. That was... I mean, it makes sense lawfully. You know, Crowmen are made utilizing Yin magic. So for them to be a Yin unit, that makes perfect sense to me. So we've taken point 2. Kislev has secured now point 1 and 3.
Oh, those cannons.
Heavy
or
damage.
Oh, that was Satang. I thought that was a cannon. My bad.
Yeah, brutal. Satang's coming in with an insane amount of damage on the thing in the woods there. Yeah, crazy to see the damage that the Satang can actually bring. Honestly, the way I see Kislev's roster, I don't know how they're going to be able to deal with Satang right now. As long as they're using
they have a lot
units.
of large units too.
Yeah, I mean, the Griffin Legions don't have anti-large. They're shot cavalry, so they're not really good in prolonged periods of time. You know, they can't fight for a long time. So we'll have to wait and see how they can handle that. But the Wing Lancers are now getting summoned in at the back line there. The Griffin Legions are now getting swarmed by the Crowmen. Interesting combat situation to go in for this, because you'd assume a very heavily armored unit would struggle there. Yeah, shots coming in from the Armored Corsairs. A little bit of a mistake coming in from the Cathayan potentially, but maybe they're thinking of things like, if we can bog this unit up, you know, put pressure on them while we're taking over their situations over here, killing this unit, you know, distract on one side, do damage on another side kind of situation. Right.
Yeah, this is man, Satang's just putting in work on those beasts over there.
Yeah,
yeah, it does seem like point 1 is being contested here. Yeah, it keeps being fought back and forth here.
Yeah, absolutely. Miao Ying's definitely utilizing her dragon form, trying to get in there. Interesting enough, she's got a Life Bloom passive, but I don't see any spells, so maybe a bit of a mistake coming out from there, unless we can't see it because it's in dragon form. Keep in mind, in dragon form and human form, the dragons have 2 separate pools of health. Trade-wise, we can see that the advantage is going towards Kislev. I'm really interested to see how this is transpiring. You know, you would have assumed with Satang's value, especially with the Windbow, you can really, really start pushing out. But Kislev is just an absolute powerhouse within the domination scene, you know, really putting the pressure down. We can see the Jade Lancers coming in to try and swoop and assist over here, but the Griffin Legion, with the Glorious Charge, is absolutely nutty. Tons of damage coming in the Snow Leopard, but it's a summon anyway.
I believe it's a summon, yeah.
So it looks like this is coming from the Ice Witch Tempest. Obviously that Guardian Call is just sponging damage. It's not a very costly Guardian Call. A-Dubble, is it like 200, 300? I'm not sure how much it costs for the summon. About that, right?
For the gold cost for it? Sorry?
Yeah, the gold cost for the Guardian Call. I think it's around a couple of hundred, right?
I wouldn't know because I don't play multiplayer.
No, fair enough. Yeah, I think it's around a couple of hundred. You know, really doing actually a lot more damage than we probably would have expected against Satan there. Let's have a look at the gold value coming in, because obviously, as we know, the Snow Leopard is a bonus versus large, and it does do a lot of damage against large targets if you so let it. So Bandits to the Silver Road with the Peasant Archers, flammable, flaming attacks, so 20% of increased damage. Dervishes are trying to get in there to stop them from charging against them. Gold value perspective, it's looking pretty damn favourable towards Kislev, but obviously, you know, this is not the determining factor. There's a lot more that can go into a battle here. You know, there's a lot of options that Cathay specifically have to enable themselves to gain advantages here. We can see that capture point 2 is sort of slowly tickling towards Kislev, but as they're trying to fight Satan, they've moved away from here.
Probably good they just bogged down Satang. Oh, wait, he's still shooting while he's in combat. Okay.
Yeah, this is just the demonstration of the caliber of players here. They're making sure that they're utilizing the attack windows. So if you're looking at what you want to shoot and you're still being melee, due to his entity size, you can shoot over and just shoot everything that's on the other end. But you need to make sure that instead of them defaulting to melee attacks, they're actually shooting at the same time. So great usage there.
I never knew that. Wow. The more I learn about this game, I have almost 2,000 hours in just Warhammer 3, and the more I learn, wow.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's one of those things where, you know, these professional players, they need to understand how they can maximize the value of their units, how they can get the most value from the situation, and that's definitely a certain situation that is going to be beneficial. You know, sniping this Lord here is going to be fantastic because of the fact that Hailstorm is a real thorn in the side of Alfredino. You can... Oh my dear God.
Oh my God, yeah. Wow.
Okay, so Windbow has just come in there. Dear God, that was a lot of damage, and that is honestly potentially the turn of the tide here. You know, you can't count them out in the early stages of the game because guess what? You have 1,000 victory tickets. Oh, you don't? You haven't won yet. You need 1,500 victory tickets. Otherwise, you know, that is not enough to win. Jade Lancers are coming in against the Armor Corsairs. Not the strongest of units to defend against Jaded Lancers, but obviously the Peasants are coming in to support them as well. They are civil shielded, so they'll tank a lot of the range fire. Really nice death box coming out here, but yeah, Regrowth is what Meowing has. Oh, this is going to be brutal. If a overcasted Regrowth comes down Setang, Kislev doesn't have much of an much of an option here.
Wow, this is very high level gameplay. I've never seen anything like this before.
Oof. Yeah, the Regrowth came out.
I watch games, am I right? But
yeah, the growth has come out,
this
and
they
need
like
to
I've
shut
never
down.
seen two players play against each other like this. This is really good.
Yeah, very high caliber play here. I think Meowing's definitely utilizing, obviously, the growth coming out onto Setang, like we mentioned. You know, that will keep printing out value. If you do an overcast specifically, the cooldown increases drastically, but it's well worth the healing that you'll get. Obviously, you know, with Setang now having fatigue reduced as well, I think this is the advantage that the Cathay needed to start pushing back, because... Oh, we have actually pressure onto catch point 2 here. If Kislev can put a little bit more pressure there, it'll be really detrimental for them. A lot of damage.
Seems like he's left to capture point 3 as well. They got more units coming in there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is Kislevite's positioning. The only point we've had for Cathay specifically is point 2, but we've had some really nice usage of skirmishing. You know, the Winged Lancers are securing the backlines, ensuring that any of their reinforcements are, you know, put under pressure, especially since these peasant archers, which they've rightfully identified, are on their own. So really nice charge from the back there. Point 2 has been wrangled back. Miao Ying's obviously in a situation where she's going to need to start throwing out some more, you know, regrowths on Setang. But honestly, I really haven't rated Setang's performance for the most part. Obviously, a lot of Winds of Magic, a lot of gold value so far. But yeah, we'll probably have to see what a wind bow can do here.
Oh,
yeah,
wow,
that's
he's
just a normal attack.
Destroy these units coming in.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit of a mistake coming in. Obviously, with the reinforcement point, you don't want to spam units because for that exact reason, they'll be stacked up to be attacked. We're going to get into the critical mass situations where we're actually going to have a scenario where the allied victory tickets will be enough for Kislev to win with 1 point soon. We're going to get to the point where, you know, Cathay need to wrangle back Balance of Power and wrangle back some of these points here, because if they don't capture soon, you know, Kislev can just play really slow, holding 1 point. A lot of these Armored Corsairs providing so much value just because of the fact that they can have a ranged weapon at the same time. Beautiful. Yeah, I'm doing a fantastic job.
Yet, though. They are fighting for it.
Yeah, I love the battles that are going on. You're absolutely right. They are fighting for it. We can see that the probably regrowth will be available momentarily. We can see an overcast probably wouldn't be worth it because it probably heal too much for Setang, because you can see this is his specific healing cap here. I mean, even Miao Ying could take that healing for sure. You know, both of them have availability and options for that. I think potentially the quadruple Onyx Croman just completely made it very difficult for Cathay to perform in the early stage of the game because of the fact that, you know, they had very little melee units to start capping things, and it has shown, right?
Yeah, like that. But those early caps, and especially when Kislev, like, most of their units were very fast units that could just get on the points immediately. Yeah, it really shows here because, you know, almost a 500-point lead. So.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think we're now getting into a position where potentially Cathay can wrangle the advantages back. The gold value perspective has been, you know, more towards
do not cut them out, like I said.
Yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
no, they 100% can still get point 1 and potentially get on point 3. But point 3 does seem heavily defended by Kislev, so.
Yeah, well,
Or not heavily, but it seems pretty good defended. Yeah.
Well, it's more so that, you know, Armored Corsair is a very effective unit, especially against something like a Peasant Long Spearman. You're going to need a little bit more juice, like the Jade Lancers, to try and cycle charge and flank into there, because, you know, the Armored Corsair fundamentally is a strong unit, but it's not, you know, incredibly overperforming for its cost. We can see a lot of the cavalry's coming through. Miao Ying is so fantastic in that she has the -8 melee attack in an AoE. Kislev Warriors was something I was expecting to have at least a few of them in the army to make sure that the Seitan can start getting a lot of pressure down. Potentially it's a little bit too late, but fantastic attack animations coming out from Seitan that has pushed all of them away, and now you can utilize
that. Was very helpful.
That is unbelievable, the attack animations of Seitan, to enable them to get out of that. I think that was his leap
ability there, right?
Oh, was it?
I think it was, yes.
Nice. Well, right? Whatever it is, it helped a lot.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Or maybe that's just a campaign-only thing. Maybe I don't see it on the bottom left there, so... Yeah.
Ooh, brilliant wind bow coming in.
Very good hit.
Yeah, fantastic amount of damage coming from the Griffin Legion there. You know, Seitan doesn't necessarily want to be fighting against the halberds, but like we said, you know, if a cap doesn't happen soon, we are going to be in a lot of trouble. I think we need to make sure we're getting these infantry in the flank potentially for these Armored Corsairs, just to make sure we can push them away. I believe this is going to be enough capture weight to start bringing it towards the Cathayan side. But like we mentioned, we're going to get to the point where we're going to need a triple cap now. I believe this is triple cap territory now. So unless Cathay can wrangle this towards themselves again, this might go down to the wire on A-Dubble. I can't even predict it. This is just so close.
It's very close, yeah. Because, like, you know, Cathay's right up there on point 1. They can take this. They just need more units. And they're on point 3 as well, so there's a potential triple cap coming. Oh, I think point 3 is being taken back by Kislev now.
Yeah, so it looks like the pressure Kislev has actually pushed them back. It looks like the Jade Lancers are having to cycle charge around. You know, instead of having your Jade Lancers in prolonged melee, which makes perfect sense, you want to pull them out. You know, they are a shock infantry. They have hella charge bonus, so getting them around there will be enough pressure specifically to capture point 3, but that leaves us where? A-Dubble. It leaves us in a situation where we still need point 1 as Cathay. Even though we're actually getting gold value towards the Cathay inside, it might just be a little bit too late because 2 points are ticking. And that means in, you know, approximately 150 seconds, Sir Grunt is going to take the win here. So let's wait and see how Miao Ying can kind of enable their infantry to start pushing towards these lines, because cavalry is not going to do it, because it's not going to be heavy enough of a capture weight to actually get them towards an advantageous position. Brilliant cycle charge in.
Good charge, yes. Oh, that's going to start getting it towards them. Yeah, and there's no units that are coming in on 3, so they might be able to get this.
Yeah, so they're going to slow down the bleeding, that's for sure. I think Sir Grunt understands that the victory condition is not trying to keep point 3. There is no point trying to hold that one. It is, I need to make sure point 1 does not get taken, because like we said, if I can hold 1 point, we're absolutely fine here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're completely right there, because they have enough points just to win off of 1. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they do need a triple cap, just like you said earlier. This is going to be a very close one.
So if Kislev keeps struggling and throwing in very, very bad units here, you know, my worry is that a lot of the cavalry may not be enough of a capture weight, because we can see the same things happening. I do not believe there's enough kind of like spread damage here that will allow them to capture us, because we've got flying units in here, we've got cavalry, we've got Meowings obviously flying as well, so I don't believe they'll be able to wrestle this over. And I think this is, wow, this is incredible. You know, like we mentioned, I think the turning point was just the fact that the quadruple crowman, excuse me, made it very difficult to wrestle control of this battle. But yeah, really fantastic work by Sir Grunt, excuse me, putting pressure on Alfred here. You know, really making him punished, really punishing him for the build that he brought.
Yeah, that was a very good game. That was very good. The only thing that I would say that they maybe needed was maybe a Jade or Jet Lion, just to help with those pushes with the cavalry and stuff like that. But
yeah, interesting point. And Chris, thanks for the sub, matey. So yeah, Seitan got so much value. It's crazy how much value that, you know, Seitan was able to actually provide here. But I just think that if you're playing towards the victory condition of Seitan specifically, and you're trying to enable Seitan, 2.6k gold value might only pay for himself, and it's just not enough. You were looking for a little bit more value there. You know, the Griffin Legion came in clutch as well.
I'd say 390 kills on them. Wow, that's insane.
Yeah, absolutely incredible work with Sir Grunt there. Really well done. So that will be Alfred
down.
down. So that means Alfred is now out. Sir Grut has proceeded to the next bracket. This is absolute madness. What a close match, especially within teammates here.
Yeah,
right,
that was awesome. I'm really glad you got me for the pro matches. I've never seen gameplay that good between two people. That was really good. That was some
yeah,
great
absolutely
stuff.
no worries, man. Appreciate you. So right now we know that Grutz has taken the win here. So Grutz will obviously jump over and go into the semi-finals. We've got obviously Pigman and Sipper that we need to watch. We've got Eric and Olaf. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. You know, some people have said to me that the favorite specifically for the tournament is probably Berserk, due to his flexibility as a player. He's a fantastic land battle player. He's a fantastic domination player. And this is now going back into land battle. So Berserk may actually struggle against certain people depending on who he's having to fight here, because some of these guys that are in the tournament are fantastic land battlers. But they maybe struggle a little bit with domination, whereas Berserk, you can say, is a bit of a jack of all trades. He's very good at both.
Cannot wait to see how he plays. Yeah, that's going to be... If it was anything like last match, it's going to be an absolute joy to watch. That was amazing. But, yeah, no, that was... cannot wait to see... you said his name is Berserk?
Yes, VM Berserk. Yeah, so VM's a very, very good player.
Cannot wait to see what he's cooking up.
Yeah, me too. I mean, there's a potential that he might drop out from the semi-finals. You never know.
It's true. Yeah, it's anyone's game. Anyone's game.
Yeah, fantastic work. Really love to see that. I mean, Alfred did a fantastic job.
Yeah. No, both players did a great job. That was a really good fight by Cathay. I honestly thought that they were going to come back and get it. Like, that was a very good fight by Sating and Meow 1.1. They were holding that.
Yeah.
Just then we're holding that point down pretty much.
Yeah, and it was one of those things where they were constantly fighting at all stages of that, and it was pretty impressive to see. They did a really good job. Especially since those two units specifically, the rich condition was just keep them around, make sure that they're fighting, keep them engaged, keep them active, and that was at 100% utilized. They were active, they were fighting as much as they could, but Satan potentially was not finding the additional insane value that we were looking for, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, the Lord Dino was pretty insane.
Yeah, and I think the Crowmen was a little bit of yeah, I just don't think that worked out too well because you couldn't cap points. There's just like way too many flying units.
Yeah, no, agreed. So right now, obviously, like we know, Grutz has gone to the semi-finals. We're waiting on the results of Pigman and Sipper. We don't know what the situation is there, but we've got Olaf and Ulrich. The challenge link is pinned, so that link will actually show you what is live currently. And next up, what we're going to do is just get some players together, and we'll move on to the next one. Right, my goodness. So yeah, we're getting close to the end of the tournament. My goodness, it's been an absolute banger. We've had so many awesome people coming in, and yeah, very, very, very much fun. So hopefully we'll be able to do another one of these and again in the future, and get great, awesome people like A-Dubble back onto the stream again.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. I would really appreciate that. I'm very grateful to be here. Thank you so much for the invite again, dog.
No, sorry, man, don't worry about it. So we'll have to wait and see. Have you seen the challenge link? So, like we mentioned, with Olaf, I'm very curious to see. I know Olaf within the bracket. Let me just share my screen again. I know Olaf specifically within the bracket here is a very, very, very knowledgeable player. I'm not too sure about Alric because I've not really seen them play games. But they're in the second round, so they're clearly of a caliber that is a good player here. So yeah, we'll be getting one of these guys into the next match as soon as we can, boys. But yeah, great matches so far. These guys are some of the best players, like you mentioned, and it's going to be very interesting to see.
Yeah, very high level gameplay we're seeing right here. That was some of it. That was a very intense match.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Right, I think Ulrich and Olaf are in the process of fighting each other, and I think Kyrix and Berserker are fighting each other again at the same time. Love the suit. Thank you, Ronan. Most love to you, matey. Right. We'll have to wait and see, as we are now in the final round and we're in the semi-final. So for all the contenders today as well, much love to you guys. Thank you very much for playing. It's been absolutely fantastic to see you guys. I hope some of you guys learned something new. Obviously, we're just waiting on the next pro matches here. To all the newer players, all the intermediate guys, you know, I hope you guys, you know, have learned something today. It's been really fun, but we'll continue to learn as we see these pro players battle against each other. He's in a tournament before. Zipka, really? Wait, Zipka, how did you do in your intermediate bracket? You were in the intermediate bracket, right? Don't break my heart. Hopefully you did well. Don't go breaking my heart. Right. Let us have a look here. I'm just trying to speak with my admin team here. Right. Yeah, we're just we're at the moment they are fighting hard against one another. They are murdering one another and fighting as hard as they can. Strongman followed me. Didn't realize how strong Empire had gotten. Yeah, Empire had definitely gotten a lot stronger. Yeah, have you had a chance to play? Yeah, you played Elspeth, didn't you, Double? What's your thoughts on some of the new Empire units?
Oh, very good. They like I forget the name, but the new Knights, the Knights of the Black Rose, I believe, they're really good. They can like just hold a line and fight for a very long time.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Hawkland Long snipers, those guys were very much needed too. And yeah, no, it's just great stuff. And also just, you know, the free reworks, like Carl getting his own stuff, Galt getting his own stuff, and now every single Empire faction has their own unique campaign mechanic. It's just awesome.
Yeah.
Like, what more can I ask as an Empire player? Come on.
Yeah. No, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. No, it's been really, really cool to see kind of the flexibility and how people have adapted as well, especially throughout the tournament. Because like you mentioned, there's some really interesting Empire units, and a lot of them are actually kind of strong. And depending on the situation you put them in, they will overperform. But it purely depends on where you're putting the unit, what you're doing with the unit, and how you're trying to get the value from said unit. But yeah, really, really interesting stuff so far.
One new unit that I found is overperforming a lot, and I don't know if this is intentional, is the Rot Knights. They are very strong.
Yeah, they are very, very good. I think it's one of those where you can consistently keep trading with them as long as you don't put them in bad situations, right?
Yeah. But they melt on their charges. Like if you melt like a large unit, they just absolutely get melted. Like more than half their health just gets wiped. It's like, I don't know if that's intentional, if they're going to get nerfed, but they're very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. We need a Greenskin DLC, really? Of all DLCs, you think Greenskins? I think
Greenskins will probably not get another DLC.
Yeah, I don't think Greenskins will get DLC for a while, honestly.
Yeah, like I don't even think they will get another DLC.
Yeah, no, I would hardly doubt Greenskins will get any love anytime soon.
Yeah, they're in a really good spot anyway. Like, why do they have the best economy in the game? Can anyone explain that to me?
It is kind of nuts, right? They have, I think their money building recovers their money instantly.
Yeah, so you pointed that out one time in your stream, and I just noticed that when I was watching it, and I was like, yeah, why? Like, they literally trade teeth. They shouldn't get their gold back for building the gold building. Like, doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, it's crazy for a faction that smokes the way they do. It is certainly interesting.
Yeah, and their armies are so cheap. So,
nice.
Yeah, I just don't get it.
Returning DLC, I agree. I would love to get returning DLC in there. Right, guys, what we're going to do now is we're in a situation where we have the semi-finalists, and we're going to be jumping straight into it, boys. So we've got Berserk in the semi-finals. I mean, I honestly kind of expected that. People have been saying that Berserk is absolutely bonkers. His Domination gameplay is incredible. Hey, Landela. Domination gameplay is incredible. So we're getting this matchup set up right now. So Alric versus Berserk. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. We're still waiting on the results of Pigman and Sipper, though. Alright. Southern Border Princes won. I mean, that would be more so Dogs of War, Mason. It'd be interesting to see if they were to explore Dogs of War stuff, because yeah, you typically don't really get a lot of Dogs of War related stuff. Yeah, I would love to see Dogs of War personally, but I don't think
it would be awesome if the Order Tide kind of like a Warriors of Chaos, kind of faction. That'd be really cool.
Yeah, no, true. I just don't know how they would fit it into the game specifically because.
Yeah, they don't really own settlements, right?
Yeah, it'd be curious to say the least how they would how they would manage it specifically.
Yeah, it would be kind of weird just to give the Dogs of War all of the Border Prince lands, pretty much, like just to remove that and just make them, like a multicultural faction. I think that'd be kind of weird.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, so I think Grut is playing.
But for gameplay purposes, I'll take it.
Yeah, no fair. Someone's hired a lobby. Nice game, I'm noob. I respect that, Do you know what I mean? If you're trying to learn multiplayer and you're making a lobby, nice game, I'm noob. Hey, you know what I mean? It is what it is.
Yeah, just
I wish the best for him. I wish
chill,
for his
multiplayer games.
Yeah, I wish the very best for that guy and his fun experience on his adventures for what's he playing? Land Battle. Yeah, smiling, much love.
Map. That's awesome.
Dogs of War most likely be Tilia. Yeah, true. I mean, they're baited with certain things for Dogs of War for ages. No, and Lander, you don't have to apologize, man.
I cannot wait to see this. These two pro players play against each other. That last match was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are very, very, very good. I mean, Berserk is just unbelievably good. So we'll have to wait and see how he performs. I'm very curious to see his build. I'm just curious to see about everything this guy does because, he is. I was told he is the favorite of the tournament.
Is there a faction like that he plays as usually, or does he just like switch around? He's just that good. He can just play like every faction pretty much.
I think it's a bit of both, but I think most players specifically adopted utilizing Kislev quite a lot, just because of how dominant Kislev has been within the ladder. I know Dwarves have obviously made a bit of a resurgence due to various units like the Grudge Rackers performing really nicely, the Slayer Pirates facilitating a niche of being able to be skirmishy, but yeah. He's kind of a dark wizard with Demons of Chaos. Nice. So yeah, especially with the buffs to Demons of Chaos, Berserk can really cook up some stuff here. I can tell you that for free.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see it. But how do those Grudge Rakers do compared to the Blunderbusses? Are they better? I've heard they perform like a little better than the Blunderbusses, and they're cheaper apparently.
I think it's a good question. I think one of the advantages that they have is that they can push things back really, really easily. I think their spread damage is probably a little bit better than the Blunderbusses, but the overall damage that they can do is really fantastic.
It's awesome. I haven't had a chance to use them in my Malachi campaigns, but I really want to. They look amazing.
Yeah, no, they are they're definitely an interesting one. Definitely an interesting one. Right. Okay, we can see. I think the lobby is potentially made for us to have a little peek-see.
Really interested to see what factions they're playing.
Yeah, me too.
So, do you know what the meta is for like land battles and domination, or are you like, do you not really play like
No, I mean meta in respects to who you play, what you build and things like that?
No, like yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think typically speaking across most boards Kislev is very dominant. I think Kislev as a roster, they've only been increased and they've only gotten stronger. Right, so let me go ahead and we've got a lobby. It might not be Berserk that is playing currently. Let's have a look. Who is this? Blood for the Blood God. Let's have a look. Oh, nice. We got Berserk, boys. We got Berserk and Alric. And somebody called in the chat, Feudal Flash, you were right. The Demons of Chaos is here.
It's going to be utilizing, sorry, can't talk, those Demons of Chaos buffs, though. Let's see it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, a lot of the demon units got massively buffed.
It's like mostly morale buffs, right? That were given to them.
Yes. So I think leadership across the board, it's like between 5 and 10 leadership across the board, I believe, for most demonic units. So, yeah, I think the main thing there is you got to make sure that you're fixing the fundamental flaw that is the demonic instability, you know. And Dio, much love to you, matey. Glad you enjoyed yourself.
Yeah, because that's the thing is like you always want to take the mortal units because they don't just disappear.
Yeah. Right. So, we're going to have to wait and see how Berserk plays this one out. We got Alric as well coming in. What do we have here?
We've got see how this goes. You said Berserk was the favorite of the tournament, correct?
Yeah, that is what I've been told. I think Berserk is just an exceptionally good player.
Oh, Bretonnia. Alric's playing Bretonnia. I cannot wait to see this. Bretonnia is a very fun faction and campaign to play, in my opinion, so I really want to see how he utilizes them in multiplayer.
Yeah. Sweet. Right, we'll have to wait and see. So we do have a land battle. Oh, so this will be interesting. This will be really interesting in that the next battle will be a land battle. And potentially, I don't know if Berserk is specialized in land battle. I know he's more... People do say he's more of a domination kind of guy, but this is obviously where we're kind of trying to figure out where the goats are here. What we'll have here is the winner of this one's going to face off against Grutz in the final, I do believe. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. It'll be very interesting to see the final here of these guys. But yeah, whenever these guys are ready, they're more than welcome to queue up. I love the music in this game.
Yeah, the soundtrack's amazing. I really want CA to officially release it in some way.
Yeah, no, I think I think for me, Rome Total War, not sure about you guys, but Rome Total War was when the music was goated. I loved Rome Total War for just the music alone. So good.
Is it that good? I'm gonna have to play that game.
Honestly, dude, it's so good. I bought a Roman helmet. I kid you not. I have a Roman helmet in my storage over there because I wanted to play Rome Total War with it.
That's awesome.
It was worth it. I remember speaking to my partner about it. I was like, yeah, I'm going to stream loads with it. I'm going to get loads of value from it. It's going to be great. It is such a heavy helmet. I don't know how... I would be really not a good soldier. I would not be a good soldier if I had to fight in the Roman times. My goodness.
I mean, even now you got to carry like 300 pounds on your back.
Yeah, true. I mean, I'm just unhealthy and fat, so I wouldn't be a good soldier in any stretch of the imagination. So
I'm very out of shape too. I don't work out or do anything, so I would be horrible as well.
I used to. That's the sad thing. I used to do a lot of exercise.
Yeah, when I was younger, I was kind of built, but now letting it slip.
Hey, it's all about getting older. You know, it is what it is. It does happen. I bought loads of pre-made meals. So I'm trying to eat and be a little more careful with calories and stuff like that. But yeah. Oh wait,
yeah, I just can't gain weight. I'm like always skinny, but yeah.
Interesting. So Berserk is not playing.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Oh, and Auric switched to the Empire. Okay.
Oh,
Another
okay.
Empire enjoyer. We'd love to see it, chat.
Yeah, I mean the Empire does seem pretty goddamn good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, with the new buffs, or not buffs, but just like new units and actually buffs too, because steam tanks with their like new plating or whatever, really strong now.
Yeah, absolutely. Is your name on Twitch a double one?
Sorry?
Is it a double one on Twitch?
Yes, yeah.
Thought so.
Oh.
Obviously...
Thanks for the shout out. I think you just gave me. Thank you.
No, I did. Yeah. So obviously, like Double's been talking with us for a bit here, guys. So I just wanted to remind everybody, he's a great content creator. Does stuff on YouTube. He does stuff on Twitch at the same time. Make sure to check out his content if you're interested in funny content. Yeah, absolutely. He's your man. He's a good guy.
Thank you for the kind words. Really do appreciate it, Battle C.
Oh, you're more than welcome, dude. Appreciate you hanging out and being here. Right.
Oh, dude, thank you for the invite.
You're quite all right. So right now we've got Alric and Berserk. These guys, I believe, are Russian, so there may be latency issues, but we'll have to wait and see. But Berserk is ready for this one. We'll have to wait and see how Alric has comprised his specific army here. So yeah. Right.
So is the landship also banned in this tournament?
Yes. Yeah, landship is no bueno as well because the landship definitely just hard overperformed.
Okay. I haven't had a chance to use it yet. Is it really like that strong?
I just think it prints. It's a value printer, right? It's so oppressive in land battles that it just doesn't seem fair. It's sort of like akin to the Thunder Badge, but not as OP. But it definitely seems very oppressive for players to have to deal with.
Okay. Yeah, it would have been really funny to see the Thunder Barge being used in this tournament. Just absolutely crazy.
Everyone would play Dwarves, though. It'd just be Dwarf mirrors.
It would just be like Thunder Barges versus Thunder Barges, and just whoever gets the first shot wins, I guess.
Yeah. I think the way that the Thunder Barge does damage is really interesting as well. So I'd be curious to see how it would go.
And it's infinite ammo, right? Even the bombs that it drops.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, some of it's infinite, and I believe that's the one that's infinite.
I think all of it's infinite, isn't it? Like the gunners on top, and then the two like giant cannons in the front. I
think the cannons are not infinite.
They're not? Okay.
I think it's the cannons that are not infinite. One of them. Well, normally what you want to do for the situation of the sky junk, if you have one ammunition left and you stop firing, the guys on the side will still shoot. So it's just a way you can squeeze out a lot of value here.
Oh, okay. I thought they had infinite ammo, like even if the ammo's gone, because I thought the ammo is just the explosive shots or whatever.
I'd have to dig into that because I know there's certain elements of the Thunder Barge that isn't infinite, but yeah, I think Theodor's right in respects to some of the ammunition is so high that you'd probably be hard pressed to see it running out of ammo. In a situation like that.
Yeah, doing the Malachi Skaven scheme, it's like you're fighting the battle for like 10 minutes and the Thunder Barges are just not stop shooting. It's insane.
Yeah, absolutely. So, what we can see here is we've got obviously Zhao Ming and we've got the Cao Fran situation. I'm intrigued to see this. So the land battle scenario, I've got a heavy amounts of swordmen, got a lot more chaff on the Zhao Ming side of things, and the grenade launchers are going to be pretty devastating if the archers can't deal with them. There's not an awful lot of range prowess apart from obviously the crane gunners. You know, Zhao Ming, depending on the spells he's taken, is going to be certainly interesting here. The map as well is a pretty well balanced map. There's not an awful lot of shenanigans that you can do from a escaping perspective. A bit of the terrain is obviously, you can utilize that with the trees here. So let's have a look. Definitely can leverage this one. I think Cathay may be building a lot less range due to the fact that there's trees in the battlefield. So yeah, interesting to see that one. It's a really nice looking map, honestly.
Jade Lancer stack kind of that they have going on. I think this is going to be a very strong Cathay army. A lot of speed and just being able to catch up to they might be able to catch up to the Pistoliers and the Outriders, so we'll see here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, you're not wrong. We will most certainly see. He definitely seems like Cathay definitely seems to have a really good roster here. Very, very solid roster. I mean, it's Berserk we're talking about, right? He knows what he's doing
in the roster. Yeah, and it's like the greatest player, apparently.
Well, the favorite to the tournament, indeed. Yeah.
Yes. So, yeah, very excited to see what they're gonna do here. This is gonna be.
Yeah, me too. But we'll have to wait and see. And plus, thanks to the Prime, bud. Right, so yeah, we've got a situation where we've got the crane gunners on the right flank here, sitting in the trees, getting a little bit of a sneaky situation. We've got the Iron Hill gunners, the peasant archers. Love to see that. We've also got the Jade Lancers, horsemen, a lot of infantry stuff here. Looking like the Battles of Power is actually relatively even. On the Cathayan side, they've got roughly about 630-ish units more. So a lot more to deal with there.
Carl Franz. All right. Alric is looking like he might win this, but we'll see.
I mean, Carl Franz is a bit of a Giga Chad now, that is for sure, but definitely not the best stat line-wise.
Yeah, no. I think in a fight with Zhao, I think Zhao definitely would win that, probably.
Yeah,
especially
no,
with spells
absolutely.
that he can cast and give himself more armor and or just more buffs in general, and can also debuff Carl, I think, if he brought those spells.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay.
That is a little cheeky corner
situation
Vanguard.
here.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get these. Yeah. Once these guys are ready, let's get it in. And thank you for the prime. And questions, much love to you, buddy. Right. So, when these guys are ready, we'll get them firing off.
Wow, Berserk's formation is so spread apart compared to Alric's. It's very interesting.
Well, this is one of the things you'll often see within multiplayer specifically is if you have your units really close together, right, you are not providing value. What he's done is he's separated them out to the point where he'll gain the bonuses from Yin Yang. But this is clear that this guy is a very high caliber player, knowing the deployments and knowing the where to put his units. Very, very, very impressive. This is the kind of things that you love to see, really, because he's done a fantastic job making sure he's getting the bonus. This is what you need to do. This is the difference between a really good player and a bad player. You've got to squeeze out as much value as you possibly can do, and that's what he's looking to do here. So in the land battle, it's kicking off. We've got obviously a couple flank units, which is really going to be devastating if we do not know what's actually going to be happening there, because the Empire player should know that this is happening. These guys aren't invisible, I don't believe. Yeah,
no, they should be visible. Yeah.
So on this battlefield, I believe the players should have access to the tactical map, because this is not like Legendary or anything like that. You have access to it. Zhao Ming specifically has gone with a Dragon's Breath attack, which makes perfect sense. He's going to be really, really, really annoying to deal with because he has a heal now. So yeah, Zhao Ming's going to be very strong. Very, very aggressive movements coming in from the Empire here, trying to take advantage of the situation.
Very strong here.
Yeah, dear God. So we can see now we've got a lot of resources in the back line here. We've got probably about 2,000 or so, between 1,000 and 2,000 resources on the back line, not actually providing value, and we can see it often. Yeah, I think Alric has made the right decision here. He's pulled the trigger very, 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 very quickly, and is like, do you know what? You've spread out your units so goddamn much that I'm going to be like, I'm sending it, son. And that's exactly what's happening. There's not an awful lot of units that, we can see here that would specifically be struggling against the Empire faction. You're like, all of these units in the flank aren't really going to kill an awful lot. There's not a lot of archers. There's heavy skirmish infantry, and if obviously you can shut down the pistoliers alongside the grenade launchers, it's going to be good. But yeah, routing units already.
Yeah, the Empire, that rush seemed to have very much paid off. But yeah, the value of the value from Berserk is going way up now, though.
Yeah, Berserk is going to be trying to find opportunities to squeeze the value back into his place. Because one of the things is, a lot of these units, the Iron Hill Gunners and obviously the Jade Lancers, they're not a massively expensive cost. I think potentially he might have just put a situation where he's like, do you know what? You want to kill that unit? Go for it. No worries, I'm not bothered about it. And then instead he's just trying to open up the battlefield and doing what he's able to, and finding the pistoliers, making sure that his opponent, he's capitalizing on the mistakes of his opponent, basically.
Yeah, this is, wow, this is very close in terms of the value in the top left. That's insane.
Yeah, no, agreed. I mean, definitely a situation where this is crazy that the value has actually kind of come back. If you gave me a screenshot of what was happening on the battlefield over here, I'd be like, yeah, GG's. Berserk's probably going to lose this one, but he's making sure his units that he does have is getting the max value that they can. Obviously, the Demographics Knights coming in with a regrowth. They have lost 9 entities, so the heal's not going to be super effective. Let us see. Yeah, the regrowth especially can do that.
Jade Lancers there.
Yeah, really. Honestly, the Pistoliers are doing pretty decent job here, but the Knights of the Black Rose will definitely be able to pack a massive punch towards these Peasant Horsemen. So you can see Cathay is moving as kind of a one-conformed unit here, looking for the opportunities to start punishing the Skirmish Cavalry here. Yeah, the Peasant Horsemen doing a great job, but Zhao Ming against Cal Friends, I would assume Zhao Ming would win that.
Yeah, I think Carl's trying to avoid Zhao for the most part and just trying to get out those units that are chasing the skirmish cav.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, fantastic situation. Yeah, the Crowmen over here not going and finding their sort of target just yet. Very lucky that the handheld gunners on the white line has actually started to recover here. We need to find the crossbowmen a home, probably into the Jade Wizard to stop the regrowth from coming out and all the healing. Unfortunately, the Crane Gunners have now been engaged upon by the Knights of the Black Rose on the back line here. Bit unfortunate, but honestly, Alric is actually squeezing out a little bit of value here. Very impressive by Alric performing here. You know, Berserk has been said that he's pretty much the favourite to win the entire tournament, but Alric's performing very well. Very good showing by him.
Yeah, this has been a very good game so far. It's still, I think, Berserk still has a chance to win it. I'm not sure how the balance of power will work here in multiplayer, but
yeah.
But on this side, he's doing very good.
Yeah, I just think it may be a little too late, especially because some of these units are... Yeah, Knights of the Black Rose getting the Plague of Rust going down. Anyone that has additional spell mastery, you can see that the debuff for this one is a little bit more than you'd expect normally, so it's 34, so we have probably like 10, maybe 20% additional spell mastery here. Because we've got Master of the Elemental Winds. Somebody is casting it. The Alchemist. It'll be the Alchemist that has 120%, I would assume. Spell mastery, alongside because of the Master of the Elemental Winds. Yeah, 115%. Yeah. So additional intensity on those spells. If you don't know, intensity can increase the effectiveness of whatever the spell is, depending on the intensity that you have alongside of that one. Everything on the left side is dead. But yeah, we've got the Crowmen coming out. The force of Cathay is starting to move together, starting to do what they can. But yeah, what's your thoughts here? When we've got a lot of really high pressure and high value units routing around the battlefield, I think Berserk needs to start to consolidate his forces and really start pushing forward now.
Yeah, I think Berserk needs to get a lot of value out of Zhao here, because Zhao can get the Life Mage and possibly defeat Carl in a 1v1. So, yeah, I think most of the value is going to come out of Zhao at this point.
Yeah, especially since he can throw out those Dragon's Breath, being an absolute nuisance. But yeah, we can see the Peasant Archers obviously getting routed off the battlefield. I would imagine they're going to come back, and the Peasant Horsemen on the right-hand flank here are also coming back.
If Zhao doesn't lose to army losses, I think Berserk might have a chance to bring this back.
Yeah, especially with the Terror going around, there's not an awful lot of units that can do enough damage here. Especially since Zhao has the availability of getting an awful lot of healing. So he's going to be getting 32% healing, which is pretty insane. Just as part of existing once he hits below the threshold of 25%. So as long as Army Bonus doesn't kick in, as he starts getting lower and lower and lower, as long as he gets the heal before it happens, that should be happy days there. A couple of units that are on this side of the flank, moving back over. Unfortunately, the Empire has a lot of really good units still.
Yeah, very good units. They still have Knights of the Black Rose as well, I believe, which are just going to be just insane. Like, they're going to be able to hold the line for those handgunners and the pistoliers just to be able to shoot more.
Yeah, for sure. And we can see that the grenade launchers are being protected by the swordsmen in the front. Nothing really can stop them here. The crossbowmen, the crowmen, can't really go in.
Destroyed by Carl right now, actually. He's getting shot at and
Galmaraz, man.
Back by Carl. Yeah.
Galmaraz coming in clutch here. Yeah, really smart matchup.
As he holds it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, this is
absolutely. Yeah, really smart by Cal Franz and Alric coming in with the Galmaraz. That is the decision. That's the difference maker in my eyes here.
I don't think Zhao will be able to get out. Yeah, this looks like it's going to be
might be Lyman's bonus before Zhao starts healing. Zhao is now in the process of healing. Let's see if he'll recover in time. He has actually recovered before Armor bonus kicked in, but we can see that we do have the ward save of 40%, so he's going to be very durable, but very, very low amounts of survivability across the line. And the Alchemist is super cheap and cheerful with just a Plague of Rust here, so it's interesting that they just didn't decide to use, like Final Transmutation, for example, or anything like that. I'm not sure how much Winds of Magics the Jade Wizard will have left to play with, but I'm assuming it's not going to be much. And GG, wow.
Oh, good game. That was a very good match.
And Smiley, thanks for the gift to Subman. Wow, wow, wow. You know, Berserk, it was deemed to be potentially one of the favourites for this tournament and has been taken down by Alric. Very impressed with Alric there. Really smart adaptation to the situation. You know, Empire has proven that they are very, very durable and very, very strong, especially with the new cavalry of Knights of the Black Roses. You know, beforehand, the Empire really struggled with really heavy-hitting infantry, cavalry, excuse me, and the Knights of the Black Rose have definitely facilitated that weak point that they previously had. So we've had a look at the value. We've got 1.4k on Zhao, 1.2k only on Friends, but I guess Zhao is a caster at the same time. Crane Gun has really struggled. The Alchemist obviously didn't get much value because they didn't have any damage spells. Yeah, a lot of things. None of these units really kind of got the value that we may be looking for. Whereas, you know, you can see that the pretty much all the units across the board for the Empire near enough paid for itself, apart from a few here and there. But we had units that were overperforming, and you know, unfortunately, on the Berserk side, we didn't have anything that really overperformed.
Yeah, I think yeah, no, like you said in the beginning, just having his army spread apart really far, and then Carl just coming in from like one side just to get like the Iron Hail Gunners, and then they were pretty much out. So yeah, like they couldn't do anything. They only got 13 kills, which in reality they probably should have gotten like a lot more if he didn't do that push. So yeah, very good play by Carl.
I think the thing that I'm most impressed about is that Alric understood that Berserk's positioning was bad and punished him instantly for it. You know, he saw the opportunity and took it.
Yeah, very good. Like, this is some very good high-level gameplay. This is amazing stuff.
Yeah, this is pretty damn insane. But right now,
like the swordsman as well barely took any damage there. That was crazy.
Yeah. Kind of crazy the way that kind of transpired. I am very surprised. So right now we're in a situation, just for an update to the bracket, boys. We have only a few more games to go. Always impressed by Alric. Yeah, Alric did a fantastic job there. So Alric specifically,
Alric did amazing.
Is obviously moving on here. So let me just go ahead and
GG to Berserk though. That was a very good try. That was like very good gameplay, very good match.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's go ahead and say that Alric was the winner there. Unlucky to Berserk, really well played. So Alric is obviously moving into the finals here. And we actually currently have Grutz and Pigman fighting against one another. That's happening behind the screens right now. So we're going to get some of the best of the best of the best playing against each other in this situation. And obviously we've got Grutz and Pigman fighting it out to get into the finals. Going to be very interested to see out of these two players who gets into the finals. Keep in mind, right now this is land battles. The finals are going to be domination. Is that a comfort pick for some of these guys? Did they prefer playing on the likes of land battles? A lot of the guys from Human Boys community do like playing land battles. So is this something that they can adapt to? We're in a domination scenario, so we'll have to wait and see how that transpires, honestly. But we're going to get another lobby.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see how they can adapt to the domination platform. Yeah, let's see it.
Right. Let me just go ahead and just make sure the players are okay.
Yep, I'm just going to go grab a water while you do that. I'll be right back.
Absolutely, dude, not a problem. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to have a little bit of downtime. So, boys, what we thinking? We've been going on for 8 hours now. The stream has gone on for 8 hours. I hope you guys have been enjoying yourselves. Actually, do you know what? We might have a word from the sponsor. Hold on. Just getting in this set. Sorry. What was that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, just getting a word from the sponsor here. Let me just reach out to the sponsor here, because just needing to make sure that we can just obviously, as part of running a tournament, it's a big cost and whatnot. But yeah, sponsor time. Just give me a sec, boys. There's nothing like having a refreshing, cool drink of Battlesy content, so make sure to like and subscribe. Well, that guy seems to be really handsome, really smart. Honestly, they might actually... Hold on. I'm just getting a transmission coming in from the boss man. I think he's saying there's another one. Yeah, I think we have another one, guys, here. 1 second. Everyone likes relaxing on the beach. If you want to replicate that, make sure to watch the Battlesy broadcast from your own home. And if you're on YouTube, make sure to subscribe. If you're on Twitch, make sure to follow. Right, so yeah, we had whoever that guy is, not sure who he is. He looks handsome though. But yeah, so we had just a couple sponsor segments, you know. Wonder who it is? No idea. No idea, matey. No idea. Don't know who that guy is, but I'd listen to him. I'd probably listen to him.
Alright, I'm back, boss. Sorry about that.
That's alright, man. Welcome back. He looks shady to me. Yeah, what a shady character. Absolutely. He's not wearing a suit. So, you can always
They're
trust a
talking
guy
about
with
the
a
boss
suit.
man?
Say again?
They're talking about the boss man? They're talking about you in the suit?
No, yeah, the other one. Have you seen the sponsored segments that I've made?
Yes, they're hilarious.
Yeah.
W sponsors.
Yeah, absolute W sponsors. Agreed. So yeah, we're waiting on one of the battles now. So do you know what we can talk about actually? What we can talk about is something juicy, something interesting. So, folks, if you don't know, there has actually been a potential leak in the game files that this fella right here, Golfag Maneater, is actually in the game.
Ogre DLC?
Apparently he has been potentially data mined that he exists in the game currently. His animations are actually in the game now. They're in the game files. And one of the crazy thing is, Golfag Maneater specifically was an incredible mercenary, right? We talked about it a little bit earlier. And he will actually open up a insane potential of units, right? But we can see that he starts over around, I believe, near Greasus, right? So yeah, his start location, is he in Stopways? Yeah, so his start location is quite interesting. Obviously, he's, you know, east towards the Howling Waste. You know, typically speaking, a lot of the ogres will live in this land over here. But yeah, very curious to see if he is a DLC. You see, allegedly, this has been data mined that he is in the game. His like attack animations, death animations, all sorts of the other animations are in the game allegedly. Even his portrait here. Hold on.
Interesting stuff. I wonder if it'll be DLC or FLC.
So this is what's data mined here, and in the game file specifically, it was Okoii that was kind enough to send me this over. You can see here as well. This is his animations in the game. So this has been data mined.
Okoii finds the ogre leaks.
Yeah, I mean it's a classic. You'd expect him to. So this is what he looks like in game. This is the animations he's got. So really cool, really cool. I'm going to be very intrigued to see how it transpires. But is a legendary hero? It can be either, honestly.
That would work for them, but I think
I'd rather him as a legendary lord personally, because we need more oomph for the ogres personally.
Yeah, I would want them to have a start location that's away from the Mountains of Morn, in my opinion. But I mean, Scrag is that, but Scrag is just not fun for me.
Yeah, he's certainly not, the most interesting. I feel like Scrag's identity was ruined by having really overpowered units, and that's what his identity was, right?
Yeah, that Gorger nerf just absolutely killed him.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry about that. I just need to grab some water as well. I've got bottles of water from Costco. Lord Croak is also a lord. Yeah, true. So we're waiting on the finals here, boys. He'll be an ogre or dogs of war? That's a really good goddamn question, actually. He potentially could open up skirmishy mercenaries like dogs of war. That is something realistically he could potentially bring into the game, but I would assume he's ogres because ogres need the love. I think they would probably want to make sure ogres need the love before they start exploring other DLCs.
That's crazy though. The next DLC could potentially be an ogre DLC in it. Like I was never expecting that.
I feel like the Greasy boys are actually quite interesting to play. I don't mind playing Greasus. You stack a ton of ogre balls and then all of a sudden you're laughing because you just kill everything. But obviously in campaign and multiplayer, it's a vastly different experience, right? Vastly different experience.
Yeah, no, Greasus is fun. I just think ogres, the camps just need like a rework in my opinion. Because you can't
make
move
it moving,
them, right? Yeah, they just need to be like roaming camps. I would say.
Yeah, no, I would probably agree to that. Guys, what I'm gonna do, A-Dubble, would you mind if I left you for like a minute so I can go to the toilet?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, no worries. I'll
Right.
try to keep your stream entertained.
No, you'll do it. You won't try, you'll succeed, my friend. Much luck to you. Right, guys,
All
BRB,
right.
I'm gonna just AFK. A-Double's I'm gonna run some ads on Twitch to get rid of all the pre-rolls ads and things like that on the last battles because we're going into the finals here, and the wonderful A-Double is gonna be wonderful and keep you guys company. Please be nice to him, guys. A-Double's an amazing guy, and like I said, he's a great content creator as well. Right, I won't be long, matey. BRB, thank you so much.
All right, taking over your stream now. Let's go. All right, this is now my stream chat. Battle C is no longer here, so what do you guys want to do while he's gone? What do you guys want to do while Battle C's gone? We can do anything. Okay, now we're mean. What do you guys want to do while he's gone? We can literally do anything. No one can tell us no. Demonette. Okay. You know, you know what, Black Coding? You know what? I do agree with you. Let's do that. Let's raid some. Sing a song dissing the Stumpies. Oh man. What could I sing a song about? Like, are there any songs about like about people being short? Are there any songs about people being short, not being able to run fast, and having long, ugly beards that probably have lice in them, and not being able to reach stuff on the top shelf? You know, having to build doors that are lower because you're not tall enough to reach doorknobs. Yeah, I don't know. Is there like a song about that? About just being relatively like too short to exist in a world? Like how? Okay, chat. How do Battlesea's gonna hit me for this? How do dwarfs live in any kind of fantasy? Being as short and as like slow as they are. Diggy hole. Grudges keep them going. Yeah, but it's just like, at what point are you gonna like hold a grudge?
Thank you so
like,
much, bud.
Get over it. No.
Right.
Yeah, no worries, dude. No, we definitely were not just talking crap about dwarfs the whole time.
Dwarves are amazing. How dare you? Right. So I've got a special guest. The ads are finishing in 38 seconds. So give me a second, Mum. I'll put you on camera in 30 seconds until ads are finished. Okay. So for the YouTube folks, my mum's actually here. My mum is looking after my dog, and she's been absolutely incredible and amazing, like she is. So Double, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to mute myself for like a couple minutes. I'll be back with you. Okay?
Yeah, no worries.
Sweet. Right. So let me now. I look like a Dowie.
You don't shame your ancestors, Dowie brethren.
So if you're wondering why I'm so awesome, we have the one and only my mum. Everyone
right
likes
here.
relaxing on the beach. If you want to replicate that, make sure to watch the Battlesy broadcast from your own home.
Hold on, I'll let that go out.
And I'll cancel that. So yeah, absolutely. So if you guys can say hello to my mum, right? Everyone say hello to my mummy. This is my beautiful mum.
Hey.
So the chats are over here.
Oh, hey.
So these are the two chats here. So everyone say hello to my mum. She's an awesome. I just wanted to get her as a special guest appearance.
See the resemblance.
Well, I mean, yeah. Similar hair. Yeah, you can see everyone's in here. All folks saying hello. Yeah. Yeah, if you've got any, let's be. You can ask my mum a question about my childhood, or something random about me. But yeah, so yeah, I think the last time my mum came on the stream, she talked about like all sorts of random things, which is fun. But it doesn't matter. But no, yeah, my mum's awesome. I'm very, very blessed to have her. You know, I often say to people,
Thanks for taking care of the dog.
Absolutely. Who's that? Whoever that is. Thank you. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, agreed.
Battle man.
Yeah, there's.
Another dog. I love looking at the tag words and what the comments are.
Yeah.
I've got some favourites.
So if you at Battlesy, my mum will probably be able to see it easy because it'll be highlighted. But we'll get the finals. We'll get the finals one going soon. Dub mum indeed. But yeah, we've got the dog here as well.
Yeah, little Freya.
We got the dog here as well. We got the whole crew. We got the whole crew, boys. Right,
Everyone's in the house.
We're just getting the next battle on the way. We're just waiting for the players to be ready.
So young to be your mum. I love Shuts. He's my favourite.
Well done, Shuts. Good on you, lad. Good on you, Shuts. Good on you, lad. And Smiley, thanks for the 5 gitters, man. I appreciate it, buddy. No, that's the kind of good comments. But yeah, thank you, Molly, for coming on the show.
See you later, folks.
Yes, my mum just said bye-bye. So yeah, if you're wondering who my awesome mum is, she's come to visit me to look after my dog to make sure I could do the stream for as long as I have. You know, I do want to give a shout out to all of you wonderful folks that have helped me with the stream today. Massive shout out so far to the mod team. My God, my mod team has been incredible. So shout out to Angry Khan, Mr. A Star, Smodge, and Further Reading for helping out earlier. Those guys have been amazing. Bring a chair for my mum. Nah, she wouldn't want to be on the stream for too long. I don't want to put her in a situation she doesn't want to be in. I asked her if she wanted to say hello, and she said she would. But no, I love my mum so much. Like I said, you know, if I was to be a woman, or I was to have a daughter, I would hope that they would grow up to be like my mum, and that's true. She sacrificed a lot for me, and I love her to bits. Right. Let me unmute. Yo, Double, what's up? Sorry about that.
No, dude, no need to apologize. It's your mom.
Yeah, I love my mom so much. Right, so we've got a game. I think it's the finals, matey. We're actually in the finals here. We've actually made it to the finals, my dude.
Oh my God, you're probably so excited. You've been streaming all day, dude. I can't believe you've been able to do it.
Oh, honestly, sometimes, you know, my love for the Total War community. I'm starving, by the way. I haven't eaten all day. My love for the Total War community keeps me going. That's what the nurturing that I need. But you know, it's been such an amazing experience today because so many people that haven't played multiplayer before had the opportunity to play multiplayer before, and yeah, it was fantastic.
And I just want to say, dude, you do so much for the Total War Warhammer community. So, you know, just props to you, dog. Props to you.
No, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. I do what I can. I do what little I can. Right. So, I think we're getting it set up now. Let me just show the bracket again. So we've got Pigman and Alric that are in the finals here. This is a best of 3 alternating between the two. Right. Total's back on track. I think it's one of those things, right? I mean, a double may share similar sentiments or may have different sentiments. I think personally, this is great, but they need to keep doing this, right? I don't want another situation where we get content droughts and things like that, but judging from the stuff that they did for the grudges and where they did all that, I am very, very impressed with how they've delivered patch 5.0. I'm impressed with TOD, but I don't want to say, you know, they're back on it's back on track yet, because we need to see what happens next.
Yeah,
but,
I totally agree with you there.
Yeah,
but, that's that's the best way to put it.
Because don't get me wrong, I think they've done an amazing job. I have never seen such high reception. Like, to put it in perspective, if I look at the Steam player charts, specifically right now, we have 60,000 people playing, which is insane. Generally for specifically Warhammer 3. And we can see, I think if we go peak players, almost 74,000. That is higher than Chaos Dwarf release.
Wow.
Which is insane.
Yeah, that's really good.
That is insane. That is the highest peak since Immortal Empire's coming out. And we've still sustained 60,000 people, 70,000 people today, as part of being the weekend. You know? And yeah, Bellicor we have, matey, we discussed it. This is amazing stuff. You know, I as a Total War creator can always rally around, you know, more people coming into the community, more people asking questions, more people wanting to learn about the game, because there are so many fantastic people to ask about this. The Total War community in general, the streamers are all amazing. You know, got a double speaking to me right now. He kindly gave some of his time. And by the way, obviously we went over a lot of your time slots. If you need to go, let me know.
No, dude, bro, I'm here as long as you need me. Thank you for having me. I'm just grateful to be here as always, so thank you.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. All right, so let me go ahead and check. So I specifically have the Alric and Pigman matchup is being currently made. So they're going to be alternating between the two. They will be alternating between the two. Land Battle and Domination. We'll have to wait and see what they're starting off with, but this is going to be interesting. 119, what was that for? That was a Mortal Empires release. That was when they combined everything else. Because you got to remember that the Warriors of Chaos rework came in at the same time, and so a lot of people were interested. A lot of people were pretty hyped for it.
Yeah, the Warriors of Chaos rework was really good too, because they really needed, like, they were one of the factions that very desperately needed a very good rework.
I hated Warriors of Chaos in Warhammer 2. I'll be honest. It was one
They
of
were
the
my most
miserable
played
experiences
faction,
ever.
but I hated playing them.
They were most played, but you hated them. Why'd you hate yourself?
Yeah, 'cause, like it was like a whack-a-mole, but I just loved Archaon and like Warriors of Chaos in general. Like I buy the miniatures for Warriors of Chaos, so I was like, oh, I want to play that.
Yeah, fair.
But they were just
Oh, is
not
this the
fun.
match? I think this is the match I need to be in. Oh, it's being hosted by these guys, I think.
Galleon's Cove. I don't think I've ever seen this map before. Oh yeah, because doesn't Domination have like certain battles just for Domination?
Yes. Yeah, exactly that, matey. So Galleon's Cove is one of the... it came in at the very beginning. And I remember distinctively playing against somebody that had a Zinchian... they had Kairos, and that was before... that was before Pendulum got nerfed, because when Warhammer 3 released, they had all the spells still really overpowered from Warhammer 2. So the build that they took, I think, they snapshotted when everything was the most overpowered or something ridiculous. And they pulled in the Pendulum, which could literally one-shot anything. Legitimately one-shot anything.
It would kill like a whole line of units. Yeah, it was insane.
Yeah, it was absolutely wild. Yeah, we're in the situation where we're trying to get these professional players in the game for the final matchup. You know, they're fighting for the prize pool of $50, I believe. We're giving these guys $50 for competing and playing. You know, happy to provide a cash prize for these wonderful folks for giving up their time. So I do appreciate it.
And you're also doing a giveaway during the stream, so W content creator, W battle scene, honestly.
Yeah, I think we've given away maybe 6 to 8 codes of DLC today so far. So
that's awesome, dude. That's absolutely awesome, man. Like, yeah, like you do so much for the community. Like I was saying, dude, just keep it up, man. Keep up the great work. It's absolutely awesome.
I mean, I just asked CA for codes and I give them away. You know, it's nothing from my money, but I'm happy to help. You know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I mean, hey, you know, they value you as the content creator that they gave you those codes. I reckon so.
Yeah, no, fair.
But no, dude. Yeah, but like you just make great content and stuff like that. So just keep up the great work.
No, thanks, man. I should give out miniatures next time. I am not made of money. If I gave away miniatures, I'd be broke.
Come on, guys.
I would be broke if I gave away miniatures. My God, I can't even afford to buy miniatures, man. I can't give them away. But
I spent too
love
much
minis.
money on miniatures. Like when the guy at my local shop told me how much I spent, I stopped going.
Yeah, that do be like that. That do be like that. You know, you start speaking. It's almost like when I found out how much I spent on my League of Legends account, I instantly stopped buying loads of skins. My God.
Yeah, you just feel bad. You're like, dang, all that money could have gone to something like useful.
I was like, dear God, how much did I spend? I think it was like, it might be close to 5 figures if I'm honest on League. I've been playing it since Season 2 though, so I've played it a long time.
That game's like, is that game like 10 years old or something? Or like 8 years or something?
Yeah.
It's an old game, yeah.
Never, the boss's guy probably yelled at him, never tell the customers how much they spend. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, it was like he was like, "Yo, you spent this much. You have like this like level of discount." And I was like, "I spent that much in like 2 months." I was like, "No, I gotta stop."
Yeah. My goodness. Right, so we have Pigman in. We got Alric. This is the finals, boys. Get hyped. This is the finals that we're seeing, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. I don't know.
It's the best 2 out of 3, you said.
Yes, BO3. This is indeed a BO3. Right.
Let's see it. Ulrich's going Empire again, it seems, and Pigman's going Kislev. Will be interesting to see how Ulrich tries to counter the Kislev build, because before he was fighting Cathay, and yeah, he had like a pretty good counter to that, without even, I feel like, trying to. But I don't know. I don't know multiplayer that well, but yeah, I'm very interested to see on how he's gonna do the build compared to Kislev.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The thing that I have absolutely loved today is just how many people came together. We had, I believe earlier today, we had 30 people playing each other at the same time, which is just insane to me. You know,
That's so good. Yeah,
this
that's
is the kind of
insane.
thing that is what brings people together. You know, hosting tournaments like this is the reason why I do it, why I put in the long hours. You know, yesterday, me and my mod team and my admins, we spent, I think, about 8 to 9 hours just organizing everything, because there's just so many things and variables that you got to account for, just to make sure everyone's happy. Because the thing for me is, I will only ever host a tournament if I have the people that join it's best intentions in mind. You know, I want to make sure that anyone that joins has a good time. That's all I care about. I mean, I love that you guys are watching, but for me, my loyalty should be to the people that are giving up their time to play, putting themselves in stressful situations, so I will try and accommodate for them as much as I can. And by having, you know, 30 people play at once, it was nuts. Jesus.
Yeah, that's insane.
It was, it has been a tough time to schedule it, but I've had so much fun. I have nothing but love for the Total War community, and I hope that the people that have played campaign can find new friends to do some multiplayer with, because multiplayer campaigns are great. They've done a good job with it. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, being able to play with 8 people now is so cool. Like, I'm really glad that they made that change from Warhammer 2 to 3.
Yeah, it's right. It just should be.
But yeah, you're probably gonna get like the best sleep of your life after this. If you were working like 9 hours yesterday setting it up, and then you've been streaming for, like, I've been watching you since 10 a.m. And I think you started at 9 a.m. my time.
Yeah,
I'm in
no.
America, Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah,
so it's been
because,
like a long time.
Well, what I tried my best to do was accommodate for Torin's tournament as much as possible, but I legitimately had no idea the tournament would last as long as it has. Yeah, this has been going. This will be going on for 9 hours is probably what it'll. No, probably longer than that. 9.5 hours, 10 hours is probably how long the tournament will have gone for.
Dang. That's awesome though. It's great stuff. Is this the biggest tournament like you think you've had?
Oh yeah, 100%. Without a shadow of doubt. You know,
that's awesome though.
I think the most amount. It's just because obviously Legend being an absolute legend, bringing in loads of people, of you guys watching as well. I think we had well over 130 people wanting to play.
Wow.
Yeah. Well over 130 people to play. When stream down, it was like 5 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah. Here since the start, it was amazing. Thank you, Frostlight. I appreciate you, man. I'm glad you guys are enjoying yourselves. You joined today for beginner online battles. First time ever. Online battle was fun. 1-2, lost 1. Well done, Dictor. Much love to you, man. That's what it's all about, my friend. Putting on these kind of tournaments to give you the opportunity to do that kind of stuff. That's what it's all about, my dude. That's what I love to hear. And Mango, much love. And Aspect, much love to you as well.
Also, a lot of respect to all the beginner players that played, because playing against a real player is hard. Like, I don't even do that. I just play against the AI, and they're kind of like, I don't know, stupid. But yeah, no, like getting out of your comfort zone and playing against other players as a beginner is like I just have a lot of respect for those guys. That's absolutely awesome.
Yeah, no, absolutely love that. Yeah, love that you mentioned that too as well. Yeah, completely. I think it's just such a different game, right? When it comes to single player and multiplayer, you are playing a completely different game. You're playing the same game, but you're not playing the same game. Like, the builds you bring, you need to make sure that you're covering all weaknesses. When it comes to playing campaign, you can get away with having weaknesses in your army. Like, for example, you can build 20 artillery pieces, and the AI is not going to be like, do you know what? If I pull some sneaky stealth units here and flank around and to be really annoying here, they're not going to do that. They're going to be like, I'm going to run at you until I murder you if I can.
Yeah, just run in zigzag to try to dodge the artillery.
Yeah. But no, good stuff.
But yeah, like against a player, you gotta have to use mind games as well, which is like, oh, like what are they gonna do? What do I need to do? So yeah, it's like way harder than, like I would say playing the players harder than playing on Legendary very hard.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. Right, so we do have Empire seemingly against Kislev. Classic matchup there. I think we kind of pretty much expected it. Alric demonstrated some really, really goddamn high APM usage with some of those Empire units, so, you know, let's go ahead and see. Right, hold on. I want to know who this person that's helping dominate is.
Really excited to see Alric play as the Empire again. I feel like I'm learning some strats watching it.
Also, what I want to say is, Boss Canary, thank you for doing spectating and getting the lobby set up as well. I do appreciate you, buddy. I'm not sure if you're in the chat, but shout out to you, Boss Canary. You're a legend. Thank you for helping the admin team out as well. I do appreciate you. Hey, Jester. We had 2 hours coaching for my first opponent today. Nice community. Oh, I love to hear that. That's amazing. That's what we do. That's what we're here for, man. You'll be. It's one of those things where until you reach out and put yourself in a situation where you can do these kind of things, you never know the kind of resources and the wonderful people you can tap into. Because if you speak to anybody in the multiplayer scene, they are so happy to talk to you. Yeah. I know, Tony, this is the finals right now. We're in the finals right now. Yeah, everyone's just so welcoming and happy. Yeah.
Yeah, I love this community. The Warhammer community is absolutely awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, so let's have a look here. Right, we're going to be jumping in once these guys are ready. And we'll do it. We're in the finals. Best of 3. Pigman is seemingly ready. I think since these guys are talking to each other in Discord, it makes it so much easier for them to talk to each other and be like, what do you want to do? Just to make sure these both are happy. But yeah, Boss Canary, once again, thank you, matey. Boss Canary, DM me, and I will buy you a game of your choosing. Make sure to just DM me on Discord, and whatever game you want, we can get you. So let's just start this one up, and let's jump into it. Appreciate all the help for today. And SMS Mac giveaway, Mr. Michael. Right. I always want to try and give back where possible, and you've been an absolute star today, so please just message me on Discord, bud, and we'll sort that out for you. Have you guys went over the beginner finals? Yes, Victor. Beginner finals, we shoutcasted all of the finals and semi-finals we've done today. It's the reason why it kind of went on for as long as it did. To put it in perspective, you guys might not have visibility into this, or might not know how many games we did today. But just to show this, just for your guys' context here, if I go to tournament rules and I just click on all of the brackets in question.
Oh, these are some good. Wow, that Kislev build is going to be very strong, I feel like.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right, let's do this one. So, sorry, guys. Sorry, dude. I'm just going to showcase this. So, for context, this is all of the matches we had today. So, we had 28 people signed up within the beginner's land battle bracket. We had 22 people in the intermediate land battle. We had 8 in the domination bracket. We had 10 in the intermediate bracket. And obviously in the gauntlet, we have got 16. And then we had a lot more players playing that we didn't put into the brackets because just fundamentally we just had to do what we needed to do. So there's been well over 100 people, between 100 and 130 people playing today, which I think is goddamn awesome.
Yeah, that's amazing, dude. Good job, man. That's awesome.
Right, let us go ahead and jump into this one. So I did not have a chance to see the roster. So you're mentioning there's a pretty insane roster. What was the situation there, lad?
So Kislev has a pretty strong one. They have a lot of armored armored Kossars and a good amount of cavalry. And the Empire, I'm interested to see how they're gonna handle this because they have a lot of spearmen and they have 3 great cannons though. The great cannons are going to be amazing against the cavalry.
Okay. Well, I mean...
But yeah, I'm interested to see how this will go.
Well, I mean, if you think about it from a theatrical perspective, in this situation, Kislev have no real way of killing the backline cannons just yet. They've got the Hoshland long rifles as well, and the rule set that they're following is the Fruit rule set, I believe, which is patented and pended by Human Boy. And so basically what happens here is that you always have to have the intention of tacking. So in this scenario, as long as one of these cannons is shooting, all the rest of the units can stand still. As long as a cannon is shooting. So we're going to need to expect that Kislev needs to just basically go for the wraparound. Going to hit him with a wraparound is what we need to see here. As you can see, that there's a lot of wraparound situations. The dervishes here, you know, pretty absolute bonkers situation, especially with the Vanguard. But this is the final. Super excited to see it. The Empire Knights alongside the Halberd. It's interesting that a lot of people bring in the Demogryph Knights now. Double Demogryph Knights, so heavily into the cavalry side. Franz is obviously looking with the Galma Raz, looking for the anti-large, but unfortunately there isn't really an awful lot of options for Franz with an anti-large perspective. Griffin Legion, yes, but you know, it's normally for the single entity killing that you're looking for. I guess the Ice Witch, maybe Franz can really pop her very quickly. The main thing we need to see here is that Alric is adapting to what Kislev is trying to do against him. And you can see that you have all the cavalry on the right-hand flanks. Really smart move as well, making them walk, because if you run them, they'll consume fatigue. So just having everything walking, ensuring that nothing is consuming their fatigue. Alric's going with a really wide... Say again, sorry?
No, just everything comes around full circle in this game. So yeah, you got to keep them walking, not to get that fatigue up.
Absolutely. So you can see here the Empire Knights are looking. The halberds here, they're going to be starting to shoot into the Griffin Legions. The Great Cannons are doing a great job. Empire Knights need to make sure that the Horse Archers alongside the Dervishes aren't able to actually sneak in here. Because the main thing that Kislev needs to try and do is break open the back line here. I mean, the Hoshland Rifles can start getting a little bit of aggressive here because you can start popping shots into his Armor Corsairs. One of the good things about units like this is I believe they can penetrate 2 to 3 ranks deep. So, you know, if their Hoshland Rifles are starting to shoot into here, they potentially will start penetrating the back line of that unit. So a lot of the damage will be going down there. 42 damage has gone through, and that's the cannon shooting into the Armored Corsairs now. And you can see here, the damage is coming through, pushing even the guys at the very back here.
Insane. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, really nice pen there. But what you got to remember, even if you can penetrate through the unit, they have a shield, so they can block 55% of the time. So I would be shooting the Streltsies personally. As soon as the Streltsies come into range, you got to keep in mind that you are capped at a minimum range of engagement. So with the calibration distance of 260, your effective range is about 225. So yeah, you normally want to keep in mind that, but you can see the wraparound is coming in here. This is going to show just the intense micro ability of these guys. You know, this is insane. The little movement that's going on that you're going to have to counter this one. So it makes sense why the Spearmen have all come out and being a lot more smarter with the approach there. Alric's done a fantastic job as well.
Would be by this micro. This is crazy.
Yeah, Alric's done a fantastic job here, basically pushing through. The problem Pigman has made is that he's opened up himself for the exact same thing that happened to Berserk. And Alric has pounced on it. His identification of when he has advantages within the battles is fantastic. And you can see he's breaking through the line. He just needs to make sure that he's pushed through towards the Streltsies. You can see the Streltsies in the back line. Hoshland Rifles, personally, are a bit too close. You know, he should be using his 260 range because he's almost double the range. You know, at this point, the Great Cannon has done its job. It's just put enough pressure in there. Gone with the cycle charge at the back line from the cannon. Horse Archers are starting to trickling shots as well here. Really interesting situation here. The Great Cannons are in the Spearmen. Hanging out with the homies there, that's for show. Still shooting. Spearmen are now engaging, but this problem here is the Horse Archers can actually cycle and wrap around them if they continuously keep doing the micro there. Demogryph Knights holding the line, doing a great job there. Streltsies doing a great job. And, yeah, A-Dubble, this is kind of like insanely close. This is unbelievable.
Yeah,
this is what we want in the finals.
Awe. This is an insane match. Like, the micro, like, is insane. I would never be able to keep up with these players. This is like another level. Like, I'm kind of speechless.
This is why we've gotten the best of the best to compete today, just to see who is the true GOAT of Total War. Keep in mind, this is a best of 3, and they have to cycle between land battles and domination. So this is not just a one battle tournament, it's not just a domination tournament. This is quite literally, they are pushed to their very limits. They have to build specific armies, they have very specific amounts of factions that they can play. So they have to be smart with everything they're doing. Really nice. Oh, interesting. That is, I believe, a Tempest spell. And it is the Hawks of Miska that does not do damage to friendly troops. So that's a really smart usage of that, trying to break up the infantry line here. Hoshland Rifles are now starting to pull back. A little bit of a misplay potentially with those, but obviously the Great Cannons as well on the back line here. Probably just grab back on those cannons, you know, that's what I would try and do, but you need to be careful with the Griffin Legions starting to cycle charge towards these Great Cannons. But unfortunately, the way that this is transpiring is I think Kislev are going to really start getting a commanding lead here because, you know, Alric is just too spread thin. He's just so sloppy right now And yeah, everything just dotted all the way. We're going to do a little cheeky little bird's eye view. You can see, if you were to try and look at all the things, Streltsy in the backline being completely fine. You got Griffin Legions pushing anything that comes close to them. The Armored Corsairs are tanking long enough for the Streltsy to start getting value in here. And there is nothing that is stopping the Kislevites' backline units here, so really good job. Yeah, my goodness, this is some high-end gameplay from these guys. Love to see it. I think the
really
Tempest Mage as well. Yeah, really interesting Tempest magic as well. I think the Hailstorms definitely hasn't probably provided as much value as you've expected, but another cast is coming in here. Really nice, smart addition here. This is what I'm on about with these high-level players. Like, attacking in this formation here, ensuring that any magic that casts in this situation... I almost drew a penis. Yeah, almost drew a penis there. That's unintentional. So, that was risky. That was risky. We got halfway there. So, anywho, we'll move on from that one. Maybe he did. Maybe he baited me. Maybe somehow Pigman baited me there.
You drew the circle. I was like, "Whoa, Battlesea." Well,
I mean, look. The thing is, look at his formation, man. Look at his formation.
They're
that's not on me.
That's
not on me, boys. That's not on me. He's got a really thin line of provision, and the reason that I was trying to say that it was good is because of the fact that any magic that comes here, obviously he's been able to avoid the damage because very few of the entities are going to be hit by it. So really smart usage of going really long lines of things. Honestly, here, move the Streltsies out. Let's start getting some pressure and some volleys into friends here. But yeah, definitely the writing is in the the writing is in the stones. What the saying is, Alric is definitely going to start struggling here. If Fury can get away with it every stream, so can you. It legitimately was unintentional. I'm not even joking. I drew the initial one. Didn't click the fact that if anywho. Jade Wizard, only really utility. So a lot of the time we're seeing these pros bringing in mages specifically for utility reasons, not for really damage reasons. But GG's. That is
win by Pigman, but that was a good game.
Yeah, great job. Pigman is leading the series now, 1-0. Fantastic composition coming out from Kislev. And as the tournament progresses, we're going to go to Domination. And Domination, fun enough, Pigman might want to have saved Kislev for Domination, because Domination is Kislev's main powerhouse. Kislev are insanely good within Domination specifically. So yeah, very impressive that they've managed to do this one.
Yeah, no, very good stuff last game. That was, it was looking really close. The micro and like they were just hitting, like getting every units to do everything. Like there wasn't a unit that wasn't doing anything that round. That was some great stuff.
Yeah, no, very impressed with that one. Very impressed with that one. So let me just make sure my mod team is making sure they swap factions.
They are not allowed to play the same faction back to back.
No, I think for the sake of consistency and make these guys really be pushed to the limits. Pigman's really good. Yeah, he's showing it, man. He's showing it. We're forcing him away from Kislev now. So what happens is if you win the battle, you have to swap, right? That's what we do. We might get a mirror for the Empire specifically, so that's going to be interesting to see what happens there. I think, yeah, Pigman is a goat within land battles, Gruts, that's for sure, but can he reflect that within Domination? Does he have the skill sets within Domination to enable himself to set himself up for success, to enable him to win this one? Because he might be going away from a comfort pick, which is Kislev, into Dominations. If you're not as comfortable with Domination now, you want your comfort pick, right? You're going to want something that's a comfort pick for you, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see what they cook up with the Empire specifically. An Empire mirror will honestly come down to whoever takes the most risks in relation to the units that they bring. If you're bringing in a lot of potential artillery, especially, and you can protect them really nicely. The only issue with Mountains of the Morn that I remember is the middle point really does not favor artillery. If you have a lot of kind of long-range stuff, like the Hoshland Rifles, we perfect this one, plotted onto these points here, it is very difficult to shut that down. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see, boys.
Mirror matches are always awesome, so can't wait to see it.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting. I think Pigman... Hold on, sorry about this. Right, so this is going to be an interesting one as, yeah, Pigman is he really showcased his skill sets there. I was really impressed with that. I think it was one of those where Alfric potentially got maybe surprised because the Uno reverse card sort of got put against Alric. You know, he utilized a lot of the pressure that he generated in the early game, but Pigman almost wanted him to start engaging him in the front line because he can then start looping around. He then started opening up the battlefield significantly for him to take advantage of that. But yeah, my goodness.
Yeah, no, getting the cavalry behind like the great cannons was a huge move because it was like 3 units of cavalry that were doing a loop around his whole army that he couldn't really do anything about. So yeah, that was a very good play by Big Man.
Yeah, no, great. You'd love to see that. Absolutely love to see that. I think Mountains of Morn is probably a map that they both are comfortable with because, like I said, these guys are talking to each other, so they're in constant communication. So if they have a battle or map that they don't like, these guys can talk to each other and just say, you know, this is not a fan for me. Let's make sure we can do that. Right, so we'll see what these guys end up with. Alric might be wanting to swap here to something else, potentially. If it's a more of a comfort pick with maybe Zinch. I know he's a player that likes Zinch, but we'll have to wait and see if he sticks to the Empire. Because the Empire mirrors are going to be interesting. Yeah, I mean, Chaos Factions do always do perform pretty well. So we'll have to wait and see. We will have to see. Some competitive strategy games casted. Keep it up. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate you, Dragon. Yeah, I was right. So I actually called it. Yeah, I called it. So he's swapping over to Zinch.
You can tell the future.
He is. Yeah, I am Karis indeed. So he's looking over towards more of a kind of aggressive playstyle. Zinch does trade really well into the Empire. You have a lot of options. You got the demonic route, especially since the bust towards demon units, providing you a lot more flexibility there. So you know, I do not blame him for wanting to swap over to this one. Going to be interesting to see.
Chosen and Warriors of Chaos are just going to be a hassle to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. This is going to be
also
interesting.
The Soul Grinder of Zinch is going to be really good against artillery. Like that thing is just like a sniper.
Yeah, very true. Very true. I think especially the barrier, you can bait out a lot of shots and get quite aggressive. I think the thing that I am honestly scared for the most is if Pigman cooks up some steam tanks, Zinch has very limited options to deal with that. So it depends on how we can see him play and how he's going to adapt to the situation. As if you're building your main army and you're having a significant weakness of single entities, Zinch can really, really struggle with that. Especially you got your Doom Knights, you got all sorts of options where you can really, really push your luck and kind of get as many situations where you are advantageous. But I think fundamentally, Alric is a good enough player to understand he's on a comfort pick. He's going to be going against the Empire here, and he knows what the victory looks like. He knows how he should be getting these victories because, you know, Zinch has the movement, right? Zinch is doing a great job. Hold on, sorry, I'm just responding to an add-on.
No, you're good. I thought you might have cut out for a second. I was like,
no, yeah, I lost my train of thought. So I think Zinch here, you know, you got your Zangors, you got the speed coming from the Zangors, you've got a lot of options with the blues, the pinks, especially with the recent changes, specifically towards your horrors and things like that. You got a lot more leadership, gives you options to really be more durable. Go for those trades that normally would be pretty unfavorable.
Now, I have a quick question here. Is Village or Kairos or the Changeling, like which lord is better for Zinch to take into into a battle here?
1 second, sorry. We're having debates in relation to the funds.
No, you're good. Just figure everything out.
Whatever's default. Can anybody help me here? What is default for domination? I'm pretty sure it's not 1240, is it? No, it might be because if it's 1240 across both, I don't want to make it. Yeah, default funds. There you go. Yeah, there you go. We're playing on default funds. Yeah, there you go. 9,000. Thank you. Yeah. Yo, Alric. Yeah, we're just basically playing on default funds here, boys. Whatever the default funds is what we're playing on. So yeah, you boys cook up your army. And our region, much love to you, matey. Why is it 1240? Well, whatever the default funds is what we were doing. Yeah, we've already changed the funds, don't worry. Funds has been changed. The amount of money is now what we should have. Beautiful. Right, we've got what we need. The domination. So this is one of those interesting things as well, like we said. You know, these guys might not be super comfortable with domination. Pigman is a very, very, very talented land battler. Alric, I've not had the pleasure of watching too many of his games, but I know that Zinch is a definite comfort pick. So we'll have to wait and see how
as
it
you
transpires.
said, that Pigman kind of used his his pick on Kislev, so he can't have a comfort pick here on a on a domination map. So yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how he's going to do with the Empire.
Yeah,
Which I mean, he's a good enough player that I imagine he's going to be really good. But yeah, I want to see how that change is going to be, because as we saw in that one game with Kislev and Cathay, Kislev was just dominating in the domination battle.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so let's see when these guys are ready. I'm sure they're cooking up a storm. The funds are now correct. So we'll see. But yeah, good luck, guys. We could do a prediction, honestly.
Yeah, good luck to both of these players. It's going to be a very good match.
Right, so what we'll do. We're going to do a prediction on Twitch. So, you guys have 2 minutes to put your channel points in there. Oof, it has been a long day today.
Yeah, I can imagine. Not having eaten either, I can't even imagine that battle. So you got to get some food in you ASAP.
Yeah, we'll do after this one. We'll see if Pigman can take the dub 2-0. It's going to be interesting to see if that's actually possible. And Mercy, what's up, dude? Thank you for the raid. How goes the battles? We're actually in... So, Mercy, we have done a total of, I think, 128 battles so far today, which is the reason why we've been live for 9 hours now. And yeah, we've done about 120 so battles. We've had 6 tournaments running at the same time, and I would not have been able to do this without my amazing admin team. My god, these guys have been incredible. Excuse me, it's 5 brackets, so we've been running 5 brackets at once. As you guys can see here, we had the beginner bracket, intermediate bracket, beginner domination, intermediate domination, and this is the pro gauntlet we're doing right now, which is that's the wrong one. Pro gauntlet's here. So we're now in the finals. We've got them there. Pigman is leading 1-0. It's a best of 3. Yeah, we've done that one. We're going to be very close to be able to finish this one off. I'm very excited. Whew. Right, I am very excited about this one. Yeah, Pigman's ready. He's representing Toddy. I wonder if he's picked Toddy here. We'll have to wait and see if he has. Let me just jump over here as well. But yeah, we've had an awesome amount of people in there.
Are they allowed to use Elspeth, or is she banned for this tournament?
Am I planning on doing tournaments? Sorry about this. Yeah, the Dragon's banned for Elspeth. Am I planning on doing more tournaments? I absolutely am planning on doing more tournaments. And obviously this one's going to be hard to beat. But if I can get amazing creators like Okoii Legend, maybe Mercy if he's interested at one point, coming and playing, it'll be fantastic, you know, to be able to do this. One thing for me and my team, I will probably cap off people that can join, as I think we had overnight when we were all... So we spent about 8 hours preparing all the players, making sure that they knew when they were playing, getting all the information that we needed last night. So it took about 8 hours of prep time. Then we all went to bed, and then I think we had like 30 people sign up. And it was like, yeah, we either had the decision of just say, nope, it's too late, or, you know, we want to be as accommodating as possible. So we were like, okay, we'll do what we can for these guys.
Yeah, that's crazy. At over 100 people sign up, dude. That's just like that's just awesome. That that many people wanted to be a part of your stream and play the play the battles. That's just awesome.
Yeah,
good stuff.
It is. Yo, Pigman, what's up, dude? Right, so we can see here. Right, we've got classic situation. Oh my days, a double steam tank situation. This is a an incredibly difficult unit. Like we said at the very beginning, I even called this. You know, your boy knows his stuff. Zinch has options to deal with it, but the specific Screamers are not going to be sufficient to take this down. The problem that is going to happen for Empire specifically is the fact that they have very limited capture weight. On the side of Zinch, if they avoid fighting and avoid going into the funnel of what the steam tanks specifically are able to facilitate, then yeah, we need to make sure that we just completely avoid bad situations. It's sort of a similar vibe of what the scenario versus Sunesh is. You know, with a unit, with somebody having a ton of units that they're fighting with the Domination, these are the 3 zones, right? If you see them heavily commit to one of the zones with the steam tanks, it's like, okay, yeah, no worries. And then you go over to here, and then you can kind of start to cycle around and avoid fighting them wherever possible, because you know you really don't want to put yourself in a bad spot. And then, yeah, Diggy, I actually spoke with both of them. I consulted both of them, but due to the fact that there was so many people that joined today, that was why there was so much admin work, dude. There was just so many people wanting to join today. That was the only reason why the tournament wasn't as smooth as it might have been otherwise. Because we just tried to, like I said, accommodate for everybody. We definitely spoke to... I spoke to everyone that I possibly could. Turin's been an absolute legend in the DMs. Human Boy was absolutely amazing as well. You know, the Total War Domination crowd and Land Battle crowd is amazing for the multiplayer scene. Right. So, like I mentioned, you know, we're in a situation where Pigman has very limited inventory. So the capture weight is going to be very low. The 940 missile strength. So if anything gets remotely close to these steam tanks, they're going to absolutely roast them. Boris on his mount, obviously he has healing and access to AoE leadership debuffs, which is fantastic. I'm going to be curious to see if they have some kind of engineer maybe to keep these steam tanks topped up. I think you can obviously get healing. One of the things I'm often seeing newer players make the mistake of is that the steam tanks at the very front have a 100% missile block chance. So if you're being shot at by something like a blue or a pink, do not turn around unless obviously something else is going to be a big, massive threat towards you. Right. Players can update the brackets and get more automatically. Oh yeah, I'll do it with Total Tavern then. Yeah, I'm 100% going to utilize Total Tavern next time for the tournament to make my team and our lives a lot easier, right? Right, so we can see Boris is moving out. Zinch is sort of playing a little bit slower. Maybe just identifying what's actually in the situation, what's on the cards. When I load into a Domination battle, usually I just like press N and then zoom in. We can see the steam tanks are rolling around point
really
2.
Cool,
Say again?
You're just saying that looked really cool.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, these steam tanks do look pretty damn awesome. I love the dudes that are in the top. I think the barrel looked a little cartoony, but we'll leave that be. What's the situation here? So we got choke points over point 1. Looks like all the summons are coming through onto the point 1 here. The steam tanks are going to try and get themselves mounted firmly into point 2. Point 3 is rightfully not trying to be contested. You know, it's one of those things where you should never spread yourself too thin. If you're in a situation where you're spreading yourself too thin, you will lose value everywhere. So you're not putting yourself in situations where you can actually win them. Zangors do actually trade it really, really goddamn nicely, especially since the fact that they've got decent melee defense, but even something like a Greatsword would chop through the Zangors pretty nicely, because Zangors have very limited armor piercing.
Zangors are really good, though. If you just keep casting spells near them, they just keep getting buffed. I love it.
Yeah, that's a very, very good perspective, yeah. So the more you cast, the more the Zangors actually gain bonuses. But on the Zinchian side, the casts are only the pink fire, so you're not going to be able to get a lot of value from that perspective. Having these sort of changes is going to be useful, especially locking down certain units. But the Spearman, the Sorcerer here needs to be a little bit careful. Getting a lot of value, trying their best to double cast. It looks like it probably did double cast off the wall here, because that's a lot of damage. It's a half HP already.
Yeah, to say.
Right, we can see here that we've got the Sentinels of Zinch. These guys overperform, man. I'm telling you. Perfect Vigor, really such a good unit. Rowdy, Primal Fury, fantastic levels of DPS, especially the same with, they also increase depending on the casts that have been spelled, which is why I'm surprised there's only one spell here. I would expect a Blue Fire, especially because that can deal with Boris. I'd expect at least a little bit more pressure coming out there. But oftentimes you'll see these pro guys go for very cheap and cheerful inventory, cheap and cheerful unit slots, because as a professional player, when you're fighting against another faction, you have to justify the cost of whatever you're spending. every single point matters, right? And you can see the Centaurs are going for a really nice flank here. Hopefully onto the Jade Wizard. If I was in this one, I'd be licking my lips thinking that Jade Wizard is mine. Right, let's see.
But yeah, that's like what you were saying with the gold value. Like, it's just a completely different game. Like, it's the same game, but a completely different one. Like, you're exactly right in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of nuts. Right, we can see here that the Centaurs are now engaging the Jade Wizard, which I fully expected. Jade Wizard has to be exceptionally careful. Obviously, it's low armor, but yeah, they really can't sit in there for long. Pigman rightfully is baiting that. I think that's a really, really good adaptation there, because he saw that the Centaurs were sneaking around, but didn't panic too much because he really reacted fast with the Swordsman. A double capture point by the Empire here is huge. One thing I want to see is how good these steam tanks have done. So far, they're just moving around. The Exalted Hero of Zinch is a really, really fantastic option for these anti-large threats.
Yeah. Yeah, because anti-large is going to do a lot of damage to this. And if they can lock it down, it's pretty much dead.
Yeah, absolutely. Rightfully called out there. But you can see that the Exalted Hero is taking a lot of damage as part of just being around it, because it's 300 weapon strength, and it'll do a lot of damage as well as being fire while moving, so shots will continuously keep printing out. The Empire Lord needs to start looking at situations where the Jade Wizards can start rotating over if need be. You can see the Steam Tank has been an absolute menace in this situation. We also have what we've got called in. Maybe a little bit of an overcommit on point 3 here. I would probably start moving the Zangors just to try and commit and get some more pressure into point 2. Looks like that's being wrestled across towards the Zinchian side, mainly because of the fact that there's just no infantry here on the Empire side, and which is one of the risks that you take, especially as taking 2 double steam tanks, which is what we call that to begin with. You know, you may be value trading right now, but it doesn't matter if you get a bazillion gold value. You need to get 1,500 victory tickets, and that is what happens. You know, that's the way the cookie crumbles. So, Zangor's here. Boris is actually a really good fighter. He's been a Legendary Lord since, I think, Game 1. Really awesome. I would love to see him as a Legendary Lord, actually, with the campaign, but could be a great 3LC opportunity. Pistol is coming in.
He needs to come with the Cult of Ulrich stuff. I would prefer him as a DLC, honestly.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I think that's definitely an option, because there's a lot more Empire units than people probably expect. Dwellers has come out on casted onto this infantry over here. The Steam Tank is taking a lot of pressure, but one thing I would love to see, where is this Jade Wizard? The Jade Wizard needs to start supporting over here. You can see here we've got Earthblood and Dwellers. We don't actually have a growth, which is quite surprising, especially since you brought in 2 very expensive single entities. But yeah, these guys are the professional players, not me. The Spearman is moving in towards trying to protect these Pistoliers. You know, always be trying to be in situations where you're kiting. You don't want to be caught out with that, especially since the speed of them is really fast. Double cap situation. Alric is really, really doing his best to push back here now. He's saying, do you know what? I'm going to consolidate my forces, utilize the strength of Zinch, and then make as much pressure as I can. Very limited Spearman infantry here. Yeah, very, very close game. Yeah, very close game.
They're like 9 points away from each other. They're very close. Oh, and it's getting closer now. Yeah.
Yeah, Boris is doing his best to try and squeeze out of here. The Exalted Hero of Zinch here is really putting in work, putting out pressure on those kind of situations. I mean, this is a really nice pinch from Alric, ensuring that Boris is having the most miserable time ever to run away. That's what you want to do.
He can't even get out. Yeah, he's just more Sensicors in there.
I think this right here, ladies and gentlemen, the Dwellers coming in for protection.
Yeah,
really nice usage of Dwellers there. That's going to deal with all of these cavalry, because with it now being explosive, just fun fact, it's bonus versus large basically now because of the way the explosion works, especially if they're right underneath it.
Wait, Dwellers is that good now?
Oh yeah, it's really, really good. They've buffed it like crazy.
Has it always been that good? I don't remember
they buffed
doing
it recently.
That
yeah,
okay.
They buffed it. They buffed it in this patch.
Yeah, I haven't used life magic at all yet, unfortunately, but that's crazy.
Yeah, the overcasted does 4 AP damage per explosive, and I think you get like 60 projectiles or something ridiculous. You do a lot of damage, basically. You do an awful lot of damage, but Boris is actually starting to rout now. You're going to need some unit to kind of protect him to ensure he can run away. The thing is, I think the inventory spawns now is a little too late. We've lost control of the points. We're now losing control of the map. We need to make sure that Boris is protected here. Yeah, it's interesting decision-making with obviously the steam tanks. I think that's probably potentially Pigman's inexperience with Domination. You know, this is the gauntlet between both of them. These guys are having to fight Domination and land battle. So we'll see what happens. The gold value has shifted massively into Alric's favor now. You know, it's one of those things where if we have a look at the steam tank, what we got? 916. That is nowhere near paying for itself, right? And if we go over to the secondary one, there should be another one bouncing about somewhere. It might be dead. I think it probably died in the middle skirmishes. Yeah, it did, unfortunately, right here. So yeah, it's one of those things where you have to be so unbelievably confident if you're bringing in a really strong single entity that it will provide the value that you're looking for. Because 940, 967 is not it. This is probably between 1.5 and 2k, I would assume. I don't know how much it is, but I'm assuming it's close to that. And even like this, these Centaurs are doing a fantastic job of just wrapping it around, not letting it get away. And Domination is exceptionally critical that you understand your victory conditions, you understand where you need to take the advantages, and understand what your single entity, if you do bring one, can provide for your army composition. Because right now, without the regrowth, the steam tanks can't play super aggressive. And on the flip side, Zinch has the counters for you bringing them. Zinch has the hero of the Zinch, which has done a fantastic job. Other elements that have come through as well that has just made it so it is a very difficult time for the Empire to thrive there. Sigmar would not be proud, would he?
Zinch is going for the triple cap. Wow, this is going to be...
Yeah, I think we've just lost a little bit too much control. You can see that there's 17 units deployed in the battlefield, but most of them are routed around the map. So we need to start back here, for example. Like we said, we're putting these guys out of their comfort zone. These guys are land battlers mainly. Some of them are domination guys mainly. I think the double of the situation here is, I think Auric has more experience with domination, whereas Pigman has more experience with land battle. We're in a best of 3 here, boys, so we're going to go back to the land battle, so we're going to need to see Auric adapt and change the way he's playing, because it's not going to be good enough if he plays the way he did last time, because he's got to deal with Pigman's Kislev. That is so unbelievably daunting to fight against. Right. We see Dwellers being nerfed, wouldn't surprise me.
I do think you're 100% right about Pigman not doing Kislev on this map being a detriment, because...
His comfort pick's gone.
Like having these choke points too, kind of, like with all your hybrid units, because I feel like that's why Zinch is doing really good right now. The horrors can just shoot and then get into combat.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like really easy that they can just hold the line and they don't. Yeah, because they haven't been able to push point 2 for a while now.
Yeah. One thing you got to remember, right? This is one of the things that I always teach people when I'm trying to help folks out with multiplayer situations. If you're in a high pressure situation, like in a tournament, you got a lot of wonderful folks that you guys are watching, you need to make your life as easy as possible. You want to simplify your victory conditions. You don't want to overcomplicate how you will get advantages in the battle. And then right now, you can see, Toddy's gone, the Jade Wizard is donezo, you need to resummon these guys, and these guys need to all be transported back, and then healing back up, and then put back on the battlefield, right? Auric even has 1,000 cashed up, and he's just pulling out some Zangors. Really nice choice, because obviously they're really quick because of the Primal Fury as well. So Toddy's actually on the left flank. So Toddy is still fighting, but definitely not getting the value here. From my personal perspective, if you want to go down a steam tank, you probably should just take the Engineer Lord and put a steam tank mount on him. I think going a double steam tank potentially and Boris is very costly. And if you don't have regrowth to enable them, very difficult to try and wrangle that one back. But, I mean, this is still anyone's game. If Boris can start trying to look for victory conditions, try to start chopping away with the infantry, because the Pistoliers and the Greatswords will always trade up really well against the Zinchin faction. Because, Zangors are great. They've got the mobility, but they don't have the trade power unless this is fully stacked. And it is actually now fully stacked. So the Arcane charge is definitely buffing these guys up. They're really going to be packing a punch, but 25 base, 11 AP. What's that? Probably roughly about, I would say, about 15 damage per swing of the Zangors if they land. But the main issue that you often find that you might not think about. So Greatswords have 30 melee defense. Zangors right now have 29 melee attack. They have a 34% chance to hit, right? And like we said, so that 34% translates into about 15 damage as well per entity. It's going to take a long time for the Greatswords to die, right? That's one of the things that you've always got to remember. Always remember, what your unit's able to do, what the math behind it is, and then try and play towards that condition, because, the Zangors are going to be great for killing swordsmen and things like that, but great choices of bringing in the specific Greatswords. Like to see that. Oh, look at that double, brutal.
The steam tanks were a bad choice considering Zinch has that anti-large hero. I think you're right on that part, because he's just targeting all the large units right now.
This Exalted Hero of Zinch has been a thorn in Pigman's side, and Auric has used this specific Hero of Zinch to make it near enough impossible for Empire to play the victory condition that they had of the steam tank. But then again, I'm sitting here and I'm saying that you probably shouldn't have brought the steam tank. If Zinch did not bring the Exalted Hero of Zinch. It would have been genius. Yeah. There was nothing that they could have been done, right? So it's easy for me to sit here.
Pro players were not.
Yeah, it's easy for me to sit here and be commentating and be like, oh, it's a bad choice. It's in hindsight, right? I am saying that in hindsight, just for obviously you guys watching as well. But there could have been an opportunity where you flip this around and those steam tanks were genius. And I'm saying to here, Alric did not bring a counter. They have done so much work. They haven't been killed. Fantastic option there. Ooh, Storm of Chaos has come back in the backline here on the Knights of the Black Rose. Brutal because of the fact that it's pushing through on the trees here as well. Basically wiping out this unit completely.
That's huge. Knights of the Black Rose are going to be like a huge turning tide for the battle there.
And we've got an FF in there.
GG. Wow, good stuff, Alric. That was a good win.
We're going to the wire, boys. We are going to the wire here. So we got 1.4k value. We've got 900 value here, 660 value here. The Zinchian Lord did great. The Screamers just came in clutch. The thing I'm curious about the most is the hero. Yeah, 2k value. The Centaurs, man, are crazy.
Dude, a Soul Grinder he never even used.
No, that's the thing is, if he waited for a Soul Grinder, he would have lost so much control of the battle. This is something that people really don't consider. Waiting that much resources, you concede so much of the map that it's just not worth it. Alric already started gaining advantages, and the Soul Grinder of Zinch would not have been the nail in the coffin. It would have actually been the other way. He'd have nailed the coffin, his own coffin down, because he's going to be spending a lot of resources, right?
Yeah, there's no point to use it because he already killed the steam tanks, and there's nothing to shoot at with the Soul Grinder. Yeah, you're totally right there.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, just better to have the Centaurs just run around and just be absolute menaces.
Yeah. But yeah, GG's for that one, boys. This is now going to the final game. This is the best of 3. This is going to be an absolute banger. I mean, this is Pigman's, comfort pick. He's playing Kislev. He's playing land battles. But maybe we should probably... hold on.
I'm just going to go use the restroom real quick, Battle, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries, dude. Yeah, so I think since he's already won Kislev, he probably shouldn't be able to play it, so we'll see. Yeah, nice. The admins have told them, basically, if you win on a faction, you can't play it again, which is the reason why I think, Pigman maybe utilized the faction he might have been most comfortable on Domination. So you basically cannot use said same faction again, so it's interesting to see these guys, mix it up and play on ones they haven't won on yet. Right, so, boys, we're on Gor Gazan, the final battle here. We'll see. Right. Oh yeah, Twitch results, thank you. Let's go on prediction. Let's go to... Alric won that one.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that, boss man.
No, it's alright, dude. Welcome back. Welcome back. Right. Ooh. Yeah, no, definitely not. So this is going to be an interesting map to see how this goes. So we're going to have a Demons of Chaos, especially with all the buffs. Pigman might have consulted with Berserk here. Yeah, I was very surprised Berserk came down, went out when he did, but Alric deserves to be where he is. Upsets happen. He definitely deserves to be where he is. Played fantastically.
That was a very good match, though. Very good match.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I'm very impressed with these guys. Right, boys, this is going to be the final match. My goodness.
Yeah, I'm speechless at this gameplay. Their micro and just their understanding of the units and the game and how to use the units in Domination and in land battles. It's just amazing.
Yeah, no, agreed. Let's see. Right, let's see. So yeah, we're getting them in as soon as we can. They're picking their armies when they can, and yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens here. I think this is the last battle that we've got on our hands. We are in the final match of today, boys. So we have streamed for a total of, after this battle, probably about 9.5 hours, and we've gotten through, like I mentioned, about 130 people playing, which is awesome. But this is the end of this one.
Obviously putting in an absolute grind in.
Right, so interesting they both picked Gorgazan. I think it's a pretty balanced matchup for this one. I think Pigman's definitely going to be showcasing his experience within specifically land battles here. This is one of those things where, for me personally, I have strengths and weaknesses on specific factions. You know, I would consider myself a decent Kislev and Dwarf player. Whereas if you then start making me expand my champion pool, I'm gonna struggle a lot, right? If you start making me expand into other things, I'll start, digging deep to try and figure out how to play that one, because unless you've got very in-depth knowledge of certain factions, it's difficult. I'll work again. Yeah, good point. Let me speak to a mod. Yeah, no, we're making sure they're picking the right things. All right. Yeah, Grit's no worries, bud. We're the admins are on it. The admins are on it. In this scenario, can Pigman use a Daniel? He played in. In this scenario, can Pigman use a Daniel he played in single player? Is it only custom battles? No, he has to use the default ones. He's got to use the default ones. Does Malachi get Gotching and Felix permanently? Yes, they do. Yeah, Gotching and Felix are now legendary heroes. So I was speaking with the.
Oh, Big Man switched over to Zinch here.
Oh, interesting. I'm not sure. I think he's just trying to cook up a storm here. I'm not sure what he's specifically doing himself to.
Hopefully, we see another Chaos faction out here. That would be very interesting.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think Pigman has to choose between.
Oh, I would love to see Nurgle.
Kislev?
Please, I would love to see Nurgle.
Well, yeah, Kislev or Empire. He's got to play Empire, right?
I think Alric's going Empire for sure, but Pigman is switching between a lot of factions. I think he's set on Nurgle. No, back to Zinch.
Is my camera frozen? Oh no, it's not. I was just looking over. That's a refresh K. Watched Alric play Beastman like a wizard years ago. Oh really? That's awesome. That is awesome. Norska, yeah. I mean, it just depends. Right. No law fact. Law fact. A-Dubble, hit me the law fact. You've been reading the Gotching Felix books recently.
Oh man, this is a hard one. Like anything specific in it, or
just hit us with anything.
Ooh, okay, I've been listening to Beast Slayer recently. I don't know. There's not really a lot of lore that's been introduced yet, but I mean, like one of my favorite things about like the Chaos Warband in Beast Slayer with I believe it's Eric Demonclaw. Like they all hate the Nurgle worshipper because he smells bad and has flies flying around him the whole time. Like they all just like they hate when he talks because he sounds like crap too. It's so funny, but yeah, it's not really like a lore thing, but yeah, that's from Gotching and Felix recently that I've been listening to.
Thank you for sharing. It's a good fact. So, Pigman and Alric are just deciding what they're playing here. So yeah, we'll wait and see what the situation is here. These boys will be playing what they need to play, and we'll be locking them in. In a reverse of the kill on Alric, yeah, absolutely. I think Alric is probably going to have a good matchup there. Of course, Boskari does the Citra Copperfaster. Right. But yeah, we're not far off, boys. We are not far off from this one. This is the final battle, Pigman versus Alric. Yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed it, though. I mean, this has been a long day with all things. Setra's overrated now. Setra's the GOAT, man. One of the problems with Setra is that he's really bad to play tennis with because he doesn't serve. Can you make me a private ASMR of reading all of the titles? That's exclusive on OnlyFans content, Autobot. So, you know, that's the tier 3 sub exclusive. Sorry, bud. I even show a little bit of my knees as well in the OnlyFans content. You know, if you get lucky, that's the kind of things you could expect on there.
Yeah, that's the Slanesh tier subscription.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. Whenever these boys are ready, we'll be ready. Sedge is the worst bartender. I suppose, yeah, you could use he's a bad bartender as well, right? Right. Lord Silent Bright. Honestly, I could turn up my camera. Actually, I could turn up my light to be brighter, but I don't want to. It'd blind me. Oh. Yeah, honestly, once again, shout out to my mod team for all the hard work they've done today. My goodness, they've put in some work. Due to the fact that we had so many people join today, they've been working tirelessly to try and get them all scheduled. You know, I've obviously been streaming, doing my own thing, but they've been doing some incredible hard work alongside in the background. So yeah, much love to those guys as well. But looking forward to seeing and getting this concluded off. We're not too far off the end here, boys. Hope you guys have enjoyed. Hope you guys having a good weekend, by the way. How's your guys' weekend been? Shout out Double for sitting here and looking pretty. Absolutely. Sitting here and looking pretty for sure.
Doing my best. But no,
Right.
dude, thank you again for having me here, dude. It's really been a blast.
No, it's my pleasure, man. We are concluding soon. I think I'm going to be intrigued to see what Alric picks here. As it kind of was like a bit of a reversal. You know, Zinch is actually quite an interesting faction specifically for this one. Also, I've just got word in from our sponsor while we're waiting, guys. Let me just make sure to just brush over to that one. Give me a sec, boys. We've got
W sponsors.
Yeah, we've got a sponsored segment here, boys. So let me just go ahead and run that one. We've got 2 sponsors actually. There's nothing like having a refreshing, cool drink of Battlesy content.
Dude,
so make sure to like and
amazing
subscribe.
shit. How'd you get 2 sponsored segments back to?
Nowhere else can you find fire gameplay like on the Battlesy broadcast. Make sure to follow if you're on Twitch and subscribe if you're on YouTube. Right, so no idea who that guy is, but you should probably listen to him. I actually have run out of sponsored segments, so we're repeating them. But then again, you know, you don't want to reinvent the wheel here, boys. If it does the trick, it does the trick. So
Yeah, you don't want to get too many sponsors either. Don't want to sell yourself that much, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely not.
Only sell part of your soul, not all of it.
Absolutely. Right. Hopefully we can get in here. Land battles are really quick anyway, so once we're in and ready to move, these guys will absolutely beat each other very quickly. Don't like the sponsor very much, but
Hopefully
appreciate
for your
his
sake,
effort.
just so we can get Battlesea to eat dinner and get some sleep.
That is true. Yes, I will probably eat food after this one. That has to be said.
Yeah.
And then
9 hours of streaming and no eating is so rough, dude. I don't know how you're doing it.
Well,
Shout
I'm
out to
lucky.
you.
I'm lucky that I've had a little bit of the Huel drink, which is like basically I had half a bottle of Huel, which is like a meal replacement, but it's not exactly the most grub in the world.
Yeah, I mean it's better than nothing, but still having like solid food in your stomach is just hits different.
Absolutely, yeah, I couldn't agree more. Absolutely. Right. Wait, why are you typing ones? Why are you guys typing ones in the chat? Been a long day, Wolfie. It has, matey. Yeah, Flamster did really well in the tournament. Flamster did very, very well in the tournament. I'll type ones then. I don't know why you guys are typing 1. Scott, have you messaged? Have you done something in the Discord?
Is your chat getting taken over by ones?
Honestly, they can do it. They can do what they want to do. You know, it is what it is. The boys want to type 1s in the chat, absolutely. Hold on, I've just seen somebody. I've just seen him post a meme. Hold on. Oh my god. So this is a meme someone posted in the Discord. Battlesy at his wedding. I'm just kind of dressed up. Oh my god, I've got my chip shirt. Battlesy at his Armor 3 tournament. I've got a suit on. That is brilliant. I love that. I'm gonna put a look back to that. I love that so much. That is brilliant. Oh my days. Anywho, we are still waiting on this one. Almost in there, boys. Have a look. Right. We'll be jumping into this battle, I have been told, momentarily, lads. So, do not need to fear. Obviously, these guys are trying to cook up a storm here with the armies and stuff that they've built, so... yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, this is going to be a very good one. Last battle, everything is on the line, the tiebreaker. Let's see who wants it more. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, true. Yep, so they're nice. They're going to be ready shortly. Good stuff. I am very curious to see what kind of armies they're building.
Me as well, they've been cooking for a while. They've been really thinking about it. So they probably got some good stuff. This is going to be an interesting battle. I know I keep saying that, but these pro battles have been really, really good, dude. I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah. So Dirk's asking, were the sponsors secretly me? No. Absolutely not. Definitely not me. I don't know who it was, honestly. It was just, you know, sometimes when you're doing tournaments, you got to do it. I think Pigman may be ready.
Sponsors a sponsor, so that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Pigman may be ready, so we'll see what happens here. Yeah. So probably double. I'm gonna go pretty ham here, so I might just speak a lot. So I'll try and bring you in when I can.
Yeah, no, dude, no worries. I mean, your stream, you do what you need to do.
This is gonna be one of those that it's gonna be. I'm gonna get myself hyped for the last fight. Do we even take the jacket off? Nah, we've had it on all day. Do we take the jacket off? Guys, type a 1 in the chat if you see we take the jacket off. Type 2 if we don't. Do we keep it in? Do we lock it in? Do we lock it in?
Keep it on,
Hold
dude.
it on?
You're looking fucking amazing. Oh, sorry for cursing. We're family friendly, but no, you look really nice, dude. Keep it on.
Do we keep it on, boys, or do we go max and chillax? Everything off? Okay. I mean, we can't be doing that. Right, Rise around is getting a bit excited for me to take off. Maybe we should keep it on. You know, maybe you guys can't handle me taking it off. Maybe I've got to be responsible. I probably should just try and be responsible.
Yeah, that might be a little too crazy if you take it off. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, sorry guys. I don't want to bait you there. I don't want to make you guys too excited. Gotta be careful.
Maybe if a faction plays as Nakari, then you do it. But...
Yeah, maybe so. I've got to be careful with, you know, I can understand, you know, that kind of alluring that it bring in.
Yeah, you know, just turn yourself into an allurist real quick, and then. Yeah, everyone will be. But then no one will be watching the battle. Everyone's just going to be looking at you because you'll be looking so good.
The high up aim was just taken off. Nice! We've got the battle, boys. Here we go! The final battle. I am going to go ham. Celebrating that we've done an insanely large tournament. Probably one of the biggest tournaments, contender-wise, that has ever been done, I believe. I don't think there's ever been as big as Discord. I don't think there's ever been a tournament as big as this, with as many competitors on the same day. Right, so we can see here we've got Kara's Fate Widow, which is a classic, kind of expected that. Heavy amounts of cavalry, heavy amounts of screamers. Very good choice coming into the fact that the Griffin Legions are here, and obviously you've got a lot of available targets with that one, so we'll see. And we got the Marauders. We're going to be moving in there. Not quite sure what the spellcaster is, but it's going to be interesting to see what kind of spells you want to bring that Kairos doesn't have. Kairos obviously has a lot of ability to do variants of different spells. I should have talked about my knees, Tabushi. Yeah, true. Right. So we can see here we've got the last one. When we're loading in here, we're going to go check out what the specific spells are, as we don't want to see that one because of the fact that I don't really necessarily know why you want to know the mage. But we'll see what the niche that they're going to facilitate there and what maybe was in the mind of Pigman here. So the spell in question is Metal Magic. Makes sense. So Skull of Catan doesn't really matter because obviously the barrier is not a problem. So Metal Magic does actually make a lot of sense. So Kairos is coming in here just for the Gaze of Fate and the Greater Arcane Conduit. So I'm going to be intrigued to see how that goes. We've got obviously Castalton on his bear, Patriarch on a bear. We've got the Frost Maiden Tempest here. We've got Blizzard coming in with Hailstorm as well. Armor Corsairs, Dervishes, and Griffin Legions. You know, heavy amounts of cavalry coming on from the Kislev side, but you know, it sort of was anticipated by Pigman here. You got a lot of Screamers specifically to counter that one. Kairos is coming in, obviously, like we said, with a lot of terror. You know, like the difference with Sarathel is he's not a very good melee fighter. So Kairos can only really utilize his terror there. They're going to be going really, really wide with deployment-wise. You know, make sure they're spreading out as much as possible. Due to the fact that there's so much cavalry, I'm going to be intrigued to see how specifically he, you know, finds the value propositions because, you know, the Zinchian army's obviously got the Marauders, and if they get separated, they'll get a lot of damage to them. But what's your thoughts?
Yeah, this is gonna be a this is gonna be a crazy one. The armies, this is not in these are not armies that I would have expected seeing, but yeah, this is gonna be as you were saying, it's gonna be kind of a close one here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see how this transpires. As yeah, the Screamer, they have both sides have options of murdering them. Basically, like they have availabilities. This is purely going to go down to who plays best in this battle specifically, and they're moving towards each other. Obviously, they're moving as one congealed unit. You know, the Chaos Warriors, excuse me, the Chaos Knights are starting to move towards the left flanks here. I think against the likes of the Griffin Legion, they would probably trade really, really favorably, so they're not too afraid of going for that, purely because their stat line is a lot better. So the Griffin Legion needs to, you know, make sure that they're okay. Obviously, they have Glorious Charge, but that does start to dwindle and will eventually go away and disintegrate. But the Armored Corsair is going for a really aggressive stance here, trying to get towards Kairos Fateweather.
Does Kairos not have any spells on him?
Yeah, I don't know why he's got Greater Arcane Conduit, but doesn't have... Oh, it's a Scroll of Destiny. He's brought Kairos in specifically to be as cheap as possible, so we can leverage more magic spells, because right now he's regenerating 0.4 reserves per second. That is an insane amount of reserve. What's that, like 20 or so reserves coming from this item alone? And obviously the Greater Arcane Conduit is going to do a fantastic job of keeping up.
You can just take all spells off the Lord? That's interesting.
Yeah, and then he's going with Final... This makes sense. So he's going for Final Transmutation situation. This is exactly what we're going to be wanting. This is kind of exactly what Pigman was expecting here. You know, the Final Transmutation is going to do an awful lot of damage. If Alric specifically places towards the victory condition of moving these guys as one congealed unit, because in this scenario you want to make sure you're using the Patriarchs with the Lullabies, and you want to keep these guys together, fighting as one congealed unit. But in this situation, it's actually a bit of a detriment due to the fact that we've got so much incredible damage coming out here. Really fantastic Tempest spell. Yeah, absolutely brutal. Hailstorm is utilized really smart there.
No.
Right, so let's have a look here. We're starting to commit into the Griffin Legions here. I'm surprised, you know, Alric is actually doing a fantastic job in relation to value here. An Overcast has come in here. This is Final Transmutation is going to be really absolutely devastating. Look at the Tempest Hell.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Yeah, wow.
Absolute savagery coming out there. Unbelievable. I'm very, very happy with that. That is just... He must be very pleased with the spell coming out there. That's exactly why he played towards the condition of it.
On Gestalten there. Did a lot
yeah,
of damage.
Unbelievably. Wow. Great job there from Pigman, understanding the victory condition there. You know, a little bit of a mistake coming out from Alric, making sure his units were blobbed up there. You know, you can't play towards it. You know, against the Zinchian faction, they have the availability of really hard punishing you with spells, and you've got to be careful about this, because this is sort of like a slight noob trap that you'll often see people take down, and utilize the fact that the Castalton has the Lullaby, alongside the Patriarch having Lullaby as well, and already the mage has actually been routed. If the metal mage here starts to cycle charge down here as well, maybe get some free damage in there, but already we've got 1.8k value coming from the Sorcerer of Zinch. And, you know, Alric looks so good for so long, but all of a sudden, you know, just one spell completely changing the game there. I think what happened was Pigman knew if he waited for the overcast, he would get significantly more value. And, yeah, fantastic job. Really fantastic job there, just waiting for the perfect opportunity to pounce. You know, we've got the Screamers in the back lines as well, and obviously Kairos is giving a lot of encouraged, which means if you have your Legendary Lord nearby, they get a decent chunk of leadership in Honoria, which is the blue specific area of effect. Castalton is obviously one cast, or maybe a couple casts away from just being absolutely done here. You know, if a lot more pressure comes down through the final transmutation, it's going to be scary. But yeah, these these hailstorms are deadly to double. They're coming out and doing a lot of work on these Screamers.
Yeah, they were doing a lot of work on the Chaos Knights of Zinch as well. It's a very good like high damage spell. Yeah, each both of the spellcasters have been getting a lot of value out of their spells.
Yeah, great job. I think that metal magic really coming in clutch, but we can see that the balance of power is still pretty goddamn even. I'm really impressed here. The trading is so close, even with the mistake of Alric making them stacked. Putting them all together at the same time, it doesn't matter. It feels like the recovery of the health from the Lullaby is just printing off consistent value. And these Chaos Knights just can't hold the line against such a fantastic force of the double bear situation. You know, Castalton, especially when it's getting low, he becomes even more powerful. But interesting enough, Castalton doesn't have By Our Blood anymore. So clearly his leadership was low enough that was a factor. We can see that the Zinch is starting to dwindle a little bit towards the victory here. I'm curious to see when the next cast is going to come through. We can see already no casts have been made. So I'm very interested to see what's cooking up here. Is it going to be another overcast of final transmutation? It probably will be, because you can see that Alric is still playing towards the condition of making the Patriarch and the Castalton moving together as one congealed unit, and we have punished it, and we've seen it being punished before. You know, do you think a double? I honestly think he should be moving away, you know, playing towards individual conditions here instead of making just both of them run together.
Yeah, this is yeah, I definitely agree with you there. He should get Kairos out of combat as well, I believe. Kairos doesn't really do anything in combat, right? He's like
it's the final transmutation. It's bait for the final transmutation. It's coming out right now. Okay. It's going to be the overcasted version of it. Yep, 100%.
Yeah, this is why they're the pro players. This is why, yeah, they're way smarter than me.
Yeah, it's all about buying time, right? He tried to buy as much time as possible, and by chucking Kairos in there, he's just sponging so much damage because, you know, oftentimes a health is a resource. I would consider health points a resource for the faction that's using them, right? And utilizing your full health bar, not all of it obviously, but utilizing some of your health bar to ensure that you're actually making it so you get as much value as you possibly can do is a critical element, especially here. Obviously Kairos is not the star of the show, it's his bloody mage coming in with 2.8k gold value, paying for himself by a lot. Really smart play using Kairos specifically for the Gaze of Fate and specifically for the Scroll of Destiny, knowing what his victory conditions are, because I believe you know, your power reserves are capped about 60 or 70 or so. So only a couple of final transmutations would have come out unless Kairos utilized the Scroll of Destiny there. You know, just smart understanding of what Kislev are trying to do and what he needs to do to counter it, and just, you know, showcasing with the mage. That's exactly what he did.
Yeah, this is just an absolute genius mind of Total War Warhammer. Like,
yeah, I mean, I love the fact, I mean, oftentimes, you know, people do say Kislev is very much heavily dominated within the matchups here, and that is GG. Zinch played that fantastically, and boys, good game. Wow.
That was amazing. Wow, good stuff, Pigman, and good stuff, Alric. Good try, dude. That was really good stuff.
Let's get to GGs in the chat, boys. Let's spam GGs in the chat for these wonderful contenders that have played today. That is the tournament ending up, and can we get a GGs to the wonderful A-Dubble once again? What an absolute legend for coming in, commentating for us.
Thank you for having me
A-Dubble, thank you very much. Any final closing words before I jump off and just thank all my mods and stuff?
Yeah, just if you're gonna play a Warhammer 3 campaign today, just make sure it's Carl Franz. That's all I have to say. Peace out, guys. And thank you for having me again, Battle. See you. It was a pleasure.
All right, no worries, man. Take it easy.
All right.
Appreciate you.
All right, peace out.
Right, so that is it. Congratulations to Pigman for winning the gauntlet, the pro gauntlet that we put up today. One thing I do want to say is thank you so goddamn much to all of my wonderful moderators. Let me shout them out individually, as I wouldn't be able to do this without them. So specifically, I want to shout out Angry Khan. Thank you so much for all of your efforts, Scott. I really appreciate you. I want to shout out Mr. Anderson. You know, both of you have helped an unbelievable amount. Further Reading, appreciate you, buddy, for helping out earlier when you had the bracket between 3 and 6. And Smodgy, once again, let me get some shout outs for these guys. These creators have helped an absolute ton. And honestly, without these guys, I wouldn't be able to do it. You know, I fundamentally would not be able to do what I did here
So I'm really appreciative of all the help we had today. For all of you guys as well, thank you so much for watching. Obviously this wasn't sponsored or anything like that. We had all of it self-funded, so the prize pool is going to be self-funded. But any of the excess money that we make from the stream, I'll obviously give back to the admin team because they did a fantastic job. Really appreciate all the support they've given me. Today was not about me. It was about coming together as a community, having fun first and foremost. And honestly, I am super happy with this one. It's the biggest tournament I've ever hosted. Shout out to Legend. Let me just shout out all the people that joined as well. So the commentators from start to finish. Shout out to Legend. Shout out to AgentNumberOne. He started and was the beginning guy that commentated. Love that dude. Legend of Total War coming in for 2 hours. Thank you so much, Legend. Appreciate giving me your insanely powerful knowledge. You're an incredible guy. Okoii coming in next. We had Fred after that one. Dav, thank you very much for your time as well. And Double, obviously, helping out with the end of it. Yeah, much love to you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed. Make sure to follow the Twitch stream and subscribe on YouTube if you enjoyed yourself. I will try my very best to enable this one to happen again. Get awesome other creators as well involved and just make it a bigger event, like maybe even pull in Touring if I can. Yeah, I appreciate it. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Yeah, we've been live for almost 10 hours today. I'm starving. I'm going to get some food. But what we'll do is we'll go find someone to raid and send you beautiful buggers on over to them. So let me just go on the Twitch side. What we'll probably do on the Twitch side of things, guys, we're going to go raid someone with really low viewers. Just to give them some love. It's all about sending love and sharing the love, especially within the community. So let's find somebody. Let us find somebody that has like 1 viewer, if we can. Oh, PZA, I know that guy. He's got 1 viewer on Twitch. Let's go send you guys there. Make sure to go send some love his way. I've never watched his stream, but make sure to be kind to him. So I'm gonna give him a raid on Twitch. So give them some love, boys. And then YouTube side, we're gonna find somebody else. Oh my god, / raid. I'm tired, you can tell. Jesus. Right. Once again, thank you so much, guys. I do appreciate you. I hope you guys enjoyed. We do these tournaments for you wonderful folks. So thank you very much for being amazing. Thank you very much for being incredible, guys. I can't thank you guys enough. From a YouTube side of thing, I actually don't know who's going to be live. Oh, we got some folks. Wonderful. All right, I'll send you guys Ash's way then on the YouTube side. So, boys, much love to you all. Thank you very much for being a part of the stream. You guys are amazing. I can't thank you all enough. I'm going to be probably not streaming tomorrow because obviously we streamed a lot today. But my God, boys, it's been fun. You guys are amazing. Take care of yourselves. And one thing I will say, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and keep being amazing, guys. Appreciate you all. Take care of yourselves. These events, I'm almost tearing up right now. It means a lot to me. It really does. Getting so many awesome people of you guys together, playing the games and having fun here. Appreciate you all. It means a lot to me that you guys think the content's good enough to watch all day. Some of you guys have been saying you've been watching all day. But yeah, much love to, like I said, to all my admins. We shouted them out individually. Also, AgentNumberOne, if I can get him in there. Boom. Right, guys, take care of yourselves. Love y'all. I'm going to see you, boys. I'm going to sleep for a long time. Yeah, you guys are amazing. Take care of yourselves, boys. Right, let me end the live stream. Thank you, boys.